This is Project Ozone 2, the second installment in the Project Ozone series. Today we're checking it out and we are currently going to be playing it in creative mode because honestly I wasn't feeling FTB interactions, to be fair, so this is going to now replace it. Also, I should note that we are going to be playing on Kappa mode, which if you want to also join me on that, all you have to go ahead and do is do /FTB_set and then do Kappa or Titan if you want to play in a much more harder mode. To get started in Project Ozone 2, you can do one of two things. You can plant your tree down and twerk for it, or you can shift right click the ground to beat it up and get these pebbles out of the ground. And also do note that you can have helpers with this. Your helpers are very nice when you have your helpers around. We're gonna go ahead and collect a bunch of pebbles so that way we can go ahead and make cobblestone. We take 4 pebbles and the crafting grid here in our inventory, and that should make us some cobblestone, which we're gonna go then take that cobblestone and build out a little bit of a platform so that way we have a much bigger area to go ahead and grab our saplings from when we grow our trees. With your cobble made, what you're gonna go ahead and do is expand out your platform just a little bit because you don't want to go too far, because if you go too far you're gonna get baddies to spawn. So yeah, be aware of that. Try not to go too far right now, that way you can go ahead and get yourself some torches later on, and then you can go out further and get more stuff. But for right now, just go out enough so you can go ahead and grow your trees and catch all the falling saplings, or most of the falling saplings from your tree, so that way you don't lose any. Oh, wonderful, we have a blood moon coming up. Wonderful. Of course, on our first night we're gonna of course get a blood moon. What is that about? Oh, come on, Minecraft, don't be doing that to me, man. We're gonna go ahead and put down one of our trees, and we're gonna do the famous work for tree like Miley Cyrus, and then we're gonna break this down. Also, don't forget that we do have a vein miner in this mod pack, which is super nice. And now that we've got only 4 pieces, really? I just got skamazed for freaking wood. What the heck is that about? We need a little bit more wood than that, because in Ozone Kappa mode, if you didn't know already, the oak planks only turned into 1 piece from 1 log, which is very, very annoying. We can go ahead and grow some more trees and hopefully get some more wood, so that way we don't get skamazed. With some more wood acquired, what we're gonna go ahead and do is take our wood and turn it into planks, hopefully making enough. Let's go ahead and make a crafting table, then a crafting station. I believe in this pack we also have the crafting slabs. Yes, the crafting slabs are so goated. But what we're gonna go ahead and do is make ourselves a chest really fast, and then take that chest and turn it into a drawer like so. Go ahead and put one of our creative vending upgrades in there, and then hopefully put this one in there. Oh my god, really? That is so obnoxiously annoying. Tell you what, since I'm already in a scuffed mood, I guess what we can do is technically I can go into game mode creative and I can pull the freaking thing out, and then I guess pull it out here. Does that? Oh my god, I didn't think that would work. That's interesting. Wow, I did not think that would actually work that way. I didn't know if you took out the upgrades it reverses the upgrade. That's interesting. Well, let me make a quick drawer real fast, and I'm actually this time gonna do it in creative so that way it actually freaking works, because apparently it decided that it doesn't want to work. So let's go ahead and place that bad boy down, place the upgrade in there, and then I guess go into creative mode to go ahead and drop the item in there. How am I gonna do that? I can't do that. I would have to like hopper in or something. Okay, so I guess we gotta make a hopper. So let me figure out how the heck I'm gonna do that. I am gonna need to make a hopper. Oh my god, I just realized something. This version of Minecraft doesn't have bookmarking. Oh no. So to get yourself some iron, we're gonna need to do some things here. I'm gonna make a couple of compressed cobblestone for 1. We're gonna make a furnace that way. So there's our compressed furnace like that. And let's go ahead and build up stickies like so, and then make ourselves a hammer like that. And then we got to break down the cobblestone, go ahead and break it into gravel. And then once we break this into gravel, we're gonna sift it up in a sieve to hopefully get a chance at getting some iron. Now we are gonna need some stringy blues, so that's gonna mean, well, we're gonna need to make a few more things. Dear god, this 1 plank recipe is freaking god awful. We need to take our saplings, grow grow some more of this, get silkworms, get string, blah, blah, blah. The early game Skyblock, you know this by now. Take your freaking crook like so. Go ahead and vein mine that a couple of times, get some silkworms, and then call it a day. Turn it into string like so. Oh my god, this is a huge tree. And then we should be good to go. All right, let's go ahead and make our very first CV boy. It should be relatively cheap. All we're gonna make is 2 silk meshes like so, and then we're pretty much good to go. We're gonna need some planky boys, and of course some sticky boys as well. That should be plenty enough. And then we got ourselves a sieve. Lovely. And then we take our sieve like so, and then we bang out some quick gravel into it, and hopefully we get the pieces that we need, aka iron. Lovely. I've got to get, oh god, I need 6 pieces, so that means I need like 24 broken pieces or something. No, wait, I need 30 broken pieces or something like that, because, well, only this. Oh, you know what though, I think we can double this, can't we? If I take this and then break it down with my hammer, I think I get more iron or sand. I don't think that's a thing. I would think you would get like 2 or something extra, but I guess not. Well, that's that, I guess. Let me just, I guess, sift up some more of this stuff. Now, unfortunately, because our base is made out of cobble right now, I can't use my favorite mod, which is vein miner, because I would also take out the rest of my other base. So yeah, I'm gonna be sitting here for a while grinding. Now that I've got enough iron, I'm gonna go ahead and take all of my wood that I've collected, and I'm gonna go ahead and chew it right into this furnace like so with the oak planks, and I'm gonna cook up my iron. You know what? Actually, I changed my mind. I'm only gonna cook up 5. I don't want to waste it all. And then I'm gonna creative mode it, and then we're gonna have infinite iron, and I'm not gonna have to worry about iron ever again. With your iron acquired, we're gonna go ahead and make another chest really quickly. I need 8. There we go. Make a quick and dirty chest like so, and then make some hoppers. Boom, bam, boom. I should, in theory, be able to hopper into this drawer, right? Yeah. There we go. We can now finally start the series. Woo! Okay, it feels freaking great. Let's go. We got our freaking vending upgrades. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now we can really start to have some fun with this. Let me go ahead and put some of this stuff away real quick. And then I guess let's go ahead and grab, actually, hold on. We need to make another drawer quickly. Oh, I didn't mean to do all of that, but that's fine. I can just quickly grow another tree. That's not too bad of a problem. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a sapling. Go ahead and give it a little bit of a twerk, and then I guess break this, and then we should be good to go on the wood department, right? Go ahead and drop that in there. Oh, apples. And then you, and now we've got infinite wood. Lovely. And then we're gonna go ahead and, I guess, get infinite apples, because food is gonna be a problem. Wait. Does this pack have baked apples? Can I cook my apples, or is that not a thing in this version? It is not a thing in this version. However, I can go ahead and turn my cobblestone into, you know, stone, and then I can also then probably also make my apple juice. Apple juice is pretty good. Let's go ahead and slap the stone inside of there. You know what? Also slap some cobblestone in here as well, and then boom, bam, boom. There we go. Beautiful. And I think I should be able to go ahead and take my stone, turn it into a pressure plate, and then we can go ahead and make ourselves a quick and dirty juicer, right? There we go. A nice and quick juicer boy. And then that's going to allow us to go ahead and juice up our apples like so. Let's go ahead and take our juicer with 1 apple, and then that's going to make us apple juice. Yeah. Me love apple juice. Apple juice. Then it's going to get put into a drawer, and then everything should be good. You know what? Let's also apple up the drawers as well. Here we go. Boop and boop. Let's go ahead and get that bad boy. So 2 of those. God, I feel like I'm speed running right now. Let's go ahead and put the apples first, and then let's go ahead and put the apple juice. There we go. Good. Now we can eat and sift infinitely. And I think, let's see where we need to go and do now. In the quest book, it's probably yelling at us to do some stuff. Yeah, it's asking us to make some oak barrels, which I assume they want us to make some dirt with that. So let's go ahead and make some slabs like that with some of this as usual, and boom, your oak barrel. And you know what? Let's go ahead and make a ton of those. Boop and boop. I think that's gonna be good. So actually, no, wait, you already have that many. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's make some more barrels. Beautiful. And what is it gonna complain about next? It wants me to make dirt and rubber saplings. Oh, can give you different types of seeds. You may find some useful stuff, but I guess next is going to be doing some tinkers. So let's do that. So tinkers is probably going to be relatively simple if I had to guess. And let's go ahead and get some sticks like so. And then let's go ahead and combine those sticks with some planks. Go ahead and make some patterns. We're going to need some more planks. And then let's go ahead and start making some stuff. So like the stencil table, I know that the part builder is going to need a crafting station, or the tool station rather. And I believe the part thingy mabobber is going to need a block of wood. There we go. Beautiful. And then a pattern chest. If I had to guess, it's just going to be a chest with some blank patterns. Beautiful. Look at us go. We are going fast. And I believe we can also go ahead and turn all these guys into the slabby variants of themselves. There we go. And you know what? Let's also grab ourselves another crafting station slab like so, and then come over to our edge of our platform and start building this guy out. So I'm gonna need my stencil table. Stencil table goes first, and then the part builder, and then the tool station with the crafting station, and then the pattern chest behind the part builder like so. And unfortunately this isn't 112, so we don't get the little nice little buttons that allows us to switch between the different tables here. You know what would be really useful right now? If we had a drawer that had creative drawers in it, because why not, right? Because that way it's going to be super easy for us to expand and quickly go through the mod pack, right? So that way we're not wasting time doing stupid stuff and crafting stupid things. Let's go ahead and I put them both down. One was supposed to go inside the drawer. I'm smart. It's probably just faster to craft a new one, honestly. Look at that. Bam, bam, boom. Look at how fast that was. Ooh, bam, bam, boom. Go ahead and throw that in there and then give it the 2 billion infinite trillion. And I guess here, let's see what we are going to need. I'm going to want to make, I guess, a very basic run-of-the-mill pickaxe. So that's going to require a tool rod, a tool binding, and a pickaxe head, of course. And let's go ahead and throw those in the pattern chest like so. And then let's grab ourselves the pickaxe head, which we are going to conveniently make out of cobblestone. So the pickaxe head out of cobblestone. Oh my god, I forgot. This pack, basically, you can't make stone tools. I freaking forgot about that. Wow, I am so rusty right now. What the heck? I feel so rusty. So I'm gonna go in my chest here, no, right here, and I'm gonna make myself a quick and dirty iron. That way I can create that, and then yeah, we'll go from there. Also, do note that making tools, like regular stone tools in the crafting table, right? These guys only have 1 durability. Yes, this literally only has 1 durability. Well, technically there's 2 durability, but yeah, you only get 1 durability technically. Now that we've got our iron set up here, let me grab a quick and dirty gravel and sand. Now, your gravel is going to be the same way that you always get it, you know, breaking down the cobblestone. I believe that also appears to be for the, whatchamacallit, sand as well. If I take my gravel like so, we can go ahead and break that down into sand, and then that can also then be broken down again into dust, which then we can go ahead and sift. By the way, my main thing I want to make with it is I actually kind of want to actually make some grout, which is going to be very important for us to make our smeltery moving forward here. And that's going to need some clay, some sand, and some gravel. And clay, unfortunately, is not easily obtained unless if we use the, I believe, oak barrel method. So let me quickly grab, I know that we have a bunch of those. There we go. We have 6 of them to be clear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now we should be able to fill these up with water. I am, however, going to take some wooden slabs like so and put it above it. So that way the, water from the rain doesn't interrupt some of these barrels. So that way we can make dirt and all that fun stuff. But these are going to be open to the pure sky. So when it rains, it can get us some water. Because I don't think we have the luxury of the crucible like 112. Yeah, I don't think we have the wooden crucible that gives us water, unfortunately. So yeah, that's totally a thing that we're going to have to kind of look out for here. Yeah, and unfortunately, yeah, we don't have that. So we kind of have to wait for rain to come in here, which is fine. It's not the end of the world or anything like that. We can continue on with making stuff. I kind of want to do something different here. That's kind of the problem right now. We don't really have a good way of keeping things sort of, you know, neatly organized, I guess, and or flying high or whatever the case may be, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and upgrade these all with creative. So infinite iron, diamonds, and coal. And I guess we really do gotta wait for the rainwater to kind of happen, don't we? So, because unfortunately, I don't think there is a way for us to get water without that. I just noticed something while we were sitting here waiting to get some water. We're in the middle of a desert oil field biome, and if I understand correctly, it doesn't rain in deserts. So how am I meant to get water? I feel like the game is trolling me at this point. I've been expanding out the platform or the base for quite a while. We did end up getting out of the desert oil field, but we're now in a desert, which is not what we really want. We really want to get some other biome that can rain for us. Yeah, as you can see, I'm quite far away from our platform, just trying to get some biomes that will allow us to get some water, and it doesn't seem to be as simple as it is. I am the most smartest person on planet Earth. I forgot you get one starting patch of water in this pack. I totally forgot about that because we totally built over it. Now here's the better question. I don't think I can make a bucket though. I am pretty certain I can't make a bucket. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, how hard are buckets to make? Let's see. Buckets are plates. I can technically, oh wait, that's actually relatively cheap. So if I take this with 2 of these, wait, nope, I need this guy first. I need some sticks first, and then I should be able to go ahead and make myself one of these like so, and then I can crush the iron into plates so that way I can go ahead and make myself a bloody bucket. And turns out there's water right underneath our base, right underneath our feet. There's a bucket of water, and then we also happen to have the creative fluid tank. Now I am going to be very careful about placing this because I don't think I can pick this back up. So yeah, there's that. I believe it's on this side because I remember seeing it from over here. I believe it is indeed on this side of the base. Yes, it's on this side of the base. Just on this side of the grass, there should be a water block right there. Lovely. Pick that up and then put it inside of the creative portable tank. Now we have infinite water. Dear God, so I built all of this for absolutely no reason because yeah, we had water underneath our base this entire time. I also just remembered that we could try the water bottle method here. If we make some water bottles and quickly just try and click this, yes, indeed, the water bottle method does work. So if you don't want to go through all that hassle, if you're particularly playing without creative mode, you could also do that as well. So that's just a little heads up. Getting water unlocks the clay for us. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is take our water bucket like so, and then grab a bucket of dust and put it in here, and then boom, we now have clay blocks, and then we break that down like so. Oh, it doesn't have that recipe, so what we're going to do is place this down like so. Just quickly break it, and it should give us 4 clay, which is wonderful. 1 gravel, 1 sand, and 1 clay should give us the grout that we need for our smelterino pepperino. Let's go ahead and put one of those in there and then cook up the other one like so, and then that should in theory give us everything that we need to go ahead and start making our very first smeltery. With our Seyeght brick, throw it in there, and we should now be able to go ahead and start to go ahead and build up everything that we need for the smeltery. You know what? I just thought about this. We're probably not unlocking any of these quests because, well, to be fair, I'm not really that much of attention. So also, if you want to quickly make some grass or dirt rather, I totally forgot to teach this. If I go ahead and take some of our saplings like so and throw them in these oak barrels, we should in theory be able to make our very first piece of dirt, which then we can creative and then sift and do all the things that we need to do with said dirt and get the quest going. But I don't think that quest is too important right now. At least I don't think it is. You know what? It actually might be important because it does say saving montage, which that's very probably important. So yeah, we should probably do that, right? If we want to unlock some of the next things like bone meal and all that fun stuff, which we can also do from building a mob farm. But, you know, we will see how things play out. With the dirt acquired, what we're going to go ahead and do is sift it a couple of times here in this sieve back here. And I think we need to get a rubber saplings or something for the quest to actually ping, I think, if I'm actually correct on that. Yeah, I need to get seeds, and then I need to get 1 rubber sapling, which, you know, could be like 5 stacks, 1 stack, 2 stacks, or whatever that may be, until I get my actual rubber saplings, which honestly, it's not looking too hot right now. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, we're not really getting, you know, a lot of stuff, but honestly, I'll just wait till the next episode or in between episodes to deal with that. Let's go ahead and build up a smeltery, at least a very basic form smeltery, right? So let's go ahead and get 2 drains, of course. We're gonna need 2 faucets, and then we're gonna need a piece of glass. Don't forget that. Hook up a piece of sand, and then let me get rid of that stuff, and then I guess that as well. And then we're gonna need a drain, and then we're gonna need a smeltery controller, of course. Have the bricks, but I wouldn't mind having a couple more sets of bricks here to go ahead and build with. Dear God, I missed the 112 JEI already in the 112 mods already. And then okay, so what else we're gonna need? We're gonna need at least a tank, which we're gonna need the piece of glass for. Bam, bam, boom. And I think that's pretty much everything that we need to build our smeltery. It shouldn't be that complicated, right? All we gotta do is build a nice 3x3 like so, with the smeltery and the seared tank like so. And then I guess we're gonna have to do, yeah, this is a weird one, isn't it? And then you're gonna do something like I am struggling busting here on how to build this. Yeah, I was correct. It's a 3x3 centerpiece like so. And then hold on, let me grab myself some cobblestone and then do this, and then this comes around outside like that. Yeah, this is the part that's wrong here. You don't build blocks here. That's why I got myself used. And then this is gonna come out like so and like that. That's why I was so confused. And then from here, all we gotta do is expand this upwards like so, and then we're pretty much good to go here. Now we are going to want to put our drains down below, and we're going to need more seared bricks here. I kind of ran out. That's fine. Let's go ahead and do that, and this should be a fully working smeltery, minus the fact that we don't have the lava just yet. And what we're going to go ahead and do is put that there. And I guess because well, we don't really have a good thing right now, what I'll do is I'll put this here. I feel like I'm doing this so wrong, but it is what it is. Let's put the drain here, and then this here with this here. I love how this is in the middle of my walkway, as if. And then, yeah. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. We are missing the casting basin, of course, and the casting table, which is gonna allow us to do what we need with parts and blocks and all sorts of fun stuff. And there you go. There is our very run-of-the-mill basic smeltery. In the last episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we got ourselves started, and we also happen to get ourselves this very beautiful smeltery that needs to go ahead and get some lava, so that way we can go ahead and make our pickaxe. Because honestly, I've been doing a little bit of base expansion in between episodes, and yeah, I'm getting sick and tired of making iron pickaxes because they break in 1 durability. So today my plan is to hopefully get the smeltery up and going, make the cast that we need for our pickaxes, and also get some lava for that as well. But so to get started, I also forgot to mention that I did do some sieving in between episodes of the dirt. Got us some rubber tree saplings, so boom, there we go. And of course the blood moon is rising right when I start recording. Gotta love it. And then I guess the first thing that we're gonna want to go ahead and do is get ourselves a crucible, because crucibles are gonna allow us to go ahead and basically get ourselves the lava that we need, right? And porcelain clay is gonna be some bone meal and some clay. Now to get bone meal, obviously we can make a mob farm, or we can go ahead and sift up some dust. Also, I might have made a mistake, and you might notice I have 10 sieves in my inventory. Well, I tried to do the whole 9x9 thing, and turns out that doesn't work in this pack. So yeah, I made basically 9 sieves for nothing because that doesn't work in this pack. So I'm gonna currently sift up some dust so that way I can go ahead and get the bone meal that we need to go ahead and make some progress, because I totally forgot to sift some dust in between episodes. Now that I've got enough bone meal to go ahead and make the porcelain clay, what I'm gonna go ahead and do though is take all the things that I got from sifting, right? So the powdered copper, the platinum, the iron, all that stuff. And I'm gonna go ahead and put it in these drawers and then creative them. Yeah, let's go ahead and get all this set up nice and neatly. I kind of wish I had some sort of flight, but I don't know what we have for early game flight in this pack. It might be jetpacks, it might be something else. Okay, so to make the unfired clay, what we're gonna go ahead and do is take some of our clay like so, and then we're gonna break that down. And then what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna grab ourselves some bone meal, which is gonna be over here. I did do everything to get all the whatchamacallit things that we need here in the drawers. So I did all the sifting. It should be all good now. I think we have everything. And let's grab, I just noticed I don't have bone meal in there. So that was a mistake. There we go. Get the bone meal in there. And then we take that like so and combine it with some clay to get some porcelain. And then we're going to take that and do a U shape in the crafting table. And then that should get us our very first crucible, which then we're going to go ahead and throw in here to go ahead and get smelted. And that should be everything that we need for lava. Now, I do want to see what we're going to need for the lava here. Now it's not showing me the crucible for some reason, which is not ideal. It should be showing me the crucible recipe, but it's not. I guess what we could do is take this guy and press U on him, and it should show us what he's used for. Really, lava generation quest has been made. So let's check the quest here. Lava through in a crucible needs a melt 4 or 5 cobblestone for a full bucket. You can melt ender lilies for resident ender. But how do I guess heat this up? There should be a heat source page, I believe. But I guess what we'll do is I'll put it over here for now. And then, you know what? We don't have cork in this pack either. So that's probably gonna mean I'm gonna need to do some water bucket stuff, which is fine. And then let's get some cobblestone, and I guess we're gonna use a torch for now, and then that should work nicely. Let me grab myself a bit more space here. Do that, come down, and then build like that, and we should be pretty much good to go. And then yeah, that's fine right there. Let's go ahead and get rid of that, and let's go ahead. You know what? No, we're gonna move it one forward here, and then what we'll do is we'll place down the torch like so, put this on top, and then feed it for cobblestone. And that's gonna take a while. It looks like it's doing it at 1x speed, so it's not that fast, honestly. But yeah, we're getting our very first bucket of lava, so that's the important thing. We got our very first bucket of lava, which means I'm gonna go ahead, you know what, I'm gonna actually put it right over. Well, hold on a second. Hold your horses. Can I actually pick this up or no? I'm about to find out. So we need a crescent hammer, I think, for that. We just need 1 tin ingot and then some iron, which we already have. Let me grab some tin real fast. With tin acquired, what we're going to go ahead and do is grab ourselves some iron, put it in the crafting bench like so, make ourselves a crescent hammer, and see if we can pick this up. We indeed can pick this up. Okay, so that's a lovely jubbly. Let's go ahead and put that in there and call it a day. And then we should be able to start making our stuff here. If I'm not mistaken, they do want us to make a ingot cast. Go ahead and complete the quest. Let me grab some gold really fast. And then what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna go ahead and smelt this bad boy up like so, and then that's gonna give us quite a bit of gold. And I'm just gonna go ahead and fill this up. Now that this is filled up, what we're gonna go ahead and do is wait for that to finish. Let's go ahead and actually cast out some gold cast, like the ingot cast. And then once we do that, we're gonna go ahead and cast out the pickaxe head cast like so. And you know what, honestly, I don't think it really matters too much, honestly. Like, we can make our tool rod out of stone. Maybe actually we can't. I thought we could, but that's fine. And then what we'll do is cast all this stuff out, which is fine. And then we're gonna go ahead and throw in some iron, of course. I'm going to get 16 pieces of iron thrown in there, and then that's gonna make us a full iron pickaxe. Do you know what else we can do with lava? We can also go ahead and make ourselves a stone barrel like so, and we can actually make netherrack, right? So if I take my stone barrel and I guess toss it here for for now. And I toss in a bucket of lava, and then we throw in some redstone. But I also believe glowstone gives us endstone, if I remember correctly. So if I grab some glowstone and some redstone, I should in theory be able to go ahead and make us some endstone and some netherrack, which is going to get us access to a couple of more sieving materials. There we go. There's our netherrack like so. And then the glowstone should indeed give us the endstone, which is beautiful. We should be able to go ahead and pour out everything that we need for our pickaxe. Now, I can also make a better pickaxe if we so choose to, like, you know, a cobalt or a manual one, because we have access to netherrack now, and also we also have access to draconium with the endstone as well. But I don't think draconium has a pickaxe in this version of Tinkers. Actually, no, they do have it, actually, interestingly enough. I didn't think that would be a thing. That's interesting. The pickaxe does have a mining speed of 12. I wonder if that's better than Manuelin, honestly. What is the Manuelin speed? So where is the Manuelin pickaxe? It is a speed of 9, so it is a bit faster, but I guess we have a basic run-of-the-mill pickaxe now, right? So if I come over here and we shove this all in here, we can name it like basic iron pickaxe. There we go. And now we have a basic iron pickaxe that isn't gonna break after one durability. I should be able to go ahead and take these and break these down into their crush variants and hopefully be able to get the draconium and stuff. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some chiseled colored cobblestone and make a big platform, so that way we can go ahead and basically have a massive platform to work off of. Like, for example, I think today the plan is going to be to get the lava generation up and go, or not lava generation, but lava power if we can. Transfer node energy, which is going to need QEDs, but I think we can get the basic lava gen going. It doesn't look too hard at all. I mean, the red alloy might be a bit of a tricky thing, but not really. It doesn't look like. But yeah, I think that is the plan for today, is get a lava gen going. Do we have access to cheap fluid conduits? I guess we do. We can chisel glass. That isn't too bad. Ender fluid conduits is gonna need vibrant alloy. Ooh, yeah, that's not doable at the moment. We can get cheap fluid conduits though, and that's, I think, doable somewhat. Yeah, that's definitely doable. Salt? How do I get salt other than from Twitch chat? But I guess I can't get salt. Well, let me do the expansion of the base a little bit and we'll be right back. Okay, so to get started here with the lava generator, you're gonna need to make a survivalist generator, which is gonna need copper coils, these hemp rope coils, which means we're gonna need hemp. And I believe when I did my sieving of dirt, I think I got some. I might not have. I got grass seeds, rubber tree, acorns. Maybe I didn't. How do I get hemp seeds? Hemp seeds come from, it might come from bone mealing the grass here. That might be a thing that we have to do. I'm pretty sure, because it doesn't look like it comes from sieving, because it would have been in the sieving loot pool, and I don't really see that being a thing, which is not ideal here. So I guess what we're gonna do is break a bunch of these grass and see if we get some industrial hemp, basically. So I noticed that there is a hemp looking quest in the quest book here. I wonder if we gotta go that way. So I need to do this quest. It's complaining that I didn't give it enough time to get the clay. There we go. And then it's gonna want us to go ahead and get the lava quest. And then, oh, world interaction upgrade quest. Okay. It wants us to make a transfer node and a world interaction upgrade. So let's look at those things. The transfer node, and then the transfer node is going to need a filter pipe, or does it need a filter pipe? No, it just needs a pipe in general, which looks like stone slabs, redstone, and glass. Okay, did we creative glass? I don't think we creative mode glass. Let's get that real fast. And then let's go grab some redstone, because that seems to be very much important. Perfect. And then we're gonna need what looks like some stone slabs. So let's do that over here. And then glass. Oh, you have no furnace fuel. What happened to all your furnace fuel? glass acquired. Let's go ahead and make some pipers, so some piping boys. I do need some of those stone slabs. That should be relatively easy for us. And then let's go ahead and grab the pipes if we can, and then let's make our very first world and interaction upgrade. We are going to need a chest, which I did creative. Perfect. And then we're going to need to go ahead and grab ourselves some other stuff here. We're going to need to grab ourselves a block of redstone, which we can do. That's not too bad. Ooh, wait, which transfer node does it want me to make? We should be careful with this. It wants us to make the item transfer node. Okay, yeah, let's make sure that we're very careful about that. There we go. Let's make the item transfer node. Perfect. And then it wants us to make the world interaction upgrade like so, which we need an iron pickaxe, some electrotine alloy, and some lapis. Electrotine alloy is going to need this electrotine ingot. Electrotine dust comes from sifting compressed sand. Okay, so we need compressed sand. That's easy enough. Let me sift a stack of that and we'll be right back. With the electrotine acquired, what we're gonna go ahead and do is take some iron and then surround it with the electrotine like so. I guess what we'll do is we'll make 4 of these, right? Because that's what the recipe is requiring for us to do. And then we'll make 4 of those. And then we're also gonna need, I believe, lapis lazuli. So let me grab that, 4 of those, and then we need to make an iron pickaxe. And luckily for me, in between episodes, I had made a second crafting station with iron pickaxes. So yeah, we're pretty much ready to go for this, and we should be waiting on that. Beautiful. And then that's gonna be that quest done, which is good. And then we're gonna need cobble gen. So does it actually want me to build a cobble gen? Is that what it's telling me here? Because it needs automatic sieving, which needs iron chest, and then iron chest needs cobble gen, which, yeah, we're almost there. We just are waiting for this. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and take that, make the word interaction upgrade. That should fix that quest. Beautiful. And then we want us to make an iron chest. Okay, cool. So an iron chest upgrade should be easy enough to make. I think it's just wood and iron, right? So if we look for that, it should be up here. I don't see, right here, a wood to iron chest upgrade. Just like I said, it was going to be 1 wood plank plus 8 iron, and that's going to get us the iron chest. Or does it want me to make the actual thing? I didn't look at the quest. No, it wants me to make an actual iron chest. Okay, that's fair. So I can do that. Place this down on top of this, do that, and then break this like so. And then that's gonna get that. And I'm kind of feeling like I should creative mode that. And then it's gonna want us to make an iron to gold chest, which, I mean, that's fine. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that because chest space right now is not great. We'll take that. And it wants us to make an iron to gold upgrade. I don't have gold ingots, which means I'm gonna have to come over here and do some more smelting. Let me grab some gold and cook this up. Now that we've got gold, what we're gonna go ahead and do is put a iron piece in the middle and then surround that by gold, and then boom, there is our iron to gold upgrade. Perfect. Put the chest down, put that down, and then boom, we now have a gold chest, which has a lot of storage. So gold chest, iron chest, and then what does it want us to do next? It wants us to probably make the automatic sieve. Okay, and that's gonna require that, which is gonna require us to go deeper and get obsidian. If I had to guess, we get obsidian by putting lava inside of the barrel, right? So if I do this and then do this, no? Oh, dude, that sucks. I thought it would work that way. I guess not. I was about to say it does work that way. I was like, there's no way it doesn't work that way. Go ahead and put that down, put that there, and then get 10 obsidian. But here's the question though. To go deeper, don't I need steel? The flint and steel, does it require steel like in Ozone 3? Or no? It does. Okay. I would assume the way that we make steel is by steel pebbles. What the hell is steel pebbles? I don't even know what the hell steel pebbles are, but maybe made it in the smeltery or something. I don't know. Let's go ahead and look at the auto sieve. The auto sieve, I don't see it in here. What is it called? Let's see. Let's go back here. The auto sieve. Oh, it's called the automatic sieve. That's why. The automatic sieve. like so. I totally forgot. Oh, we need electrum. Okay, so that means we're gonna definitely need our smelter here. You know what though? Let's see if I can make a gear, because we're gonna need a gear cast. Gear cast require iron gears. Okay, that's super simple. I didn't think it would be that hard. Let's make a quick and dirty gear cast with some of the gold ingots that we have left in there. Beautiful. And then we're gonna go ahead and cast some silver in there to go ahead and make some electrum. Let's see, where is our silver? Up here. I'm gonna just toss in like maybe 2 of these, and then let's toss in some iron and then some nickel powder, of course. So this is gonna make, I think, 4. So if I go ahead and toss that in there and then toss the silver in there as well, it should make nickel. Sorry, it should make invar and it should make electrum. With those made, I can go ahead and pour out the electrum gear, and then we're gonna definitely need the ingot cast to go ahead and pour out the invar that we've made. I didn't mean to pour out the electrum. Oops. And we should be good. Now, what do we need? How many ingots of invar do we need? I think we needed 4, right? Yeah, 5 technically. We need 5 ingots of invar. I might create of these. You know what? Screw it. Let's creative these. Grab me these and let's creative them. Okay, so we should, in theory, be good to go and make our automatic sieve. We're gonna need one of those silk meshes, which I thought I had a spare of, but I guess I don't, unless it's in one of these chests, which I doubt it is. I'll go ahead and make another one. It's not that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and take that, make one of those, and we should be good to go ahead and make our sieve, right? No, negative. I need one more invar ingot to make the nuggies. I totally didn't grab enough. Whoops. Go ahead and grab one of those, make the set of nuggies, and then we should be pretty much good to go ahead and make this auto sieve, right? So, bam, auto sieve acquired. We love to see it. And what else do we need here for this quest? We are going to need the fortune and speed upgrades. Okay, so the fortune upgrade, which is going to require us to make electrum nuggets, invar again, and then of course electrum nuggets. Okay, we can definitely afford that. And just like that, we should be able to go ahead and make ourselves the fortune upgrade. Excuse you. There you go. Fortune upgrade. And then we need one of these speed upgrades. So one of you. Okay. Oh, okay. We need pyrotheum dust, electrum nuggets. Okay, that's going to be easy. Sulfur, coal, powder, and redstone. Okay, hold up. Let me get myself comfortable here. Can I use one of these here? I don't know if this is going to work, but let's find out. Does it work that way? No, it doesn't work that way. Damn it. Okay, fair enough. Let me grab some of this. I'm going to need sulfur. I don't think I can have access to that, right? Sulfur dust comes from where? Okay, I think we're gonna have to go to the nether. Dang, that's unfortunate. Okay, so that means we're gonna need steel, which, dude, steel is gonna be interesting. Okay, so I've been doing some research while I've been grinding out the sifting of netherrack, and I found the way to make steel. I finally found it. It's gonna be interesting. So we have a couple ways of doing it. A, making a mob farm and melting down chainmail, or we go down the path of immersive engineering by making the coke oven and the blast furnace from immersive engineering, which is the path to go ahead and go down. So I'm gonna need some bricks. So let me grab some of this clay, break it down, and then smelt that boy down. So we're gonna get ourselves some bricks. We're just gonna need ourselves some sand, and what else is the other thing? And right, some more clay. You can go ahead and break this clay down like so. You can go ahead and vein mine that as well, and then hopefully everything should be good to go. Let me get some of this, and then we should be needing a drawer or two. Lovely jubbly. Let's go ahead and put the bricks inside of here. Let's go ahead and get those bad boys creative like so. And let's go ahead and make ourselves the very basic run-of-the-mill coke oven. It is going to be 20. Oh, it is chiseled sandstone, which is basically sandstone, right? Yeah, beautiful. And then we're gonna go ahead and make ourselves 27 of these bad boys. And that should be everything that we need for this, I believe. Clay isn't it? Oh, we're out of clay. Interesting. You know what? I might need to go ahead and go ahead and creative the clay. With the coke bricks acquired, what we're gonna go ahead and do is build a 3x3 like so. And then we're gonna go ahead and hit it with the hammer from immersive engineering, if I can find my hammer. That is, I know I have some somewhere. Yeah, there it is. We're gonna go ahead and slap this like so. Ooh, let me actually break this and make it so it's facing this way. There you go. And then what we're gonna go ahead and do is toss some coal in there, and then that would allow us to go ahead and get ourselves some creosote oil, but not only that, but some coke. And then this is gonna go into a blast furnace with some iron to go ahead and make some slag and some, of course, steel. But we have to make the blast furnace first. So to do that, we are going to need some blast bricks. God, dude, this video has gotten like shaken up like 8 billion different times. So we're going to need some blaze powder, some bricks, and of course some nether bricks. Nether bricks are relatively simple to make. You got to take our netherrack and then, you know, throw it in there, smelt that bad boy up, and then we should get some nether brick to go ahead and toss into this drawer. Okay, let me grab this nether brick really fast, and then let's go ahead and toss that bad boy in there. Grab some of that, and then let's go ahead and make the thing. Oh boy, perfect, 32 of those. And then let's slap this guy pretty close to this. So I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna slap this right up against this like so. And then we should be good to go. Bam. And then take, oh wait, we don't even have coke. Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on. We're gonna need some coke. I guess what I could do is put it over here. I was meant to do that in between, you know, pauses there, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and slap that down like so. Grab the coke, and then yes, let's just grab like a stack of iron, turn it into a set of blocks, and then that should be oh, right. I forgot about that. That's not how this works. I would have to melt it in the smeltery, which, yeah, I think this should be more than fine. And you know what? While I'm at it, let me throw away this. Let me grab a bucket of this creosote like so, and then let's go ahead and toss that bad boy into a tank, because that's gonna give us infinite creosote oil. Lovely jubbly. And then dude, we need a spot to put the stuff, and then boom, there's our steel, which is gonna allow us to make the flint and steel. I need flint, which I believe I can use 3 pieces of gravel to make, right? No. Oh, it's 1 piece of gravel. Perfect. Even better. Even cheaper. Grab that and make ourselves a flint and steel. And then that's going to allow us to go ahead and make ourselves, I believe, the obsidian for the nether portal. I'm going to put this pretty far away from our base because the nether portal is so obnoxiously annoying. And I also just don't want it to spawn piglins and stuff in our base. And that's just going to be really obnoxious and annoying. So I'm going to put our nether portal quite a ways away. Actually, funny enough, all the way down this little hallway. That's going to be more than fine. Let's grab ourselves. You know what? Let's use these. I just fell off the thing again. I've decided that I'm just going to go in between episodes and get my stuff back. So yeah, I made a new flint and steel, grab some more obsidian, and yeah, we're going to go ahead and build up our nether portal really fast and hopefully not fall back into the void again. Because yeah, skill issue. And bam, we should be able to go ahead and do that. And we should, in theory, into the nether here for the very first time. This is going to be really bad, I feel. Oh God, this is going to be sketchy. Let's hope that we can get in here and find what we need. Yeah, if not, we're kind of in trouble. All right, perfect. Look at this nether. All right, lovely jubbly. Is that what I think that is? That is sulfur. That's exactly what we need. But unfortunately, my pickaxe is currently in the void, so that's gonna have to wait till next time, because unfortunately, guys, we're out of time for today's episode. So with that being said, as I almost fall off the damn portal again because it put me on the wrong side, in the last episode we went to the nether and we also got immersive engineering up and going. Because we needed steel to go to the nether, we had to make some coal coke and then turn that into steel using some iron, and then voila, we have steel to go to the nether. But in today's episode, my plan is to go ahead and build a mob farm because I was watching Hypnotize PO2 Kappa Mode series, and it just dawned on me that there is an early game flight that we can get through the mob farm, and that is the fact that we can get special armor with special abilities like night vision, saturation, and or I believe some sort of flight that allows us to sneak and climb and stuff, which is really cool. So yeah, that is my plan for today's episode. As you can see, in between episodes, I went ahead and built up a nice little beautiful platform for us to go ahead and take advantage of today and build up a nice little mob farm, maybe an auto mob farm as well. I mean, I don't know, can we indeed make vector plates, or is that something that we just don't have access to? It doesn't look like vector plates are a thing in this pack. However, what about mob fans, right? Those got to be a thing. I feel like those are definitely a thing because I remember when I used to play this pack way back in the day when I was like 14, 15 years old, that I remember building a mob farm using some sort of fan. I'm gonna have to go ahead and find that. Aha, I found it. It is called the fan from Open Blocks, and it's relatively cheap actually. Doesn't cost that much stuff, which is really good, by the way. So I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna make a very basic run-of-the-mill mob farm, like the classic style mob farm. Man, I haven't built one of these in like forever since I've been playing obviously higher versions of Minecraft, where you know mob spawns are different, right? They spawn due to different light levels and things like that, and how, you know, like slab mechanics have changed. So it's been quite a while since I've actually built this style of mob farm, which kind of makes me worried because I don't really remember how to build it, to be fair, because it's been such a long time since I've actually built this thing. But yeah, so the classic is, by the way, what we do is we take this, I guess, dude, I'm gonna go right down the middle here, and then I'm gonna leave, let's see, how many blocks gap? I think like 4. I think 4 block gap on either side is going to be good. So what we'll do is put this here like this. I'm going to make it 3 wide. And then hold on, let me do this on the other side as well. So that way we know how big we need to go. So something like this would be perfect. Okay, beautiful. And then what we're going to do is do this 2 high like that. And then this is going to come on the outside like so. And then I guess what we'll do is we'll do like a full wraparound for right now. And you know what? We're probably going to make this automatic. So I don't think this part matters too much, to be fair. I do want to make sure that we can put lights in this thing just in case if we do want to end up turning it off at some point. That would be probably a useful thing to have. And then bam, bam, boom. Dude, I really wish that vector plates were a thing in this. I'm pretty sure those mob fans are not that great. If I remember correctly, those mob fans are kind of poo-poo. And yeah, that would be really nice if we, you know, had a better variant. I already miss cork, dude. Now, do note you do want slabs as well for your roof as well. Also, make sure that you only make it about like 3 and maybe 4 blocks tall just for Enderman. I think this is going to be tall enough, especially when we put the capped roof on it. This should in theory technically be good to go now, and it should start to spawn in a bunch of monsters. And the reason why we're also capping the roof as well is because the fact that yeah, we don't want anything spawning on the roof, especially during blood moons, because that would be really bad. And now what we do is we break this whole thing around here, right? And we're gonna go ahead and put slabs. And then once we do that, we should in theory be able to start to get monster spawns away once we walk away from this thing. Also, this is indeed 3 blocks tall. Lovely. Just want to make sure that's the case. And then yeah, we're pretty much good to go. Let me take this down as well because we don't need those as well. And then we're pretty much ready to go with this mob spawner. Let's go ahead and put the thing here, the slabs. I may have built it wrong. It might be a little too high. I might have had to put that in the floor, but that's fine. I mean, we're about to make a really good, yeah, it's a little too high, but yeah, that's fine. Honestly, that will do. And then I'll put that there. Make sure that everything is nice and lit up. because we don't want monsters spawning on this, because that would be very terrible, of course. Now that that's done, if I step all the way over here, it should start to go ahead and spawn in monsters. Yeah, you can kind of see there's already a monster inside of there. Beautiful, lovely jubbly. Okay, so I want to also shout out someone in the last episode. They had mentioned that if I wanted to get the bookmarking, I could have basically updated Forge and then grab the GTNH JEI, which has all the updated version features of 112 in it in 1710. But I was thinking that would work, but also doing that would probably break a lot of the mods that are not updated for that Forge version, and specifically also a lot of the newer forges for that specifically are updated for higher versions of Java, which this mod pack is not made for. So yeah, I don't think it would work per se, but it was a really, really good shout for that person, which I do appreciate that. Okay, so I feel like the next thing that we should probably do is upgrade our tool forge a little bit. Honestly, I think, yeah, that's fine. Let's upgrade our tool forge. Let's not hopefully drop it into the void, because that would be really annoying. And we're just gonna, oh no, I forgot. I have the slab version. That's an RIP. I totally forgot I had the slab version. Crafting station, and that's just a crafting table. That's my bad. I totally forgot I had that. Oops, that's all right. We can go ahead and fix that. That's not really too big of a problem. Crafting station with the pattern, of course. So one of these. And then we're gonna need some seared brick for this. Now, do we have any spare? I don't think. Oh no, we got plenty to spare. Perfect. Just what I want to see as well. Spare parts of everything. Beautiful. And then I need to go ahead and cast out like 36 iron into a casting basin, because in this pack, if you didn't know, you can't manually craft blocks. That's not a thing. So we have to actually sit here and melt these down in the smeltery. Also, in between episodes, I did make manual. I did process our cobalt and ardite, creative mode it, and yeah, so now we have a bunch of manual to go ahead with our whatchamacallit smeltery, which is beautiful, by the way. So I'm gonna go ahead, and I didn't mean to melt it into another pickaxe head. God damn it. I'm gonna have to remelt that back into an ingot. Hiya. Okay, now that we have our 4 blocks of iron, what I should be able to go ahead and do is take our tool station, put it in the middle with 3 seared bricks on top, and then of course 4 blocks of iron like so. Go ahead and make our tool forge like so. Beautiful. And now that's gonna allow us to go ahead and make a few things like throwing knives and better weapons like the rapier, long sword, a broadsword. I think you can make that in a normal tool station, but that's gonna require us to go ahead and make some stuff. I want to make a normal sword, so I'm gonna need a sword blade, I believe a wide guard, I want to say, and then oh god, dude, the freaking JEI is in the way. Why did that's such a bad design, I feel. Let's see, how do I hide JEI? I think it's like some sort of button combination. Control O is that button thing. I'm gonna want a wide guard for sure. Let's go ahead and drop those in there. What else am I gonna need for my sword here? And of course a tool rod. Okay, so let's make our tool rod out of stone, I guess. And hold on, it's misbehaving. So tool rod. Oh, that's right. I can't make it out of stone. I forgot. And then come over here and I guess make our wide body out of flint. That might be a good shout here. Where is my flint here? 1 gravel to 1 flint. Lovely. Let's go ahead and put that in there. Can I not make it out of flint? Or is it one of those ones that we have to make it out of metal? It might have to be made out of metal. Interesting. Oh, it tells us what we can make it out of here. Obsidian, nether quartz, Certus quartz, mana steel, terra steel, elementium, peridot, ruby, sapphire, jade, dark. I wonder what's going to be better here. I feel like since this is like the wide body of our sword, we should probably make it out of obsidian or something, right? Let's see if this is the version that allows us to do this. It is. Oh my god, beautiful. And I think I'm gonna have to not use this stone tool rod, unfortunately. Dang, that's really unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, I guess what we could do, I think wood's a thing in this. I think we are allowed to use wood, but I'm not 100% certain on that. I guess we can just try it out, right? All it really is all about basically trial and error. That's knife blade, a tool rod made out of wood. Yeah, we can totally do that. Okay, so let's see. And then I'm gonna want to make a sword blade, of course. And dude, this inventory right now is just a mess. So that, and then our wide guard like so. And then let me quickly make a quick and dirty sword blade, which is gonna require me to get some gold. Okay, so let's go ahead and cast out a whatchamacallit manual sword blade like so. I still haven't figured out. Oh no, I did figure out what I was gonna use. A wooden tool rod, and then of course a obsidian binding. I think that's gonna be our sword now done. So one sword blade, one obsidian wide guard, and then one tool rod, and then that's gonna be Hunter's first blade is gonna be the name of this guy. Perfect. Reinforcement 3, and I guess we can either go more durability, and we can put, I believe, diamonds on that if we want to, or I don't think that's gonna do anything. It's just gonna make it more durable. So I'm thinking, let's go grab some maybe nether quartz from the nether if we don't already have nether quartz. It doesn't look like we have any. And let's get some nether quartz real quick to go ahead and up the attack damage on our sword. After acquiring some quartz, what we're gonna go ahead and do is upgrade our sword with hopefully, oh my god, this is, yeah, this is god awful. Hold on, can I like speed this up by, you know, doing something like this and then putting this in here instead, and you know, potentially speeding this up, because dear god, this is slow. Oh my god, I see why you want the auto freaking table. And we're already at 6 hearts of damage. Nice. Okay, so funny enough, I'm gonna go ahead and take my knife blade thing, put it down, make a manual knife blade, and I believe, I guess the only thing that we need for knives is like a stick, right? Or a tool rod, right? Is that how that works? So if I look at the knife, yeah, it's just a tool rod and a knife blade. That's very interesting. Luckily for us, we have, you know what, actually, I take that back. I want to make a whatchamacallit tool rod here, an obsidian tool rod. Ooh, that's actually Giga Chad move right there. That way it will give us like the whatchamacallit reinforcement 3 as well. Oh, that's such a good idea. I totally forgot to name it. Whoops. Hunter's throwable, sure. And I think 3.5 hearts. I don't know if this is like doing anything. I'm not really seeing it do anything. Ah, it's increasing the hearts and damage, right? So now it does 4.5 hearts of damage. And what I should be able to go ahead and do is take this guy now and charge it up and yeet it at monsters like so. Oh, it's so satisfying. Get back here. I love this thing. Ooh, wait. Oh my god, we can creative loot bags. Yes, please. You know what's the most annoying thing? Remember how I needed sulfur dust and I was like, oh, we gotta go to the nether for that. Turns out you can get it from the freaking mob farm. I should have just built a mob farm this whole time, by the way, and we would have had like all those problems solved. Oh my god, we got 2 legendary loot bags from that. That's like absolutely insane that we got 2 legendary loot bags. These are the things that I was talking about right here. These artifact thingamabobbers here. As you can see, when equipped, fills hunger when half empty. Dude, that's actually a really cool artifact. What? That's a little OP. And then let's go ahead and take that and creative that. Now we have infinite of those, which means we can get some free saturation from that. Actually really sick. Spectre ingots. And I believe we can get like a bunch of artifacts, I believe, from opening up these loot bags. We're looking for sneak on air. Yeah, I'm gonna keep opening these until I get my sneak on air artifact. It only took a couple more tries and I got it. Would you look at that? Beautiful. This is gonna allow us, so let's say if I get knocked off an edge, or if I fall off an edge or anything like that. Oh no, it's on a chest piece. Oh no. I either have to choose whether if I want that extra hunger. Oh, I definitely want sneaking on air. This is so OP for getting around. I opened a couple more loot bags and I pretty much got some pretty OP gear. Check this out. Senses nearby ores when equipped, lets me fly, gives me night vision, gives me a health boost, and then I got even more OP things like health boosting rings. Dude, artifacts? OP, man. Alrighty, dude, this is so freaking sick. So now that we've got the dang sulfur that we need, thankfully, finally, we can actually make some more progress in the progress department, thankfully. Oh, we got a safari net as well. Okay. Ooh, let's create the blacker lotuses as well. That's probably going to be pretty important. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of these things. And let me also creative mode the blitz rod, sulfur, and all that fun stuff. Dude, I'm so happy I got the sneak on air because, dude, if I fall off one more bloody time, I'm gonna be very upset. So yeah, now that we have that, I can jump and not worry about yeah, I mean, I'll have to worry about taking damage, but I won't have to be worrying about dying all of a sudden, which is so nice. Oh dude, this is so OP. So last episode we were working on making the upgrade for our sieve, right? And we need, if I remember correctly, we need the speed upgrades, right? Because this is the fortune upgrade. So speed upgrades are going to require us to make some invar. Pyrotheum was the main thing that we needed help with. So yeah, we're gonna need that. So we're gonna need one of those. And what was the other thing? And then coal. Invar is fine. We've already got that. But we just need sulfur. Oh, we need redstone, blaze powder, and coal powder. Coal powder is not gonna be too difficult to make, honestly. It's just gonna take a little bit of stuff. So we need redstone, and to get coal powder, the easiest way, of course, is gonna be using the quartz grindstone from Applied Energistics, which is gonna require some either charged Certus quartz, and other stuff, and some wood stuff. Okay, perfect. So to get that, I guess we can use this guy. That's charged Certus. I don't want that. I want normal Certus, and then we already have another quartz as well. Thankfully, we went and got that, and then boom, and then we just need cobblestone and wood basically, and then that's all we need to make some coal powder, which is going to be this guy over here. And then we should in theory be able to make these upgrades. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to need quite a bit of wood here. Boom. And then I'm going to need sticks, just 2 for now, right? 2 sets, because we need a set of gears like so. And then bam, nope, we're not there yet. We need stone and then cobblestone. So stone and cobblestone, and then we should be ready to go. Boom, lovely. And then to make the crank for this, actually funny enough, we're gonna need a couple more sets of sticks. I believe it's gonna be 4, right? Nope, it's gonna be 5 sets of sticks. That's really annoying because it's gonna be 1 left over, and then we go ahead and place this down, I guess, anywhere, right? Put this here inside of it and then crank it like so, and it should give us some pulverized coal, which is gonna allow us to go ahead and make the pyrotheum, right? And boom, pulverized coal, lovely. And we just need to go ahead and make the speed upgrades, which shouldn't be that difficult. It's gonna require us to make some pyrotheum, lovely, lovely. And then let's go make sure that we creative this, because we're probably gonna be using this later. I don't know if pyrotheum is an active fuel and smelteries. Now, one of the things that I do remember in this mod pack is the fact that gasoline, I believe, is the highest tier of smeltery fluid that we can use to go ahead and heat up our smeltery with, which is actually really sick. And we should be able to make some speed upgrades. There's that quest complete, hopefully. That should be ticking over any second now. There it is. Lovely jubbly. And we did all of that because we wanted hemp seeds, right? Or at least to be able to get the chance to get hemp seeds. So if we go back, hemp seeds, may harvest hemp seeds by breaking grass. Wait, what? And grow grass through bone mealing grass blocks. May find any information you need in the engineer's manual. So I was right. I do need to bone meal grass. I went through all of that work for nothing. Oh, wow. I feel skamazed. How have we not got a single piece of hemp? Watch, now that I have the quest unlocked, it's going to give it to me. I finally got the dang hemp seed. Oh my god, dude, that took forever, which means I should, in theory, be able to make it much easier now. So if I grab, let's just say, I don't know, hold on, I gotta find a good place to do this. I'm thinking we just do like a quick and dirty little setup, right? Like something like right here. And oh wait, do we have any dirt by any chance? Yes. If we take some dirt, put it over the edge like so, and then we give it a bucket of water. That's creosote. I wonder if creosote can hydrate land. That would be really funny. And then I guess we can make a quick and dirty hoe with one durability, because yeah, that's all I really need it for. Toss that out. Let's go ahead and put down our hemp seed. Oh, that's right. In this mod pack, you can't place down the the seeds normally. You actually need what's called a crop stick, and then that crop stick can then go ahead and hold your plants for you. Yeah, go agricraft, right? And then I should, in theory, be able to bone meal this and get the hemp that we need. You know what, totally forgot why we even needed hemp in the first place. Okay, there we go. I totally forgot what I needed this for. All right, why did I need the hemp for? What were you needed for? Oh, right, the hemp rope coils or something? Yeah, to make the copper coils, to make the generators, to get the power. That's right. That's what I needed you for. If I take this and then do this, right? Boom, take that. And then I think it wants me to surround that in copper, right? Is that correct? Yeah, I need copper ingots surrounding this whole thing. You know what I should do at some point? I should actually take all of my materials and then break them down, cook them, creative mode them, so that way I have like infinite materials and stuff. I should really do that at some point. I will get around to doing that. There we go. Copper's now done. Dude, I'm so happy I can just jump and sneak and do all the cool stuff in the yard. It's so sick. Take that and then creative it. I can't believe, dude, all this was just to make the coils, to make the generators. Okay, so we should be able to take this coppers and make the copper coils like so. Beautiful. Okay, so we're looking to make the lava generator, right? Basic tier, which is going to require us to make the survivalist generator. I'm pretty sure I pretty much have everything except for the piston. So we need a piston, which is going to need wood, cobblestone, which I already have, a bunch of red alloy and electrotine alloy. Oh god, dude. I hope that this is going to be some good power, because I mean, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be like 5 billion RF attack, unfortunately, but it's going to be a good starting point, I feel, for us, right? So let's eat up our apple juice, and then we're going to need a piston. I'm going to need another iron block, by the way. It looks like, why can't I make pistons? What am I missing? I got the planks, I got the cobblestone. I'm missing the iron. Right. You know what? While I'm at it, let me cook up a block of iron. That shouldn't be terrible. And then while we're waiting for that, let's make, I need to make an iron furnace, which means I need to make a furnace, which means I'm gonna need a boatload of cobblestone here. Oh god, this is one of those things where like you can't, put it in with the W key. So it's really freaking annoying to deal with. I really love my W key, but yeah. There we go. Compressed cobblestone. How did that even happen? Perfect. There we go. And then take this, turn it into a furnace, turn the furnace into this. Lovely. And then we're gonna need a piston for that. And then once we do that, we can go ahead and do that. Survivalist generator, get. Perfect. And then once we do that, we're pretty much almost there to go ahead and get our lava gen up and going, which is perfect. Give me the survivalist generator back. I don't know why I created that, but I think I should just creative every little step that I can. And we're just missing platinum. Gold we have that. Okay, so we have gold. We do not have platinum though. I have to cook platinum. Where is platinum? There it is. We barely have enough to cook platinum, but there you go. Let's go and toss that inside the furnace. I know I'm wasting furnace fuel. All right, we're pretty much ready to go ahead and make this. I just gotta go ahead and pour out this block of iron. And yeah, dude, this episode has been jam-packed. We got a mob farm, we got the hemp seeds, we got weaponry upgraded, we got a bunch of stuff in this episode. It feels so surreal and feels so good, honestly. Basically make a great like episode, right? There we go. Boom. And now we just got lava generation. In the last episode, we built this beautiful looking mob farm. We also got this very OP set of armor that gives us health boost, gives us basically flight, and we also got night vision from that as well. And we also happen to go ahead and finish crafting up the lava generator. So this guy right here, we got our very first lava generator. But in today's episode, my plan is to go ahead and make the QED, because that's going to allow us to get into machines and everything else that we need. So we're going to need the QED. So we'll start with that for now. And then I believe the QAD needs some sort of thing. So if we look at extra utilities, oh my God, this is old extra utilities. That is actually crazy to think about. Wait, does the at system not work in this anymore? I am not seeing that work, but that's fine. So we're going to need a few things. Diamond etched computation matrix. We're gonna need a computer, so we're gonna need some burnt quartz. We're gonna need some ender diamonds. I don't think I've gotten ender pearls yet, so we're gonna have to figure out how to get our hands on some ender pearls, because I haven't seen a enderman spawn inside of our spawner yet. You know what, that just reminded me, actually, can we get ender pearls from this guy right here? I believe we can. Yes, we can get ender pearl dust from sifting some crushed endstone. After sieving that endstone, I got myself 10 ender pearls dust, and what I'm gonna go ahead and do with this ender pearls dust is I'm gonna go ahead and take it and shove it in the smeltery, right? So I can take this and shove it in the smeltery to get resonant ender, right? I would assume. So if I take a few of these, perfect. And then those are gonna cook up into resonant ender. Hopefully it's going to be very slow, and then we're going to take those, and you know what, let's grab a piece of gold here. Let's get that cooked up. You know what, I'm just noticing that is not doing what I want it to do, so I think what I need to do, here we go. Right, so I take this, I take 9 of those and turn it into an ender pearl like so. So now we have ender pearls, which thankfully we don't have to deal with, I guess. Take those, do that, grab a stack of ender pearls and then a stack of diamonds as well, and we're gonna go ahead and take those guys and craft them together. So diamond in the middle surrounded by 4 ender pearls should give us the ender diamonds that we need for that. Let's grab us some stone really quickly. Also, I'm gonna throw away some of this stuff. We don't need this stuff right now. Get it out of our inventory. It's taking up space. And beautiful. We're gonna grab some stone and then some redstone, because we're gonna need to make the computer. I believe we also need glass panes for that. So let me come over here and grab myself some glass, which I thought I had over here. Beautiful. Go ahead and make some glass panes the default way, which is gonna be 6 pieces of glass. Wonderful. And we need the QED. Jesus Christ, I keep messing that up for some reason. Which we're gonna need the computer. Bam, bam, boom. Oh my God. JEI is not good in this version. Boom, boom, boom. And then let's go ahead and get this guy. Oh wait, we need burnt quartz, which means we're gonna have to go ahead and get ourselves some nether quartz, of course, and then turn that into a block form, and then cook that up in a furnace, which is gonna make the burnt quartz that we need. And just like that, we should be ready to go ahead and make the diamond etched computational matrix like so. And now we just need some ender infused obsidian, which is gonna be ender pearls plus obsidian, which I should be able to go ahead and grab from over here. Beautiful. I guess we only realistically need 1 of those, because it's gonna give us 4 for craft. I guess we can make 2 of those. That's burnt quartz. Grab myself some obsidian. Perfect. You know, I might as well make a second set, and that should be fine. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and grab that, and then that's done. Eyes of Ender, which is just gonna need ender pearls and some blaze powder, which we already have from sifting. So let's go ahead and make 2 of those bad boys like so, and then we're pretty much ready for this. We just need to go ahead and make a crafting table, which shouldn't be that hard. Grab 4 planks like so, and then turn those into a crafting table, and then boom, we have the QED. Lovely. Now I need to remember what we need for this. Aha, I figured out what we need. We need the ender flame flux crystals. Okay, so ender, I think it's dash flux. Yeah, here we go. These guys right here. Okay, so we're gonna need another eye of ender. That's gonna be easy enough for us. You know what? We're probably also gonna want to toss these into a drawer. So let me quickly just jump up here. I totally can do this. Lovely. Go ahead and pop this. No. Oh god, no. Don't do that. I did not mean to do that. Can I pick this up with a pickaxe? I need obsidian level. It tells me I can, so. Okay, so we should be able to go ahead and craft one of these ender flux doodads. Perfect. All right. So let's go ahead and grab a few things of these. So now that we have our QAD, what we should be able to go ahead and do is take this bad boy and do a plus shape. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, so this is the middle. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then find the middle in this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the center. 1, 2, 3, 4. And go 4 in every direction, like so. And then let's go ahead and break these guys down because we're going to need, actually, yeah, that's fine. And you know what? We're going to need a quick and dirty little system here. A wand, if you will. Do I not have any more sticks hanging around? I do. Let me grab 2 sticks and make myself a quick and dirty wand to go ahead and expand these much easier. At least I hope these can be wand. I didn't really check that, but hopefully they can be wand. And if they can be wand. Beautiful. Go ahead and take these guys and do this. By the way, the more of these ender flux things you have, the more it will speed up the QED. So that's just a little side note. And I'm going to go, that's 4 layers, 5 layers. We just happened to run out. And then count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This guy right here is the center of this whole thing. Lovely. Let's go ahead and get more of those guys, and then we'll be right back. Okay, so I think my plan now is to quickly go through all of my things here. So we already got iron, we got gold already, you know, do like the copper, the aluminum, the platinum, the osmium, and stuff like that to go ahead and make the ingots and all of our materials that we need. So yeah, I'm gonna try and do that. I don't think we are missing, I think, a few things. Did I say lead? I don't know if I said lead in this. I don't think I did. Yeah, no, we're missing lead, which we got from here. Let's see, anything else that I might be missing? I think I pretty much got it all. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and process all this stuff and then do the whole like creative mode thing and blah blah blah. So yeah, we'll be right back. Okay, so we should be able to go ahead and make our very first machine chassis. We are going to need the QED for this, which we're going to need this basic capacitor, which we're going to have to use the QED for. And then we're also going to need this capacitor. So some copper, some red alloy, and some gold. Let me go ahead and grab some gold, some copper, and then our red alloy is down here like so. And we're going to go ahead and craft up some capacitors. So let me grab this. So we're going to want to go ahead and make ourselves a capacitor using the QED, of course. Can't forget that. Not the crafting station. So let's come over here and come up here and get ready to go ahead and craft the capacitor. Where is the recipe? Here we go. We're going to need this guy right here. So it's going to be copper and then 4 red alloy. Okay, so let's see. So 4 red alloy, a copper ingot, and then I believe some gold, right? What is on that bottom piece of that capacitor recipe? Yeah, gold. Okay, so I lied, and apparently that is not how the QED works in this version. Well, poopers. So I have to break this whole thing down again and build it the right way. So let's go ahead and grab this guy from here, and then we'll be right back. Let's go ahead and put down our QED like so, and then surround it by the, whatchamacallit here, the ender flux dudes like so. And this is apparently how this works. So if I put the 2 gold, the red alloy in like this, and then put the copper in the middle, that is still not working the way it's supposed to for some reason. Capacitor from this guy, unless if I have the wrong red alloy. I don't. What is missing in this recipe? Aha, I'm smart. If I had paid attention, that isn't the QED. I'm an idiot. So let me see here. Capacitor, there we go. And boom. I guess that's how you make it. My bad. I thought it was a QED recipe, but it wasn't, unfortunately. So the capacitor is going to need the capacitor, of course. So 2 gold and 2 red alloy. And then, of course, this capacitor. And oh my God, it's working. I knew that's how that worked. And then the capacitor is going to get put into a drawer, of course, because why would I not? There we go. Throw that in there. Get it creative mode. We are going to need a few other things like the, whatchamacallit here, the iron bars, I believe. So we're trying to make the machine chassis from the Ender IO mod, which is going to require us to use a QAD with some steel and then some iron bars with the capacitor, which we just crafted. So iron bars are very cheap to make. Bam, bam, boom. And then we just need some steel, which we have over here. We can go ahead and toss this into the QED. And then that's going to go ahead and make us our basic machine chassis. There we go. And put the steel around the corners. Or is it the other way around? I think it's the other way around here. So yeah, I'll grab you. And then that's going to make our very basic machine chassis. Lovely jubbly. Awesome, dude. This is going to be getting us our very first machine that we're going to want here, which is going to be the alloy smelter, by the way. We're going to go ahead and get the alloy smelter. There we go. We're going to need a gold furnace, some iron blocks, a cauldron, and then obviously that machine frame, which, by the way, we can go ahead and upgrade our furnaces, by the way. I believe if I just come over here, I need to repair my pickaxe first, though. So drop that iron inside of there with the pickaxe, dude, and that should, in theory, allow me to fix it. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead and take this furnace real fast, and we're going to go ahead and upgrade it with some iron, and then from iron to gold, like so. And then of course we're gonna have to have some fun here and put it into a little drawer, give it the creative mode. So it's gonna be 3 and then 4 iron blocks. Oh boy, you know what, it actually might pay off to actually make a compacting drawer, because I'm pretty sure that we can use compacting drawers to compact ingots into blocks. You know what I decided to do right this second? I'm actually gonna make compacting drawers, I think, for all of our ingots. I think it's just smarter to do that, right? So compacting drawers. Oh God. I say that, and then you know what? Oh dude, do I really want to do that right now? I kind of do though. So red alloy wire, that's gonna be easy enough. I can afford that. What do I can't afford? I think it's just I need to afford a few extra things here, and then grab that, and then the compactor just needs 4 pistons, like so. I need 8, right? Well, I mean, I guess I could creative mode it as well. This is where I probably could have went with the whatchamacallit for the thing here. I probably could have went for the satchel instead, or the strongbox instead, and that would have been a much more better creative item. But honestly, it's tough, man. It's really tough. There we go. All right, what are we missing from this? I need, so for compacting drawers, I need brass ingots, a compressed crafting table, and what looks like 4x4 drawers, which again isn't that difficult to make. It's just a bit of time consuming. So that, and then I need, what else do I need for that? I needed, let's see, I need brass, which is going to be probably the best way to make this is going to be, I'm not seeing a smelting recipe. Copper to zinc. Okay, so if I do 3 copper to 1 zinc, and I do that, we have nickel, which is ferrous. Okay, so if I do this, I can go and try and make some brass real fast in the smeltery, because we don't quite have our alloy smelter just yet. So let's go ahead and throw in 3 copper. This smeltery is a mess. I am not liking this. So it turns out I can't melt zinc in the smeltery. So it looks like my thing I wanted to do is not going to be possible at the moment. But I have a plan. Don't worry, I have a plan. I'm going to take this and make a bunch of iron in here, and then I'm going to make the alloy smelter, and then I think we can make the brass. I think. Wait a second, we might be able to still do this. If I take this out, oh god, I have to finish beating this up for a second. But if I break down the copper and the whatchamacallit down, the copper and the zinc, I think I can totally make this. I think it's possible, right? So I guess we'll find out here. So if I take these two things and then we throw them in the crafting grid like so, I think I should be able to take this now and melt this down. Yes. Okay, good. Let me break this because, dude, we have so much in there. I don't want anything to mix with anything. So, and just like that, we've got our very first brass ingot. Wow. I guess we didn't really need the alloy smelter for that, did we? There we go. Grab that. And we should now be able to go ahead and make some compacting drawers, right? So come over here and make the compacting drawer. I am still missing, oh, right, the compressed crafting table, which is going to need 9 crafting tables, of course. So grab 4 of those and then make one last crafting table and then compress them like so. And we should be able to go ahead and now make the compacting drawer, which I'm 1000% going to go ahead and creative right here. Boom. And then go ahead and creative that bad boy. Now I should, in theory, be able to place this down and put our iron in here, and it doesn't compact into blocks. Because of course it doesn't. Oh, I feel skamazed. Okay, well, back in you go. Okay, I think I am ready to go ahead and make our alloy smelter boy. Like so. Oh wait, we need to do it in the QED. And also, first of all, we're gonna need a cauldron. Thank God I noticed that before I went over there. Okay, so 4 iron blocks, the machine frame, and then the 3 golden furnaces, and then the cauldron. And that should make our very first ever machine, by the way. Augers. So you're gonna be 1, 2, 3, the thing down here, and then of course you have 4 blocks of iron like so, and then the machine casing in the middle, and that's gonna make our very first machine. Wowzers. Boom. Awesome. Now that we got our very first machine, we're gonna need a few things. I want to see how expensive conduits are to make. Let's see. Energy conduits, max output 30,000, enhanced, and then enders 180,000, but I need enhanced, which needs the conductive. Oh, that's right. The conduit binder needs salt. How does one get their hands on salt? I just remembered this. Salt is going to be a problem. I'm going to go check the nether to see if the nether has any sort of salt ore. Alrighty, guys. We ended up finding some of this beautiful salt ore in the nether. So let's go ahead and create that bad boy. I think I pretty much have to go ahead and smelt this. You know what? I made a mistake. I totally just didn't creative mode my gold furnace. So wait, no, I did. What am I doing? It's right in front of me. I'm a silly goose sometimes. And let's go ahead and cook this salt ore up with some coal, and hopefully it'll give me salt ore. That way I can go ahead and cook that, get me some salt, and get me some conduits. Alrighty, guys. So to make conduits, what we're gonna go ahead and do is grab ourselves some salt like so. I've already forgotten what the recipe is. So conduit binder is going to be salt, clay, and then some dust blocks. So clay is right here, and let's go ahead and grab some dust blocks like so. That's clay. Dust blocks like so. And then let's go ahead and make this like so. Let me grab this. I don't need too much of this. Go ahead and take that and smelt it. I don't think we need the conduit binder like base form, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take some coal and smelt that up. With the binder acquired, we should be able to go ahead and make ourselves some very basic energy conduits with some conductive iron, which I think I can smeltery, right? No. Okay, so that doesn't work. So here's my plan then. Let's take our alloy smelter like so, and let's grab a quick and dirty lava gen from over here and place it behind it like so. And then I guess what we could do technically is grab one of our creative portable tanks with a bucket of lava like so, and then place this on top like so, and see if this can auto output. I don't think that's gonna be the case, but thankfully we have these iron pipes here, which are probably gonna be our best option for pumping liquids into this thing. I'm gonna give it a shot by right clicking this with a crescent hammer to see if that does anything. It does auto output, so that's pretty cool. This should start to be filling up with power at 20 RF a tick, which is great, and I should be able to make my very first conductive iron right now with some iron and some redstone, which I think I have in one of these chests really fast. So there we go. Grab some of that, throw that in there, and then that should start to go ahead and make me some conductive iron. Beautiful. And once we get that, that should allow us to make some energy conduits, the basic tier that is. And then the energetic alloy is going to be redstone, gold, and glowstone. I don't think we've gotten glowstone quite yet. You know what? We have gotten glowstone. So what we can go ahead and do is grab this glowstone from in here, and then we can probably make our very first set of energetic alloy as well, with gold, of course, which we already have, which is nice. So let's go ahead and grab this conductive iron. So 1 glowstone plus 1 redstone plus 1 gold should equal the energetic alloy. We are going to need the energetic alloy to make the vibrant alloy with ender pearls, so that should be fairly simple once we go ahead and get this all creative. Also, when you go make the vibrant alloy, make sure to switch this to alloys only, because if you put the ender pearl in there, it's going to make ender pearl dust. I found that out the hard way. So yeah, make sure you just quickly just switch that over from all smelting to just alloys only, and then that should fix that problem. Okay, so with all that acquired, what I should be able to do is make some basic energy conduits like so, and then upgrade those to the enhanced ones like so, and then upgrade those guys to the ender versions, which is beautiful, which now we have a whopping 180,000 arithmetic conduit, which is going to allow us to do a lot, and I mean a lot of things, which is perfect. So let's go ahead and grab that. Honestly, we're probably not going to be using these for a while. Honestly, like a while. Generator, like what do we have? What do we need to make the next tier lava gen? It looks like we just need a transfer node energy, which needs transfer node items, and then of course this thing. Oh god, this is like crazy. So speed upgrades, depth upgrades, and some more speed upgrades. Speed upgrades. Oh my god, this is crazy. So gold nuggets, and redstone blocks. Okay, that feels relatively simple to make. So grab myself some of that. Do we have a crafting table on a stick? I doubt we do. Yeah, I didn't think so. That's kind of unfortunate, and I don't really want to carry an extra crafting table with me because that feels just wrong. So put that away, and we're gonna need speed upgrades, right? So we want the next lava generator, so this guy here, which is gonna need the QED, or sorry, the energy transfer node, and then we're gonna need speed upgrades, and then depth first search. These are some crazy looking recipes. Gold I don't have, but I can go ahead and grab. So gold ingots like so. Let's make a few of those, and then let's go make some stuff in the QED. So let's start with the speed upgrades. If I come in here and we start with the speed upgrades, it's going to be 3 gold nuggets, 2 gold ingots, and then 4 redstone blocks like so, and that's gonna make 4 speed upgrades. Okay, beautiful. Not that that matters because, well, we have creative mode, so that really doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and pop those in here, and then let's grab a stack of those out of there, and I think we now need to make the omnidirection thingy. So and to make this, we're gonna need this, which is gonna need the depth upgrade. So 3 speed upgrades, and then what looks like to be 4 of those. I don't have enough redstone. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this guy really fast. What we're gonna go ahead and need is this. And like I said, okay, so it's gonna be 2 ingots going diagonal like that, and then 3 speed upgrades, and then the rest are gonna be, there you go, lovely jubbly. And then once we get that, let's go ahead and create this, and then we should be able to go ahead and make our very first energy transfer node, which is poggers. Let's go ahead and make sure that we creative mode that bad boy. Grab a stack of those, and we're gonna need for this transfer node items, and then yes, oh wait, we're not done quite yet. We had to take this guy and 6 redstone blocks. I only have 5. Of course I do. A very easy fix. And then once we do that, I think we're pretty much ready to go. I'm gonna have to make some item transfer nodes, which is gonna be easy enough. Let's go ahead and go over here and craft up the final upgrade that we need for this freaking generator. So 3 of those, 2 of those, 1 of these, and then that should make this thing upgrade. Beautiful. And then we're gonna take this and make ourselves the transfer node energy once I get the transfer node item. Never mind, I didn't have to craft one because I already had one. Beautiful. grab 4 of those bad boys, and then grab 4 gold, and then one of those upgrades. I already have the gold in my inventory. Lovely jubbly. Grab one of these, and we should have ourselves a energy transfer node, which, by the way, I don't think we really need because we already have super OP item conduits. So I don't think that really matters too much. And then bam, bam, boom. Is that not the recipe? It's the other way around, because of course it is. You go there and there. Perfect. And then energy transfer node. Lovely jubbly. Now, all we have to do is get ourselves 8 of these generators like so. And then once we get 8 of these generators, again, come over the QAD and put them in the chest pattern with the transfer node in the middle. Is it not a QAD recipe? Oh, really? It's just a crafting recipe. Is this one also a crafting recipe? Yes, indeed it is. But I think that hyper energy transfer node is indeed a QAD recipe, which, by the way, the next tier generator is pretty expensive actually. So we need for this to make the hyper energy transfer node, which needs 4 of these energy nodes, but it also needs this bedrockium ingot, which requires blocks of bedrockium, which requires us to smelt up octuple compressed cobblestone. But I think, if I'm understanding correctly, that should be fairly easy using these compacting drawers and some cobblestone. I don't think it's going to be terrible to make. If I come over here quickly, and I guess come over here and put these compact machines or these compact drawers down, let's go ahead and toss this cobblestone in there like so, and then throw in a creative vending upgrade. I don't know if that's going to work that way. It should. Grab a stack of those and then put this on top and put this on there, and then creative mode that, and then do that again with this one, put it here and creative mode it, and then do that for the next one. And soon enough, we should have the octuple compressed cobblestone very easily, which is insane, by the way. That's super fast. And then all we gotta do is take this, throw that in there, and it should smelt right up into the bedrockium blocks. Beautiful. And now that we've got this, oh god, mistakes were made. You know what? I'm not gonna even go that far. I'm just gonna come right over here and place it in here like so, and then get rid of that, and then that should, oh god, this is gonna suck. And I'd assume the ingot also does the same thing. I need a backpack, dude. Oh god. Boom. The hyper transfer node energy thing, go ahead and toss that in there like so. Make sure that we go ahead and creative mode that bad boy, and I believe this is just gonna be surrounded by the 8 of these. Yep. And then we should be pretty much good to go with power now. I don't know how much power these generate, but I guess we're gonna soon find out, right? If I come and do this, pop this in here for now, and then give it a creative mode, give it one of these guys. I don't know how much power this is gonna make. I guess what I could do is, oh god, how am I gonna put this? Can I rotate this with a wrench? No, this can't be rotated. Does this auto output on all sides? It does not. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do some fluid conduits. The fluid conduits are gonna be, oh, I need fused quartz, which I can do now. Oh my god, I can do fused quartz now. Ooh, I can do fused quartz now, which is nice. Okay, so if I grab some nether quartz real quick, we can actually cook up some fused quartz, which is super nice. Okay, so we should be able to quickly make some fluid conduits. Bam. And then we can also upgrade those to the pressurized ones. Beautiful. Oh my god, I do not have the inventory space for this. And then we can go ahead and upgrade those to the, whatchamacallit ones here, the ender ones. Oh, wait, they don't require? Okay, that's a weird one. They don't require them to be upgraded. Interesting. You would think they would, but I guess they don't. So that's fine. We can go ahead and now take these guys and creative mode them, because we're going to want to do that, of course. You know what? Actually, no, let's come over here and put them over here. Boop and boop. Lovely jubbly. I just want to see how much power we're going to make with this. So let me pick this up. I can put a ender fluid conduit here. Let me also just disable you. Oh my god, this is the old ender IO. Holy heck. This is a throwback for me. So if I shift left click, I don't think that works with this, unfortunately. And it looks like it's doing 2,560 RF a tick. I have been busy in between episodes. I've done quite a bit of work. As you may notice that all of our drawers are cleaned up. Well, I built a bit of a better platform, quote unquote, we're gonna go ahead and have a new little base. As you can see over here, this is gonna be our new base, and I built a basement and moved all of our stuff downstairs. But for today, my plan is to go ahead and get some power storage, and I think this over here is going to be our area where we put our machines and stuff. So we'll go ahead and put all of our power down here and run the conduits up to the machines up there. So to do that, I'm gonna go ahead and make myself a capacitor bank. So we're gonna want basically the vibrant capacitor bank, which is the big boy, which means we're gonna need to make the automatic capacitors with the QED, with some glowstone, some of the vibrant alloy, and all that fun stuff. So let me quickly grab some basic capacitors like so. Oh, I didn't creative that. I guess I missed that one. That's fine. And go ahead and grab a quick creative upgrade and pop it in there. Did I miss this time? I did not miss this time. Beautiful. Let me go ahead and grab myself some vibrant alloy and of course some energetic alloy to go ahead and craft those things up. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and need to make some double layer capacitors, which we can go ahead and do that with the QED, with some basic capacitors, and of course some coal dust, and then some energetic alloy like so. As you can see, our QED is super fast now, which is sick, by the way. Let me go ahead and put this guy right here where he belongs, and then I need, oh god, I need more creative bending upgrades here. One of those, please, and then grab that, and then we're gonna need some glowstone. Let me come downstairs to be down here and grab some glowstone dust and turn that into blocks like so. Oh, that's right, we can't do that because this is Project Ozone 2 Kappa mode. So I think what we have to do here is grab ourselves some compacting drawers really quickly and do ourselves a favor and plop the glowstone inside of here, and then that should give us the glowstone blocks. Beautiful. Go ahead and put the creative vending upgrade in there, and then go ahead and get the glowstone like so, and then meet us upstairs. And just like that, we now have ourselves the octadic capacitors, just like that. Bam, bam, boom. Lovely jubbly. We can go ahead and go downstairs again and put this inside of here like so. All right, so we're gonna need to make some more capacitor banks, or some capacitor banks rather, sorry, and that's gonna require blocks of redstone, basic capacitors, and what looks like conductive iron. That's fair enough. Let's go ahead and make a bunch of redstone blocks like so, and bam, bam, boom, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Give me some conductive iron. I wonder if I can slash back in this mod pack. I can. Oh, it's gonna bring me to the nether because that's where I was last. Right. Okay, fair enough. I didn't realize that was a thing, but fair enough. We can just go quickly come over here. Alrighty, so we should be able to go ahead and make our very first basic capacitor bank. And that's going to require 4 of those basic capacitors with 4 of the conductive iron with 1 of the redstone blocks in the middle. Lovely jubbly. And then that's going to basically get creative as well. Let's come down here, and I guess what we can do is shove them here on the side. Okay, so this guy, I believe, is then going to get upgraded in the QED again with 2 of these and then 1 of those. We are going to need electrical steel, however, and we don't really have that set up. You know what? Let me go set up my alloy furnace again. And while I'm down here, let me check what we need for the electrical steel so that way I can just grab it and then work on it while I'm up there. Let's see, iron, coal powder, and silicone, which silicone comes from sag milling sand, it looks like. Yeah, okay. Or dust, right? It's a 50% chance with that guy. Okay, so that means we're gonna need to make a sag mill. Oh boy, here we go. To make the sag mill, we're gonna need a few things. We're gonna need obsidian, another one of those machine frames, some iron, and some pistons, of course. You know what? Let me double check the piston recipe again. It's gonna be wood, iron. Okay, so we're gonna need some iron for this bad boy. We're gonna need some what looks like to be the red alloy, yes, and then some cobblestone, and then some other stuff here. So red alloy, which doesn't have a infinite thing. Oh my god, did I just, oh my god, there we go, beautiful. And then we're gonna need some stone. Actually, no, not stone, sorry, cobblestone. We're definitely gonna need some wood old planky boys. So grab some of those. Let's go ahead and make 2 pistons. Bam and bam. And then we're gonna need some obsidian. We're gonna need some of that good old machine chassis, like so. And then we're gonna need some flint. And then that's basically it in the QED. Where is our gravel? Oh, we were just looking at it. How many pieces of flint do I need? 2. Okay, so 2 pieces of flint, like so. And then up to the QAD we go. With the sag mill crafted, what we're gonna go ahead and do is grab ourselves some sand, wherever I put it, right up here. And we're gonna go ahead and chop up some sand real quick. So that way we can go ahead and get the silicone that we need for the electrical steel. Oh, you know what? I actually have coal on me. Never mind, we're good. Let me go ahead and make the electrical steel and we'll be right on back. And just like that, we now have ourselves a very beautiful and tasty capacitor bank tier 2. Bam and bam. Lovely. And now we need the tier 3 here, which is going to be dark steel, which is going to be iron, coal, and obsidian in the alloy smelter. So let's go ahead and pop that in there. And then let's prepare to go ahead and do that. I have obsidian, I have the coal, and I have the iron. So we're pretty much ready to go ahead and take care of that as well. And just like that, we should be able to go ahead and make the vibrant capacitor bank just like that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Here is my plan of action. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some jank stuff and we're gonna do a whole big thing on the side here. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and that is 2 rows. So 3 4 5 6 7 8, like so. And then I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I was gonna have to make a wand here, but I guess I'll do this by hand, and then we'll go ahead and make ourselves a wand. And then what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna bring this all the way down there and then all the way up there, so that way we can go ahead and have a lot, and I mean a lot of power storage, right? I think 1 stack of this is gonna be plenty, or more than 1 stack, obviously. I mean, you know what I mean, right? So let's go ahead and do that. This is gonna be 32 billion RF storage, and that's just for 1 stack. Oh god, we're about to have all of the power, and I mean all of the power. So I did a thing, and yeah, I think this is gonna be more than enough power storage for quite a while. Now we have about, what is that? Oh god, that's 1.4 trillion power storage. That's actually quite a bit, actually. I didn't think it would be that much. Now what we can go ahead and do, if we want, obviously, is come over here and grab ourselves a bunch of these conduits, like so, and we can set up a bunch of these tier 3 lava generators. And I just noticed that, yeah, I don't see my ender fluid conduits in here, which is not ideal, but I think I have some spare upstairs here that we can go ahead and throw in there to get that going. Okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is place down a stack of fluid conduits. So 3 4 5 wait 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, like so. And then we're gonna go ahead and fill this up with lava. And what I'm gonna go ahead and do, oh my god, dude, get out of my way, torch, please. And then once we do this, we're gonna go ahead and place the lava gens on top, the tier 3 ones, of course, the best ones that we can make right now, of course. And then do the whole hooking up to this power bank thing, and hopefully it's gonna be some pretty poggers stuff here. I don't think I can wand these, and I don't really want to try, just in case if it crashes my game. I've already had 1 crash today, so I would really don't want that to happen again. Alrighty, with that whole thing hooked up, what we can go ahead and do is, let me grab a quick and dirty one of these, and then we're gonna need some lava, of course. You know what? I don't even have to do that, honestly. What am I doing? I'm being silly. I can just yoink one of the lava ones that we already have with our crescent hammer, which I believe I left up there. Yoink. I'm gonna take this guy, and let's go downstairs again. And by the way, I can just yeet myself off the top of this and land nice and good. There we go. Place this guy right here, and then tell it to go and extract. Always active, and hopefully that should start to fill things up, because it should have the insert automatically. why you no go in? You know what? You might be one of those weird ones, I think. Yeah, there is no round robin for some reason. I wonder why there's no round robin. Oh god, is it breaking? I think it's breaking. Are you all filling, or like what's the deal here? Or none of you filling? None of them are filling for some reason. I have a theory on why this is not working. I think what we need to do is potentially pull it from the bottom. If not, I really don't know why it's not working, because it doesn't make sense, right? So let's go ahead and put that there, and then take this lava and put it here, and then I'm not gonna be able to get it. So you know what? I'm probably gonna have to put it one block higher. And if that's the case, let's just do this instead. And no, that's not gonna work. Come here. You go here and you go up. Wait, hold on. I can do this. I got this. You go there, and then you on this guy, extract always active. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. And now the problem becomes we don't have enough thingy to pull out. Interesting. I don't have enough to feed all of these generators. You would think I would be able to upgrade the ender fluid conduits, right? But no. Max extract 1 bucket a tick? Are you kidding me? That's as fast as this goes? I don't think super laminar is a thing in this. I don't even think fluid ducts are even a thing. Oh no, they are. Super laminar is a thing. I don't think I can make that right now. Bronze. You know what? I probably could make this. This is actually fairly cheap to make. I would just have to make some bronze, but that then comes down to the mercy of these servos that we can afford. That's interesting. And I can't really afford Enderium. I mean, I probably could do Enderium. Let's see, tin, silver, and shinies. Yeah, interesting. So I guess let's try to make the super laminar ducts, and then let's go with the Enderium and see if that will make it better. All right, to get started, we're gonna go ahead and make some bronze with 3 copper to 1 tin. That's gonna be relatively easy. And I'm gonna start trying to make this Enderium stuff, which means I'm gonna need the Enderium base, which is gonna be tin, silver, and platinum. Okay, so 2 tin, 1 silver, and then 1 platinum. Should, in theory, or shiny, will give us the thing that we need, right? Is that right, game? It is indeed. Well, it's gonna give me the Enderium base, right? And that's just a starter. And then we need the, whatchamacalls it here, the, oh, what is the name of it? I can't remember the name of it. Ender pearls and some other stuff as well. Do I have ender pearls? I do. Give me some ender pearls. And then I'm gonna need pyrotheum, which I believe is down here. Beautiful. Let me just get this bronze hooked. Beautiful. All right, what else do we need for this? So the Enderium base, I don't think we're gonna need too much now. So one of those and one of these, and then that should make the Enderium ingot, which is good. We want that. And then fuse quartz. I believe I've already made fuse quartz before. So yeah, let me go check over here. I'm pretty sure one of these is fuse quartz. Yep, fuse quartz right here. And then that's gonna be easy enough. Anything else that I need for the servo? Iron nuggies. That's fine. We can totally afford that. So 1 iron nuggie pack. There we go. And we're gonna go ahead and make ourselves the servo once we get the Enderium. Alrighty, so we're gonna go ahead and make this Enderium boy right here. We do have, wait, what? You lied to me. It told me that I could totally use the freaking thing. Why? Oh, you know what? I don't have redstone in my inventory. Never mind. My bad. I totally didn't have redstone in my inventory. That's why it wasn't working. Oopsie. All right, which one of these crap? There it is. Beautiful. All right, give me those bad boys right there. We are gonna need to go ahead and make these super laminar guys. Now, unfortunately, we're gonna need to make a few other things first before we make the super laminar fluid ducts. Do we want to use the clear ones? I think we want to use the clear ones here. Can I use fuse quartz here, or do I actually need hardened glass? Ooh. Oh no, I can use fuse quartz. I can indeed. Okay, so hardened fluid ducts. Okay, that's just gonna be one of those with some invar. That's gonna be very easy to make. You and you. Beautiful. And then put a fuse quartz in the middle like so, and then do that, and then this in the middle with your fused quartz and your bronze. Where is my bronze? There it is. And then that should make us the super laminar fluid ducts. Great. And I believe these guys are hardened, tiered already, so you don't have to really worry about them exploding when you put hot things in them, right? So what we're gonna go ahead and do is replace all of these conduits with the super laminar fluid ducts. Actually, hold on. Before I do that, let me run a quick and dirty test with at least 8 of them, so that way we know for a fact it works. Because if it doesn't work, I don't want to waste all of my time, you know what I mean? So let me go ahead and grab these guys, and I'm gonna go ahead and quickly fill this out like so, and then you're gonna come up here like that and that. You're gonna come in here and boom, and oh yeah, look at that, that's full. Okay, so well, we figured out what we need. So it turns out this isn't fast enough, but I have a plan of action. I am going to separate them into columns so that way they actually freaking work. Oh, dude, it's gonna be so good. Bam, bam, bam. And yo, we're gonna make so much power with this. This is totally worth doing this, by the way. Setting this bad boy up. I cannot wait to see how much power we're about to dump inside of this thing. So I'm gonna change this location of this thing. I'm gonna need like 8 more of these, by the way. So let me grab some super laminar ducts like so, and then put them towards the edge. Oh, this is so annoying. And then we need to make sure that these are all broken down into separated rows, so that way the whatchamacallit don't get mixed. And then you're gonna come down here and you're gonna go like so. And you know what, I might not even need this. Oh, I almost lost it right there. And then that should be good, and this should hold at least 8, right, in theory, with no problem. Let me grab, I don't even know if I have a bucket down here, if I'm gonna be honest, but I do have these. So let me grab some of this, and oh, yeah, I'm not sure how that works. Okay, so that doesn't work. I have to actually go and get a bucket to deal with that. We are about to make so much power. Each one of these is 2500 RF a tick, by the way. Let me also make sure that you are disabled and you are disabled as well. I mean, those can get moved anyway, so like it doesn't really matter, but look at the amount of power we're about to make. This is about to be some crazy power gen for early game. Bam, bam, and bam. And I need 1 more stack of those conduits. That's fine, I can get them. And thankfully we have some more in here, and we're gonna run this right into the capacitor bank like so. And we're already lagging, and boom, we are making a whopping 180,000 RF a tick. Wow. And we're I can probably make more, right, if I put more of these down, because I think it's per connection. Oh yeah, oh god, that's 655,000 RF a tick. There's no way. That's got to be backlog, right? Surely that's backlog. Oh my god, these are all empty. Oh no, it's dropping, it's leveling out. I was about to say there's no way this setup is making like 300k or 600k. That is absolutely wild to even think it would make that much power. Yeah, look at that. Okay, 193,000 and okay, 128,000. That's actually not even that terrible, honestly. Alrighty, so my next plan is definitely going to be to make the drawer controller here, so when we go to use the inventory panel, it is going to be nice and easy to hook up. We need brass, which we already have. We're going to need some sort of drawers. I think I can use the normal drawers. Yeah, it looks like we can use all of them, but we need base. Oh, we have logistics pipes mod in this. No, I want to get away from that mod. I don't want the logistics pipe mod. No. All right, cobbled transport pipes and a gold gear. That's easy enough. Glass. Okay, so cobble transport pipe, that's easy, and a diamond transport pipe is also easy. Thank freaking god that they're easy. Dear god, I was gonna be pulling my hair out. I don't really like the logistics pipes mod, partially because I don't know how to use it. So yeah, there we go. I didn't even need to do that. damn, you get 8 pipes per thing. Fair enough. That's the other way around. Smart one. And bam, bam, boom. Cobbled logistics pipes. And then we need basic logistics pipes, which is going to require gold gear, some more glass, and a redstone torch. Do I have a set of sticks in here? I do not. What happened to all my sticks? No, I definitely have sticks in here because I made like a bunch. Oh, you know what? It's in one of these because we were crafting the wands with it. Right. That's right. Let's go and do that. Let's get a bunch more sticks. And I think gold gears are going to be easy to make. I think. Yeah, I need to do some casting. That's fine. So I think like 5 and get the gold might work. Do we have a gear cast? I don't think we have a gear cast yet. So you know what? Let me actually make a gear cast. I think I'm gonna need to make that with like a special gear or some kind of thing. I actually have no idea. So if I come up here, I know for a fact I definitely don't have a gear cast. Oh my god, I'm about to die of hunger. Oh my god, this is rough. But yeah, let me make a gear cast and we'll be right back. And just like that, we should be able to go ahead and make our logistics pipes. Actually, hold on, wait a second. We need some redstone. Where is my redstone? There it is. And we should be able to make ourselves a redstone torch like so. And then let's go ahead and make those basic logistics pipes. There we go. Wait, what? Do I not have the things? Am I blind? I have all the things. I have the diamond pipe. I have the cobblestone pipes. I have... God, I wish I can bookmark things so bad. I have the gold gear. I have the redstone torch. Do I not have glass on me? I didn't know I didn't have glass on me, but I thought I had glass on me. I guess it just disappeared. There we go. Logistics pipes. That's beautiful. Let's go ahead and put these guys inside of a drawer and call it a day. And then we should be able to go ahead and make our drawer controller relatively easily now because we have all the things for it. So you give me some of those, and then you're gonna want some brass, of course. That's gonna be very important. So some brass, and then you're gonna want a drawer, a set of drawers, which we have right here. Beautiful. And you're gonna want your drawer controller to be nice and cozy. Beautiful. I was gonna put that guy right there in the middle, and then we should be good to go. I kind of want a key as well because keys are pretty neat. Now we're gonna need some stuff here for that. That's okay. I need another one of these. Oh no, I have those. So why are you complaining? I don't know. I was being very sus, to be honest. There we go. One of these with 2 of the ingots. And then, of course, this guy should make us a key. Let me go ahead and lock all of these beautiful drawers. Not that it matters because they've got 2 billion items and climbing. So it doesn't really matter, to be fair. But we're good to go there. And I guess we could start working on the awareness upgrade. The awareness upgrade is going to require silicon, and then some conduit binder and some electrical steel. Actually, that is fairly cheap for a upgrade. Holy, wait, did that need... Okay, no, it needs normal conduit binder. I was about to be like, well, I didn't really save any of our binder. I'm going to make more of those, but yeah, I also didn't creative mode our silicon either. So I'm going to go and make some more of that real quick over here in our shag mill. That should be relatively simple. And boom, we've got ourselves some silicon. Let's find out if we have it. Nope, we don't, because it would put it in there if we did. So let's go ahead and put that in there and do that. And now that we've got this, we need 3 silicon. We need some conduit binder like so. And then we need some electrical steel. Ooh, we're going to need an eye of ender as well. So let me grab one of those and one of these bad boys. And then that should allow me to make the eye of ender that we need. And then electrical steel is somewhere over here. I think it is on this side. Yeah, right here. And that should be everything that we need to go ahead and craft up the remote access boys like so. We actually haven't even crafted item conduits yet, funny enough. And let's go ahead and make sure that those get creative mode as well. And I guess we can go ahead and wrap up the episode with making some item conduits, which honestly shouldn't really be that bad because it's just going to be pulsating nuggets. Pulsating nuggets comes from iron and ender pearls instead of an alloy smeltery, which, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and take our stuff and I'm going to move our stuff to upstairs. I know, crazy. And then once we do that, we should in theory be able to make the pulsating iron. With the pulsating iron acquired, what we're gonna go ahead and do is break that down into nuggies like so, and then come down here and craft up the item conduits fairly cheaply. Oh, I don't have any binder. Let me get some binder really fast, and boom, we got ourselves some item conduits. Lovely jovely. And now we can go up here really quickly and I guess creative mode those as well. And now we're pretty much 1/3 of the way there, having a much more better inventory system. Actually, you know what, there's one more thing I think we should make before we wrap up today's episode, if we can, and that is going to be the quantify key. There's no quantify key. In the last episode, we set up this beautiful looking lava gen system, which is currently generating us 128,000 RF a tick. Now, my plan for today's episode is to get into RF tools for the storage scanner. Now, believe it or not, this is actually the second time that I'm recording episode 6 because, well, the first time things didn't go so well and the inventory panel thingy, my bobber was broken. I didn't like how the video came out, so I decided, you know what, I might as well just, go back from a backup and refilm the video, and that's why we're here now, which is fine, right? So today I want to try and get the storage scanner, but that might be a little bit more harder. It's not gonna be as easy as said as done. So yeah, we're gonna need this machine frame, which means we're gonna need to get this machine frame hardened, which means we need the assembly table, which I don't remember how to use. If I remember correctly, the assembly table requires the assembly table, and it also requires like a bunch of lasers as well, and like a ton of power as well. So yeah, silver chest, diamond gears, some electrotine, and some ruby, which honestly doesn't look too bad. Diamond gears don't look too bad either. That's just gonna require some gears, and to make gears we're gonna need some sticks, some cobblestone. So we'll start with that. So if I grab my sticky poos like so, and we make ourselves a gear. That is not how you do that. I believe it's this recipe. Yep, there you go. And then this is gonna get upgraded to a wooden gear like so, and this is then gonna get upgraded to an iron gear, which I believe is just gonna be iron surrounded by the stone gear. Perfect. And then that gear is gonna get surrounded by gold to make it a gold gear. Dude, I really hope the inventory scanner works the way that I think it does, but if it doesn't, we're kind of in trouble because applied logistics is very far away from where we're currently at. So we just gotta hope and pray that it does work. Okay, so gold gears doesn't look like, oh, okay, right. So we gotta take the gold and basically pour it from the smeltery. With the gold gear acquired, what we're gonna go ahead and do is grab ourselves some diamonds like so, and go ahead and place them like so, and then put the gear in the middle like so, and then that's gonna be our diamond gear for the thingy. So we're just gonna need electrotine. I believe it was 6 ingots. Oh, we're also gonna need ruby, so let me grab 1 ruby please, and then I guess let me quickly come over here and try and find my electrotine. I don't think I have electrotine creative. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. So electrotine, I believe, is just gonna be your typical recipe: iron around 8 electrotine dust, and of course grab yourself 6 electrotine like so, and throw it inside of here. So 6 electrotine, and then your diamond gear, and we're trying to make the assembly table, so that's gonna require a ruby, and that's also gonna require a silver chest. I totally forgot to make the silver chest. Really shouldn't be too hard if we look at the recipe. So the silver chest is gonna require an iron chest, 2 glass, or 4 glass rather, and then 4 silver ingots. Now I think we do have silver. There it is. So 4 silver ingots, and then 4 glass surrounded by 4, or 1 chest rather, not 4. That would be pretty crazy. Also, that wouldn't fit in a 3x3 crafting grid. My bad. And we're gonna come over here and make ourselves a chest surrounded by 4 glass, and then surrounded by the silver ingots. Oh wait, no, it's an iron chest. So we're gonna take the iron, turn it into a chest like so, and then that iron chest will then get converted into a silver chest like so, and then that should be what we need to go ahead and make the assembly line controller block thing, which we need to go ahead and craft up the hardened cell or frame or whatever it's called there. So throw that in there, and I guess take these out. There we go. Nice. And now we just need lasers. So lasers are going to be very interesting to craft. They're going to be 5 dark steel, 2 redstone alloy, and 2 ruby, which honestly I think we have that stuff already. I want to be pretty confident in saying that. Yeah, we have the dark steel there already. That's not terrible. We are going to need some redstone alloy. I don't think we've made that quite yet. So redstone alloy, if I had to guess, is going to be redstone and silicon. Honestly, is super cheap. Okay, I've gone ahead and collected all the things that we need to go ahead and craft up the laser. So 2 redstone alloy, 2 ruby, and then 5 dark steel. Oh, it's a crafting recipe. Right. Okay. I keep getting the crafting and the QED things mixed up. I don't know why. It's just kind of annoying. Where is an empty crafting table? Boom. There we go. Some laser boys. Perfect. Let's go ahead and throw these 2 things inside of the drawers, because that way I can make more of them later. If so be. Bam, bam. Okay, so let's grab one of these and then like a bunch of these. So I believe the way this works, I want to go upstairs for this. And what we're going to go ahead and do is basically put this down, the laser assembly table thing. And then what we'll do is we're going to wire in a bunch of lasers like so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a nice 3x3 grid. Oh, wait a minute. I think I want these to be standing up, don't I? So to do that, we're going to need some blocks here to build with. And I believe what I got to do is put them on the block itself. So I got to do something like this. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that. And then that should allow us to go ahead and do something like this. And I want to do that on both sides, or on all 4 sides here. The only thing that we have to do now is basically connect up all of our conduits to this bad boy. Also, I believe, yep, our capacitor bank is right down here. That should start to go ahead and charge up these lasers. Beautiful. And we're going to go ahead and do that on all 4 sides here. So we're going to quickly do that. And it's going to take about like 2 seconds here, which is nice. And then we should, in theory, be able to go ahead and start crafting with this thing now that we have it all powered. And the first thing that we're going to want to make here is, again, the hardened frame, I believe it's called. Let's go ahead and work on the machine frames from thermal here. So we want the basic one, a machine chassis, a energetic alloy gear, a glass, and some invar. Out of curiosity, can I pour these out? I don't think I can, but I think what I could do, if I did want to take a shortcut, is I think I can pour iron gears and then craft them that way. It does look like I can pour out the iron gears, but here's the question. Can I craft the energetic gears from this? I don't know why I'm making 2, because I only need 1 of these. I can. Beautiful. So now that we have that, all we need is 4 invar, 4 glass, which honestly we're gonna go downstairs for. And then once we do that, we have to figure out exactly how we're meant to use this thingy, this assembly thingy, because dude, it's been a really long time, I'm gonna be honest, since I've used the assembly table. Oh god, dude, it's been at least like 4 or 5 years since I last used it, which is yeah, not fun at all. And and we need a machine chassis, which I believe is, dude, this is exactly why I want a better storage thing, because trying to find stuff in this somewhat organized chaos mess is yeah, starting to get really slow and yeah, annoying. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Here is the question. Can I just right click? Oh no, I can just put the items in. Okay, so that's how that works. And then you, oh wait, does it actually go based on what items you have inside of there? Okay, machine frame. Okay, you have to select it. Perfect. Look at it go. Whoa, it's an RGB. It's a rainbow. Dude, this is so sick. I haven't seen this in a really long time. I'm very happy that I decided to play this pack. And boom, it's done. Thank God I decided to come over here and check this, because I did not know it dropped on the ground. That would have been very bad if that despawned. Oh my god. Now that we know that it drops on the ground, we should probably not leave that alone, honestly. Ooh, that was pretty pretty close about losing that, huh? And the bam, bam, boom, one of those. And then we want the next tier, which is the hardened, which is going to require a ferrous gear, which I started working on. I am going to need another iron gear, which thankfully I did make. I did foresee that, unfortunately. I was like, why didn't I make two? But thank God I did make two. But yeah, let's go ahead and craft that. That shouldn't be too bad. I kind of wish we had the crafting table on a stick, but you know, it is what it is. Let's go ahead and take our iron gear. Oh, we need a energetic gear first. Let's go ahead and make 4 of those bad boys. That should be relatively simple. Dude, I really wish you can see what is in the crafting table, but that's not how this works, unfortunately. Bam, bam, boom. And then give me the vibrant one. I don't have any vibrant ingots. Of course I don't. But over here I can grab some. And then let's go ahead and make some of this like so. And then we have the 4 bronze ingots, the vibrant gear, and then we have the basic machine frame. And there's one more thing that we need, which is the ferrous gear, which we have up here in our smeltery. And it does look like you can't pour out the ferrous, or aka the nickel, which is kind of annoying. So how am I meant to get the ferrous gear? Right, through the metal press. That is the only way that we can get the ferrous gear. Okay, so that means we're gonna need immersive engineering, and I believe our book is over here still. So I'm over here trying to figure out how do I get a manual from immersive engineering. Then I realized that I can get it from a quest book reward, because right now I can't make leather. I don't have any cows to kill right now, so unfortunately I'm gonna have to go and do the hemp quest, which I believe I can claim my reward, and I should get a engineer's thingy-mabobber. I think I did. Beautiful. And we are looking for the, oh god, the metal press. So metal press, and it looks like we are going to need steel scaffolding, 1 piston, 2 conveyors, and a heavy engineering block. Okay, so a heavy engineering block, I bet you this is going to be very, very expensive to make. So the heavy engineering block is going to require a bunch of steel, electrum, and a piston. Did I creative mode pistons? I don't think I did. Oh, okay. So I've been busy in between cuts there, and I've made the piston. I've also went ahead and got the steel that we're going to go ahead and need. And I believe we're also going to need a little bit of copper as well. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves the, whatchamacallit here, the heavy engineering block. So heavy engineering block. Okay. That's going to be very simple. We're going to make 2 of these steel mechanical parts. If I can find a available crafting table, that is. There we go. So 2 of these bad boys. I don't think I'm gonna need anything else from there. I am gonna need 1 copper ingot. Dear god, I don't have inventory space. I guess I never have inventory space, right? And then there, that should be your heavy engineering blocks for the most part. We are gonna need 4 steel, which again I left in here. Give me 4 steel, please. Bam, bam, boom. And then it's going to be 2 pistons. And then, of course, the final piece is going to be copper ingots. Is that a QED recipe? No, that's a shaped recipe. Oh, that's not copper. That is indeed electrum. So electrum's going to be gold and silver. So over here, gold and silver. Looks like I already have some in my inventory from earlier. Boom, boom, boom. There's your 2 heavy engineering blocks like so. And then again, we have the piston already, so that's not too bad at all. We are going to need some conveyors. So let's see how we get our hands on some conveyors. And then I'm pretty sure that's all we need. Well, actually, no, I believe I need the steel scaffolding. I don't know if I need the, whatchamacallit, in this version, the redstone engineering. I think I do. So the metal press actually doesn't require the redstone engineering block, which is interesting, but it is going to require those conveyor belts, like I said. So conveyor belts, there we go. These guys right here. Again, leather, iron, and some redstone. Oh wait, so I do need some leather there, which that's not really ideal, but what I can do, I guess, is make myself a quick and dirty cow or grass farm and hope that I get some cows. Grass platform has been officially built. Now it's literally just a waiting game to see if a cow is gonna spawn. I really hope a cow is going to spawn soon, though. I think I see some cows. Also, I'm pretty sure this mod pack has move fluids as well. It does look like we have a etching acid cow, a etching acid cow, a light oil cow, a crude cow, and a kerosene cow. I don't want to kill any of these right now, though. Wait, we do have a safari net that we can use. I believe we got it from a quest reward. I believe it's in one of these chests. Either that or it's downstairs. I believe it's downstairs then. I decided to go with the soul vial. There we go. Pick that guy up. We only have one of those guys. And we have, a glue cow, a kerosene cow. I believe we have 2 of these etching acid cows. So I think I'm going to kill one of them. And we can always get more etching acid cows if we need to. So I'm sorry, bud, but I need your leather. And he didn't even give me leather. Sag. I just realized something. We can have infinite of any fluid cow we wanted, right? So if I come over here quickly and grab myself one of these soul vials, and I grab myself a drawer, which I accidentally put away, but if I do that, I throw the cow inside the drawer and create of it, I think the way it's gonna work is I should, in theory, be able to get the same fluid cow over and over again. Yes, indeed. It gave me 3 crude cows, which then I can now take and say, hey, I want leather, and boom, just like that, we got some leather. Lovely jubbly. And the final bit to this is going to be the steel scaffolding, which is actually relatively cheap and easy to make. All we're going to need is a bunch of steel, of course. We'll go ahead and turn some of that steel into these rods, and then these rods will get turned into fences, okay? These fences will then get turned into what we are looking for, aka the steel scaffolding, just like that. Beautiful. Now, this steel scaffolding is going to allow us to go ahead and make the press that we need to go ahead and make the Ferris gears, right? So let me grab, if I'm understanding this correctly, 3 of these, 1 of these, and let me grab some more inventory space real fast. And yeah, that should be more than enough. Plenty of inventory space. Let me fly, dang it. And then let me grab, I believe it's going to be 2 of the conveyors. And then, of course, most famously, the piston, of course, which we have 63 of them. And I believe that's all we realistically need to go ahead and build this thing. And we are going to build it over here because, well, that's where our capacitor bank is. And that's kind of, you know what, actually, I changed my mind. Let's build it down here. That should be relatively fine. I'll build it like right here-ish. So what we're going to go ahead and do is place down our 3 steel scaffolding like so. The piston is going to go ahead and be in the middle. And then on top of said piston will go your heavy engineering block like so. And then going in this direction, so facing towards the north side, will go your conveyors. Interesting that this version doesn't have the little arrow to show which way the conveyors going. That's kind of a neat little feature of the newer versions of immersive engineering, I guess, because apparently this version doesn't have that, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. And then all we got to do though is grab our immersive engineering hammer as soon as I can find it and smack that, and that should give us the press. Okay, so we should be able to go ahead and click that and then do that. Beautiful. Okay, so now that we have the press, that's not the only thing that we got to do though. We still got to do a few more things. We do need to make the gear mold for that, and I believe that's going to require us to go ahead and make the workbench for said thing. Actually, no, we don't really need to make the workbench. I thought we were going to have to make the workbench. I guess that's a newer immersive engineering thing and not an older immersive engineering thing. That's interesting. Let me go ahead and make 4 of those. Now here's the better question. Does this work with any gear mold? I feel like I should find out here. Where is my gears? I know I have some spare in here that I can go ahead and borrow, I guess. So let me borrow that real quick. Nope. Let me borrow one more because I need that one for the crafting recipe. Let me do this, and let's see. Does this work with any gear? It does not. Okay. So I need to find, I guess what I could do is see what it will take. I guess we'll take any gear necessarily. So let me go upstairs and see what I've got. So I tried to make some some gears and I accidentally make an invert gear. Well, whoops. I guess this should technically do us. I think that's dark steel. Did I not bring the steel back? Okay. Well, I gotta go downstairs anyway. So, yeet. Love throwing myself off my base. It's so much fun. God, now I gotta find which one has the plates. Oh no. Okay, fine. I'll make more. Fine. You want me to make more? I'll make more. If I can find my, oh my God, I can never find anything. Dude, I'm so used to being pampered in 112 where you can actually see what's being made in the crafting thing. There we go. The gear mold. Finally. Now give me 4 nickel, please. Where is the nickel? Over here. Or rather, should I say ferrous is what it's called. I never hooked it up. I didn't give it power. Okay, so if I toss down 4 ferrous ingots like so, it should get sucked into there and stamped beautifully. Wait, there's no sound. What the heck? I guess it doesn't have sounds in this? Okay, fair enough. All right, perfect. All right. Now that we have that, we should now be able to make the thingy, what is it called? What am I trying to make here? The storage scanner, right? So the storage scanner requires this machine frame, which requires this hardened one. So I need 4 bronze, a basic machine frame, a ferrous gear, and one of those. I should have all of those things. I do. So that means I'm going to take this guy up to the assembly table and then cook it up into the hardened frame. Now that we've got our hardened base machine frame, all we have to do now is grab ourselves some platinum, grab ourselves some stone, and then we also gonna need to grab ourselves some signalum and then some enderium, which I have. Nope, that's ardite. Whoops, they look the same, but are not the same. So let me grab some signalum. I have enderium here. I thought I had signalum, but I could be wrong on that. I think I am wrong, but signalum shouldn't be that hard to make. It should just be a simple copper, silver, and redstone recipe in the alloy smelter. Now that we've got our signalum, all we gotta do is come into a crafting table like so and make ourselves the generator. And before we do that, we are gonna need one of these bad boys. So some stone and some shiny ingots. Oh no, that is not good. Yeah, it wants rock wool, light gray rock wool, which is gonna require some sort of slag. Oh, that's with the philosopher's stone. I see. I gotta cook up some slag, which I believe we do have slag, right? Because we've been using the alloy or the blast furnace rather. I believe we do have some. Ah, yes, we've got all of the slag in the world. Take that, shove that in there, and that should give us our rock wool for this guy here, for these, and then we should be pretty much ready to go ahead and make the thing that I've been trying to make for the past like 2 billion years. So once we do that, I don't even know if this is gonna work, by the way. I'm just kind of YOLOing it and hoping that it works, but if it doesn't, I don't know what I'm gonna do, man, because the inventory panel doesn't work, and you know, AE2 is very far away from what we're trying to do, so I don't know what to do. So we'll see. So rock wool and then shiny ingots makes the base. Oh, I think I need multiple bases, don't I? But that's fine, because guess what? We're probably gonna use this anyway, so toss it in here. We're just tossing everything in here, by the way. 3 of those. Perfect. Take that and then put it in here like so, with your 2 signalum, your hardened boy, and then of course your enderium ingots like so, and then makes the machine frame from RF tools, which is just one step in this whole like multi-step process. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this middle one instead for what I'm trying to do. There we go. And then I guess what I can do is I can just put all this stuff away. I cannot. That's not how this version works, unfortunately. So the storage scanner is gonna need an ender pearl, 2 gold. So an ender pearl and 2 gold, of course. And then we're going to need, what is that? 4 redstone torches? Yeah, 4 redstone torches, which is not terrible. So let me grab that. So redstone torches, that's going to require some sticks, which I don't have apparently. I thought I had like a bajillion sticks in my inventory. I guess I don't. There we go. And then make the redstone torches like so. And come back over to this middle crafting table. So 4 redstone torches, 2 gold, and then 2 ender pearls should make us the storage scanner. Right. And I believe this guy does need power, if I'm not mistaken. I know that it uses power in 112, but I don't know about here. So it does look like it does use power in here. And this is a way more different UI than I'm used to, actually, weirdly enough. And then I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna break a hole in the ground over here, and then a hole in the ground over here, and I'm just gonna run a quick and dirty conduit line. Now with it being powered, I should be able to take this and, oh, stop scanning. Okay, interesting. So if I tell it I want it to, I wonder if it sees the drawer controller. I only see the oak drawers. I'm Hunterx. In today's episode, things get explosive. Let's get into today's episode. It has been a while, guys, since we've been in this world in our Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode creative. Don't you worry, I didn't forget about it. We're here, and I think the plan is I really want to get to applied energistics if we can, but there's a couple of things that are in our way currently, and that is going to be one, Galacticraft, because we had to get the carbon to go ahead and get the inscribers, and that is being blocked right now by magnetic craft. So I think the first thing I want to do today, though, is I want to go ahead and make some upgrades for our pickaxe. I want to make it a little bit more faster since we do have 3 remaining modifiers, and we can go ahead and throw our pickaxe in the basic tool forge and then throw in some redstone, and then that should in theory allow us to go ahead and upgrade our pickaxe. Now that is more like it. 28 mining speed. Dear God, that is so fast. I just realized that we have a metal press down there, so that means we have gone into immersive engineering, because, well, we wouldn't be able to have that without immersive engineering, and guess what? We did. There's a coke oven and a blast furnace over here. I didn't even realize that this was over here. Well, there it is. Okay, so that means we have gotten into that. I am curious as to why this quest is not triggered. I wonder if I just didn't creative the stuff, maybe? I'm not entirely sure here. Treated wood shouldn't be too bad. We just gotta take a bucket of creosote, hopefully. And I'm not sure if in this version, if it's planks or if it's actual like logs. It's been a while. Yeah, it is indeed planks. Good. So now that we have this, I should be able to go creative it and hopefully be able to get the quest I need here unlocked, so that way we can continue. Now that we have the treated wood quest done, what we should be able to go ahead and do is make some water wheels. Now I'm hoping these are going to be easy to make. Water wheel segments, treated wood sticks, planks. Okay, that's not terrible. So let's go ahead and make a few of these segments. Let's go ahead and make 32 of these. 34 is good enough, I guess. And then once we do that, we should be able to go ahead and make these water wheels. That shouldn't be too hard. Oh no, this doesn't work that way, does it? Okay, fair enough. So I think we just need 1 for the quest, right? Or is it 3? Let's go ahead and check the quest book here. It is indeed 3, so that means I need 12 of these. I think it's like something like this, and then like 4 like that. Yeah, I need 12 of these. Ooh, that's not enough. That is not ideal. We could always just go grab more treated wood if we have to, but I might be able to get away with this. No, I don't think we'll be able to get away with this. Oh, okay, now that we've got 12 of those, wait, is that logs? Or no, okay, no, that's just planks. And then there you go. This should be 3 of these. Perfect. Which is gonna get the quest complete. Perfect. Now we can go ahead and make the carbide. We're gonna need tungsten ingots plus some coal. Surround 1 tungsten ingot with 8 coal. Okay, so let me grab, I think we have tungsten already. Is it this guy up here? I think that's, no, that's titanium. It is a black ingot. We are gonna have to find it in here. It's somewhere in here, but let me go ahead and grab some coal. We're gonna need 8 stacks of this. So 2 stacks more like that. And we are gonna need tungsten. Now here's the question. What is this over here? That's seared brick. Don't tell me we don't have tungsten, because that would be really sad. It doesn't look like we have tungsten. So I found that we have this tungsten powdered ore. I'm wondering if I can smelt this to get tungsten. I think I can. You know what? Because I don't want you guys to yell at me. I'm gonna actually, you know, use some coal here to go ahead and clean this up a little bit, because yeah, we don't waste fuel around here. Okay, no fuel wastage. All right, there we go. Put that there. Creative mode it. Take this, and I believe we should, in theory, be able to go ahead and now make the thing that we need, which is a carbide. Right? God, I hate that I can't W click this in here. Why? This is why I don't really typically play, you know, older mod packs. Oh, you get 8 per 1. Didn't know you get that many, but that's fine. Go ahead and drop those in there, I guess. Creative those. So where do we go from here, though? I think that unlocks Galacticraft. No, not quite yet. Maybe. Oh, it's doing that weird thing with the whole freaking, oh no, that's not ideal. So I don't think I can easily convert the, oh no, I can. Okay, cool. I was a bit concerned I was going to be able to convert those back. Okay, so what's next? That unlocks, I believe, solars. Yeah, the solar panel tier 1, which is what's going to be needed for the Galacticraft. So the next step is to go ahead and make the solar panel tier 1, which is going to need these machine housings, which are pretty expensive. We're going to need some brass. So to make brass, if I haven't already made it, we're going to need to go ahead and take some zinc plus some copper and then mix it together. So, oh no, we did make brass already. Cool. So brass ingots. Okay. And then we're going to need some of that carbide stuff and then this copper wire. So we're going to need some copper wire coils, which are going to require copper ingots with some sticks. So copper ingots with some sticks. Do I happen to have like wood planks? I don't, but I can go ahead and make some real quick. Thank God Kappa Mode is 1-to-1, right? Am I right? There we go. Let's go ahead and make some sticks. Those are treated with sticks. I don't think those will work in our case, but I guess it didn't really hurt to try, right? Let's go ahead and make a few of these, right? So we need 8 of these plus the iron ingot, which is right over here. God, I can't wait till we get 82, man. 82 is going to be such a game changer, but there we go. There's our coil block, and then that plus the carbide and then the brass as well. Do I have this carbide? Is this carbide? No, that's tungsten, but I can go ahead and put the brass in there like so, and then I'm going to quickly go ahead and grab some of that beautiful carbide that's up here. Beautiful. And once we do that, we should in theory be able to go ahead and make the machine housing, which I'm going to go ahead and creative, because why wouldn't I not? I mean, I've been creating all the machine housings. That's really important actually that we do that. I am going to need some glass and then some iron as well, so you might as well use this over here, and then that's going to make ourselves some mirrors, which is going to be used to make the solar panels, which is so fun, right? Let's go ahead and grab that and then grab 3 of those. What else are we missing for this solar panel tier 1? Electrotine and then some red alloy. So 4 electrotine, that's simple enough, and then 3 or 1 red alloy, sorry, not 3. And then we're gonna need some, what was that last bit? Oh yeah, the machine housing, right? Which we already have. And this should make the solar panel tier 1, and this generates about 20 RF per tick, but it transfers 16. Don't know why that's the case, but that's an interesting fact there. There we go. Let's go ahead and creative that. That should in theory have unlocked Galacticraft. So turns out I made the wrong bloody solar panel. I needed the one from Mechanism, the one that is down here, not the one that's over in this tab here. So that's a big oof. So I gotta come over here and make the compressed iron. That is the route that I was supposed to go down. So I believe the way I'm supposed to make this, if I'm not mistaken, is I can take some TNT and blow it up to make the compressed iron. I know I can do it in the pressure chamber. I don't think that's the way I'm meant to get it at first, because that quest is actually locked. Okay, did they patch out tiny TNT? Because tiny TNT is so goated in this case. We just need some nether quartz dust, gunpowder, and Certus quartz dust. That's actually not even that bad, because I believe the TNT recipe is actually pretty bad. Yeah, it requires red alloy, signalum, and gunpowder. Honestly, I'm pretty sure I have all of those things at this point. I want to say I do, because I already have Enderium, right? Unless if I, yeah, right here, there's the signalum ingot, but I really don't want to use big TNT, because big TNT just makes a mess and it just makes too big of a hole. I don't really like that, so I'm gonna stick with the tiny TNT, honestly, because tiny TNT works really well. Oh no, I can use 2 Certus dust. Cool. And then we're gonna need some gunpowder, but I don't think I have any gunpowder. Yes, I do. So perfect. And then we'll go ahead and make some tiny TNT like so. And you know what? Because we're probably gonna be blowing things up a lot, I'm gonna probably creative it. I think that's smart here. Go ahead and take this, and then I guess because it is a % chance that we don't get it all back, I say we go and, you know, throw in a bunch of blocks here and blow those up, and then hopefully we can get like a lot of compressed iron. Right, I keep forgetting this mod pack. You can't do that. You can't make blocks out of ingots. I have to go upstairs to my smeltery, melt it down, and then compress it again. Kappa Mode, guys. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm gonna go ahead and put down this obsidian box here.
so that way I can go ahead and blow things up in a semi-decently safe manner. Now, I don't really know how I'm gonna do this nice and neatly. I would say we can probably do something like this, maybe. God, this box is gonna be so small, but it doesn't really matter because we're only gonna be blowing up like one piece of iron, right? Like a whole few stacks of iron. That's really it for the most part. But and it's also a very tiny TNT. It's probably not gonna do that much damage, but let's go ahead and throw down the tiny TNT like so. Put down the lever and hope that none of our cows are nearby, and then go ahead and drop down all of our iron like so, and then go ahead and press that lever, and it's going to go ahead and explode, and hopefully it doesn't like drop into the void. That shouldn't destroy the obsidian, and it destroyed all of my iron and didn't give me anything. Seems legit. So maybe you can only do it with ingots. Maybe that would really be a bummer. Let's go for round 2 here. I'm hoping that this time this will work, because if not, okay, how am I gonna do this? I kind of feel like I made this a little too tall. Now I can't really do anything, right? Pick up all this stuff again, because for some reason I need it to be like right on top of the TNT. So let's go ahead and drop all this down and hope that I don't pick it up again when I go switch the lever. Can I reach that down from down here? Oh my god, there we go. Did I not get a single? Am I crazy? I wonder if he made it so tiny TNT doesn't work. That has to be the case at this point, because nothing else makes sense. So it turns out that you actually do need TNT for this. I just confirmed that in a test world. That's crazy. So I gotta go blow up some TNT up there. I'm really hoping that that is gonna be protected enough to protect my base. And I also confirmed that you can indeed use iron blocks as well, because I did want to test it as well to make sure that it worked. And I can also use flint and steel. I don't know if I still have my flint and steel from when we went to the nether, but I'm gonna give it a shot and try and find it. And if I can't find it, I guess we'll use a lever. I mean, I should just use a lever anyway, but yeah, I can't believe he made it so the tiny TNT doesn't work. I'm pretty sure in Project Ozone 3 that works, but in this version I guess it doesn't work. Also, I was trying to do that during a blood moon, which was horrid. So now that the blood moon's gone, we can just, you know, we can relax a little bit. If I put this here and then we throw down all the whatchamacallit iron here. God, this is so difficult. Why do I keep magneting things up? Really annoying. Let's go ahead and throw this stuff down and then blow it up with the force of like a million suns. I think I can just ow, I just picked it all back up. Why? That was such a skill issue right there. That was a #1 skill issue. Let's go ahead and drop all of this down like so, and then flick the lever, and then I guess fly up a little bit, because yeah, wow, the obsidian actually protected us. Holy cow, I wasn't expecting that to work, but fair enough. Boom, just like that, we've now got the compressed iron, which means we can start on this beautiful quest line, making the machine casing, which is going to require what? Oh god, here we go. The casing from mechanism is going to require a pressure chamber. We're going to need some black plastic, a machine frame reinforced, which we already have. We already have steel ingots, so we have to go the other direction actually. So we got to go this way. So yeah, we're going to make all this stuff now. So pressure wall chambers, and oh yeah, we're going to build a pressure thingy. Man, I love this mod. This mod is kind of fun, but also not really fun. I can bear it. Wow, vibrant alloys. Okay, that's quite expensive for this. Fused quartz, and that's for the window, right? Yeah, okay, but the blocks aren't too bad. We can actually do that relatively simply. Take some of our compressed iron like so, and I guess we might as well just do it now, right? And then we're also going to need the fused quartz windows and the valves. The valve is going to require electrical steel, compressed iron, that's fine. Electrical steel we might not have. Pressure tubes, just going to be glass and some compressed iron. Thankfully, that's relatively cheap. We can go ahead and grab some glass from over here. And yes, we do indeed have fused quartz glass. So there we go. The glass with the 2 compressed iron to make the pressure tubes, which are easy. And then we're going to need a valve. The only thing that I don't think we have currently is electrical steel. Nope, that's right up here. Beautiful, we've got that. Really love that. So the valve, so we're gonna want one of these valves. So you plus the 4 electrical steel and then the 4 compressed iron should give me 8 valves. That's quite a sturdy, hefty amount of valves. And then that plus fused quartz and some vibrant alloy should in theory give us the windows. And that's pretty much everything that we need need for a pressure chamber. Okay, so to build the pressure chamber, what we're gonna go ahead and do, by the way, the smaller you make this, the quicker it will pressurize. But if you do the max size, it's gonna take a while to pressurize, just so you know that. So we're gonna need a nice 5x5, right? Like so. And then we're gonna go ahead and fill in the corners up 5 as well. So 3, 4, and 5, and we're gonna make a cube like this, and then in the middle here we'll go the windows and the valve. Now there's one thing I did forget to make, and that is going to be the interface that basically allows you to put items in and out of this thing, which is kind of actually important as well. And do note that you can put glass on the roof as well. Just, you know, thought you should know that. And then what we'll go ahead and do is surround this like this, right? We're gonna leave one spot for the valve. I guess it's probably gonna be on this side because this side has the most space as well. So let's go ahead and put the valve right here like so, and then wrap this all the way around. Now we are gonna need, I believe, a interface. It does form the multi-block, but you're not gonna be able to put items in and out of it. We're gonna need this pressure chamber interface, which is gonna require a hopper and some pressure chamber walls, which thankfully, honestly, not that bad. Honestly, the hopper is not even that bad either. Okay, I thought it was gonna be a little bit more worse than that, but I guess not. I should probably make sure that we're in Kappa mode. We're probably still in Kappa mode, because if our planks are like 1-to-1, that's more than likely meaning that we're still in Kappa mode. I mean, nothing has really changed, so I don't know why we wouldn't be in Kappa mode, but you know, sometimes things can be a little finicky. Oh wait, we need 2 of those, right? Yeah, we definitely need 2 of those. So go ahead and do that, creative it up, and I guess I'll put the interfaces here on the front of this thing. Now the last thing that we're gonna need to go ahead and power this bad boy up is we're gonna need the air compressor. Also, do note the way that you place these do matter. See how this side has the eye? That means in. You're gonna want to hop into the pressure chamber and place it the opposite direction, so the eye is facing inwards, and then you can go ahead and hop out of this bad boy, and the O, so out, should be on the outside of the pressure chamber. The last thing that we're gonna need is a air compressor. So an air compressor requires a diamond furnace. Actually, this is relatively cheap, honestly. Thank God we already have this gold furnace right here, right? I can go ahead and take this bad boy, and I'm gonna creative it, and then all I gotta, oh, I don't even have to creative it, it's right here. Perfect. So to make the air compressor, I'm gonna need a diamond furnace, so I'm gonna need 4 glass, and then that's gonna require me to grab a few other things. Let's grab some diamonds. Where are the diamonds at? There they are. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that should allow me to do this. Dude, I hate, okay, we can't shift click. I don't know why it was not allowing me to shift click. There we go. Perfect. Air compressor. Do note that you are gonna need one more thing. I know, I'm so annoying. The last thing that we're actually gonna need is a security upgrade. These security upgrades are very important. The security upgrades prevent your machines from blowing up. It looks like we don't have that in this version. You know what? We actually might need the pressure valve. I think there's a pressure valve that we need, or something, from Pneumaticraft that releases the pressure from inside the tube, which is very important. Aha, I found it. It is called the safety tube module, which is going to require 2 levers, a pressure tube, and a pressure gauge, which is going to require some gold. Okay, you know what? That's actually not too bad. That's a very important item in this version, because yeah, you don't want to blow up your stuff. I believe it's also 112, but 112 has the whatchamacallit upgrade. The security upgrades far better than, I believe, the safety valve. I mean, I guess you can use what you want. If you'd like to use the safety tube module, you can, but in 112 I would prefer to use the security upgrade. There we go. And then what we're gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna go ahead and grab myself a quick and dirty one of these air compressors. Okay, actually, I think we already have 2 of them. Yeah, perfect, right here. And then, oh bollocks, great knowing ya. And then let's go ahead and pop in the whatchamacallit air compressors down here. So I guess I'm gonna have to remove this, and oh god, now I'm gonna need to put 3 down because freaking uneven surfaces, man. There we go. And then what we'll go ahead and do is take our pressure tube module, or pressure tubes, like so, pop them in there, and then pop on the pressure safety valve on top, and then that should go go ahead and I think go ahead and release the pressure. I actually don't know how this works. Do I have to give it a redstone signal maybe? I'm really hoping not, but I mean, I guess we'll find out when, you know, we put coal in the air compressor, whether if it explodes or not. So I need 3 stacks of coal. That would be wonderful stuff. And this is fossil field filled, so it's even better. And I guess drop this. We don't need that. And then come over here, set down this final air compressor like so. And then let's go ahead and pop these coal inside of here like so. And then that should start to go ahead and fill with air. I'm a bit concerned about this pressure safety module thingy. I have a strong feeling it's gonna blow up and I'm gonna be a not happy chappy because I'm gonna have to rebuild this whole system again. But what happens if I guess maybe like, do I like put like a redstone thing up here? Ah, I see.
So it turns out it did explode. So I totally forgot there's one more item that we need to go ahead and make, and that is the pressure gauge tube module, which basically is kind of like a redstone thingy control. And yeah, I didn't realize it didn't do that automatically with the pressure tube thing. So we're gonna have to make another one of those gauges really quickly. So the gauge is gonna be made like so. Okay, the gauge, and then we're gonna need 2 redstone. Yeah, we're gonna figure out how this thing works because yeah, I don't want our stuff to blow up again. So I assume if we put this on the pipe like so, and then I see. Okay, so this is gonna go on the valve that's up here. I want to make sure I break this without breaking the whatchamacallit. It's just gonna release all the pressure anyway. That's not ideal. Okay, fair enough. So go ahead and re-put these back on so that way it doesn't keep messing or losing pressure like so. I'm gonna go ahead and take this off. I think there's a way to take it off without it losing pressure. Let's go ahead and put this safety tube module back on like so, and then put the, where is it? Where did the safety gauge module go? Did it just delete itself? I think it literally just deleted itself. I should be able to take this guy and place it here. There's got to be a way to have it emit a redstone signal when it's above 5 psi. Is there the advanced one? I guess what we do is we make a long line of redstone. Let's say right now it's at signal strength 9, for example. So this would be 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 kind of thing. So I wish there was a way to tell. So 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Why is this not going in here? Am I confused on how this works? Maybe I need a repeater. Let's try a repeater here. So I was right. The security upgrade adds a built-in safety valve tube into the pneumatic machine. I was correct. I don't know why I doubted myself for a second. The safety upgrade didn't look right. The security upgrade didn't look like the old one. Oh my God, it uses the pressure tube module. Oh, all of this could have been avoided if I had just looked at the freaking machine. Okay, fair enough. That's fair. Okay, let's go ahead and take that then, and let's make a security upgrade. Oh, we're gonna need to make a few of those, right? Because we don't want those to blow up either. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Yeah, we don't want our air compressors to blow up, right? So we're gonna make a few of these. I'm gonna need some lapis and some obsidian. I'm gonna need at least 3 more safety tubes. So that means I'm gonna need at least like 3 more gauges or whatever. So I'm just gonna grab like a bunch of this gold here, and then I'm gonna make a bunch of these pressure thingies, and then I'm gonna make all the safety tube modules. I'm gonna need more levers than that. Let me grab some more cobblestone so that way we can make more levers. Oh God, I'm running out of inventory space that's treated with sticks. God damn it. I guess we'll do this for now. Inventory, please. Oh my God, I have so much stuff in my inventory. It's such a mess right now. Boom. There we go. And then let's go ahead and make the safety tube modules. Boom. 7 more, or that's 8. That's gonna be plenty for what we're trying to do right now, which is make the, let's go ahead and grab ourselves some obsidian, and then I'm gonna need some lapis as well. Where is the good old lapis lazuli? And then I need, what is that, 1 2 3 4 security upgrades. I think I have enough to make 4. I have enough to make 8. Perfect. So in theory, I should be able to take these and shove these in here. Not all 8, you silly. There we go. Security upgrades in all of these like so. and hopefully this is going to prevent them from blowing up, which is going to be really good. And then that's going to go in here so this doesn't blow up either.
I'm Hunterx. In today's episode, we automate the production of plastic. Okay, so we're gonna need to set up a few more things from Pneumaticraft. One of those being the thermal pneumatic processing plant to go ahead and get plastic. But before we even do that, we're gonna need to go ahead and set up the plastic first, which is gonna require us to get LPG, which is gonna require us to go ahead and make the thermomatic processing plant, which is gonna require gasoline, which I luckily in between episodes got a cow that was running around over here with gasoline. So we're gonna go ahead and grab that, milk him, get creative gasoline, and then get that set up. While we're waiting for our cow to go ahead and produce gasoline, let's go ahead and make the thermopneumatic processing plant, which is going to require a few things. We're going to need some of this compressed iron, some air tubes, and then some glass and some redstone. And then once we do that, we're going to go ahead and put that down, and we're going to take some gasoline and then process that into LPG, which is going to allow us to go ahead and make the plastic that we need to go ahead and move forward. So let's go ahead and put down 2 of these. Do we have the glass in our inventory? We do not. Again, we'll need at least like 2 of these bad boys, so 1 and 2. And then once we do this, let's go ahead and set this up. Ooh, I'm gonna do this. I don't like how it's releasing air, but there we go. Go ahead and put the security upgrades in, 1 and 2 over here. And then again, we have to wait for this cow up here to go ahead and, you know, give us the gasoline that we need to go ahead and fill those up. And just like this, we now have a bucket of gasoline. Oh no, it turned into fuel from Galacticraft. That is not ideal. I don't think this is gonna work the way I want it to, but I'm gonna give it a try anyway, just to be sure, but I don't think it's gonna work the way I want it to. Let's go ahead and put the fuel in here like so, and then give it a nice little click with the crescent hammer to auto output. It is indeed working, but the problem now is I don't think we have enough heat in the thermopneumatic plant here to go ahead and get this working, which means we're gonna need a vortex tube here, because that's gonna get us heat inside of the thermopneumatic plant. And just like that, let's go ahead and make that. We're gonna need some air tubes. I don't have enough of the compressed iron. That's fine. I thought I had some air tubes. I do. I just do not have enough of that compressed iron. That vacuum thingy majigger, this guy is gonna be really, really good for us, because that's gonna allow us to basically generate heat. Boom. Just like that, we now have the vortex tube, which means we're gonna have to do a little bit of reconfiguring with our setup over there, unfortunately, because, well, these gotta go in the back of it. Actually, you know what? I might have to move this forward, actually, because if I remember correctly, we also need the heat sink as well. Right. Yeah, we need the heat sink to also help this guy heat up as well. Okay, so the heat sink is actually relatively straightforward. Again, some iron bars, and then a piece of gold with 2 of the compressed iron, and there is your heat sink. Now, I think I did indeed creative the vortex tubes. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do that. Get 2 heat sinks, and then we're gonna have to move this guy. So break these 2 pipes like so. Break these 2 things like so. This is gonna be a little bit more tricky to pick up. I believe I can pick it up with my crescent hammer. You can. Lovely. So I guess what we'll do is we'll face them this way. So let's go ahead and put the vortex tubes down. I believe the cold side goes forward. Actually, no, the hot side goes forward. So there we go. Vortex tube, vortex tube. Actually, you know what? I'm actually gonna leave a block gap in between the 2, and then we're gonna go ahead and place down the 2 thermal processing plants like so. And I guess what we could do if we wanted to is we could, in theory, go ahead and put the pressure tubes in the middle here like this, and that would technically work. Why isn't it not? Oh, I see. That is a problem that I didn't think of. Why are these sided? I don't like that. That means I'm gonna have to do some jank solution, I guess. I guess this will work for now. And what we'll do is we'll do something like this, and then we'll fly underneath this area here and place the tubes connecting like this, and then run it like this. And then that should in theory be fine. It's gonna fill these up, and it's gonna also heat them up, which is really good. So these should start to heat up now. now. Perfect. And I don't think this version has a thermal lagging or whatever it's called. I don't think this version has that particular feature. So what we could do is we could use blocks to go ahead and cover these and make it more like heat efficient or whatever. But we could also make it more heat efficient with the heat sinks on the cold side of the vortex tubes. Also, it would help if you place them right. So place them like so, and that's gonna, you know, make the vortex tubes a little bit more efficient. And then all I gotta do is, what I might do actually is place this on the side instead, and then take the ender fluid conduits and run them underneath like so, and then that should be fine. And then you're gonna come down here and go underneath like so. I can't click it from there, unfortunately, and I can't just click the conduit. Why is that a thing? Guess we're gonna block down with the compressed iron. That is very strange. That's like transferring heat for some reason. There we go. And extract always active. Yes, perfect. And then that should take the gasoline from, oh my god, I just realized I put it in the wrong thing. Fair enough. Whoopsie. That's my bad. That's supposed to be coming from over here into here. So go ahead and do that. And then you're gonna go and always active. There you go. Perfect. And then you're now making LPG. And I guess all I gotta really do is put another creative tank like right here. And then that should be more than fine, more than sufficient, right? So you, and then extract always active into here. That doesn't work for some reason. So will it go in the top? It will. Perfect. And then you're gonna come out this way and come down, and you're gonna get that. Oh, it looks like you only extract from the bottom. Okay, fair enough. So you're gonna get your LPG now, and then you're gonna need some of this hole, and that's gonna make us what we need for the, I want to say plastic, right? We're trying to make plastic. This whole time we've just been trying to make plastic. So you're gonna get the drawer here like so, with the coal and the creative upgrade like so, and you're gonna get some item conduits, and then you're also going to get the coal in the thing to make the plastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this to always active, and then insert on items. I guess we can do insert like that, and we're gonna start making some plastic. I don't know why. Oh, this is set to always active. There we go. Perfect. Now we have infinite of the plastic. I guess the best way to do this is probably to run it underneath like I did for this guy. So let's grab the ender fluid conduit and run it this way. I guess we're gonna, okay, we don't have pick block either. Dear god. 1.7. I guess GT&H adds all these features that's just like, well, they're not in normal 1.7 packs, and it's just like very weird, I feel. There we go. And now we have infinite plastic. Now this plastic is gonna go into making all the different plastic types. So we're gonna need the plastic mixer next. So the mixer for the plastic Renos, so this guy right here, is just gonna require some glass and some, wait, was that compressed glass? No, any type of glass. Okay, so glass, and then some of this, whatchamacallit, not that, I just messed up. And the plastic mixer is a get. There we go. And then all we gotta do, I don't think this needs anything, right? I want to say, just to be sure, I don't think this needs any sort of pressure or anything. I'm just gonna put it back here and just pray for the best, honestly. There we go. I don't think it needs anything crazy. And let me just make sure that you're good to go. Perfect. Go ahead and slap a bucket of plastic on the creative tank like so, and then make it output into the plastic mixer. Now we are gonna need some dyes. So I guess what we can do is grab ourselves all the different dye colors. So we're gonna need like poppy, lapis. I believe I can put lapis in there. I can double check that really quickly by taking some lapis and then putting it in here. I believe I can put lapis in here. I indeed can put lapis in there. Perfect. We're gonna need rose red and cactus green. Also, do not forget to go ahead and put the coal into your air compressors automatically. I totally forgot to automate this on accident. So there you go. There's your coal, and extract always active. And then make sure that this is set to insert on all of these, so that way, you know, they can get their coal when needed. Also, I guess we're probably gonna want to also turn on round robin mode. They all get the same amount of coal. I did try and make the dyes. We do have the rose red, we do have the blue. Also keep in mind, cactus green can be made in multiple ways. So we can take the lapis this and mix it with a dandelion yellow dye, and that's gonna go ahead and make us the beautiful cactus green that we need here. And then of course, as always, make sure to go ahead and fill this up. Now this is gonna be a little weird, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this and put this over here instead. So something like this will work. Ooh, that's gonna be in the way. So I guess what we could do is we can set something up like this. So drawer, drawer, and drawer. So red, blue, and green, like so. And make sure that they all get creative, like so. And the same thing again, just put it on all the drawers, like so. And extract always active, extract always active on this guy and on this guy as well. And then come over here and make sure that you're set insert, and that's going to insert all the dyes, which is now going to allow us to go ahead and do some stuff. We had to pick the plastic color that we want. So like, for example, like black, which is the one that we need to go ahead and make the next step of today's video, which is the steel casing from mechanism. Alrighty, so the next step is going to go ahead and make the steel casing. It's going to need these reinforced machine frames, the black plastic, and 4 steel. This is the first time that we're actually going to be using the pressure chamber, which has me a bit nervous. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves some more plastic from up here. Let's grab ourselves the reinforced machine frames, and of course a few chests as well. And we're gonna go ahead and put this guy here and here, and then we're gonna go ahead and take our item conduit like so and so. We are gonna want to go ahead and set a filter for this guy. So for example, we're gonna set it to pressure tubes, so that way it doesn't go ahead and try and yoink the items out of the thingy-mabobber. Let's go ahead and do that. Perfect. And then you're gonna go ahead and extract always active and insert into this guy like so. And then we're gonna go ahead and take ourselves 4 steel, the 1 machine frame, and 1 black plastic, and that's gonna go ahead and pop in there. I don't know why this has not that much pressure. You know what, we could also probably indeed make some speed upgrades if we need to go ahead and get more pressure into this bad boy. But let's go ahead and drop those guys in there like so, and it should, given enough pressure, we need just about 3 bars of pressure, and we only have 2 bars, so which is not good. And I don't know why we're not going up in pressure. That isn't ideal. So I have a theory why we're stuck at 1.6 bars or 1.8 bars. I bet it's because of these vortex tubes and these thermopneumatic plants. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hook up this to a separate pressure system than this and see if that fixes our pressure problem. I now have switched out and separated the 2 systems. So now these are separated from this guy over here, and I think that actually did work because I can see this number going up now, which is pretty good. The only thing I might want to consider though is making some speed upgrades. Now making speed upgrades are going to require a bucket of lubricant, which we can get lubricant from the pneumatic plant from diesel, which you know, I don't know if we even have diesel, but it's worth coming up here and checking to see if we have any cows of diesel. We don't have diesel, but we have hot crude, which gets us hot crude. I don't know what hot crude could be used for. Dude, I hate this. It doesn't allow me to see what I can use it for. I don't think I can put this in the thermopneumatic press thingy-majigger, but I mean, I can give it a shot. I don't think it's gonna let me though. So disconnecting this system from this system actually did help a lot, which is pretty good. And it seems like it did work, which now we have the steel casing, I think. I think it's just sitting inside of here, right? I don't see it anymore, so that's not ideal. Let me take this out for a second. Is it not in there? Oh no, did the items despawn? I think the items actually despawned. That is a skill issue and a half. So just so y'all know, do not let it sit for too long because items do despawn in the pressure chamber. It isn't like Minecraft 1.12.2 where items do not despawn. They actually do despawn in this, so make sure that if you're going to use this, it's close to the pressure that you need. I just noticed something. This is the wrong frame. We need the reinforced frame, which is going to require signalum gears, this pulsating crystal, a hardened one, and a shiny ingot. I could have sworn I thought we made the max tiered frames, but I guess we didn't. So we're going to need to go ahead and make a signalum gear. Now, signalum gears are going to need the metal press, which we have. Pulsating crystal, though, we might not have. Ender gem gems, which we can do. Okay, so yeah, we can totally do that. We're just gonna need some more of that pulsating iron. We're gonna need those ender gems. I think we have ender gems. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's just ender pearls and diamonds, right, for the ender gem. Yeah, it's just diamond and 4 ender pearls. So that's actually relatively simple and cheap to make. So let's go to make a quick and dirty ender diamond. There is our ender diamond like so. And now we should be pretty much good to go. I am gonna have to make that, whatchamacallit thing again here, the pulsating crystal. So I don't think we have that. So pulsating crystal, beautiful. That's now done. And we're just gonna need one of the frames that we have now. And then we just take that upstairs with, I wanna say, God, what do we take this upstairs with? The signal gear, 4 shiny ingots. Right, okay, let me get 4 shiny ingots. Shiny ingots are gonna be this guy here, so 4 of those, and then the hardened case, which I'm pretty sure we have, and then we're gonna need 4 signalum ingots to go ahead and toss into the metal press down here. And I think I accidentally put away my casing thing here, so I'm gonna grab one of those quickly, and then let's go ahead and make the signalum gear. I believe it's this way it's facing. Now we take the 4 items that we just grabbed, so the 4 shiny ingots, the signalum gear, the pulsating crystal thingy, and the machine frame, and we're gonna upgrade it to the reinforced machine frame. Now that we have the right item, we should be able to go ahead and take that. Oh my god, I almost messed up. I almost forgot to creative this thing. That would have been not so great, to be honest. So let's go ahead and make sure that we creative this bad boy. Okay, now we should be able to go ahead and take the 4 steel, the reinforced frame, and the black plastic and shove it inside of here, and hopefully get back out the steel machine casing, which is going to allow us to do mechanism. I'm really hoping that will be the case, but yeah, we shall find out. We shall find out. We are at max pressure, by the way, as well. There goes the black plastic. Nice. And it's going to go ahead and shoot in the steel really quickly. I do want to see if it's going to do the thing. I think I messed it up again. Couldn't drop those in there. That should be fine. And let's find out. So it does lose pressure when the drawer does open. Perfect. There is the thing that we're looking for, which is the steel machine casing. Lovely jubbly. Give me that bad boy, so that way we can go ahead and start our mechanism progression. It wants us to go ahead and make the basic stuff next. So the basic universal cables and the basic mechanical pipes, pressure tubes, the control logistics thingy-majobbers, and the thermodynamics ones. We are going to need, I believe, yeah, our first metallurgic infuser. So I guess that's where we're going to go next. So the metallurgic infuser is going to require some osmium. Oh, we're going to need transistors, which means compressed iron, some redstone alloy, which I believe we have, and some cyan plastic. Cyan plastic, not a problem. Just come over here and slap jap this guy like so. And now we have cyan plastic just like that. Not a problem at all. Okay, so we're going to need a few things. We're going to need transistors and a few other things as well. Let's go ahead and plop that in a creative drawer like so. Give me a stack of that bad boy and give me some redstone alloy. So some of this. And what was the last thing I wanted here for the transistor? Right, compressed iron, which we should already have in our inventory. Maybe not. Maybe I compress it back all down. There we go. Take this and shove it into the pressure chamber, and it should give us what we're looking for here. Let's go ahead and make sure that we tell you to do that. So it wants me to do one of each. So one of you, and one of you, and you should go ahead and make our transistor, which is super nice. Don't forget that we can also speed these things up if we choose to do so with speed upgrades, but we can't make that yet because we don't have lubricant, unfortunately. So yeah, that's gonna be half put on the back burner for now. And boom, there's our transistor, and we can take this filter out just like that, and it's gonna give us our transistor in a jiffy. And just like that, we have the metallurgic infuser just like so. Let's go ahead and go upstairs. Actually, wait, before we go upstairs, let's grab everything that we need for the basic control circuit. So that's going to be an osmium and some redstone. You know what? I might as well look into what it's going to cost us to go ahead and make the alloys as well. So diamond dust, and I assume compressed obsidian as well, which is going to need more diamond dust. Okay, fair enough. So that's going to be quite expensive. I'm just gonna go with the flow here. So grab some redstone, and I know that this guy has some stuff for us. Yes, perfect. The enriched alloy has already been gotten from opening some quest book thingy rewards, which is pretty nice that it gave us the option to get the basic ones already. Pretty nice of them, right? And then we're gonna take this and we're gonna take some osmium, run it upstairs, and get ourselves some beautiful control circuits. Okay, so we should be able to take some redstone and put it inside of this metallurgic infuser and give it the osmium ingot, which I have somehow lost. Oh no, there it is. Give it the osmium ingot like so, and it's gonna go ahead and make the basic control circuits. Now, to make the next tier of alloy, we're gonna need crushed diamonds or diamond dust, which we are gonna need a grinder from the good old Mine Factory Reloaded, which aka means industrial foregoing in modern day versions of Minecraft. So we're gonna have to get into some of that, which means we're gonna need to get rubber trees. Turns out we already had a rubber tree sapling. I did not know that we had a rubber tree sapling, actually. That's actually really good. So all I gotta do now is grow this bad boy. Now that we've cut down a rubber tree, I'm gonna take our raw rubber and we're gonna go ahead and smelt that bad boy up in a furnace, and it should give us rubber bars, which we're then gonna take that and then resmelt that again. So that way we can go ahead and get some of, I believe, the raw rubber pulp or something it's called, or something like that. So yeah, we're gonna take this and then we're gonna take the rubber bar and we're gonna go ahead and smelt that bad boy. Let me just also make sure that I get one of those. Take that, do that, and get that cooked up, and then that should give us the raw rubber plastic. That should give us the raw plastic, which means we can now take this raw plastic, I believe, and use it to go ahead and make plastic from Mine Factory Reloaded. So I believe it's, yeah, 4 of those make 4 of those normal plastic sheets, and then this is going to go into helping us make the grinder from Mine Factory Reloaded. We're going to need a machine chassis, which I believe we already made one of these before, and some electrical steel, some books, some plastic sheets, the ender, which is going to be dark steel, which is actually not even that bad at all. We have most of these things already, which is pretty good. So let me grab some dark steel. Okay, so this dark steel is then going to go into making the ender. So this guy here, and I need some sticks. Do I have any sticks on me? No, I do not. I should really use sticks as fuel because that would be a really good fuel source. Oh my god, I cannot find an empty crafting table. Why? There we go. And then some of the ender, and then the plastic sheets, which I didn't grab. So 1, 2 of those like so. We are going to need some books. So that's going to require me to get some paper like so. And we're going to need some leather. I don't know if fluid cows drop leather when you kill them. I would assume no, because they're not normal cows, but I mean, it's worth a shot, right? The cows are spared today. Luckily, we have some leather that's available to us already. There we go. Make some books, and then that should be pretty much good to go. Now, I do want to make sure I do have the machine chassis. I believe that's it right here. Is this the right one? This is indeed the right one. Beautiful. So the machine chassis like so, and then the electrical steel, and then the normal fluid conduits. Now, this is an interesting one. Is it going to be just this recipe? I actually don't even know. So 3 glass plus 6 of the conduit binder? No. So that is not how we make the fluid conduit. It is the quite clear glass, not the normal glass. Right. Quite clear glass like that. And boom. And then we need to go and find the electrical steel, which should be over here somewhere. At least I thought we made some. I know we made some though. With the electrical steel acquired, all we're gonna do is take this and put this here. Beautiful. Now we're gonna need to go ahead and crush up some diamonds. I'm gonna grab a few of those. Actually, you know what? We're only gonna do 1 because we can actually create of it. And we're also gonna crush up some obsidian. This is gonna be very important because we're gonna need this to make refined obsidian, which is the next tier after the reinforced tier for mechanism, right? So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is break this down like so, put down a energy conduit like so, put our grinder down like so, and then give it the, oh, is this the wrong grinder? Oh, this is the mob killer thing, I think, right? I think I made the wrong thing here. I'm confused though. It said grinder from Mine Factory Reloaded, right? So if I click on usages on this bad boy, and then we head on over to, I guess the crusher from Mechanism can do it. Didn't see that, so that's kind of interesting. How bad is the crusher from Mechanism? Am I gonna regret this or no? Okay, so we're gonna need energy tablets, compressed iron gears, that's fine. Energy tablets are gonna be so expensive, but they're doable. I just need gray plastic, compressed iron, and an octadic capacitor. Okay, that's pretty expensive, but we can handle it, right? So I'm not too worried about it. So we are gonna need a octadic capacitor, so that's gonna be this guy right here. Okay, perfect. And we're gonna need some gray plastic, and trying to make this, and then one compressed iron. Cool. And let's also make sure that you're all set to go. So interface this basic alloy, take my two things, and then a compressed iron, which is right here, and then that should be the capacitor done. And we're gonna need a great flux battery. So glowstonic steel. Oh boy, that is, I feel like that's a next episode kind of job. Oh boy, that is kind of rough, honestly. I'm gonna be honest here. Perfect. The capacitor is now done, so at least that's done. I feel like I did absolutely nothing in today's episode, but we did get plastic automated, which is pretty decent, but not as much progress towards AE as I wanted it to, you know, be, but it is what it is. And yeah, sometimes that's just the way it goes in the biz. I am Hunterx. In today's episode, we make all of the mechanism generators in the pursuit of making the NASA workbench. Let's get into today's episode. Last episode, we left off with trying to make the crusher. Now, this was a bit difficult because of these energy tablets and having to make all these batteries. So let's get started here. So we're gonna need this basic capacitor, which is going to need red alloy, some copper, and some gold. Okay, so that's actually not that bad. I was like, okay, this can't be that bad, right? So those 3 ingots, and then we should be able to go ahead and make ourselves a capacitor, not from that mod, and this one here. There we go. Give me 16 of those bad boys. That's gonna be more than enough what we need to do for right now. So now that we have these guys are gonna go into making the flux batteries. So we're gonna need some invar, some copper, and then some redstone. I don't think I've made invar quite yet, so we're gonna have to go ahead and do that. And to do that, we're gonna need some, oh no, we do have invar. I guess I did make that already. So the fluxo batteries are here. So we're gonna need to get up to tier 3 because I don't think we can make the infinite one, right? Yeah, it doesn't look like we can make the infinite one, but we can make these guys. So we're gonna need invar, copper, and then some blocks of redstone, which redstone is right here. I don't know if redstone could be, okay, it can be compacted like that. I was about to say, do I have to put it in the smeltery again? Because that would be god awful. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. And some invar, and then some lucky copper. So there's our first fluxo battery. Now I'm gonna go ahead and craft up the rest of these, and then we'll be right back, because I don't think the rest of these are gonna be too hard. They're gonna be basically somewhat similar. I think the only thing that we might not have here, oh no, we have pulsating iron, so yeah, we're good. For the tier 3 battery, we need glowstonic steel, which is gonna require a alloy smelter with electrical steel and 8 glowstone. And just like that, we should indeed have the tier 3 battery, which we can go ahead and make the energy tablets, which is going to get us the crusher, which is going to be even better because we can make more progress into mechanism, and it's going to be great. Okay, so how do I convert this into the energy tablets? Oh, there's a lot of things. Okay, so capacitor, redstone alloy, osmium, and then the enriched alloy. Okay, so let's go ahead and toss this in here. We do have the enriched alloy on us, and we do need osmium and some redstone alloy. I don't think I've made redstone alloy yet, I don't think. And just like that, we now have the energy tablet from mechanism. Now that we have the energy tablet, we're gonna need those guys to go ahead and make the crusher boy, like so. 2 energy tablets, like so. And then we're gonna need probably a machine casing, some steel. We're gonna need compressed iron gears, which we can make with some iron and compressed iron. That's not too bad at all. So 2 iron with some compressed iron, and that should allow me to make 2 of the gears that we need. And then we're pretty much ready to go at this point, right? So machine casing goes in the middle, the 2 compressed iron gears, and then some steel ingots. That is going to go ahead and get us our crusher. I feel like the next episode should just be making the jetpack. I hate having to do the whole like shifting thing. It is so annoying. So it turns out you can't crusher down obsidian. I have to make the enrichment chamber next to go ahead and do that. Oh lordy, advanced circuits, magic quartz, which requires titanium ingots, which we have, and we also have nether quartz. Item fabrication, what does that even mean? I'm gonna have to figure out what does that even mean, but for now we have the diamond dust, which means that we can get the next tier of the alloy from mechanism. I just discovered I can't get the 3rd and final tier alloy then, because we need these PRC LX100 logic expansion cards, which require mercury ingots, which means we have to go to Galacticraft before we can even make this stuff, which is very interesting. So I guess I can't make the enrichment chamber just yet. I guess that's the next goal then. So to continue on with our goal, we're gonna need to go and figure out what we need to do next here. So we need to make all these basic pipes first. That's for one. And we need to, oh god, where is it? The solar, yeah, we need to go down this route. So yeah, let's make these basic pipes, starting with the universal basic pipe. Okay, so these guys here, the very basic one's gonna be some steel and some redstone, which thankfully isn't too bad. Now, do I already have steel in my inventory? I do not. I probably put it away, grab the steel, and then that should make the basic universal pipes, and that should trigger the quest, right? Yeah, perfect. The next set is going to be the mechanical pipes, which is the fluid version. So it's just going to be steel plus bucket. There you go. There's your basic mechanical pipes, easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then the next one's probably going to be gas. Yeah, the pressure tube. I wish I can click this, but I can't. The pressure tube is just going to be some glass with some steel. So that's going to be relatively simple and easy. There is your pressurized pipes, and then the final one should be, oh no, there's 2 more, sorry. That's right, that's why we wanted the basic control circuits for, because we needed that for the logistics version. So one of those logistic control circuits and some steel should make us the basic logistics pipes. Perfect. And the final one is going to be the heat one, so the thermal pipes as well, so thermodynamic pipes as well. So let's grab those guys, which is just going to be some copper and some steel. That was actually relatively easy. The control circuit one was kind of hard because we had to make a machine for it, but there we go. The basic pipes are now done. So the next challenge is going to be having to make the heat generator, the fuel wood heater, and the resistive heater. This, by the way, the resistive heater is pretty OP actually. We're gonna need the heat generator. Now I thought I had to make the advanced pipes. I believe we don't. We're gonna need tungsten heat coils. That's fine. We're gonna need heat sinks. That's fine. Heat, that's okay. These are all fine things. Energy tablet is fine now. Glowstonic we can make, or we have actually. So we're just gonna require, okay, we can actually do all of that. That's actually not that bad. Boom, heat sink. And by the way, look at that. Boom, the heat generator. Perfect. Now all I gotta do is toss this into here, and I should have myself a quest update. Beautiful, 3 heat generators like so. Now we're gonna need the fuel wood generator or heater, fuel wood heater, which is gonna require, oh, that's relatively cheap, just some steel ingots and some furnaces. We are gonna need some compressed cobblestone. That's okay. I think I can just grab like a stack of this and be fine, and make a bunch of furnace boys. There we go. And that's gonna require me to make 2 of those, 1 of these, a thing. Where did my steel casings go? There they are. And then we're gonna need a little bit more steel. Boom, there is your fuel wood heater like so. Nice and cooked up and toasty. And I think the last one is going to be the resistive heater. This one might be a little challenging, so we'll kind of see when we get in here. Resistive heater, perfect, is gonna be, ooh, superheating elements. That's cool. 10 energy. Okay, that's all easy. Let me grab the the thing while I'm up here, the energy tablet, so that way I have it. I don't remember where that goes. It goes in the bottom here. We're gonna need the superheating element. Okay, it's just gonna be copper and some redstone. It is super cheap to make, and we could probably make like 8 billion of them. Yeah, perfect. One of those, and then that's gonna go in the middle like so, to borrow some redstone, at least 3. I don't know where those go. I'll look in a second. Perfect. And then we're gonna need some tin ingots. That's all it took. Actually, not even that bad of a recipe, I'm gonna be honest. Is this Kappa mode? I feel like this is not Kappa mode. What the heck, man? So the next generator is gonna be the rotten power, which is gonna be the biofuel generator. Now we're gonna need some biofuel, which we can go ahead and take some apples and take them and throw them into the crusher upstairs, and it should in theory give us what we need, aka biofuel. Yes, indeed, it does make biofuel. Perfecto. So now that we have the biofuel, what we should be able to go ahead and do is make the biofuel generator. We are going to need a few things here. So it's going to require some redstone, so 2 redstone. It's going to require one of those or 2 of those basic alloys. It's going to require one of those steel casings, and it's going to require, oh, it doesn't require a steel casing at all. Actually, it requires control circuit instead, and then some biofuel with some iron. I think, was that iron? I think that was iron. I believe it was indeed iron ingots. So grab me the iron like so, and boom, there is your biofuel generator. The next task on the list is going to be the turbine power, which is going to make the wind generator. So if we look at wind generator really quickly, we're going to need, oh, this is super cheap. All I realistically need is 2 of those energy tablets. Actually, not even that bad. So 2 energy tablets and a basic control circuit like so, and a enriched alloy in the middle. We are going to need some osmium, which we can go ahead and grab, and then that's basically Bob's your uncle, fanny on. There's your wind generator. The last task that we have to do is making the solar panel. Okay, so to make the solar panel, all we're gonna need is the solar panel thingy, my bobbers, which is gonna require, ooh, some glass panes. That should be simple, some glass like that. So take that, and then we're gonna need a few things. So 2 redstone, we're gonna need the alloy, and then we're gonna need some osmium. Let me grab some osmium. We're also gonna need osmium dust as well for the solar panel. And just like that, we can now make the solar generator. Beautiful. Now I do kind of want to upgrade this because there is one more solar generator, right? It's these guys right here. Oh, we can actually make, oh my god, relatively cheap. Actually, I wasn't expecting it to be that cheap at all. It is 4 solar panels. I think they go on the top here, so it's gonna be 4 solar panels and then 2 enriched alloy like so, and I believe that was iron, right? Yeah, just iron. They must be not that great for being cheap, right? Now we have the upgraded solar panels. More importantly, we have the solar panel quest from Mechanism done, which means I should be able to go ahead and head over to Iota and start the whole galactic craft stuff, which is going to be good because that means we can get AE very soon. Okay, so the next goal is to go ahead and get the NASA workbench, but to make the NASA workbench, we're going to need some compressed titanium, which means I'm going to need a compressor. So we're going to need a machine frame, a dark steel anvil, some steel plates from Immersive Engineering, which thankfully we can make with a hammer, which is not too bad. I guess I could make the plate mold, but at the same time, why not just use the hammer? I mean, it's like easy and cheap, and it's not like that bad to use anyway. So we'll use that instead. And I think the last thing that we need is dark steel anvil, which means I'm gonna need to make some dark steel blocks. That is carbide, not dark steel. I'm gonna need to make some dark steel blocks over up in the smeltery. So it turns out that yeah, I don't need the smeltery to make dark steel blocks. I thought I did because that's a typical ozone style, but I guess I don't need it. There we go. There's a dark steel anvil. Perfect. And then we're gonna need the machine housing, the steel plates, which we can go ahead and take our Immersive Engineering hammer and bang them out like that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And we are gonna need the housing. I believe I did make the housing. I did. Right. We did make it. So perfect. The housing, and then we're just gonna need some electrotine ingies, which thankfully are right here. There we go. That's gonna allow us to make the compressor, which we need to, again, compress down titanium. This does use fuel, by the way, but we're gonna take this and put some fuel inside of it, and then we're gonna give it some titanium, and then that's gonna smash down into plates. And And boom, just like that, we have compressed titanium plates. They're not technically called plates, but I call them plates. There we go. Grab those titanium plates, throw them down like so. Give me 4 of those bad boys. I believe we're gonna need some other stuff. So the NASA workbench, which is what we need to get schematics, and we're gonna need the pneumatic wrench. So some orange dye, some compressed iron, this air canister, which I believe we can actually make. It shouldn't be too hard, assuming that we have conductive iron here somewhere. Okay, let's go ahead and make the air canister. So 2 conductive iron, a air tube. I believe I'm gonna need some compressed iron. That's not terrible, assuming I have some in my inventory, but I don't. But I can go ahead and come over here and grab some. And then once we do that, we are gonna need some orange dye, but I don't think that's gonna be terribly difficult to get our hands on. So yeah, there we go. So some compressed iron can, lovely, an air canister. And just like this, we should be able to go ahead and make ourselves the pneumatic gun here. So it's gonna be this guy plus this guy, and then it's gonna be freaking a lever and then some compressed iron like so, and boom, there is our pneumatic gun. I am going to creative this because I do actually want this for myself, so that way when we do pneumatic craft, it's going to be 10 times easier. And then let's go ahead and take this guy and throw it here in there, and then we're gonna need a electrotine ingot and a reinforced machine frame and reinforced frame, and boom, there is your NASA workbench, which means we can now start galactic craft. Before we get into today's episode, I do want to say I kind of had an oopsie daisy. I lost the footage to the episode that I previously recorded, and yeah, we made a lot of progress, unfortunately, but I did roll back the world as far back as I could. So unfortunately, I couldn't roll back all the way to the beginning of the episode. So yeah, I basically crafted most of Galactic Craft and the first tier rocket. So that's kind of where this episode will pick up from. I'm Hunterx, and in today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode, we make some insane crazy weapons and also a insanely crazy pickaxe. We also happen to head to the moon. We need draconium, and the reason why we need draconium is because I want to make the dislocator from Draconic Evolution, which needs draconium dust, and the only way to get it currently is through the broken ore chunks or whatever, ore dust, which we get from getting the... Now that we've got the draconium, what we can go ahead and do is toss it into the smeltery. Hopefully it's going to melt down into draconium, which we can then pour into an ingot, and then once we do that, you can creative it, and then you can go ahead and crush it up to go ahead and make our dislocator. And you know what, we might as well go ahead and start to set up the fuel loader and everything that we need to go ahead and fly to the moon. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is place down our fuel loader like so, and then put down the launch pad, of course. So something like this. I'm sorry, Torch, you're gonna have to move for a second. Do that, and now we have the launch pad. We are gonna need some fuel, and I believe the creative tank that's down here is actually Galactic Craft fuel, so we can indeed use that to go ahead and fuel up our rocket. And let's go ahead and grab that bad boy, this tier 1 beautiful looking rocket boy. But yeah, we're gonna take that and we're gonna go ahead and toss that right up into the launch pad upstairs. Okay, so we're getting ready to go ahead and fill this bad boy up. We're gonna go ahead and put down 2 fluid conduits like so, put down our creative tank like so. Go ahead and tell this to go ahead and extract always active. That's gonna go ahead and load the fuel in there, and this does need power, but what I can go ahead and do is break this right here, and there's a capacitor bank right here, luckily for us, and then we're gonna run that power right up into this guy. So boom and boom, and then that should start to go ahead and fill our rocket, and then we're gonna come right on over here. Oh, I can't do that for some reason. That's gonna be a problem. We have to use the grindstone, good old grindstone, right over there, back to our old base. Okay, so making the dislocator is gonna be relatively simple to make. So all we gotta do is find an open crafting table. There we go, and I think I have pretty much everything I need here except for the Eye of Ender. So let's go ahead and make that, and then the Eye of Ender plus 4 draconium and 4 lapis will go ahead and make us 1 empty dislocator. At least I thought that was the case. It's blaze powder, 4 blaze powder, and boom, there is our dislocation charm. Perfect. And now we should be able to say, hey, let's take this, throw this in here, and slap it with the creative boy. And I think we're pretty much ready to go to the moon. Oh wait, you know what we don't have? Oh no, we do have all of our gear as well. Okay, I was about to say, if I didn't have my gear, that would have been really bad. So let's go go ahead and head up onto the moon. So I think I have everything. I can slash home if I need to. You know what? The one thing I don't have actually is the dislocator pedestal. This is actually really important. So we're just gonna need some blaze powder, some somewhat stone, and it looked relatively simple to make, I think. So we're just gonna need some of this pressure plate. We're gonna need some slabs, and then I think we can use blaze powder here. Is it blaze powder that's the recipe? No, it's some sort of stone, but there is blaze powder in this recipe. So let's go ahead and put the stone inside of here with our slabs and our pressure plate and make this dislocator pedestal. This is going to allow us to go ahead and put down the dislocator into the pedestal, which will allow us to teleport back and forth relatively easily and simply. So now that we have that, we should in theory be ready to go to the moon. Before we go to the moon, there is one more thing I want to grab really quickly, and that is a new weapon for fighting the moon boss. Now I do think I can get away with making a draconic throwing knife, but I'm not entirely sure, so I'm gonna give it a shot. I just had an idea, and it's about gambling. I'm pretty sure we can get loot crates that drop the Armageddon, which is like the most powerful crossbow in this entire like mod pack, and I'm about to gamble if I'm gonna get it or not. I am really gambling right now, hoping that I get something insane from this loot crate opening. As you can see, I've opened quite a few chests already full of things. Like I've gotten some pretty unique items like portal guns, creative tool modifiers. I mean, some insane stuff, but not what I'm really looking for. Here's the plan. I'm gonna open up the rest of these one last time. If I don't get it, I have a backup plan. I'm gonna make a insane weapon using the creative modifiers that I've gotten like billions of from opening these crates. So unfortunately, I didn't get what I wanted. However, I did get these creative modifiers. So I'm going to creative them, and I'm going to make the most insane, like crazy weapon of all time with my Hunter's throwable knives that I got in like episode 2 or something. I'm going to be honest, I'm tired of having to freaking climb up and down this thing using my shift button. So I'm just going to freaking set up dislocators. So it turns out to make reinforcement upgrades, you got to melt down obsidian, but you also need like large plates, right? So I don't think I've made that yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and make that, and then we'll go ahead and imp out this throwing knife. Turns out you didn't even need to do that, by the way. I didn't even need to make a cast. I can just basically throw this in here and call it a day, which is pretty sick actually. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is take this now and put my throwing knife in the table here, and I'm gonna basically add on all of these creative modifiers like so. And you know what I probably could do with maybe the auto station or something. Yeah, this guy right here. I probably could do with that, but I think I'm just gonna do it by hand for now. And what I'm gonna do is add on all of the reinforcement upgrades that we need, like so. To go ahead and make it unbreakable. So that should be right. Wait, do I actually need 10 for that? I actually might need 10 for that. I don't actually know the number there. Yeah, I'm gonna need a little bit more than that. I wish I can just like shift click this and put them all on there, but I guess not. But yeah, I'm gonna upgrade it so it's unbreakable, and then I'm gonna put a bunch of nether quartz on this thing, and it's gonna do like so much damage. Okay, so I've been doing some upgrades to our knife here, but I want to go ahead and upgrade the actual like knife head, and I found that the best knife head to get right now, minus infinity, which we can't even get right now anyway, is refined glowstone. Seems to do 12 hearts of damage, but to get refined glowstone, I need to make the glowstone ingot from mechanism. We're gonna need an osmium compressor. So let's take a look at the osmium compressor really quickly and see if we can craft this bad boy up. Elite circuits, ultimate or basic gas tank, compressed iron. We did get printed circuit boards from the opening of the crates here. I know that there's some in here somewhere that we can go ahead and get, but yeah, to make the circuit boards, those are quite easy. We just gotta craft up these circuit boards with their respectable alloys, and then we should be able to get it quite easily. So it turns out it does have a max, by the way. 2,784 quartz, by the way, is the maximum, and it currently does exactly, I believe, according to this, 135 hearts. I think that's gonna be more than enough. I found all the printed PCBs, and yeah, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is grab grab some iron really quickly and hopefully make the compressed iron gear that we need for the osmium compressor here. We are going to need a basic gas tank, which is going to be some redstone plus some osmium, which is not bad. Right here, osmium boys. And then once we do this, we should be pretty much good to go ahead and make the osmium compressor. I did went ahead and made the circuits and it wasn't too bad. Again, it was the same recipe. So now that we have that, we should be able to go ahead and say, let's go and make the osmium compressor. There we go. Put that there, and then get the 2 printed circuit boards like so, and a compressed iron gear like so, and boom, we now have the osmium compressor, which I'm just gonna quickly throw here, and then that's gonna need some osmium right here. Beautiful. Dude, what is this base? It is such a mess. There we go. And we're gonna need some glowstone ingots. I can't believe I'm going through all this work just to make a bit more damage. I don't even know if it can even upgrade our damage, to be clear. Okay, so I have my knife now. I am gonna take my knife. I believe this is how this works. I don't know if I have to do it here or what. So if I do this, can I replace it? I can. It's only gonna give me like, 78 hearts. That's nuts. It literally does 156 attack damage. Brother, I also kind of did a thing. So you know how, this has a max level of 2,784 quartz. Well, I just found out that yeah, the redstone, the haste modifier on my pickaxe doesn't have an upper limit. I just blew through a stack of modifiers and you won't believe how fast my pickaxe is. It is literally mining speed 2,500, 2,600. By this rate, I'm gonna have a mining speed of 3,000. I am now curious what happens when I put 3 stacks of modifiers of redstone on my pickaxe. I'm gonna do it. I'm curious. I'm going to fill this up with another 100 or 128, redstone and see what happens. Probably at this rate, we'll probably get a mining speed of 10,000. So I did 128 more modifiers of redstone. We're at 9,000 with a mining speed of 16,836 mining speed. Alrighty, guys. I have everything that we need to go ahead and go to the moon. I have our way back. I have a empty one, so we can go ahead and, set that up when we get there. And yeah, let's hop into our rocket and hit the space. Actually, wait, before we do that, let me go ahead and hit F to check our fuel is good. Perfect. We're ready to go, boys. Let's go ahead and do this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff, baby. Enjoy the ride. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and go to the overworld, boy, and then click on that guy. Go ahead and click on the moon, and let's go ahead and launch to the moon. And boy, oh boy, we are getting ready to go ahead and land on the moon here. Now, it does say hold space to slow down, I know, but once we get to about around 200 blocks or when we see the ground, I probably should actually slow it down a little bit, just so that way it's not going to be too crazy. Perfect. And then now we are on the moon, slowly touching down here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the moon. I am so excited. Let's go ahead and get ourselves the dislocator like so. Perfect. Go ahead and put this guy down like so, and then go ahead and put our home one like so. That way we can teleport back and forth to home and to the moon. Okay, now that we're on the moon, there's a few things that I want to go ahead and set up. Let's go ahead and set up this guy with a tank here, a full oxygen tank like so. So that way, if an emergency, we can come back right to here. And now that we have that, we're pretty much good to go. The only thing is now we have to basically run around and see about finding a moon dungeon. I know, crazy. We don't have any sort of flight, so this is actually gonna be kind of annoying to deal with, but hopefully we can find one relatively quick. Alrighty, we finally found a freaking dungeon, dude. We have traveled really far away. I'm really hoping this has the key to what we need, hopefully. Anyways, let's go ahead and dive into this bad boy. Hopefully we're not gonna get like absolutely like swamped. I think we can just like run straight through this essentially. So if I, have out my throwing knife just in case. Also, let me make sure I'm not. Why am I in peaceful? Just wanted to make sure that I was not in peaceful. I was like, what? Oh God, this is actually crazy. Okay, so let's go ahead and run through this. Oh God, I should really have came here with better weapons, maybe like a crossbow or something. Let's go ahead and run through this. Hopefully we're good to go. Oh God, there's more skelly bros in here. Run through it. Oh God, now that we're in this guy, hopefully boss room soon. Maybe, potentially. I think we have one more to go. Ow, back up, buddy. Go ahead and run into this guy and let's go ahead and smoke him. Oh, don't tell me this doesn't work on this guy. Oh, nope, I already killed him. Already, literally one shot the boss. That is insane. Also, out of curiosity, no way this works, right? I put this in here and then like creative that and get like a bunch of keys, right? I don't think that's how that works, but and do this. Please tell me I have what I need. I got a tier 2 rocket schematic. Perfecto. Ooh, a division sigil. I'll take that. And I don't think I need anything else. I think we can literally just dislocate here and then we can just go home. Let's come over here to the NASA workbench. Click on that bad boy. Apparently crashed the game as well. Let's try that again. Let's go ahead and click this and then let's go ahead and click over to next and click this, put this in here, unlock schematic. Guess what, guys? We can now make the tier 2 rocket. I'm Hunterx. In today's episode, we make a better form of flight and we head on over to Mars. Okay, so my main thing that I want to work on right now is a better way to freaking fly because dear God, I am sick and tired of doing this shifting thing. It is just not ideal. So I think I'm going to go ahead and make the jetpack. I wish I could make the jet plate, but I don't think we can just quite make that. Dark Solarium might be possible. Actually, you know what? This doesn't seem that bad. We just need some dark solarium, which I think we can actually handle actually. So you know what? We actually might end up going for the jet plate instead of for the jetpack. Well, we're gonna kind of need to do that anyway. I mean, they're relatively easy. It looks relatively easy, just a lot of crafting. I don't know why I just came up with this genius idea of doing this, but I think this should in theory work. Okay, so let's go ahead and start making all of the jetpacks that we need. So we're gonna need this guy. We're gonna need this guy. I forgot this version of JEI does not have the thing, and it also doesn't have the chest thing. That's not ideal. So jetpacks are gonna require these guys. I think I'm only gonna need like one of these for now. And oh dude, this is gonna be a little awful to craft, I feel. So we're starting with the vibrant jetpack, which means we're gonna need the conductive iron jetpack, right? Which is gonna need the insulated redstone conduit and basic gear, which is gonna be sticks and cobblestone. Okay, so let's take some conduit binder and then take some redstone alloy. That is not how you make that insulated conduit stuff. Okay, so how does one make the insulated conduit? Right, redstone conduit, which is only redstone alloy ingots? Really now? Is that really how that works? What am I missing here? I don't know how I'm gonna do this without freaking bookmarks. How do we ever get by without bookmarks? This is kind of crazy. Redstone conduits, insulating glass is what it's requiring. Right, insulating glass is God knows what. I assume it's gonna be like pulverized like iron plus some green dye and some glass. That's fair enough. Okay, let's get down to cracking here. So let's go ahead and make our first thruster, which is not working. So I guess we could do like a easy jetpack and do it this way maybe. Yeah, what are we missing? Basic capacitors, which we have. So the basic capacitors we got. And what are we looking for? The conductive thruster, 2 basic gears like so, and then a piece of redstone, and then what was that in the top corner there, and then 2 conductive iron. So 2 conductive iron like so, and then our conduit like so, with the good old redstone boy in the middle. God, I'm gonna need a new area for creative stuff very soon because we are running low on space over there. So I'm just gonna do something like this for now. So there's our tier 1 thruster like so, with our little leather strap, and I think that's gonna be our first jetpack ready to go. The conductive iron jetpack, beautiful. We have that, which now we can go ahead and say and put this right over here. So conductive iron jetpack is a get. There we go. Creative that bad boy. I guess, do we really have to creative it? I guess we could just upgrade them straight. So now we need the electrical steel one, which is gonna need machine chassis, which I know for a fact I've already made machine chassis, so we should be good there. Is it 2 machine chassis for each one, right? Is that how this works? Yes. So I need 2 of these, and I also need 2 energy conduits. Okay, fair enough. Now, do we have the basic energy conduits, or do we have to make them? I think we have to make them because we only have the ender energy, which is the top tier, of course. So yeah, we're gonna have to make that. I went to go bookmark it again, knowing that we don't have the bookmarking system. God, I wish we had the bookmarking system. The bookmarking system is so goated. Where did my condor binder go? There it is, right there. Let's go ahead and do something like that. Boom. So basic conduit, and then that's gonna go into making again the 2 of these, which I am currently missing. I want to say electrical steel potentially. No, basic right. More of that redstone dust. Silly me. There we go. Grab some of that redstone dust, and then that should be ready to go for that. So 2 of those, and I guess we can just go straight for the upgrade, unless if we need this elsewhere, which we don't. So I'm just gonna go straight for the upgrade here. So that plus the 2 of these, and then what else do we need here? Right, a single capacitor with a few pieces of electrical steel like so, and boom, boom, boom. There is our next jetpack. Perfect. The next jetpack is gonna be vibrant, which is gonna need the energetic, and then okay, that's fair enough. So energetic alloy. Now I don't know if I actually need, yes, I do need the basic tier. Okay, fair enough. So we do need the basic tier conduit for this. Oh, it's 6. Okay, that's a little crazy. I think that's a little crazy. We can go ahead and do that. That's not a problem. I guess I didn't remember how expensive those were to make. Let's go ahead and take this, and then upgrade that with this. Perfect. And then that's going to go into making the next tier, which is going to be the energetic alloy tier. We are going to need redstone alloy and pulsating crystals. So we have the 2 of those. Lovely jubbly. And we should be ready to go ahead and make this now, right? Beautiful. Now the next tier is going to require vibrant stuff, which I guess we're almost ready. We are gonna need some of those tier 3 conduits, and I did see something that we might not have, and that is going to be the vibrant crystals, which requires a player core, which is actually not even that bad at all. It's just gonna require some lapis and some other stuff. Lapis plus emerald, which is gonna be fine. So 4 lapis and then 1 emerald should give us a player core surrounded by the vibrant alloy, gives us the vibrant crystal, and that vibrant crystal then goes into making these guys. I did forget to grab, oh no, I didn't forget to grab that for actually one time. We are gonna need, what am I missing from this? 2 vibrant crystals, 2 octatics, some vibrant alloy. I see. No, I have enough here. Oh no, I don't have enough. Right. Okay, let me grab some more of these, and let's go ahead and craft up the, what was it again? The vibrant thrusters. There we go. Craft one of those bad boys. Let's go ahead and make sure that we creative this bad boy, because this is going to be used later for our dark solarium jet plate later, of course. There we go. Let's go ahead and take this guy now and upgrade this to a vibrant jetpack, which we are going to want to go ahead and upgrade, by the way. I'll put in a drawer. So now we have that, and this is then going to get upgraded into the armored version with the dark steel armor plate, which is going to require the electrical steel armor plate, the conductive iron armor plate, the silicone armor plate, so iron plus raw silicon, and then all of the above resources, so electrical steel, dark steel, and vibrant alloy in a, I believe, I want to say a alloy smelter is how we make these. Yeah, in a alloy smelter with 10 of each one of these metals. I have the dark steel armor plating. Perfect. There we go. That's only the first part of this, by the way. Like, we still have got like 20,000 more parts that we got to work on here. So for the next part of the jet plate, I guess we need to figure out what we're going to want to work on next here, because yeah, it depends on what we want to grab here. Dark steel. Oh, you know what? Actually, funny enough, we already have a Zavicchio thingy already, right? We already have one somewhere in this like mess of chest. I believe we've already gotten a Zavicchio like chest piece somewhere. So I'm gonna have to like find that really quickly. It was in this chest right here, the Zavicio chest piece. I can't believe I actually got that from there. That's actually so goated. So if we take this, and I think we need to take it and surround it with dark steel, right? That's how this works. So if I press U on you, I guess that doesn't work. So if I take this and put this in here and surround it with dark steel. Okay, so that's not the full picture here. So dark steel chest piece is what we're looking for. So dark steel chest piece is going to require dark steel ingots and Zavicio armor. I don't know why. Oh, this already has like some stuff infused into it. That's not really ideal now, is it? So if that's the case, then we probably can't get the jet plate, but honestly, having just the armor that we already have, or having just the jetpack that we already have, is probably going to be more than enough for now. So I think what we're going to do next is probably work on getting a chargeable thing, like a battery of some kind. And I think we can get that through thermal expansion. Yeah, one of these bad boys, the flux capacitors, actually might kind of be our upper alley. Can I make this? Oh, well, I need to make this anyway. So, I mean, we might as well just do it, right? It doesn't look that hard. So we just need to make this guy, which is going to require lead plates, electrocuting ingots, and sulfur. Dude, that's a bummer, man, that we can't make that just because we're gated behind like Zavicio armor essentially, which we can't currently make because we'd have to go through all the way through Botania and stuff, which is just not worth it right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and start off by making some lead plates like so, and then let's go ahead and make our very first lead capacitor like so. And we're actually going to go ahead and create these guys. So leadstone capacitor get. The next one is going to be the hardened, which is going to require some tin gears. Luckily for us, we've got tin right here, and guess what? We also have a metal press that can make tin gears. That is not bad at all. As soon as I can get the tin on top of there, that is. Oh my god, this is so tricky sometimes. Like if you don't get it in the right angle, I guess I can stand on top of it and drop it like that, and that should be fine. But yeah, if you don't get it in the right angle, it just does not want to work right. So there we go. Now we have the tin gear, and we should be good to go ahead and make the hardened one. Perfect. And now that we have the hardened one, we should be able to go ahead and make the next tier. So we'll grab one of those. The next tier is going to be the redstone one. So we're going to need a ender gem and some electrum. I didn't grab electrum, but I know that we have some. So right over here, that's brass. There is your electrum like so. And then we need, I believe, a ender diamond, right? That said ender diamond. Yeah, a ender diamond. So one of these guys right here should make us the redstone one like so. And then the last tier one that we can make right now is going to require pyrotheum, which I think we already made before, so it shouldn't be like that difficult at all. Yeah, I can see it from right here. So pyrotheum, and then that's also going to need electrocuting alloy, and we should be pretty much good to go. Boom, that is now done. I wish I could upgrade this to the draconic one, but we're just quite not there yet. We need wiring cores. You know what, actually? Well, can we make this yet? I don't think we can. You know what, actually? I probably can. Zephyr Arothium just requires niter, sand, redstone, and blizz powder. That is not terrible to make at all. Oh, we can't make it. We need blue gems, which is not until Neptune, which is yeah, quite a bit away. By the way that we're going to charge this is we're going to take it and throw it into our capacitor bank. That is going to be the best way to charge this right now. Wow, it can store 20 million RF. That's actually quite a lot of power. Now I do gotta say, this does feel 10 times better. It is annoying that this doesn't allow it to like auto charge, but that's fine. As long as I put this in my hotbar and then I hold it, it's gonna charge regardless, so it's not that bad actually. Okay, now that we have that out of the way, I think it's time that we maybe head to Mars, because that way we can go ahead and get the second boss done here. But unfortunately, to do that, we do have to head back to the moon quickly, because I do need to get some meteoric iron, and the only way to get meteoric iron is through the moon. So yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that, which I believe I'm gonna have to like sit and wait for a minute or two because it takes time for it to spawn or whatever. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is take my oxygen tanks out and delete them, and then I'm going to refill them like that, so that way when we go to the moon I can just sit here for a while and let meteoric iron spawn. Actually, while I was waiting for the meteoric iron to fall, I discovered something cool. You can make it in this pack using skystone and iron in an induction smelter. So if I take this and we make an induction smelter, which is just going to require invar gears, a resident frame or basic frame, depending on what frame you use, depends on what upgrade level you get. And then you know what, we might as well make the resident frame if we can, and Darium gear, zombie electrode, and lumium. Honestly, that seems like a terrible thing, but yeah, so we're gonna need that. We're gonna need some of these. That's fine. And then we're just gonna need some invar gears, which luckily for us, we can go ahead and do quickly. So where did my invar go? Oh, it's still in my inventory. That's beautiful. So if I take this, come over here and put this on top of here, dude, this is goated. The fact that we got this jetpack now, everything's gonna be like 10 times easier now, and I'm so happy that I'm not having to like shift and do all that stuff. Oh my god, it's so nice not being able to, you know, have to like hold shift or anything. Oh dude, it's so nice. You have no idea how like amazing this feels. We're gonna need a bucket, which is a good question. Is, do I even have a bucket? I do. I creatived it. Yes, I know. What a wacky thing to creative. I am debating if I really want to make the resident one. I don't think I need it, I'm gonna be honest, not right this second at least. So we'll go with the, whatchamacallit, signalum tier. That should be more than enough for this. I feel like we don't need it to go like too crazy hard or anything. So there we go. There's our induction smelter. So if I take, what was it, 16 skystone and a piece of iron, that should in theory net me 1 meteoric iron, which we can then cook up and, you know, do whatever we need to with it. So yeah, it's actually pretty nice. Okay, so we're getting ready to go ahead and build out our next rocket here. So we're going to take this meteoric iron and shove it into this compressor really quickly to go ahead and make the plates that we need for that. And then we're going to need these rocket boosters, which are going to require heavy duty plating tier 1, oxygen vents, compressed meteoric iron thingies, wool, and fuel, which, you know, how am I going to do it? Right, we need this guy. So glass, tin. Okay, so yeah, we're going to need quite a few things here. So let's get started. I'm going to need to grab everything from over here, essentially. So I'm going to need the heavy duty tier plates, tier 1s. I'm going to need, what else am I going to need here? The nose cone we can grab, rocket fins we can grab, the tier 1 engine we can grab all this stuff. That's fine. We are just going to need heavy duty plating tier 2, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's just going to be the tier 1 heavy duty plating plus the compressed meteoric iron. So this guy plus this guy should make that, and then we'll go ahead and creative that. However, these rocket boosters are going to be a little bit different. I'm going to need some glass, some tin casing, some compressed iron. Okay, that's fair enough. So let me grab the tin canisters, which I don't think we have, unfortunately, but we can go. Oh no, we do have them. Perfect. And then we're gonna need some glass, and that should be all we need for that, right? So the rocket booster, the fueled canister, is gonna require a fuel canister, which we can go ahead and make, assuming we have all the things. You know what, let's do this easier. So the fuel canister is gonna require an empty fuel canister, so steel and compressed tin. So that's compressed iron. I grabbed tin, and I didn't grab compressed steel. That's fine. That is going to be this guy here, and that should be everything that we need for this. Yeah, there we go. Here's a better question. Can I just right click this? I can. Thank God. Okay, that is relatively simple then. So take that, and then we should be pretty much ready to go ahead and make the rocket booster minus 1 extra thing. So we are going to need to go ahead and make some wool like so, and I'm not sure if every rocket booster is going to be the same thing. However, we are going to need some yellow dye, I believe, to go ahead and make the wool that we need for the rocket boosters. Oh, okay, so we should be ready to go ahead and make the tier 1 booster. Beautiful. And we're obviously going to creative this because making a bunch of these is going to be a pain in the butt. There we go. Take that, creative that, get me 2 of those, please. And I think we're pretty much ready to go ahead and build the tier 2 rocket, if I'm not mistaken. So tier 2 rocket, a nose cone plus some heavy duty plating, which we didn't creative yet. So that's going to be in this guy. I almost forgot about the heavy duty tier 2 plating. So there we go. Go ahead and creative that bad boy. Hopefully I put the right one in there. I did. Good. And we should be good to go now, right? So tier 2 rocket with the heavy duty plating tier 2, like so. And then the rocket boosters, like so. And then your fins plus your tier 1 engine plus your nose cone should be a tier 2 rocket ready to go. Now this is going to still use a tier 1 launch pad, so that's good. So all we have to technically do is take this rocket and go upstairs with it and shove it onto the launch pad that no longer exists, right? I forgot it takes the launch pad with you, so we have to make sure that we get the launch pad as well. So that's going to be this guy right here. 9 of these bad boys should make a simple launching structure for us. So 1 2 3 4, and then like this, the rocket on top of that, like so. That's going to start filling up with fuel. Now here's the question though, does the Mars boy need the next thermal like lagging or whatever it's called? So I'm going to go on the limb and I'm going to YOLO it. I think it's time that we're ready to go ahead and go to the moon here. So if I just check this, yep, we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and launch this bad boy and hope for the best. Alrighty, let's go ahead and launch right on over to Mars like so and hope for the best here. And I think I need to go ahead and hold space for this one. It's not telling me to hold space, so I think we're okay. It looks like we're okay. Not really. Oh god, that's bad. That's bad news bear. Let's go ahead and put the guy down. Actually, no, wait, let's go ahead and set this up like this and then set up our home teleporter like so. And we're ready to go ahead and hopefully find the next dungeon that we need to fight. We have found the dungeon. Let's go ahead and dive right into this dungeon, baby. Hopefully we don't get our faces. You know what, actually, I just realized I can probably just fly directly through this dungeon like very fast as well, because guess what, we've got freaking flight now, like actual flight, so we don't even have to worry about none of these cobwebs or anything, you know, any of that junk. We can just fly right through it. Oh my god, it's a baby. It's a fast baby. Holy heck. Oh no, it's this guy. This guy is not fun. Okay, so what I know I have to do is, god, not do that. Get out. Yeah, we need to get a sword, and guess what? I have one at home, so I'm gonna quickly go grab that. But before I do that, I do want to mark this dungeon before we lose it. I think I just figured something out. Yeah, I think, remember how this stopped at 2000 quartz? Yeah, I think the sword is doing the same thing that the pickaxe did with the redstone, where it has no stop. Yeah, I want to keep playing with this and see how much I can actually, you know, get. So I did a thing, and I think we can throw away this, and we have a 1501 attack damage sword with 750.5 hearts of damage. That is literally insanity, by the way. So what we're gonna go ahead and do now is we're gonna head right on back over to Mars and fly right back over to that beautiful little dungeon that's actually really not even that far away, actually, at least compared to the other dungeon, right? So let's go over here, let's go back down here and meet the boss head on. Okay, let's go, buddy. Kaboom. Let's go. Let's fight. Okay, that scared the hell out of me. Oh god. Hey, let's not do that. Oh god, this is difficult. No, I had to like reflect it back to you, which is really annoying. Wait, is he immune to... There we go. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, let me take care of these little dudes. We got it, boys. There we go. Let's go ahead and make sure that we put her in here. Perfect. And now we can grab as many as we need, except where is our door to our thing? Okay, so I had to find another dungeon because that one was a dud, but this time I think we can just go like right through it because we've already got the key, right? So we technically don't have to really fight this dungeon. Okay, run past the guy. Perfect. And you. Oh, what? I think I actually have to kill the boss. We'll be right back. I killed the boss and I didn't get the tier 3 rocket schematic. Are you actually kidding me right now? Can I turn this thing into the tier 3 rocket schematic? I don't think I can. That is despair, as this took me 20 minutes to find this darn dungeon. Fair enough. Fair. And just like that, we've got a tier 3 rocket schematic. Finally. Oh my God. I feel so much better. Dear God, that took forever. Get me home so I can teach this how to make a tier 3 rocket, because God, that took forever. Are we gonna crash the game again? Let's find out. The answer is yes. Okay, so we can go ahead and do the same thing. Hit the next button twice. Go ahead and put the schematic inside of there and teach it. And you know what? We might as well teach it this one as well. And I believe, oh, we can make the cargo rocket. That's pretty nice. But yeah, unfortunately, that's not what we need though. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we go to Venus and we also get into applied energistics. Let's get into today's episode. The plan for today's episode is to go ahead and get into applied energistics. Finally, by the way, we're finally there. Now, last episode we made a beautiful jetpack, but we also went to Mars and fought the Mars dungeon. And today my plan is to go ahead and go to Venus and fight the Venus boss, make the applied energistics system. We don't even technically have to fight the Venus boss. We just need to go ahead and get some carbon. So in between episodes, I did collect some refined dash, which we're gonna go ahead and take and put inside of our furnace. I'm gonna put like half a stack in there, and we'll put the rest in a creative drawer. With the dash, what we're gonna go ahead and do is, I believe we need to take this boy and compressor it down into plates of some kind. Yeah, so that way we can go ahead and make the next tier plating for the rocket. So the tier 3 rocket. So if I look here, the tier 3 rocket is going to require these heavy duty tier plates tier 3, which needs a compressed dash plus heavy duty tier 2, and then these rocket booster tier 1s. We are going to need a heavy engine, so we're gonna have to make that, and we're gonna need to make the new nose cone as well. Honestly, everything else here is not too bad. We are gonna need to go ahead and grab some stuff, but we already have most of the stuff that we need for the rocket. Okay, so now that we have the compressed dash like so, we're just gonna go ahead and make sure that we creative that bad boy. Also, I did grab a few things in between the cuts there, and yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and make the rocket engine. So I just need to grab the oxygen vent, and I think we're pretty much ready to go for that, right? So if I come over here and make the heavy booster, that should be everything that we need. Heavy booster is just missing, oh, we're missing the heavy duty plating, right? So we got to make sure that we dong this thing like so, make sure it gets all banged up, and then you know what, we might as well make a quick and dirty redstone torch, because we're gonna need that for the nose cone. And just like that, we should be able to make the heavy booster like so. Beautiful. We should be able to go ahead and make the nose cone. Perfect. I believe we just need the fins, which we're gonna make 4 of those. I'm just gonna make the rocket straight up. I don't think we need to like creative every little piece of the rocket. So if we come over to the NASA workbench and we come over here and go to tier 3 and we put the engine in, we put in the 4 fins, the nose cone, and then we put in our heavy duty plates like so. With the booster boys, we should go ahead and make the tier 3 rocket. Now, I actually don't know if I actually need the tier 2 launch pad for this. I don't think I do. I think the tier 1 launch pad should be enough for this, I believe. So if we come over here and build this launch pad really quickly like so, and then place down our rocket, that should start to go ahead and fill up. I believe, yeah, it's gonna take a while because this does take a lot of fuel. And just like that, I think we're pretty much ready to go. I didn't switch out these, but I don't think we're gonna be there too long. I did grab a dislocator charm and set it to our base, and of course, yeah, so I think we're ready to go ahead and take off. I don't think we need to, like, you know, make any suit or anything, so I'm just gonna YOLO it and just send it. And off to Venus we go. Launch to this bad boy. I'm gonna go ahead and hold space. I am taking damage, which is not ideal. Invalid thermal protection. Okay, so there seems to be a thermal protection that we need, but I'm not seeing it in the thing. We're back home now, and unfortunately, that was a really bad landing. Aha! So I kind of found it. It's the tier 3 one, and I'm literally blind, I guess, because it was literally right in front of my face the whole time. So let me go ahead and make this. So we're gonna need 2 thermal cloth, and then we're gonna need some compressed dash. So compressed dash plus the thermal cloth, like so, and it should give us the thermal cloth tier 3, and then we should be able to go ahead and upgrade our actual like suit thermal protection thing, which is going to be perfect. And of course, the way to do that, we need to go ahead and go into our thermal thingy and take it off, and then just slowly craft them one by one like so, and it should be good to go, right? So the tier 3, aha, no, you don't upgrade it, you use the dash plates, and that should be pretty good. Now, am I gonna do this for all of them? Yes. Okay, fair enough. At least I thought you could upgrade them, but I guess not. You have to make all new ones. Let's try this again. C1 Venus, and let's try this again. Oh god, I think I messed up. Yeah, RIP that, and RIP that rocket, and I'm out of RF on my thing. Quickly try to fill that, and I'm also out of okay, am I gonna land in the lava? I'm not. Okay, perfect. Let me, you know, quickly set this down. So put this guy here with our dislocator charm. Perfect. I didn't want to click that. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Hiya. Is third time gonna be a charm? Dropping for the third time this time. Oh my god, I can't believe it. We are now dropping for the third time. That is so despair, but hopefully this time I can actually like nail it. Now that we have successfully landed on Mars, you know what, we're gonna go this way instead, and I am just gonna kind of like dig down somewhere, and hopefully that we don't land in like a lava pool or something, and we're just gonna like get down quite a bit, and then we're just gonna vein mine and just like hope that we can find the ore that we're looking for, which is going to be this ore right here, carbon. Perfect. By the way, that's all I needed to come here for, so we can now technically leave the planet, which is pretty nice. So let's get the heck out of here before I don't know, explode into fire. With this carbon ore, we can now take it and smelt it in our smeltery like so, and then we can take that, I believe, and finally make the inscriber for AE2, because I believe that's what we needed to make the inscriber. Yeah, the carbon wafers, which required carbon ingots from extra planets, which we now have, so we can now finally get into making applied energistics. Alrighty, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna grab ourselves a quick and dirty set of blocks really quickly, because we're gonna need to make a water pool to go ahead and get started with applied energistics. Okay, we are gonna need some fluix, by the way. So fluix can be made using the water with some charged nether quartz, I believe. So if we look over here, the fluix block and the fluix crystal is going to need the charged Certus quartz plus 1 nether quartz plus a redstone dust in a puddle of water. So I'm going to place down a bucket of water like so, and then another bucket of water like so. I'm going to go ahead and drop in a redstone, a nether quartz, and a charged Certus like so, and that should in theory convert into fluix dust. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna need a carbon wafer. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is take carbon ingots, which we don't currently have, but if I come over here, I should have some over here. Beautiful. And we are gonna need a comparator. So if I quickly grab one of those bad boys and then toss in here, that should in theory make our carbon wafer. So if I take this and then this, that should make my carbon wafers. Okay, so we should be able to grab ourselves a set of sticky pistons like so, and then make ourselves a quick and dirty fluix block like so. And then we should be able to go ahead and make our very first inscriber. We love to see it. Now, I guess I could creative it, but I don't think I'm going to. So let's go ahead and plop that down like so. I guess the next thing that we're gonna need is a energy acceptor. Now, can we make a energy acceptor, or is it gonna be a problem? It's not gonna be a problem. We are just gonna need some fused quartz glass. I think that's correct. Let's find out here. So yeah, we're gonna need some iron as well. I forgot to grab the iron, but there we go. I cannot wait until we get applied energistics up and going, but there we go. So no, I am going to need quartz glass, and that is totally a different thing. So glass plus some quartzite dust like so. That should be good to go ahead and make some glass. Is that not the correct glass? Another quartz dust or Certus quartz dust with some glass. Am I just blind, or oh, I grabbed powdered osmium. See, that's the thing. I cannot wait until we're being able to pull things from ME, because that's going to be like 10 times easier. There we go. Some fused quartz glass. And then make me a energy acceptor like so. Beautiful. And then plop that guy right on over here. And I guess the next thing that we're going to need to make is a press, or all the presses that we need for applied energistics. So like engineer press and stuff. And it seems like this does not like when I type in press. Yeah, here we go. These guys here. So the calculation is going to need iron. We're going to need Certus quartz blocks. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to do a bunch of stuff. So like diamond blocks, and then gold blocks and silicon. So yeah, let me do that real quick. Okay, so I have all the bits that we're gonna need here. So starting with the engineering bit, so we're gonna take that and we're gonna toss the engineering bit in here like so, and then toss a diamond in there, and that's gonna give us the engineer's processor. Now I believe for the calculation one, we're gonna need some Certus quartz blocks, which is not terrible. I don't think. We're gonna need some gold for the logic boys. That's fine. And we're gonna go ahead and toss the logic boy in here. So logic will go in here with the gold, and we're also gonna need some Certus quartz. So let's go ahead and get 9 of these and convert them into blocks like so. And we're gonna go ahead and take that guy and throw it in here with the calculation boy like so. Oh no, it doesn't want the Certus quartz block. That's interesting. It wants pure Certus quartz, which is going to require us, so we need Certus dust and sand into a puddle of water to make the process faster, and the crystal growth accelerators. Interesting. So we can't do calculation just yet. So what we're going to go ahead and do is swap this out for that and make 2 of those. Oh, that's right. That's not taking normal silicon, which is not ideal. It should be taking the silicon, but it's not taking it for some reason. So it turns out it doesn't like the Ender IO silicon. So what I'm going to try and do is grab myself some sand and come up to our crusher boy and hope that we can get some, you know, raw silicon from this guy from Mechanism, and like maybe this will work. I'm going to take some sand and some Certus quartz dust and make some seeds and toss it into this puddle over here. I can't accelerate it with growth accelerators, but I'm just going to throw them in there for now while we try and get some silicon going. Yeah, beautiful. And then hopefully this will make what we need, and we should be good now. So if I take this and toss this in here, beautiful. So we actually do have a bit of a problem here, because this takes 8.22 hours, and yeah, to make the thing that we need to speed it up or whatever requires the thing that we're trying to make. and this recipe doesn't work. So I don't know what to do here. Here is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna basically cheat in some items here because of the fact that I believe that that recipe should in theory work, unfortunately. So yeah, I think that we should be allowed to cheat in the calculation processors because we technically did get them. The recipe is just not working for some reason. Alrighty, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is take our printed silicon like so, go ahead and take our printed logic circuit like so, and put one of these redstones in here. It is not redstone. What do they require? Pulsating chips. Are they all the same or are they different? No, they're all the same. I'm gonna need some ender pearls and some redstone up in the laser boy upstairs. Now that we have all of the processors, what we should be able to go ahead and do is make something called a storage bus, and that storage bus is gonna require we're gonna need an interface. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. Mana infused ingots. Dude, we're gonna need these annihilation cores. Ooh, pure nether quartz. Ooh, I think we can actually now make the accelerator though, and that should help us with making the Certus quartz a bit faster. Yeah, the accelerators. That is not the one I'm looking for. Is it just called like a growth something or another? Yeah, the crystal growth chamber is what we're looking for. We have the calculation processor now. We're gonna need the growth accelerators. Oh, we still need these though. Oh, okay. These are quite expensive. They need the Zavikio ingots and they need mana steel, diamond infused. Yeah, that's not ideal now, is it? So instead of crafting the accelerators, what did I do? I waited the 8.33 hours to go ahead and grow these up in the pond right here. Yikes, that was rough. Now that we have them, let's get them into a drawer because dear God, I am not waiting another 8 hours to go ahead and grow these bad boys again. No way, Jose. Now I'm gonna take the pure Certus quartz and finally be able to make our calculation processors wherever the thingy went. Where did the thingy go? And boom, just like that, we now have our calculation processors, which means we can finally move forward. Okay, so we're gonna need the crafting thingy-mabobber inventory panel from Ender.io, the thing that I tried to use a couple of episodes ago and like broke my world or whatever. I did have some of these illuminated inventory panels from opening these loot boxes, so that is pretty poggers, but we're gonna have to make the inventory panel if we're gonna want the craft panel here. So we're gonna need the inventory panel, which, oh boy, that is a very expensive thing. I thought we kept it. I guess I can craft another one if I have to. So I got 99% of everything that we need for the inventory panel except for the nutrient distillation, which is gonna require us to make the vat. We're gonna need 2 vats, I believe, which honestly I thought we had 2 vats, but I'm probably going crazy at this point. So yeah, we're gonna need a crucible, some tanks, some machine frames, some electrical steel, and a gold furnace to make the vats. We're gonna need 2 of those bad boys. And then from there, the nutrient distillation is going to be pretty straightforward. So it turns out you only need 1 vat to go ahead and make the nutrient distillation. It's just going to require a skull of some kind and some nether wart and then some water. That's all you really need to make your nutrient distillation. Okay, so nutrient distillation is going to be some water. Can I make this auto extract like that? I can. Give it some skulls and some nether wart, and that's going to make us plenty of nutrient distillation. So now that we have the nutrient distillation, we can finally make the inventory panel that we deserve, which that way we can now go ahead and make the ME terminal and make some actual progress. So grab that and the ME terminal. So we're trying to make the ME crafting terminal. This is going to require a ME terminal, which is going to require a inventory panel, and this is going to be a QED recipe for the inventory panel. So we're going to pop over here quickly and make this QED recipe. Oh, that's right. The QED recipe in this pack does not allow you to shift click into it. And there is our inventory panel. Now, do I want to creative this? I probably should, just in case if I have to make another one like later down the road. But yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and craft up the ME crafting terminal panel thing. So we're gonna need a crafting table, a calculation processor, the ME terminal, which we have, beautiful. And then we're gonna take that and upgrade that to the crafting terminal, beautiful. And then what we're gonna need next is some smart cable. Now I did some prepping in between cuts there, so that way we can go ahead and quickly make these. So we're gonna need the quartz fiberglass cables really quickly. Let's get a few of those and make sure that we are able to create some of them. And then we're gonna need to make the ME cables, which is gonna require the Fluix crystals. We'll go ahead and make a few of those as well. That way we can go ahead and create those, even though we're not gonna be using those. Let's go ahead and actually coat those, turn those into smart cables using some redstone and glowstone. And you know what? I probably should have kept some of those some of those covered cables, because we're also going to want something called dense cable or dense smart cable, which is basically allowing us to get more channels out of our cables, right? So these default smart cables can only really do 8 channels. However, the dense ones can actually do 32 channels, and the ME controller does 32 channels per side, which is pretty important, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and make some more of the smart covered cable, which means we're gonna need more glass cable like so. And then we're gonna make sure that we're gonna have to cover those bad boys with some wool. And then I believe we take the smart covered cable. That's not how we make them apparently. So dense cable is gonna require us to take this covered cable like so. And there we go, beautiful, lovely jubbly. Now we have the dense smart cable as well, which is gonna allow us to go ahead and make a better network for ourselves moving forward. So I was looking at the ME controller and I noticed that we need pure Fluix crystals, which requires another seed growth. So I've got to wait another 8 hours to grow this darn seed. But I think everything else is pretty much doable at this point. Maybe not the osmium crystals. Yeah, we're gonna have to go through all of mechanism and do like all of mechanisms like ore washing, processing. Oh god, this is gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, that's gonna have to be a whole episode in itself, I feel, just for the osmium crystals to get the ME controller. So we can't really get the ME controller right this second, but what I can do is potentially start setting up the system using some like storage buses and stuff. So like a storage bus, we can use, I believe 8 channels is what the energy acceptor can handle, I want to say. So the storage bus is going to require some sticky pistons, some pistons, and it's going to require this ME interface, which is going to require some mana infused ingots, some calculation processors, but more importantly, these annihilation and formation cores, which require pure Fluix pearls. Oh, it needs pure Certus. Wait, no, we have pure Certus quartz, I believe, right? This is pure. Yes, this is pure Certus quartz. Now, what about the other one? That was which one? That was for this one. What about for this one? Does it also? Okay, and pure nether quartz. I believe we also have pure nether quartz, so that is doable. Fluix pearls just require some Fluix dust, and some ender pearls, which is not terrible, by the way. We are gonna have to get those things though, and I'm gonna have to figure out where I put all of my Fluix crystals. Okay, I found the Fluix crystals. Let's grab more of those. We are gonna need some Fluix dust, so I'm gonna quickly come up here and throw them into the crusher. I wonder if the sag mill, yeah, the sag mill would be faster because we have the octadic in there, or at least I thought we had the octadic capacitor in there, but no, we only need one really anyway, so that's fine. There we go. And I believe we're pretty much ready to go ahead and start doing all the other stuff. Now, unfortunately, the drawer controller only has a range of 12, so we are gonna have to do some extra things to get it to reach the rest of these drawers. So we're gonna have to install a drawer slave. So let's go ahead and try and craft up the formation cores. All right, I need Fluix pearls, so I'm gonna need some ender pearls like so. And let's go ahead and grab ourselves a ME interface. Oh my god, that's being difficult. This is why I wish we had, whatchamacallit, the bookmarking system, but we just don't have it, unfortunately. So we have to kind of like stick with this, unfortunately. So there we go, a Fluix pearl. That should be easy enough. And then of course, you know the shtick by now, right? Put it in a drawer, creative it, grab a stack, call it a day kind of situation. I believe we have everything else we need on us. I believe we do. So let's go ahead and start making these annihilation and formation cores. They should be relatively easy. So there's one set, and then there is the other set. And then of course, you know the deal. We are going to go ahead and need to creative these bad boys like so. So 1 and 2 and boom and boom. And then there you go. Now we have those. I don't know if I grabbed them both. I did grab them both. We are going to need some sticky pistons and some normal pistons like so. And then we're pretty much good to go for the ME interface, right? No, we need glass that looks like some sort of glass. I can use any glass. Okay, cool. Mana infused ingots though from thermal. How do I get you? So getting the mithril ore was pretty easy. All you had to do is go to the nether and find the ender mithril ore and then cook it up to get the mana infused and then cook that up to get the ingots. But however, you are going to need to upgrade your pickaxe to the manual so that way you can go ahead and mine it. And yeah, now we have the mana infused ingots that we need to go ahead and make the interfaces so that way we can go ahead and continue with making our ME system. With the mana infused ingots, we should not be able to say, hey, let's make the storage bus, right? So we're going to want to make first the interface. It's going to make one of those bad boys. We're definitely going to need those later for auto crafting for sure. So let's go ahead and do that. And then once we do that, we should be able to say, hey, let's upgrade that to the storage buses, right? Let's go ahead and empty this. I guess we can't really do that. So there we go. Oh, and of course it's not going to fit because we don't have enough inventory room. There we go. Do that. Perfect. And then now that we have the storage bus, we should be able to connect all of our stuff. Okay, so we're going to quickly need to make a quick and dirty drawer controller slave, and this is going to allow us to extend our range for our controller essentially in any direction as well, up and down, which is going to be really helpful for us, honestly. So if we count out 12 from here, so 1 2 3, so we're going to want to put a new drawer slave right here, and once we do that, we should in theory be able to go ahead and go 12 more in the other direction as well. So if I put this here, right, so it should be 1 2 3 11, so that should now technically work. And I'm gonna have to, I believe, put a storage bus on that one as well. So let's go ahead and grab some storage buses really quickly, and let's grab some smart cable. Now we are not gonna be able to use our dense cable because our dense cable is gonna require us to whatchamacallit, need more channels, which we just straight up do not have right now, unfortunately. So yeah, we're gonna take that and run these guys like so all the way across, and you can see once we connect this, it should light up with 2 channels technically. Now I am gonna make sure that I can access the bottom of this guy. Unfortunately, we can't do that right now, so let's go ahead and, you know, make sure that we can access the bottom of this guy, so that way we can also run stuff over there as well if we need to. So if I do that, I should now be able to come over here and run a simple ME cable underneath this guy, underneath our base. Hopefully I don't die to the power running out of our jetpack here. And I guess I technically don't need this power cable right here. So I can go ahead and break that. And then we just run our smart cable all the way across like so until we get to the other one here. And then that should turn on. We should see 2 channels being used. Perfect. All I gotta do is put a cable here with a terminal, right? So let's grab ourselves a crafting terminal like so, and then place that guy right here, and we should see all of our stuff, which I don't see. Like, for example, let's look for interfaces because that's on this side. Is it not working? That is going to be a problem. It is not indeed working. I guess what we could do is potentially, instead of using that, we could use another storage drawer controller. So if I put down this drawer controller and then this one, I technically should now see everything in the network. I am not seeing, yes, we are now seeing the interfaces. Beautiful. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode, we get the digital storage up and going, and we also get into some agrocraft. We are kicking off today's episode at the Venus planet because we have to fight the Venus boss because we need the tier 4 rocket to continue our progress into applied energistics. So I'm currently looking around the Venus planet currently, trying to find the dungeon currently. I have been flying around for quite a while and I cannot find this dungeon. As you can see, I'm about, well, I mean, I was about 4,000 blocks away from the base. As you can see, I've been flying around everywhere trying to find this dungeon and I'm having 0 luck. So I'm back home. I want to try and craft up this frequency module and see if I can go ahead and like trade with the villager dudes on Mars and see if I can like potentially get the schematic that way, because I'm not having any luck trying to find this dungeon. You won't believe what I just found after 1 hour of searching and God knows how far away from our base. I finally found a darn bloody dungeon, and of course we're out of oxygen, so I've got to come back. This bloody dungeon is 1,000 blocks away. I'm really hoping that I get the tier 4 rocket schematic on the first attempt, because if not, I'm gonna be very, very, very mad. All right, here we go. We're at the boss dude, and already this guy's already trying to destroy my face, and he's already dead. You just gotta take care of these little dudes first. All right, you get destroyed, you get destroyed. Perfect. All right, get destroyed and give me the key. Perfect. I guess we'll throw down the key down here with the key upgrade and, you know, creative boom, and pray to God that we get the tier 4 rocket schematic. Tier 4 rocket schematic. Okay. Whoo. All right, we can go freaking home now, and just like that we should be able to go ahead and teach our rocket schematic like so. Boom. Beautiful. Now we can start making the tier 4 rocket, which is going to be pretty awesome. We now need to head to Mercury, baby. So let's go ahead and grab the tier 4 rocket boy. Tier 4 heavy duty plating is going to require carbon plating and some heavy duty tier 3 plating, which I believe all I gotta do is grab some carbon ingots. I don't know why I keep going to look for it. I've got an ME system now, so I should be able to say give me carbon ingots like so, and then come over here to the compressor, throw those in there. Those are not the right ingots, those are carbide ingots. Did I not creative my carbon ingots? That's not ideal. Apparently I just forgot to creative it, but there we go. We've got a creative now. Go ahead and do that. So why aren't you not pressing? Do I need like 2 of you? Yeah, it's 2 like this. I see now. And then we're gonna need the heavy duty tier 3 plating. So heavy duty tier 3 plating like so. And there we go. Let's go ahead and creative that bad boy. So let's go ahead and toss that over here. Dude, having the ME system now is so god tier. Oh, it feels so good. And then you're gonna come over here in here and compress that with the tier 3s. And then that's gonna give me the tier 4 plating. So what else do I need for the tier 4 rocket? Do I need anything else like crazy? A tier 4 booster, and I think I can pretty much make that. I'm just gonna need to make some orange wool or something like that. That's not too bad at all, I don't think. So I can't craft with the ME system right now because it can't like go anywhere. So I'm gonna use some of my storage buses really quickly to come over here and give it some storage so that way it can craft easier. We're gonna have to deal with this today, honestly, so that's why I'm trying to get to the next planet. So we're gonna need these rocket fins, I guess 4 of them. We're gonna need the booster, so the tier 4 booster pack thing, which is gonna need orange wool, and that means I'm gonna need to make some orange dye of some kind, which is gonna require, I guess, yellow and red dye. Do I not have rose red and dandelion? I guess I don't. Alrighty guys, I'm pretty sure we're pretty much ready to go, except for needing to make a engine really quickly, which is going to require some flint. Oh my god, this is so much crafting. There we go. I should be able to craft some of this gravel into this flint. I am going to need a quick and dirty button as well, so let me grab some stone. Can I just like do this real quick? So stone. Okay, it's not as easy as it looks. Can I use that? No, it's not letting me do that either. Okay, so button. There we go. Get rid of that. And then you're gonna need a quick and dirty engine, so flint and steel, and then of course the engine. Lovely. We should be able to make our tier 4 rocket schematic.rocket.tier4.name. I'm hoping that's the one that I need. So this guy plus 2 of these guys plus nose cone plus the fuel boosters plus this guy here, the plates, and there you go. There is our tier 4 rocket. Now, do we need a special launch pad for this, or can I just put it on normal launch pad? So unfortunately, it does look like we do need a tier 2 launch pad, which is fine. We should be able to make the tier 2 launch pad relatively simply, like so and so. And then there is our tier 2 launch pad, which we're gonna go ahead and of course creative, because why wouldn't we? So tier 2 launch pad like so. And then this one is going to be a 5x5 instead of a normal, whatchamacallit, 3x3 launch pad. And just like that, we're gonna place down our rocket. Beautiful. And just like that, we are gonna be heading on over to Mercury. And just like that, we are ready to launch to Mercury, baby. Let's do this, baby. I'm hoping I have the right thermal protection, and it does look like I do. And I don't think I need to hold space or anything, because it doesn't look like it. Oh god, I'm gonna run out of power in my jetpack before I land. This is not ideal. I'm probably gonna crash and die. There goes our stuff. Okay, we've landed and things are a little hectic. Okay, we've touched down nice and safely. I'm gonna make sure I take this with me, and I'm gonna go ahead and put this guy down like so, and make sure that this is the correct one. This is for home. It didn't put it on there. Why? It used it. Hiya. So I got one of the things that we needed for Mercury, which is Mercury. Or I'm gonna go ahead and cook that up so we can start making the, whatchamacallit here, the ME drives, so that way we can start getting more storage going. Dude, I just spent like 20 minutes trying to find the dungeon again. I'm just like, I'm over it. I don't want to deal with trying to find dungeons right now. I'm gonna be honest. I just gave up. I was like, you know what? It is what it is. But I think we should be ready to go ahead and start making the ME drive, which hopefully is gonna allow us to get some more storage. However, I think our biggest pain point right this second isn't really storage. It is more of the fact that yeah, we need the whatchamacallit ME controller, because we are running out of channels. That's going to be a big pain point for us right now, is the fact that we don't really have a good amount of channels to work with, unfortunately. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna set that up next. Let's go ahead and try and make this 1638K storage system storage thing. So this is gonna be quite expensive. We're gonna need to make at least 1Ks for now. Oh god, this is gonna get really annoying to like nest through all the crafting. So we're gonna need, let's just start with the 1Ks for now. So 1K storage component is gonna require these guys. I believe these should be relatively super cheap. They shouldn't be too bad. What am I missing here? I am just missing some gold nuggets, which I can do using some of these. Go ahead and dump that for now. And then let's go ahead and make one of these. And then let's go ahead and translate that into this. So there's your 1K. And let's go ahead and then get the 4K next. So that's now done. So we're going to need the 4K, dude. So the 4K storage component, boy. So this guy here, perfect. We're going to need the quartz glass, which I don't think we've created just yet, but we're going to do that now. So let's go ahead and dump that right here, I guess. That should be fine. Beautiful. And then once we do that, we should be able to go ahead and make up all of the rest of these, right? So if we wanted the 4K, for example, that should be relatively simple, which then we're going to do this over and over again until we get to the 1638K storage component part. And just like that, we should now be able to make the 1638K. Beautiful. Would you look at that? This boy is the largest storage component that we can make. And then I believe all we got to do is fuse it together with some glass and some other stuff. Very simple stuff. Beautiful. There is the ME drive. Perfect. I love how it's just triggering now. Lovely. Make that, and then let's go ahead and creative that. I don't have any vending upgrades on me right now. That's kind of annoying. There we go. Take that and slap that like that. And now I should be able to take these guys and break them down because we don't need them anymore. And we should be able to grab a quick and dirty ME drive wherever I put that. Oh dear God, I lost it already. Oh no, I just literally saw it right as I turned around. There we go. Let's go ahead and take this, put that there, and then grab ourselves a 1638K drive like so, and plop that right there. And now all we have to do is take all of our stuff and throw it in there. And you know what we're probably also gonna want is to set the priority to high on this, so it goes back into here first instead of, you know, going back into the whatchamacallit, the other stuff, the drawers and stuff. There we go. Beautiful. And that's already full with 63 types, which is really annoying about applied energistics, but there's nothing that we can really do about that. The only thing that we can do is just get more drives and, you know, put more stuff in. So yeah, but unfortunately we can't do that right now because, well, we kind of need, you know, an enemy controller to get more stuff. And yeah, we're basically right now out of channels. Essentially we're down to 4 channels essentially, so that's not really enough channels. So here is my plan. So I think what we're gonna do here is maybe get into a little bit of mechanism. Let's see what the electrolytic separator is going to cost us. That's actually not even that bad. I just need some osmium dust, some gold dust, and some iron dust. That honestly isn't even that bad. So I can just grab some iron ingots, I guess, some gold ingots, and then some osmium and cook that up. I was also looking at potentially taking a side detour and upgrading our power from lava to something more stable like uranium, you know, making a bigger reactor sort of thing, but I'm not entirely sure if I want to do that. I was also looking at the tesseract as well. The tesseract is a quite interesting recipe, which, yeah, that seems like a little bit of a pain in the butt to make. I'm not really sure how we're going to transfer large amounts of power right now, so I'm thinking I might end up having to do that, you know, because we are going to need a way to transfer large amounts of power, and I'm pretty sure that's the only way that we can do large amounts of power anyway, is through the tesseract. So we'll have to figure that out at some point. But yeah, I think for now the goal is going to be, you know, actually now that I'm thinking about it, we can't really get into mechanism actually because of the fact that mechanism does require a bit of power, like, and I mean a bit of power. So maybe we just go through and make a bigger reactor. That might honestly be the best plan of action here, because yeah, mechanism does take up a lot of power. So yeah, let's switch gears here and look at making the bigger reactor boy. So we're gonna need some yellorium ingots, which thankfully we get from sifting up the dust, I believe. So we're gonna take some of that and cook that up, and then create of that bad boy. So some of the other things that we're gonna probably need, if I had to guess, are gonna be graphite, for example, which comes from, I believe, smelting up coal. So if we look at bigger reactor, for example, and look at the casing, we're gonna need these graphite bars, which I believe come from smelting charcoal or some sort of coal, I believe can be smelted to, you know, cook up the stuff. If I come over here and put this in here, that should start cooking up into what we need. And then I'm gonna need some drawers. I was trying to maybe kind of cheese the enemy controller a little bit, but I had no such luck. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. I kind of wanted to cheese it a little bit if I could, but I couldn't get it to cheese it. So yeah, I guess we're going to be doing it the actual way we're meant to do it, which is craft it. So that's fine. Go ahead and do that. And now we should be able to go ahead and make the casings for bigger reactors. I kind of wish that this kept my search, but it doesn't. So there we go. Let's make sure that we get that bad boy creative. We are running out of space over here, which is not ideal. So we're gonna have to, you know, put down another drawer controller and use up some more channels, unfortunately, which is not ideal, but you know, we'll get through it. So we're gonna need a reactor controller, which looks to be needing the 3rd magnitude steel, which needs, okay, so I need Imperium essence. So this goes all the way back to Imperium. Okay, all right. I feel like we can't avoid it at this point, unfortunately. Yeah, we're gonna have to do mystical agriculture and its other mod there. What's the name of that other mod? I forget. Can I also get my quest book back? That would be really nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here with mystical agriculture. So we're gonna need a seed analyzer from the good old mod agrocraft, and I believe this is going to be relatively cheap. I just need some sort of slabs. You know what? We're probably going to want a good way to make some planks. Yeah, let's take some of these oak planks really quickly and creative them so that way we don't have to like constantly be using our other stuff. Oh boy, we're out of room over here. That's not ideal either. Again, we just don't have the channels to be dealing with this right now. Not ideal, but sure. Let's go ahead and get the seed analyzer to get started here with, you know, agrocraft. I'm gonna need some sort of slab, and for a billionth time, the seed analyzer, there we go. This guy is going to allow us to analyze any seeds that we're going to go ahead and need to plant. Perfect. So where do we go from here? So to get here, we need dye seeds, which needs sugarcane, which I believe sugarcane is here. Now, I guess the better question is, I do have a bunch of seeds up here. Do any of them be sugarcane? If any of y'all guessed no, because you would be correct. We do not have any sugarcane seeds. I don't think we can get them from sieving, but we are going to need some carrot seeds to breed them. So I'm hoping that I can get some sort of like carrot seeds maybe from like breeding. I can also, I guess, breed up to carrot seeds. So the way that seed breeding works, it's very interesting. So we want, dude, where is it? I think it's this one. Yeah, carrot seeds from Xnow, which we can get, I believe, right? It doesn't look like we can get them. So yeah, I'm gonna have to like, so I'm gonna save up some dirt and then we'll see if we can get some carrot seeds. So here is my plan of action. I'm gonna try and yoink a zombie from in here, like so, or not. That's also a thing that could happen. Yeah, I'm gonna go try that again, except now there's a bunch of zombies outside. Can I, thank you. Now I've got to deal with this mess. So one of the more important tools that we're going to need is a watering can, and to make that we're going to need to go ahead and make this guy right here, which is going to require this guy right here. We're going to need magical fertilizer, which is going to need industrial fertilizer, which we can totally make. I thought we could totally make that. Bone meal on the side, maybe. I don't know what's going on here. Fertilizer, oh, it's just requiring wheat, but I don't think we have wheat yet. Yeah, we don't, but we do have seeds though. So to get into agrocraft, we're also gonna need some crop sticks, which luckily we can make relatively simply and easily. I'm trying to debate on what I actually want to do here, because I guess we're gonna need a setup, right? Because we're definitely gonna need agrocraft for later as well. To get agrocraft set up, we're gonna need a few things. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab myself some dirt really quickly, and we're also gonna grab ourselves a bucket. That should be relatively simple, right? And I'm gonna set up a nice little area, like maybe like right here, that's gonna be holding our water. And then this is gonna be, since we're trying to get sugarcane, we're gonna want sand, right? So sand right here in the middle, and then the dirt plus the dirt, and then we're gonna need some water. So let me grab that. So some water right here, perfect. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna need to hoe this up, which I believe we can use our mossy mattock here and try to hoe this up. Perfect. Let's go ahead and put down our crop sticks like so. And again, the sugarcane is gonna require us to, sugar cane is gonna require us to have carrot seeds and normal seeds. So if we use normal seeds and then we get ourselves some carrot seeds by crafting the carrot inside like so, that should give us what we need. So we're gonna put down the carrot seeds and the normal seeds, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna place down 2 crop sticks like this on the sand. Now this is where I really wanted the watering can to kind of like help us out here. So I'm almost wondering, can I do something like this and place down normal seeds? Potentially, no. So I actually need the crop stick and then the seed for it to work, unfortunately. Can I bone meal like you can do it in Project Ozone? Can you bone meal these guys? I think you can. You indeed can. So let's go ahead and mature these guys up and let those guys potentially cross-pollinate. And then I can right-click this to get the wheat that we need to go ahead and make our watering can, which is going to really help us out, hopefully, you know, within making them crossbreed faster. So I used the watering can on this guy, and I think I got sugarcane seeds. I did. Beautiful. So that got us the sugarcane seeds that we needed, which I believe for the next step, we're going to have to use it to breed up for the mystical agriculture stuff. So let's take a look at the quest book and see what the quest book wants us to do here. So in the quest book, they want us to grab the dye seeds, which means we're going to need dye seeds of every flower color. Oh, this is gonna be really just god awful, isn't it? Yeah, so dye seeds, and it doesn't look like I can do anything about that. So poppy seeds are what? So if we look at JEI, it's gonna be sugarcane plus pumpkin, and if we look at the next seed, which is gonna be blue orchid, oh god, this is gonna be like a definitely off-camera thing. Yep, dandelion seeds. So sugarcane and melon. Oh yeah, I think I have a lot of work in between episodes for me to go ahead and actually craft up the dye seeds that we need to get into Botania. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we get into Botania, make some terror steel, and also open up some chance cubes and get some creepy rewards. In between episodes, I've been quite busy doing the crop breeding stuff. Dear Lord, did it take forever to get all of the seeds that we need to get into Botania. To get into Botania, we're gonna need the mystical white flower pedestal, which is gonna require us to go ahead and do a little bit more breeding. So the mystical white flower here is gonna need a daisy seed and a white tulip. So if we look in our system here, I think I should have white tulips, perfect, and I should have daisy as well, perfect. I don't know why there's daisy twice, but sure. And then we're gonna take our watering can and come right on over here to our little crop breeding area and do something like this. I apparently don't have any crop sticks on me, but put our daisy seed down with our white tulip, and then we're gonna need some more crop sticks because we're gonna need to crossbreed those guys. As you can see, if I was paying attention, I need podzol, not normal farmland. There it is. I love agricraft. To get podzol, all we gotta do is take some spruce leaves and some dirt and put it together in a crafting grid, and then that should give us podzol. Also get spruce leaves. If you've been sieving, you should be able to get these spruce like seeds or whatever. You just plant it down, it gives you a spruce sapling, you grow it, and boom, you have yourself a spruce tree. And there it is, and it's all glory mystical white flower seeds. Beautiful. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get ourselves into Botania. Let's start with making the pedestal of apothecary. That should be relatively simple. Bam, bam, boom. And we're gonna need a pure daisy. Now, I don't know the recipe for the pure daisy because Cazador has probably changed it if I had to guess. That's definitely not it. So yeah, it's gonna be 4 white petals in our petal of apothecary. Okay, cool. And we're just gonna need a bucket of water for that. So I guess what we'll do is for now, we will temporarily set it up right here because we have our thingy right here. Go ahead and place the water inside the pedestal of apothecary. Go ahead and drop 4 petals like so, and then grab yourself a seed like so and drop that bad boy in there, and that should give you the beautiful pure daisy. And now this guy is gonna get us access to living wood and living rock. Luckily for us, looks like Cazador hasn't changed the recipes in the pack, so I'm assuming the living rock is right here, and that is going to be a pure daisy of just stone. Okay, cool. They are default recipes. To go ahead and use your pure daisy, go ahead and place it down, place 2 blocks in between them, make sure that there's nothing in the way of them like so. Cow, get out of the way please, and then place your blocks alongside. What did I tell you? Get out of the way. Oh god, they're mad at me. Do you guys really want to play with me right now? I will destroy all your faces. I am God. Go away. There we go, perfect. And then go ahead and finish placing down your blocks like so around your pure daisy. Sorry for the interruption. And about 1 minute later, these should be living rock and living wood, and boom, just like that, we now have living rock and living wood. Perfect. Bam and bam. That should be all we need because we can indeed creative these guys, and that is going to be how we get into Botania. Very basic stuff for now. So to finish off the quest, we're going to need the living wood and the living rock like so, and we're going to need to go ahead and make the Wand of the Forest, which is a very basic run-of-the-mill thing that we're gonna need here to go ahead and get into Britannia. So the Wand of the Forest, we can only make the white one right now, which is not too bad. Let's go ahead and make 3 of those bad boys like so. Take that, put them diagonal, and then take our petals like so, and boom, there is our Wand of the Forest. Lovely jubbly. And that should be a quest complete, if I'm not mistaken. Detect complete, unless if there's more to this quest, which I don't think there is. I mean, it does say it's done. They want us to make the floral fertilizer, which weirdly enough, I don't know why that was not allowing me to do it. So if we take some rose red dye, which we don't have a lot of, and we take some dandelion dye, right, and we put it together inside of a crafting table with some bone meal, we should in theory be able to go ahead and make the floral fertilizer that we need for Britannia to get the rest of the other flowers, which allows us to get deeper into Britannia. But I don't know if that's the case in this mod pack, because I'm pretty sure Cazador might have disabled this or not or something. So if I take this and this, and then we do this like so, that usually would give us the floral fertilizer. But yeah, I think Cazador has disabled that quest line for some reason. Only way for the flowers themselves to spawn. Yeah, which is weird. And I guess they give you the floral fertilizer, but they only give you like 4. Okay, fair enough. But since I'm in creative, I get infinite floral fertilizer, which is beautiful. One of the main important items from Britannia for the early game for sure is gonna be the pouch, floral pouch, which is super important. I think we can make it. Yeah, perfect. This is gonna allow us to store all of our floral flowers that we get from the fertilizer inside of here, so it doesn't clog up our inventory. If you want to harvest your flowers fast, by the way, all you need is to go ahead and make yourself a sickle. By the way, yeah, these sickles are pretty OP, and they allow you to, like, you know, mine up the flowers super fast. Like, watch this. Boom, easy. And all you gotta do is right click your fertilizer on the ground and then just harvest away with your sickle and your flower pouch, and that usually will give you all the things. Also be careful, because the sickle will pick up your pure daisies as well, because it's technically a flower. Just on a quick side quest, I've decided that I'm going to upgrade my mossy twang a little bit, because I want silk touch on something. So I'm going to put it on my mossy twang. I think I can do this, right? Yeah, and that's going to now have silk touch, but I think I also want to make it unbreakable, and I think I left some obsidian plates over here somewhere, potentially. I actually don't know, but I think, yeah, let's go and make that unbreakable. And I'm also going to add a little bit of redstone to it. Alrighty, let's actually get into Britannia now. So unfortunately, because this is Kappa mode, we are not allowed to make the endo flame early, right? So yeah, Cazador made this super hard to make. We need the rune of greed for this, unfortunately. So to get started with mana, unfortunately, we're going to have to use the day bloom. Actually, you know what? I wonder if the hydrangea is actually possible to make. I don't think it is. Yeah, because you need mana powder to make it, unfortunately. So we are gonna have to go with the day bloom, which is unfortunate because, yeah, the day bloom is just so slow to make mana. All we need is 2 yellow, an orange, and a light blue. So yellow dandelion flower or yellow pedestal, like so. So 2 of those, and then we're gonna need a orange and a white or a light blue, right? So if we go back to that for a second, because I am bad at remembering things. So yeah, a light blue flower. So let's grab that. And I am gonna move my things upstairs as well, the petal of apothecary. So that should be all set. We are gonna need some seeds, which I did end up creating. Perfect. And you know what? We might as well just grab 2 buckets as well, so I can move the water upstairs. And just like that, the day bloom has been crafted. Now we are gonna need a mana spreader and a mana pool. I totally forgot to craft those, but those are actually relatively cheap, surprisingly, for Kappa mode, I feel. And just like that, we should be able to say, hey, let's grab ourselves a mana spreader. That's gonna need this. I'm actually gonna need a few of these, so let me grab a few of those. And while I'm down here, I might as well make a mana pool. Again, I've used up all 8 of my channels already, so I can't do anything right now without, you know, having to come down here, unfortunately. But now that we have that, I should be able to say, hey, put this guy down like so. Let's go ahead and put down our mana spreader like so, and then go ahead and put down our day bloom. And it is nighttime, because I'm gonna have to go down and sleep. And also make sure to shift right click the day bloom, and then shift right click the spreader, shift right click the mana spreader, and then shift right click the mana pool, just to make sure that they're all linked up together. And yeah, we're gonna have to wait for daytime for that to work. And I don't think there's anything else that I need to do particularly besides, you know, getting a few things in the creative drawer. If you're playing Kappa mode, I highly suggest getting a mob farm automatic, because if you open up legendary loot bags, you should be able to get these blacker lotuses, which are super OP for Botania. But unfortunately, you do need to get a little bit of mana into your mana pool first before you can even use them. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and sleep, and hopefully we can use these blacker lotuses to get infinite mana. And of course, right when I want to go to sleep, and of course it has to be a freaking blood moon. The sun is finally rising after 18 years. Dear God, oh my God, I couldn't believe it was a blood moon right when I needed to go to sleep. Why? Hopefully this day bloom decides to generate some mana at some point or another. I mean, it is really slow, so I'm really hoping that it can, you know, generate some mana at some point or another. But yeah, let me go ahead and make sure that we get these on creative, because I do not want to lose these bad boys. These are going to be my mana source for like the entire series. So there it is. Okay, we can get rid of this guy. We don't need him anymore. We can just go ahead and toss these in here, and oh my God, it's so beautiful. Look at it. It's already a full mana pool. I don't have to wait 20 billion freaking years for these stinking day blooms to give me freaking mana. There we go. You know what? Also, the mana tablet might not be a bad idea or a bad shout, you know, filling one of these bad boys up just in case if we do need to do this again. So a living rock with a mana diamond is going to require a diamond inside of a thing. That is actually surprising, because this is Kappa mode, right? And usually things are like, you know, ridiculously hard, you would think, but I guess not, right? So let's take this. You know what? While we're there, let's just set up everything, right? So the mana diamond, I assume mana steel is going to be different, maybe, potentially. I actually don't really know. So the mana steel ingot is going to require, yeah, a steel ingot. That's definitely changed. What about the mana pearl? Is that changed, or is it default? It is default. Okay, cool. So we're going to need a steel ingot. So one steel ingot, and then one diamond ingot, of course, and then one of the ender pearls, if we have any. We do. We've got 4 billion. Nice. Come up here, take those, right, as you do, and throw them into the mana pool like so. And there you go. There is your mana steel, your mana diamond, and your mana pearl. Lovely jubbly. And then we just gotta take them and throw them into this guy like so. So mana steel, mana diamond, mana pearl into the creative system. They go. Beautiful. The next step of Botania that we're gonna need to do is the runic altar. This is actually a really important part of Botania, so let's go ahead and make that bad boy. And we're gonna need some mana spreaders, of course. I thought I taught these. Did I not teach these how to be creative, or no? I might have not given them the thing. I did not teach them. Oh, okay, fair enough. Let's go ahead and make sure that that's creative. That's creative. Make sure that these are all creative. There we go. Take this, and of course place down your runic altar like so. Go ahead and place down your mana spreader on the mana pool like so. Go ahead and shift right click this mana spreader, and then shift right click the runic altar, and then that should now be linked up and ready for us to make some runic altar recipes, which one of the main ones is gonna be making all of the infusion crystal things from the, what's the name of that mod here? This mod here, the mystical crops mod here. So we're gonna need like the weak infusion stone, which is gonna need a block of terra steel. Right. Next big step for us is gonna be the terrestrial agglomeration plate. Is that what it's called in this version? I don't know if it's called the same thing as modern day Botania. Yes, the terrestrial, it is still called the terrestrial agglomeration plate. This guy right here, I just tried to bookmark it. The terrestrial agglomeration plate is going to need all these things: mana block, some sort of lapis, but all the runes essentially. Oh, we're gonna need mana powder. That is the one that I did forget about. Okay, so we're gonna need some gunpowder to turn that into mana powder, and we do it the same way that we did with the mana diamond and mana steel and all that fun stuff. is we take a gunpowder and we throw it into here, and that should give us mana powder. Perfect. Beautiful. Take that, throw it on there, and boom. Let me go ahead and collect all the resources for the runes, and then we will craft them. So for the rune of earth, we need to get a mushroom, right? So for this guy, we need a mushroom. So if you're confused about how to get a mushroom, go ahead and place down a piece of dirt, and then I guess you can watering can this guy, and hopefully you can get yourself a mushroom from this. I know that you can get the mushrooms from mycelium. I wonder if I bone meal it. I wonder if I can get like mushrooms. This might be a Project Ozone 3 thing only, but I thought I could get like mushrooms from this. So I figured out how to get some mushrooms, and what you have to do is you basically have to set down a wooden barrel with some water and watering can the wooden barrel around it, or water the mycelium. And basically it also needs to be in the dark as well, and that is how you grow your very first set of mushrooms. I need feathers, and I've been sitting here for a while waiting for some chickens to spawn. I'm not having any luck, so I'm thinking it is time that I maybe open up some chance cubes in the nether or something to go ahead and hopefully get like a dome or something. That way I can, you know, hopefully get my feathers that I need. Do note that doing this is very dangerous, so do at your own risk. Ooh, I just got a orb of zinc. So I opened up a chance cube in my base, and now I just have a big picture of a freaking face in my base. Oh my lord, that is massive. I just had a memory about something. Can I make the market, and can I buy spawn eggs? I think I can. Oh, it's been disabled. No. Okay, there is a quest in the quest book for, I guess, spawning chickens. It is a passive mob farm quest. I finally got a chicken. Where did that just go? Okay, there he is. Perfect. Let me make sure that I get him inside of a drawer like right now, because dear God, I opened up so many chance cubes to get this guy, and I do not want to lose him. Alrighty, so to get started, we're gonna go ahead and take our fishing rod, our bone meal, our sugar cane, our mana dust, and mana powder. Also, I should probably turn off my magnet. Hey, give that back. Turn my magnet off. Okay, so which one did it not get? It didn't get the mana powder and or the mana ingot. Perfect. And now that's gonna go ahead and throw in all of the mana into this bad boy. What we're gonna go ahead and do is toss on a living rock on top of it, and we should be able to make the water rune. Perfect. For the next rune, we're gonna need to go ahead and throw on a nether wart, a gunpowder, a nether brick, mana steel ingot, and a mana dust, and then that should make us the rune of fire. And then the coal block plus the stone plus the mushroom should give us what we're looking for. By the way, this is now finished. Beautiful. Toss that in there. Do that. Beautiful. Fire rune. Go ahead and toss your coal, your stone, your mushroom, your mana powder, and your mana dust like so. Didn't throw the coal in there for some reason. There you go. There is your rune of earth. And then the last rune is going to be a carpet, a string, and I forget what the other one is. So terrestrial, and then we're looking for the air. It's going to be the string, feather, and carpet is going to be the final one. And boom, just like that, we now have the rune of air. And what we can go ahead and do is take all these runes, and of course we need to create of them, of course. Let's go ahead and do that. So toss these all in there. Boom. And once we do that, what we can go ahead and do is go downstairs, and we should in theory be able to go ahead and make our very first terrestrial agglomeration plate. So terrestrial agglomeration plate is going to require a block of mana steel like so, and there we go. And oh, we're missing the rune of mana. I totally forgot about that one. So we're gonna need a mana pearl and some mana steel ingots, and all we're gonna do is toss in, I believe, 5 of these plus 1 mana pearl, and then that's gonna get you your rune of mana. Boom, there is your mana rune done. And hopefully we should now be able to actually craft the terrestrial agglomeration plate this time without any worries. I did notice that we were missing this up top, which is kind of not ideal. We are missing lapis blocks, right? That is not a big deal. There we go. And then that should be your terrestrial agglomeration plate. Now, the way this works is we're gonna need 4 lapis lazuli blocks, and then we're gonna need a couple of these living rocks. And what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna place them down right here in front of our mana pool, like so. And there is a specific pattern that we need to do. So what we need to do is place down living rock in the 4 corners, like so, and then fill in the lapis around the ring, and then place a living rock in the middle, and then place your terrestrial agglomeration plate in the middle, like so. And the final thing that we need to make this work is going to be something called a spark from Britannia. So sparks are hopefully relatively simple. There we go, done. And we're gonna need 2 of those bad boys, of course, 1 for the mana pool and 1 for the agglomeration plate. Now that we have the terrestrial agglomeration plate, what we can do is throw down 1 mana steel as soon as I turn my magnet off. Throw down 1 mana steel, 1 mana pearl, 1 mana diamond, and that should in theory work. You know what, we actually might have to click it on there. So mana pearl, mana diamond, and there you go, mana steel. That is going to take about half a mana pool. That's going to go ahead and create your terra steel for you. And boom, would you look at that, we've got our very first piece of terra steel. Isn't that wonderful? God, that took way longer than I expected, but you know what, the backlog was the chickens. Honestly, that was the whole problem. There we go. Now we have infinite terra steel, which we can go ahead and make blocks and all that fun stuff. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we finally get the ME controller. Let's get into today's episode. In the last episode, well, we made this beautiful little Britannia setup, and we also made our very first set of terra steel as well. Today, I think I want to go ahead and fight the Gaia Guardian if we can. Now, I know that we're gonna need to go ahead and make the Zavicchio ingots and the Master Infusion Stone, which actually doesn't even look like it needs anything too complicated at all. Yeah, we just need that block of terra steel and the alchemy catalyst. You know what, we can actually do that like right now. I didn't think we were gonna be able to do that fast, but I thought we're gonna need the Gaia Guardian for some stuff. So let's start with the alchemy catalyst. So the alchemy catalyst is going to require these brewing stands, which, you know what, we don't have blaze rods, surprisingly, which I think we do have blaze powder, right? I thought we had blaze powder. Yeah, we have 2 billion of it. It's going to make the blaze lamp. Yeah, no, that's not really what we're looking for. So I think I have to head to the nether real quick and boop some blazes. Now that we have the blaze rods, let's go ahead and try and make the alchemy catalyst. So there we go. The alchemy catalyst is going to need 2 brewing stands, like so. I think that's really it, right? Boom. And what we're going to do is take this guy and shove it underneath our mana pool, and then that should in theory give us what we need. So let's go ahead and take that, put that there, and we need to, what do we need again for this? I believe, all right, the terra steel block. And I don't know if I have a crafting table up here. I do not. I'm just gonna come over here and quickly use this crafting table to make a terra steel block, like so. And that's gonna make us our very basic infusion crystal, like so. And you know what, let's actually grab a bunch of this black lotus stuff and make sure that we fill this up, and then drop this in there, that in there, then that, and then that. I believe that is the final tier. Beautiful. Now the fun begins. So now we need to take the Minicio essence, right? And we need to take it and convert it using the extreme. You know what, actually, let me double make sure that this works, and we do this. I actually don't know if this works like the 1.12 version of mystical agriculture, where the master infusion stone can do all the other ones. It doesn't look like that is the case, unfortunately. So if I use you on this, yeah, we need the master one. Okay, so mass Zavicchio block, which requires Zavicchio. All right, right, so yeah, we need to make one of each of the other ones as well. Okay, now that we have all the other infusion stone thingies, let's grab the weak one to turn our Minicio into Akishio, and then let's make 4 of those. Oh god, that's really laggy. I do not like that at all, but we're gonna have to deal with it. And then let's make sure that we also create a view like so, and then take 4 of those, and then that is gonna get upgraded into the next tier. So if we look at infusion, that should be regular, and then regular is going to turn us into Imperium. Oh no, Crucio. Okay, Crucio is then going to go into Imperium. Imperium then's probably going to go into Zavicchio if I had to guess. That would be my guess, honestly. So if I take this and we take it and surround it with the next stone, which we do not have currently, but we do have it, which is going to be the strong one. That's going to make the Imperial Essence. And then the Imperial Essence, which is the one that we're going to need to turn hopefully into Zavicchio, which is going to be Puggers, I hope. So once we do that, we're going to unlock a whole bunch of stuff, I think. So Zavicchio like so, and then we need our extreme orb like so, and then that's going to be the final essence of magical crops here, which unlocks us a lot of stuff. Actually, this gets us a lot of stuff. Alrighty guys, so before we even do anything, I want to immediately upgrade my armor to Zavicchio armor, like really badly. So Zavicchio ingot is going to require this mana infused diamond essence, which is going to require us to make the Zavicchio, what is it called here, the Minicio block. There we go, take that. And by the way, to make the mana diamond infused essence, we're gonna need this raw essence, which we can get from any like raw artifacts basically, which yeah, let's make sure that we actually creative that. Actually, let's not be silly now. Let's not get a little too crazy. Get out of here, skeleton. How dare you try to attack me. There we go, that's gonna be that. And we should be able to go ahead and make the Zavicchio ingot now, right? So Zavicchio ingot is gonna require that plus mana steel. I should probably make this as well. We're gonna definitely need that, so let's go ahead and make sure that we creative that bad boy like so, and we're good to go, right? So Zavicchio armor is just going to require me to make the Zavicchio ingot, which we can now make. Beautiful. Which just beggars the question, actually, now that I think about it now, I'm probably going to need to make all the other Zavicchio stuff, aren't I? That's going to be really annoying. Just like I thought, each one of these ingots has its own essence. Oh god. Oh boy, oh bollocks. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of fun. I can already tell this is gonna be a lot of fun. So raw infused ingots here, there we go. We only need 1 of those, right? And then this is gonna require iron infused ingots, of course. Yep, there it is. We gotta do all the iron infused ingots, right? We gotta do them all. Let's go ahead and get the next tier as well. And then the Imperium one is gonna need gold infused, which is gonna require, I guess, more of this raw. Actually, no, we don't even need that. Perfect. So gold infused ingots is gonna use the other thing that we have. Let's go ahead and make a little bit more of this. There we go. And then make some of this, and we should be good to go to make the Imperium essence or ingot. Beautiful. The reason why I want this armor so bad is because, dude, I just want to be able to fly without wearing. I need a Spectre helmet. I totally forgot. This is totally a thing. Oh god. How far back do I have to go? That is so far back. I'm not gonna be able to do that. I can probably do iron gear if I had to guess, because I did get a bunch of iron gear from opening chance cubes, but like that's kind of not ideal now, is it? You know what I could do? I could open up a bunch of loot crates and then do it. Oh, that's just full despair, I guess. I guess we won't be doing that. Anyways, let's try to get the ME controller then, because yeah, we're pretty close to that actually. I think we can make the growth accelerators now without any problem, because we got the Zavicchio ingots. We have Fluix blocks. We're just missing the Fluix blocks, which we can make relatively simply, and then the titanium wafers, titanium ingots, and some silicone, and that's really not even that bad. So titanium ingots. Now what do I have inside of here? I do not have what I need. So one titanium ingot with 2 sets of silicon. So 2 sets of silicon, and then they want, I think, a redstone torch was the top of the item there. So 1 set of redstone torches, that would be perfect, and that's gonna give us a titanium wafer. Now that we have the titanium wafers, we should be able to go ahead and make the growth accelerators, which is poggers. Let's go ahead and make one of those bad boys, and then of course we got to creative that. And once we creative this, we can also make the bigger brother of it, by the way, which is the other growth guy, which is hiding from me right now. Crystal growth chamber. Instead, we are just gonna require a logistics MK5. Oh, that's gonna be a little rough. So I take this guy, and then we gotta upgrade it with diamond chipsets. And yeah, well, actually no, yeah, we gotta upgrade this with diamond chipsets. Do I have diamond chipsets or no? I might not have diamond chipsets yet. Yeah, doesn't look like we have diamond chipsets, which is gonna be diamond and redstones upstairs in the lasers. That's actually not even that bad. So let's grab 1 redstone and 1 diamond, and let's go make the diamond chipsets. And boom, just like that, we now have the logistics chassis MK5. Let's go ahead and work on the growth crystal chamber here. And the last thing that we need is a obsidian chest, which shouldn't be that hard at all. And bam, bam, boom, we now have the crystal growth chamber, which is pretty nice because this is going to allow us to do some pretty cool stuff. I don't think this requires a channel at all. Perfect. And the only thing that I'm going to need here actually is probably some acceleration cards. Acceleration cards are goated for speeding up your applied energistics machines. So let's go ahead and make the advanced cards. Ooh, we cannot make advanced cards. I saw something that I do not like in there. I think it is requiring the diamond wafer, even though it says it's currently unused. You know what? That's actually not even that bad. So redstone this guy and a diamond, and then that should give us what we're looking for here, which is the diamond wafers. I love how it said it wasn't used, and then here it is being used. Like, I got baited so hard. And boom, there is your advanced cards, which we're then gonna go ahead and turn into acceleration cards. So that way we can go ahead and speed up the growth of our stuff. And it requires Fluix. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and creative this. We only need 1 ever. There we go. Go ahead and drop that in there, and then give me 3 of these for this guy. And now that that's in there, what we can do is say, hey, give me some Fluix seeds or Fluix dust plus sand, and then that's gonna give us Fluix seeds like so. And then we can toss those in there, and look at how fast that's growing. I don't have to wait 8 hours for it to be finished. Oh my god. And boom, pure Fluix is done. That makes me so freaking happy. By the way, there's still like one more really hard thing that we have to do to get applied energistics up and running, and that is mechanism is still in our way. Excuse you, creeper. Do you remember a couple of episodes ago when I said I didn't know how I was gonna deal with large amounts of power? Well, I kind of figured out something really interesting about mechanism cables, and that is when you place them down, they add storage to the cables. Every cable that you place down adds storage to the cable. So as you can see, that says 320,000. If I place another one down, that now says 640,000. We can stack these as far and as long as we want. One, I think increase the transfer speed, but also the power storage. I think that's how that works, which is actually really freaking funny and cool all at the same time. So maybe doing mechanism isn't going to be a problem, I feel. Alrighty, I think we have already started this process in which we were trying to make the stuff that we need for the osmium crystals. So the electrolytic separator, we have that now. You know what? We're gonna need some gas tanks as well. Oh my god, you know what's gonna be really tricky about this now? I'm just realizing I'm so used to modern day mechanism where things are like not called gas tanks anymore. They're called like chemical tanks and all that fun stuff. So yeah, let's go ahead and make the ultimate gas tank like so. And we're gonna want to go ahead and start putting down a bunch of of drawers. I'm going to use this side now because that side's running out of storage and we don't have any more channels, unfortunately. So yeah, I actually might want to remove one of my ME drives quickly and actually set this up. So grab 2 of these. The question is, where do I want to do this, right? That is the big question. Do I want to do it out here? I guess I do, right? So let's go ahead and put this down. And yeah, okay. We're going to go ahead and break this down. Actually, no, we're going to break this down here. And I'm going to run a power cable to that. And I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do. And then you're going to do this and this. I'm going to get some sort of infinite water source for you. And you know what? We're going to also probably want to make energy upgrades and speed upgrades because yeah, that's going to be really helpful for mechanism. So energy upgrades, I don't think I have the things to make it. I do, luckily. Do I have everything to make the speed upgrades? You know what? I think I was given some. I thought I was given some, but maybe I wasn't given some, and we're gonna have to craft it. So there we go. Beautiful. And that is really simple. This should be as simple as putting this on top of here with a bucket of water, of course. So let me go grab that. And then once we do that, I'm gonna have to run some cables over there, which we're gonna use our ultimate new friends, by the way. And you should do that. And then you're gonna get water. Beautiful. And then once I do that, you know what? Does this work in this version? Can I shift click this? I can. Oh my God. Beautiful. I am so happy I can do that. Okay, perfect. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna run our ultimate cable from over here all the way over to our big capacitor bank. So boom, just like that. And that should start to go ahead and give power. Lovely. And this machine is now being powered. Lovely. Okay, so the next step is going to be sulfur dioxide, but I do want to try something really quickly, and we're going to make a rotary condensator because I want to be able to turn the fluids into gases. Ooh, that's actually quite expensive. Okay, so basic tank, and then the basic gas tank, and then the rotary condensator. Yeah, let's get that boy creative really fast. And what we're going to do is I'm going to turn the gas into liquid and then the liquid back into gas using creative tanks is my plan. So if I quickly I guess I can do this down here, right? Doesn't really matter where I do this. The next step that we're going to need though is we're going to need a chemical oxidizer. Dear God, I am getting flashbacks galore. Okay, there we go. Personal chest. And then there you go. One of those. And then make one of those. What are we missing? The dynamic tank. Ooh, this is actually a really good tank, by the way, if you're looking for a multi-block tank. So if I take this and I just power it from the bottom and we give this guy some of this. Now, these machines are side dependent. And what we're going to need is some sulfur from our system. So sulfur, and let me get a few speed and energy upgrades. Those are the wrong ones. So speed upgrades and also energy upgrades for both of those machines because, well, yeah, we don't want them to be taking like 20 years to make stuff, right? So there we go, and get them upgraded. Drop that in there. That should start to go ahead and put that in there. Yeah, I might have to like rotate this machine a little bit or something like that. So like you rotate it that way, and I think you got to rotate this way. Like this is so confusing. There we go. Liquid sulfur dioxide. Perfect. And let's get a bucket of that stuff, and we're gonna be able to take that and turn it back into itself using the rotary condensator without any problem. So if I take this and I think put this in here, no, is that not how that works? I'm a bit terrified to pick that up because it's gonna like destroy it. Maybe I can get away with a cardboard box if Cazador allows us to craft those. He does. Okay, cool. So I should be able to cardboard box this and move it like so, and then push this into a tank, right? So if I take the cardboard box and then we do that, and that should still have the stuff in it. It does. Beautiful. And that's gonna give me the creative tank back. So let's grab a creative tank. I've already had it in my inventory. What am I doing? Take this, throw it in here, and nope. go the other way. Okay, why are you not auto outputting to the side that I want you to? You are being a big pain in my butt. You know what? We can also give the fluid mechanical thingies. We can give these a try and see. Okay, so that is the right side for the fluids, by the way, because if it wasn't, it wouldn't be connecting. Here's the thing. I cannot use a normal wrench on this. I have to use the configurator, and that's going to be relatively cheap. I need redstone infused sticks, which needs an induction smelter or an alloy smelter. Okay, so we need sticks, and I don't have any, so I guess oak planks and a dream. Alrighty, I should be able to say, hey, extract that, and that's not going into the tank. Why? You know what? You probably have to go in through the top. Yeah, there you go. Beautiful. And I should be able to pick this up now. And it says sulfur dioxide. Perfect. Here's the thing. What we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to grab a chemical tank really fast, and we're going to go upstairs, and then we're going to have that go into, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we need to make sulfur trioxide next. So sulfur trioxide is going to need a thing. You know what? It's not showing here in the thing. That's kind of annoying. Will it show sulfuric acid? It won't even show sulfuric acid. That's really annoying. So I think I need a chemical infuser, and we're gonna need some oxygen for that. And you know what? We're probably gonna also want to upgrade our, our gas pipes to be better, right? We want the ultimate tier gas pipe, and probably also the ultimate tier fluid pipe as well. Alrighty, let's take our chemical infuser and place it down right here, like so. And then let's also tell you to output to the right, auto eject on. And then you, my friend, are gonna auto output into, I guess, this guy. Yeah, let's put this into a gas tank, and you're gonna rotocondentrate this way, I think. So if I put this up here, and then you do that, and you're gonna oh, you don't like that, do you? Oh, that's kind of annoying that you don't really like that, but I guess what we could do, and another thing is gonna be really annoying. So if I do this, and we use a mechanical fluid pipe, and then we use our gas tank here, like so, that's gonna hopefully work potentially. So if I do that, auto extract, perfect, and then you're gonna auto extract into a gas tank, and just like that, we have sulfur trioxide. And what we're gonna go ahead and do is place our chemical gas tank right in front, like so, and then we're hopefully gonna get all that going. So that's getting power, that's making all that, that's not making all of that. Perfect. And the next machine that we're gonna need, would you guess, is the rotary condensator. Yes, I know, crazy, because this guy is gonna now need to make the water vapor for us to go ahead and be put into making the sulfuric acid. So if we look at the ME controller for a second, and we go down the chain, which is gonna need clean osmium slurry, which is gonna require sulfuric acid. We're gonna take the chemical infuser plus some water vapor. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put another chemical infuser right here. So that means if it goes there, we're gonna need a gas tank there with this here, and then of course we're gonna need another tank like so on top of here. Oh wait, that's not gonna work, right? It has to go on the side. I keep forgetting that it has to be on the side. So we're gonna need some basic mechanical pipes like so, with a creative water tank like so, and then boom, and then that's gonna get yourself some of that beautiful water vapor like so. Let's go ahead and make sure that we upgrade that with some beautiful energy and speed upgrades. And just like that, I should be able to go ahead and say, get the hell out of my way, and put this down, and then that should start filling up with water vapor. Beautiful. And then this guy is going to be placed down. I shouldn't have put that down, but I'm gonna go ahead and place that down like so, and that's gonna automatically start filling with that. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and make sure that this is auto outputting like so, and that's gonna go ahead and output into the front here with sulfuric acid. Beautiful. And the only thing that these need is some beautiful speed upgrades like so, and then that should be pretty much good to go. Did I upgrade this? I think I did upgrade this. I did. Beautiful. And now that we have that, we should be pretty much good to go. Sulfuric acid is coming in, and the next step is going to require us to make the dissolution chamber. So the dissolution chamber is going to be relatively simple. It's going to need some basic chemical tanks like so, and boom, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now for this, we're going to need some actual osmium ore, which I might have to go to the nether and find, or I might be able to like relocate my ore chunks that I was doing with some stuff. Oh, I can use osmium gravel. I did not know that. Fair enough. So for us to use the osmium gravel, we are going to need to make a combiner really fast, which hopefully this is not too bad. Oh God, advanced PCBs. Okay, we just need printed circuit boards. Okay, that's actually relatively simple. So do I have everything that I need for that? So printed circuit boards I have. It was printed circuit boards, yellow plastic, and like a few other things. I think it was, yeah, yellow plastic, compressed iron, and redstone alloy. Okay, that's actually relatively cheap. So yellow plastic, I'm gonna need one more of those. I'm gonna need some compressed iron. I think that was like times 4. So one of these plus 4 of those of all those resources should give us what we need. So this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. We are going to need one more bucket of plastic here. So it looks like I'm missing some stuff. So yellow plastic, give me. Perfect. And then make sure that you get thrown in there. Oh, is my thing picking up things through the thing? That's not ideal now, is it? Alrighty, let's go ahead and make the combiner like so. And then I think all I gotta do is place this down and then throw in the osmium gravel. It does look like it needs some sort of like juice. I think it requires like osmium maybe. So if I take this and I like throw this in here, does that work? It does not. So what is it requiring for the fluid here? Liquid stone. Okay, so I can just put some cobblestone in there and that should in theory give us everything that we need. Yes. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and I guess throw in some speed and energy upgrades. I know that we're not going to really need that for this, but there we go. Now that's done. So let's go ahead and make sure that we create. Actually, we'll create this upstairs. I don't think we need to create this like right this second. So what I'll do is we're getting ready to do this. So we're gonna need the sulfuric acid. So let's go ahead and break this guy like so. And then we're gonna need some power over here. And once we do that, what we're gonna go ahead and do is put down the dissolution chamber like so, and go ahead and put down a drawer. Hopefully I can pipe items into this thing. I'm really hoping that's the case in the top at least, right? So give me the osmium ore like so, and then create that bad boy. The only thing that I didn't bring with me is item conduits. Alrighty, I got the logistics pipes here. Where did they go? Oh my god, my inventory is such a freaking mess. It's always a mess. It's never clean, I feel. There we go. And hopefully that's connected, so that means it's good. So you should start making the osmium clumps that we need, and then we need to purify them. So let's go ahead and, you know, give this speed upgrades as always. Yeah, there's the osmium slurry. So now we need to take that osmium slurry, and I think we need to wash it first before we can actually get the thing. So osmium crystals needs clean osmium, which needs a chemical washer, and that is just going to need some water, which is fine. So let's go ahead and put my jetpack back on. I really do need that as a VCO armor so I can just fly around. But yeah, so we're gonna need a chemical washer, whatever that means. So chemical washer is going to require a basic tank, and that is it. And then we're good to go with that. That's going to need some speed and energy upgrades, and I think that's all we need for this. Actually, no, we need one more machine, I think, right? So if we get the ME controller really quickly, that is going to require a chemical crystallizer, right? And then that is the last machine that we're going to need here. Hopefully, thankfully, the chemical crystallizer, again, relatively simple. Just going to need 2 more of these basic tanks, thankfully, and boom, and we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and go upstairs and plan out how we're going to want this to go, which is not going to be that hard because you're going to come right over here, and I'm going to need another creative tank with some water. So let's grab that, boom, and make sure that you're exporting Lovely. And that's starting to wash our chemicals, washing our osmium rather. So you don't get any upgrades. I was about to say, no way you don't get any upgrades. That would be like blasphemy. That would be crazy if you didn't get any upgrades. And then go ahead and do that. Perfect. And then the last thing that we're going to need here is going to be our chemical dissolution chamber like so, and give that the speed and the energy upgrades like so. Go ahead and make sure that we break this block right here. Make sure that this boy has some power, and that is all she wrote. And we're pretty much good to go in terms of the osmium crystals, right? So if I put this here, that should automatically output all of the osmium crystals once I go ahead to auto eject it like so. There is our osmium crystals. Grab a stack of those bad boys, and we're pretty much ready to build the ME controller, I think, right? We have all the things for it. So the ME controller is not ready. We need concentrated cloud seed, which is interesting. Another thing that we need is going to be the resident machine frame, which we need a Enderium gear for, a reinforced frame, some lumium, and a zombie electrode. I think we already have most of the things we need for that. So the zombie electrode we do not have, so we'll have to make that, which I don't think that's gonna be too bad to make. It's just gonna be, yeah, that's actually relatively cheap to make. So let's go ahead and do that. So zombie head, which is relatively simple, and then we're gonna need a capacitor of some kind, and then we're gonna need a thing of energetic alloy, 2 of those, and we're gonna need 2 silicon, which is relatively cheap. And I think we can make the Enderium gear as well pretty simply by taking 4 Enderium and shoving it in this thing, which is not bad. So if I do that, throw that in there, and then this is going to come up here to the slice and splice, which is right here. So 2 energetic, 2 silicone, 1 basic capacitor, 1 zombie head, and we need an axe for that. So let's go ahead and grab that. That shouldn't be too bad at all. And I think we're pretty much good to go. Let's go ahead and make an iron axe. There we go. And we don't have any sticks. So an axe, please, and thank you. And take that and shove it into this guy really quickly. So boom, that should work. Beautiful. And that is your zombie electrode. And then the other thing that we need is the Enderium gear, which is currently sitting on the ground over here. The only thing that we don't really have at the moment is going to be the lumium. The lumium is going to be a little bit more tricky to make. Lumium is going to be glowstone, tin, and silver. So my plan, I guess, is let's just grab some silver ingots, some tin ingots, and I don't really know if I can do this or not. So usually in PO3, we can take it and throw it in the alloy smelter, but I don't think that is how this works. It is how this works. Okay, beautiful. With all the items, we're going to take the lumium, the zombie electrode, the reinforced frame, and the Enderium gear, toss in the assembly table upstairs, and then that should get us the reinforced machine frame. And just like that, we now have the reinforced resonant frame, which is good, which means we can actually get the applied energistics ME controller now, which is pretty exciting. Let's go ahead and drop that in there, give it a good old, you know, creative bam bam boom, simple as that. And let's go ahead and take a look at the ME controller. The only thing that we're really missing at this point, I believe, is gonna be the cloud seed bucket, which is yeah, pretty darn expensive. It does look like we're missing skystone blocks, but I don't know why. I'm gonna have to figure that out. So this concentrated cloud seed bucket is gonna require us to take cloud seed plus either salt or clay. And how do we make cloud seed? Cloud seed is gonna be clay plus snow and water in the vat. Okay, so clay plus snow. That's a good question. Do we even have snow? And how do I get snow relatively easily? I can get it from the pure daisy, and that does look like the only way we can get it. Blitz rods maybe, but I don't really see another way to get it. Do we have blitz rods? Not really. We don't have it. So that's interesting. So there's only one really good way to do this, and that is going to be to convert our pure daisy into a floating flower. And to do that, we're going to need a few things. So let's go up to our Britannia area really quickly and throw down some bone meal, get some grass really quickly, and grab ourselves a pasture seed. So if I do that, that should give me a pasture seed. Actually, you know what? It's not going to do that because guess what? We have our thingy down below. So we're going to have to get rid of that. This guy here. And now I should be able to get the pasture seed, right? By throwing this in here like so. Is that not how this works? So grass plus that, you know what? The stinking dislocator. There we go. That should give us our pasture seed, and that pasture seed plus a mystical fertilized flower. So pasture seed, and then we're gonna need a floating flower, right? So that, and you know what? Probably the pure daisy as well. That's not how that works. I guess not. So let's go ahead and grab this, and it's gonna require a glowing flower like so. Will give me this plus pasture seed plus dirt will give me what I'm looking for. And then this plus the pure daisy will give us the floating variant. Beautiful. And now that we have the floating variant, what we can do, by the way, you can place this anywhere in the world, but I'm gonna go ahead and place this here. And this is gonna allow us to go ahead and convert the water into snow, hopefully. Not too bad if I say so myself. So if I do this and then we put the water bucket down, that's gonna convert that into snow. And boom, this should be snow. Lovely jubbly. Now we can go downstairs, hopefully, and create this bad boy. We are gonna need this. So snow and clay plus water is gonna give us the cloud seed, and then give that some more clay, and it should in theory give us what we're looking for, which is the concentrated cloud seed bucket. So up here in our vat, oh, this is full of nasty stuff, right? Let's go ahead and get rid of that and put this back down. And that did not work. Now that we have cloud seed, what we're gonna do is take this and throw it in here like so, and then throw this in like so. So that should now get cloud seed, and we should start to see the concentrated cloud seed coming in, but I'm not seeing that. So concentrated cloud seed is gonna require cloud seed plus clay balls, not actual clay brick. Right. Let's go ahead and make that. That should be simple enough. Just break one of these down and put it into here. Let's make sure that you're deleted. And perfect. There's 1,000 millibuckets of your concentrated cloud seed. I think I can do that, and then that should be fine. And there we go. Concentrated cloud seed. Perfect. And once we have this, all we got to do is, I think, get 2 buckets of it. I think it is requiring us to get. So if I put this down here and do this, I think we only need 2 buckets of this stuff. So bucket of concentrated cloud seed like so, and there's your 2 buckets. So we should be almost ready to make the Emmy controller. We are just, like I said, missing the skystone for whatever reason. That should be the last thing on our list of things to do. I thought we had skystone. You know what? We probably never converted it right into the block variant. So if I do this, and then is it not how you do that? I guess that's not how you do that. So I got to take this, and to make skystone, we got to, I think there's got to be a specific way that we do this. I think we put it in a barrel with lava, potentially a stone barrel. So one of these bad boys with some lava, and I think that should give us what we're looking for. So U plus U, and then you're gonna need a little bit of lava, and then a little bit of skystone, of course. And once we do that, we should be good to go. So if I do this, yeah, perfect. And then you, my friend, are gonna get smelted in a furnace. And that is how you get your skystone block like so. And now we should be able to go ahead and say, hey, let's make the Emmy controller. Let's freaking go. Let's go. We got the Emmy controller. This is a big moment. And to set this up, all we got to do is break the energy acceptor like so, and put the Emmy controller down like so. And we're pretty much good to go, right? right? Now we can keep the energy acceptor, by the way. So what I'll probably do is put the energy acceptor here for now. Now this is not going to be our final resting place for this. So yeah, we're definitely going to want to do some other stuff. Can I quickly just grab like dense cables really quickly? I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't have any dense cables, so that's kind of annoying. Let me just come over here quickly and grab some good old dense boys, and we should be able to say, hey, come down here and run our dense cable like so, and that's gonna give us 32 channels, like infinitely, right? And I'm gonna quickly take my conduit and I'm gonna remove this conduit, and I'm gonna actually put the mechanism cable down. Mechanism cables are like 10 times better. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we get geared up and we also fight our doppelganger. With that being said, let's get into today's episode. In the last episode, we unlocked the ME controller, which is amazing, by the way. We now have infinite channels, which is even better. But today, I think I'm gonna take the road of making the Zavitio armor, which means we have a lot of armor to craft, right? We need the Spectre armor to even get started, which needs titanium, diamond, gravitate, and all that fun stuff. But luckily for us, I got myself a bunch of iron gear by opening up loot bags, which is perfect. So that way we skip a lot of the earlier tiered stuff, which is good. So the next tier that we're gonna need is gonna be, I believe, lapis lazuli, which we can obviously make right now. So if I come over here and press U1U and come over here and craft up the lapis boy, and then we're gonna go ahead and craft up the lapis chest piece. Oh, you know what? This is gonna be weird because you can't just click it. You have to shift click it, right? And then we're gonna do the pants, and some of this stuff is gonna require us to adventure into other mods like the Aether, but that isn't yet. We're gonna need the osmium. We are gonna need the whatchamacallit here. Oh, weird. Where is it pulling those armors from? I'm a bit confused. It's not pulling them from my inventory. That was weird. There we go. And bam, bam, boom. There is those. We're gonna need bronze. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, I really dislike this. And it is a Project Ozone staple, I feel, at this point, right? Because it's in PO3, it's in PO2. It's just like, okay, I think it's a Cazador special at this point that you need to do the armor crafting tier stuff. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but right now we're gonna need the Zanite gems, which requires us to go to the Aether, which is gonna be simple because all we need is some glowstone and a bucket of water. And let's come up here or over where our nether portal is and make a Aether portal. So I believe it should just be one of these, right? A typical nether portal with the water bucket in the middle, like so. Beautiful. And then I should be able to go ahead and sit here and go into the Aether. We're in the Aether. Okay, so let's go ahead and get ourselves some wood here and break some stuff down. Oh god, I broke a bunch of stuff that I wasn't supposed to. Whoopsie. I think I have to go ahead and find the Zanite ore, which shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Yes, it's right here. And perfect. My pickaxe can indeed mine it. Perfect. Now that we have Zanite, now there is one more thing that we're gonna need. So there's a couple things that we're gonna need. We're gonna need this ambrosia ore, and we're gonna also need to go and find the gravitite ore as well. And there's one more thing I believe we're gonna need, which is the altar, and I can indeed craft it. I'm gonna need some holy stone, which I think I can make, right? I don't think I can, unfortunately. There is holy stone here, but can I easily? Yes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to go back home for a second and then figure out what I'm gonna do. Alrighty, I found the last ore that I need. Perfect. So I got the gravitite, I got the zanite, and I got the altar, I believe. So I think we can go / home and then start doing all the Aether things that we need. So I got all the ambrosia and all that fun stuff. Now we are going to have to fight the few Aether bosses, I believe, that we have in the Aether. I think I'm not entirely sure if I do or not, but we're gonna find out, right? So let's go ahead and start putting in all these things, like the gravitite, the zanite, and then the holy stone, of course, like so. And then give these guys all creative upgrades. And then let's go and try and make the altar really quickly. I hope it doesn't have to be in the Aether to be used, but if I do that, there we go. And then we can now make the zanite armor as well. So you, and then all of these guys are gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy, like so. And then now that we have that, I think I can put the altar down like so. And then for this, I'm gonna need ambrosia plus the gravitite ore. So ambrosia, which I didn't creative. Let me quickly creative that really fast. That shouldn't be that hard. Over here you go with that, and then give me some of that. I should be able to take the gravitite ore, which I didn't grab, so gravitite ore like so, and then put it on the altar like so with ambrosia, and then that's going to give me the enchanted version of it, which is what we need to make the next tier of armor. And then I think we're pretty much smooth sailing from that point on, right? So if we look here, we're gonna, oh, we need this first, the exoskeleton. So that is another dimension that we have to go to, which is going to be the Erebus, which is the bug dimension. So Erebus, hopefully in this pack, isn't too hard to make. I actually don't entirely know. I don't really know if it's the same as, like, you know, Project Ozone 3, where you have to make summoning altar and all that fun stuff. So it is indeed like the PO3 version. So we need to make the Gaian keystone. So the Gaian keystone is gonna require aerogel, glowstone ingots, zanite blocks. How do I make aerogel? Ooh, that might be another thing that I need to find in the Aether, I think. So I don't really like that, but I'm gonna go look around the Aether and see if I can find it, but I don't really know too much about it. So according to the wiki, what I need to do is I need to get a bucket of lava and then pour it in the Aether. So I'm gonna grab a bucket of lava quickly and then go to the Aether and pour it out and see if I can get myself some nice little aerogel. So I'm in the Aether. If I put this down, it does turn into aerogel. Nice. Okay, that was relatively simple then. There we go. Let me get myself some aerogel in the creative boys, and then we should be pretty much good to go on that, right? So there we go. And then we're going to be able to make the keen keystone, which is going to be required for us to make the way to the Erebus. So there we go. Make one of those and then make one of these. Beautiful. Now the staff of Gia might be a little bit different. We're gonna need the Gia eye or Gia gem, right? The offering altar, that's what I was referring to. So we're gonna need the offering altar, and then that's gonna need obsidian and diamonds and gold, I believe. So diamonds, gold, and obsidian, and then we offer it to it, and then it gives us the eye that we need to go to the Erebus. So if I put this down here and then offer it oh no, wait, I think it's an emerald, not gold. I'm pretty sure it's emerald. This guy, and this guy, and then that should give us everything that we need, which is going to be the eye of Gia, which is then going to get turned into the staff of Gia. By the way, to find these thorns, you just got to come to the nether, and then you should be able to find them relatively easily. Now they are not that easy to get your hands on. Can I use my thingy over here? I don't think this is gonna work. Nah, unfortunately that doesn't work. That's kind of annoying. So I guess I am gonna need to use my shears here. Alrighty, so we should be able to go ahead and craft up the staff of Gia once I get myself some sky root sticks, which is gonna require us to make some of these sky root planks, which luckily I've already grabbed some of that stuff when I was in there, and then boom and boom, we should go ahead and be able to make the staff of Gia. Perfect. And now that we have this, we're gonna take our thingy and then I guess give me like skyroot wood, and then that's gonna be fine. We're gonna need some sort of leaves. Doesn't really matter what we use here. And then we're gonna build a portal out of them. So I guess what we'll do is come over here to our like portal area and then build a nice little portal for this, like so. And what we'll do do is we got to make sure that we fill this with leaves. Okay, let's fill this guy up with some leaves like so. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is put our keystone right here in the middle with our staff of Gia like so. Perfect. And now if you are squeamish to bugs, I would look away because this dimension is kind of full of bugs. So now that we're in the Erebus, we are looking for a specific type of bug. And this is actually really great that that's right here. The bug that I'm looking for is in this pyramid type thing. What was that? This guy right here. Get wrecked. All right. I think that's all we need from this actually. We can actually go home now, which was a relatively quick Erebus trip, which is actually really nice because I also don't like that dimension because it's full of nasty bugs. Now that we have the exoskeleton plating, which I'm going to go ahead and put in our creative drawer, we should be pretty much good to go here and making the next armor tier. However, we are going to need to take those exo thingies and combine them like so to make the reinforced plate. That is going to be another set of armor that we need using these things, so we might as well get them done now while we're thinking about it. And we should now be able to take our armor and upgrade it hopefully to the fullest degree here. So there we go. And now we're starting to make all the bug armor, which is pretty nasty. There we go. And this is then going to get upgraded to jade. I forgot about jade. Okay, so we have to head back over to the Erebus, unfortunately. Fear no more. We're gonna go underground and we're gonna have to look for some jade. Honestly, shouldn't really be that bad anyway, so I'm just gonna do that really quickly so you guys don't have to be disgusted or anything. Alrighty, so we should now be able to go ahead and make the jade armor, which is perfect. I hope I don't have to do the Erebus again because Erebus is not my favorite dimension because I don't like bugs. Bugs are not my friend, honestly, and I would rather not do that. You know what I mean? I would rather just, they stay in their lane, I stay in my lane, and there we go. There is our exoskeleton reinforced armor. Now we are gonna need to make this guy, so the enchanted gravitite armor. There we go. Let's go ahead and make sure that we get this all set up and going. And perfect. And then now that we have that, we're gonna finally be able to make diamond armor. That is how we get diamond armor, by the way, and it's like 8 million tabs down the freaking lane, I guess. There we go. And then turn all of that into titanium armor. And dude, we're so close to being able to make the next set of armor. I am so happy. And then specter ingots. I don't know if I can make it. I can make specter ingots. Oh my god, I was about to pick. I don't think I have the things to make specter ingots, but turns out I do have the things to make specter ingots. Bam, call that a day, and we're ready to go. And then this is gonna now allow us to make the specter armor, which honestly looks really cool. I might throw this on for a second, but I'm not really sure. Let's go ahead and do that. And now we should be able to upgrade. Wait a minute. Wait. Why are we not able to do this? Oh, right. I forgot. Those ingots need another drawer controller. Right. So that means I need to run another controller here. That's not too bad. That's actually a relatively simple thing to do. So if I grab a quick and dirty drawer controller with a storage bus, that shouldn't be too bad, right? So storage bus. Now that we have that, we should go ahead and just plop it right here where the cable is. One of these. I don't have any ME cables with me. You know what? Everything's probably in this diamond chest because I did do an inventory dump before they started the episode. There we go. And then that should be pretty much good to go now, right? And let's go ahead and give this a shot now. So the specter armor should be good to go. Perfect. All right. We're getting into the mystical crops armor, which is perfect. There we go. And then we should be able to upgrade to the next tier. This has been a very fun and eventful episode, I feel already. Dude, once we do this and we're able to get the flight that we need, I am gonna be one happy little chappy. Also, I think we're gonna need to do the next thing, which is I think the next thing that we're gonna have to do is make the whatchamacallit, master infusion stone, because because we're gonna need that to start getting our power upgraded into extreme reactors or bigger reactors, right? Now that we have that, we have all of the armor that I've been waiting so long for. I'm so excited. Let's go ahead and put the boots down here. Let's go ahead and put the leggings there, the chest piece there, and then there's a VKO there. And then let's go ahead and creative these bad boys like so. And then we should be able to take this off now and wear this like a Chad. And I can freaking fly. I am so happy that I can fly creatively now. Oh my god, this feels amazing. It does stink that I do lose the night vision, but I think that's fine, right? The fact that we have creative mode flying now is just, it's so good. Okay, so the next thing that we're gonna need is we're gonna need to go ahead and get a little deeper into Britannia, and I need to make the portal to Alfheim. So the portal of Alfheim is going to require a few things. Can I make the book from Britannia? How do I make the Lexica Britannia? Can I make that real quick, or is that not a thing I can craft? That's totally a thing I can craft. There we go. I don't have a book, really? Out of all things not to have is a book. There we go. The book of Lexica Britannia is going to require in-game manual. We're gonna want the Alphamancy portal, which is gonna require us to make the Elven Gateway Core. That's what it's called. So the Elven Gateway Core. So I don't know why it's not showing up here. So the gateway core, like so. That's just gonna require some terrestrial nuggets, like so. And then bam, bam, boom. And then we're gonna need some glimmering wood. So glimmering wood. We're gonna need 3 of those bad boys. We're gonna need some living wood and some of the mana pools. And there's a special pylon that we need to make real quickly called the Natura pylon. So this guy right here, the Natura pylons, which requires a mana pylon, which is relatively simple. We're gonna need 2 of those and then 1 of these. So let's go ahead and make a stack of those, and then bam, bam, boom, your 2 Natura pylons, like so. And then all we gotta do, you know what, before I go, let's make the living rock or living wood stairs, like so. And then let's go upstairs and build this guy. I'm actually going to need 2 of these. So that was my bad. So 2 of them. And then I'm going to need a mana tablet. I don't think I have a mana tablet. So let's go ahead and make 1 of those. That's going to be relatively simple as well. And then now that we have that, all I gotta do is make sure that we don't fall into the thing. I can make sure that we can craft up here now. This is okay, perfect. So all I gotta do is just run a cable over to the side here, and I can put a terminal up here. Oh my god, yes please. Okay, so to build the portal to Alfheim, what we're gonna do is place down the Elven Gateway like so, right here. And then once we do that, I'm gonna go ahead and place down a living wood and a living wood like so. And then I'm gonna place down a living wood stair like so and like so. And then we're gonna place down a living wood and a living wood. And in the middle here is gonna go a glimmering wood, and then another living wood, and then the stairs plus stairs, and then 2 living wood on either side, a glimmering wood in the middle, like so. And then what we're gonna go ahead and do is place down 2 mana pools, so 1 and 2. And then what we're gonna go ahead and do is put both of these mana tablets in like so, let them fill up a little bit like so. And then once we do that, we can then go ahead and grab our blacker lotuses and make sure that these mana pools are topped off like so. And then once we do that, we're gonna go ahead and put down the Natura pylons on top, and then right click the Elven Gateway in the middle, and then that should in theory activate the portal, if I'm not mistaken. I think I know what's wrong with it, and I think this version, it actually has to be in the proper location. So I'm gonna move these to where they're supposed to go, there and there. Now it says structure complete, which I think is what was the reason why it wasn't working is because the mana pools weren't in the right location. So let's go ahead and try this again and see if this is gonna work, because if it's not gonna work, then I have no idea what is wrong with it. So if I right click with this, yep, that was what the problem was. They had to be in the right specific location. Okay, so what I have to do next is I need to go ahead and grab mana steel, right? So a mana diamond, a mana pearl, or two. I'm actually just gonna grab a bunch of these and then hopefully be fine. So mana steel. So if I take all of this, right, and we throw it into the portal of Alphi. Wait a minute. Did Cazador change it? I wonder if he did. So if I toss that in there, is it going to give me the Dragonstone and the Mana Pearl and the Pixie Dust? Right. So he changed the other one, the Elementium. Yeah, he changed this recipe to require Terra Steel. That's right. Okay, fair enough. That's a fair recipe. Toss that in there. And then that's going to give me everything that I need for fighting the Gaia, because now we need to make the Gaia arena. Okay, so let's take our Lexica Botania, right? And we need to throw it into the elf portal. So I somehow lost it. Oh no, there it is. Take this, throw it in there. That's gonna give us the upgraded version, and then we're gonna need to go ahead and look at the ritual of the Gaia, which is gonna require this bad boy right here. So what I'm gonna do is put this right in the dead center of this area here and then call it a day. So we're gonna need a beacon and a block of iron or two. So blocks of iron, that's easy enough. We're gonna need a beacon, of course. So beacons are easy, which actually not really that easy. So I don't even know where I got this. You know what? I probably got it from a like loot crate or something silly. And then the other thing that we're gonna need for this is the Gaia pylons. So Gaia pylons are interesting. We're gonna need 4 of these. So it's 4 of these mana pylons like so, and then upgraded with the pixie dust and the elementium, which honestly I don't know why. Oh god, I think I messed up. There we go. Pixie dust and then elementium like so. Okay, wait a minute. I'm so confused, but I forgot to go ahead and create these bad boys. Let's go ahead and make sure that we create them. And then now we can make the thing that we need here, which is going to be the Gaia pylon. And honestly, I cannot wait for this fight. I haven't done this fight in a hot minute. So let's go ahead and make 4 of these bad boys like so. And then I guess any sort of block will do. So we'll just use the iron blocks as normal. And let's go build this bad boy. So let's go ahead and break this down. And let's build a tier 1 beacon like so. And then put a beacon on top. And then grab our blocks of iron again. And let's go ahead and put these down. I really hope that the torches aren't going to bother our Gaia Guardian. But who knows at this point. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Now to go ahead and initiate the fight, we're going to go ahead and need to grab ourselves some Terra Steel. Go ahead and shift right click the Terra Steel on the beacon like so. All right, perfect. And now we can do the Gaia fight. Oh my god, this is so exciting. I haven't done this in a really long time. There we go. And we're just gonna destroy the Gaia's face using our sword, but unfortunately the Gaia only takes damage to a certain degree, and I should have probably brought some golden apples of some kind, because it does look like he's gonna destroy my face with withering. Yeah, that's actually the first time I've actually died like legitly as well. Okay guys, I think I can go ahead and make this guy, which is gonna allow us to go ahead and make the witherless rose, which means that we won't take wither damage, which is actually incredible. Now we just need a rose bush, which honestly we can actually do this relatively easily if we have some sort of like oxide daisy or some sort of flower. All I realistically need to do is just get a rose bush, which shouldn't really be that hard actually. I hate myself. I forgot to relight up the platform, and I just had a John Cena blow up like half of my stuff, my Botania area. I want to cry. Okay, so I gave up on trying to make that stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna eat a bunch of notch apples and diamond apples as well, and just hope to God that I can do this fight with it. So yeah, let's try this again. Oh, you know what I should have did? I should have brought my freaking throwing knives. I don't know why I didn't think about that. I don't think I can fly during this fight, which is kind of annoying, but if I just boop him a couple of times, it should be fine, right? And then when I get freaking withered or whatever, I just do that or whatever. All right, come here, you. All right, let's destroy your face. All right, let's try to avoid the whatchamacallit here, the purple stuff if I can. And dude, this fight is kind of annoying, I'm gonna be honest, just like a little bit, with the idea of just not being able to do mass amounts of damage very quickly. All right, you come here. All right, Mr. Doppelganger, come here. All right, this sword is amazing, but again, the freaking Gaia Guardian fight just is limited by how much damage you can do. I just noticed something. Oh, he's doing, okay, there you go. Now he's doing his mob phase. I was like, is there no mob phase in this? Oh God. All right, let's go. Yeah. Now I'm gonna be able to destroy his face now. Everything's getting one shot. One shot, one shot, one shot. I broke the freaking... Oh God, I broke the stupid thing. All right, you come here. Let's go. Oh God. Ow, 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 ow. All right, hide, 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 hide. Diamond apple. Dude, notch apples? OP. There we go. All right, Gaia fight done. We got the Gaia freaking spirit. Let's go. And I'm really sad about my Britannia area. I'm gonna have to like fix that between episodes or something. So let's go ahead and make sure that we creative the Gaia Guardian stuff, because I really don't want to fight him again, because that was god awful, by the way. And also there is a tier 2 fight, I believe, with the Gaia ingot. I kind of want to see that fight, but at the same time, I don't think I want to see that fight right now at the same time. There we go. And there we go. We now have the Gaia stuff, which unfortunately we're gonna have to go ahead and call a quit there, because yeah, I have to rebuild our Britannia area, and that includes like the runic altar and stuff. At least I got my alchemy catalyst back at least. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go fix all that fun stuff, and then we can actually work on the master infusion thing, which we're gonna have to do next episode. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we get the biggest reactor ever. With that being said, let's get into today's episode. Last episode, we fought the Gaia Guardian, but we also got suited and booted in this beautiful looking Zavekio armor. Today, my plan is to hopefully upgrade our power a little bit. So to do that, we need to go ahead and do a couple more things. So we're gonna need to go ahead and make the master infusion crystal thingy mabobber, the master infusion stone, which is gonna require the mass Zavekio block. It's gonna require another star, this mana steel, terra steel, elementium, blocks of mana diamond, all that fun stuff, but mainly this compressed Gaia, which is gonna need Gaia spirit ingots, which is going to need some terra steel. So Gaia steel ingots. Now, do we have that creative? We do. So if I take this and do this with some terra steel, I should be able to make the Gaia spirit ingot, which is perfect, which I'm going to go ahead and put in the drawer to go ahead and get creative. And in between episodes, I did as I said, and I did get all of our Britannia stuff up and going. I didn't fix that over there yet though. That's still a mess. For now, everything is moved over here, which is super nice. Now that we have that, we should be able to go ahead and say Gaia, and then make the compressed Gaia block like so. And then we're gonna need, so let's go back to that master infusion crystal. We're gonna need a block of dragonstone. Okay, so let's start with that. So a block of dragonstone like so, a block of mana diamond like so, a block of elementium like so, a block of terra steel like so, and then of course we're gonna need a block of mana steel. We're gonna need a nether star, and then more importantly the block of Zavekio. So we're gonna need a block of Zavekio. Let's go ahead and make, actually no, we can make a whole stack of this, and that should be fine. And then we can convert that into that like so, and then grab a nether star like so, of course, and then take all of that and throw it into our runic altar like so. So I can come over here and just drop all of these relatively in there, and then that should set it off. Now it doesn't look like, oh, I'm missing the mana pearl. So the mana pearl is right here. So let's grab one of those bad boys and then toss it in there, and then that's going to require a full mana pool. Now, do note we can also upgrade our mana spreaders as well if we would like. We can also make the elven spreader, which is going to require to make some dream wood, and dream wood is made by throwing the living wood into the elf portal, which is one of the things I forgot to do last episode. That is fine. Let's go ahead and do that. And you know what? We might as well just upgrade our spreaders, right? I feel like that just sounds like a really good idea. So mana spreader, and the next spreader is going to be the Gaia spreader, which is going to require a Gaia spirit and a dragonstone like so. And there we go. Now we have a fully maxed out mana spreader, which is really nice. So we can take this bad boy now and replace this very basic mana spreader with a fully fledged upgraded one, right, which is gonna do things way faster. Also, we can do composite lens, so if we really wanted to, we could do like velocity lenses and whatnot, but I don't know if those are a thing. It doesn't look, oh no, they're here. Okay, so lens of velocity is just gonna need a rune of air, but we're gonna need one of these mana lenses, so let's go and get 2 of those. So the velocity lens, and then we also want the potency lens as well. The potency lens is going to be goated, and then to take these and then combine them, we just need a slime ball in the thing like so. And now we have a mana lens composite of potency and velocity, which is probably, I think, the best one that we can get for what we need it for. So let's go ahead and take that and throw it there, and then we should be pretty much good to go. Now the only thing that we do not have on us right now is some living rock like so, and then toss it like so onto the runic altar, and then right click that, and then that's going to give us the master infusion stone, which is going to be needed for making some of the final tier stuff for mystical crops, right? So let's go ahead and take that and put that in there. And the reason why we need this is because this guy is going to give us the final one. There is one more above Zvikio, and it is called Temporio, which is now the top tier one, which is going to be used, by the way, to go ahead and make the demon steels, I believe is what they're called. So if we look at the reactor controller, so this is what we were trying to craft like 2 or 3 episodes ago. We need the demon steel to the 3rd magnitude, which needs the 2nd magnitude, which needs the 1st magnitude, which needs a metallurgic infuser with temporal essence and this diamond dust. We come over here to this metallurgic infuser that has diamond in it, and we put the temporal in there, and boom, we now have the demon steel to the 1st magnitude, which is so important, by the way. Perfect. Let's go ahead and put this in the creative drawer like so, and then that's going to allow us to go ahead and craft up the next set of steels. So if I type in steel really quickly, take this and craft it, that's going to make the magnitude to the 2nd degree, and then the 2nd degree is going to make the magnitude to the 3rd degree, and then so on and so forth, and it goes all the way up to tier 11. However, they're not always crafted equally, right? So this might be easy now, but the magnitudes, the more you go down the chain, will get a little bit harder and harder to craft. For example, like you know, 4 to 5 is a little bit more harder to craft. It actually might not be that bad. You know what? It might not even be that nested, actually. I know the ones in Ozone 3 are like crazy, right? Oh, yo, these are relatively easy. I didn't think that they would be this easy. Okay, fair enough. I've just been sitting here crafting all the way up these tiers. There is the 8th one, which is pretty sick, and dude, this is crazy. This would be like many of these ingots to make this, by the way. So this is actually really cool. I didn't think this would be this easy. Actually really cool. The 10th magnitude, and of course the 11th magnitude is going to be pretty sick, right? So we take that and then do that. Dude, this is worth 1.2 billion EMC. That is insane. That is too much EMC to even count. The reason why I wanted these was because I want to make the controller from bigger reactors, which is crazy. So there we go, big reactors controller, and then I believe that's all we need at this point. Well, not everything we need, right? We still need a few things, I want to say, to even get started into this mod. We're gonna need these control rods for one. We're gonna need those. We're gonna need the fuel rods, which which interestingly enough needs uranium rods, which doesn't even look like I can even make that right this second. So we're gonna have to, take a look at that. The power tap is easy, thankfully. We're gonna need reactor glass, which we can make, thankfully. And these imports and outports, easy peasy lemon squeezy. That's all we really need. But the hard part is going to be this guy, which is going to require lead plates, easy enough, steel easy. The uranium ingot and the palladium ingot is going to be interesting. So palladium is what tier planet? Is Jupiter. Ooh, we might need to do more Galacticraft, boys. Is a tier 4 planet. I think we've already been there. Jupiter, I'm not quite sure. What rocket do we have? Let's see. Rocket, we have tier 1. We do have a tier 4 rocket, so we have been to Jupiter before. So I'm wondering if that was the last planet that we went to. So it looks like we got to do a little bit of traveling in today's episode. We gotta go to 2 different planets today. Okay, that sounds like fun. Let's go on a little adventure, shall we? So we gotta go to the Jupiters. So I'm gonna need a tier 2 rocket. I'm gonna need a tier 2 launch pad, and I'm gonna need a tier 4 rocket, of course. So give me the tier 4 rocket and get me a dislocator. Yeah, so the first place we're gonna head to is gonna be Jupiter, which is gonna be a lot of fun. Hopefully I don't need a special thermal padding for it, but I don't think I will. So let's go ahead and build our launch pad. It should be relatively simple. It is just gonna be a 5x5 like so. And then of course, let's go ahead and slap our rocket on there, and let's go ahead and head over to Jupiter. Alrighty guys, let's go ahead and start to land down on Jupiter. Please, for the love of God, be in the right thing. I think we're good. Things are about to get real crazy, guys. There's a lot of lightning here, and oh god, what is that fluid majigger? What is that? Whoa, I kind of want to see what that is. Oh my god, I landed in the fluid. Ow, that hurts. Ow, that hurts. Okay, what is this? What are you? You are red blocks. I'm going to take them all because why not? It's so hostile here. There we go. There is our thing for Jupiter. Lovely. Oh my god, dude, it's so loud over here. I need, and of course I didn't bring any freaking food. So vein mining is just going to be a pain in the butt. I'm just going to dig all the way down to bedrock and just hope that I can find some palladium relatively easily. Oh wow, would you look at that? Literally right there. I am a god gamer. Yep. Oh, I've already got some. Perfect. Let's go home because we got to go to another planet as well. Don't forget. We got to go to Ceres. And just like that, we now have palladium. Perfect. And then of course we got to go to the next planet, which is gonna be Ceres, I believe it's called. So I'm really excited to go to this planet. It is a tier 4 planet, which luckily for us is what we need. So let's go over here and set up the launch pad again to go ahead and do for another launch. Off to the next planet we go, to Ceres, baby, and let's just hope that this is going to be very easy. And you know what, I forgot to bring the dislocator with me, so that's a bit rough, but that's okay. And I'm hopefully gonna land in not so crazy waters. Okay, perfect. All right, nope, we're not doing that today, spiders. So I am looking for specifically uranium ore, to be honest. So let's go down to the bottom of the world and see if we can find it. What is up with me picking the right areas? I swear to god, I just randomly picked this spot and we immediately find the one ore that we need. What is that about? I swear I'm good at this. And just like that, we now have the uranium ingot. Beautiful. Okay, let's go ahead and pop this in the drawer like so. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I also found out that the diamond apples give you night vision, so that's pretty neat. And we're ready to go ahead and start on the bigger reactor uranium item thingy bobber that we need for the fuel rod like so. And the only thing that we need is these lead plates, but luckily they're made relatively simply like so. And then yeah, that's all she wrote, right? So there we go. Make one of those and then make one of the rod thingies here. Beautiful. And just like that, we now have all the things that we need to go ahead and put together a big reactor. Yes, and I'm super excited because this is gonna be a lot, and I mean a lot of power, right? So the control rod, the power tap, the reactor core itself, the access port, the glass, and then of course we cannot forget the fuel rods themselves. And then let's go ahead and get everything creative like so. And then I believe we also have the casings already creative, right? So the reactor casings are already creative. Beautiful. With that being said, now we can build as big of a reactor as we want. Also, one more side note tangent thing. I think I want cryothium. Now cryothium is gonna chill our reactor out big time, and we're gonna need some blizzes, and we're gonna need some more snowballs, which I don't think we have our pure daisy anymore, so I'm gonna have to make another one. I totally forgot I creative snow, so yeah, we have snow now. Now the only problem is we don't have blizz powder, and blizz powder, well, is probably not the easiest thing to come by. I can destabilize some redstone in a fluid transposer, so that's gonna need a magma crucible, and that's gonna also need oh god, that's gonna need a magma crucible and a fluid transposer. I think we can pretty much make everything here, well, except for whatever this is. Oh, that's a basic leadstone energy frame. Okay, that's not that bad. So one of those, and then we're also gonna want a fluid transposer. That shouldn't be too bad either. I'm just gonna need some copper gears, and then some of these copper gears are gonna need to be made in the metal press. Okay, so with that done, let's go ahead and get the fluid transposer. We're just gonna need one of those bad boys and a few blocks of redstone like so, and of course some snow. We're gonna need more than that. Let's just go ahead and do this. Unfortunately, our Matic has the beautiful silk touch, so we just can't use that, I guess, but should be fine. And then that's gonna break. Beautiful. And then let's put down our magma crucible basic. Excuse me, I thought I put the resonant frame, but I guess not. Put that in there. That should be fine. What are all those upgrades? I did not know that those came with it. I guess it does. Okay, fair enough. And then you're just gonna output to the side, right? And then you're gonna input this. There you go. And then you're just gonna do that, right? And you're gonna give me the blizz powder. Perfect. And just like that, we should be able to go ahead and make some cryothium. So this cryothium stuff, beautiful. Take that and creative that. And we're gonna take the magma crucible again, and we're gonna melt these guys down. I assume these can be melted in the magma crucible. Also, I guess before this fills up, let me pick this up and put this down, and then you're gonna go in here and you're gonna auto output. I guess not really, because what I could do if I really wanted to is grab a bucket and then grab a creative tank and then just be done with it. So bucket and then creative tank like so, and then you should be all set, right? So if I do this and then grab, oh, I can't do that. That's just despair. So if I do this, will that like delete whatever's in there? It will. And then I can fill it this way. Good. And then I can click it onto here, and now we have infinite gelid cryothium. Perfect. Now here's a good question. I cannot make reservoirs in this pack. Ooh, do reservoirs not exist? I guess reservoirs do not exist. Well, that's kind of annoying. However, I tell you what does exist in this pack, and that is the mechanism tanks. The mechanism tanks actually do have a bucket mode that you can indeed use, by the way. It's a kind of like switch mode version of it, which is interesting. So if I take this and then I think just click this, it should fill it. But if not, I can take my crescent hammer and then I can put it on top and then dump it into there. I believe that's how that works. I do hear monsters, which I do not like. Where are you guys coming from? Can we not? That would be great. Like I was saying before I got rudely interrupted by a skeleton, I can take my creative tank and then I think right click this with a crescent hammer and it should dump it into here. Perfect. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a reactor. So to do that, I am gonna need a bunch of reactor casings. So we need to decide on what size I'm gonna do. So I'm thinking for now, let's do a 10 by 10 by 10. So to do that, I'm gonna need a pretty big area. So let's go ahead and break this stuff down in this corner. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It won't fit. It will not fit in this corner, which is kind of despair, unfortunately. So let's pull out the F7 again, just so that way I can, light this area up in case of, monsters trying to kill me. Now, I did have this to create a thumbnail. So let's just go ahead and remove that. So what I'm going to do is just do something like, ooh, yeah, that should be fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is going to be in my Britannia area. Unfortunately, that's fine. But then I should be able to say, I guess we can do something like this. And yeah, this is going to work out really nicely. Oh yeah, look at that. That's going to be a big boy. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to follow this guy this way, 10 blocks like so. And that, oh dude, that's going to look so good. And then we're going to fill this whole thing in. I didn't bring a wand, but that's fine. And then what we're going to do is we're going to fill this guy up, of course. And then I'm going to go ahead and take my fuel rods. I don't currently have any fuel rods, so that's not ideal. But luckily, it isn't too far away where there is another terminal. So I can grab some yellorium fuel rods like so. We're going to need a freaking bunch of these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a bunch of these, and then I'm going to grab myself a builder's wand because we're going to need that as well. I don't need these drawers right now. That should be fine. And what we're going to do is we're going to come along this and we're going to run a checkered board pattern style. You know what? We should probably do 11 because that way there's an actual center and it's not like uneven or whatever. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah, that should be fine. And now we should be able to go ahead and actually do this checkerboard properly. So if I do something like this and then yeah, so now I'm going to basically go around and fill out this checkerboard and I'm going to raise it like 10 blocks essentially. For the next part of the reactor, what we're going to do is take reactor glass and we're going to put it on like so, minus the corners, and then we're going to raise this 10 blocks up, or 9 blocks up actually, or is it 10? I think it's 10 blocks up, I believe. Alrighty, so for the final bit here, we're gonna do a lot. So let's grab a bunch of the. I just got shot by a skeleton. Why are you? Oh my god, why? Okay, where are you guys coming from? I want to freaking see where you're coming from because I don't know what you're just appearing. Why? Anyways, let's go ahead and set this up. So what we're gonna do is do a little baseline across all of this. Make sure that we fill in all the corners, right? And unfortunately, one of the most grueling tasks are about to happen, and that is I have to fill this thing with buckets of cryothium. Cryothium falls. It doesn't do the whole like liquid, makes river look thingy my bobber. So it's going to be a little difficult, but we're going to figure it out. So now that that's surrounded, what we're going to do is I found it. Aha, you little sneaky little booger. And then you're going to, now that we have that, I guess what we're going to do is take the control rod thingies. So these guys, reactor control unit things. Perfect. And then those are going to go on top of all the fuel rods like so. Okay, so the last few things that we need to do is we're going to go ahead and button this up with a beautiful thing here. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna run the power tap in the back. I also broke a reactor yellorium thing because my pickaxe is just so freaking fast. It's incredible. So let's go ahead and put the reactor controller down with the access ports like so. And then let's put the power tap in the back like so. Now here's the thing. I want to run a quick test, right? So I want to run a quick test and see how much the uncooled reactor is gonna do for power. And then what we'll do is we'll run a cooled experiment as well. So we'll put the coolant in after we do this raw test, which is going to be so sick. So we're going to see raw power and then cooled power. Okay, so this is going to take some yellorium like so. and let's make sure that we creative it. I didn't grab any creative upgrades because I'm smart. And then once we do that, we're gonna see how much power this thing makes without being cooled. And I'm really hoping it's a lot because I mean, this is a pretty big reactor. I know I can go bigger. I believe I can go up to a 30 by 32 or something like that. That's now filling up with uranium. Perfect. This is making, oh my God. It is making almost 1,000,000 RF a tick. I bet you this generates about 1,000,000 RF a tick without, you know, even needing to be cooled, which is actually insane. It does look like it's starting to slow down quite a bit. Yeah, it's slowing down a lot. Oh my God, 777 would have been the perfect number to land on. Okay, so 779-ish seems like to be the number here. All right, deactivate. Let's see how much it's gonna make when cooled. Alrighty, so I had to go ahead and switch a hotkey for my mechanism tanks, but I switched mine to shift period. So now I can actually turn it on and off from bucket mode. So now what I gotta do is I gotta sit here and I gotta basically click in the cryotheum, and this is gonna take forever. Alrighty guys, so let's go ahead and patch up the reactor here. So let's go ahead and put down all of the casings like so, and then once we do this, we're gonna be able to turn our reactor on and see how much power this guy is gonna provide us with for the foreseeable future. Now we can build multiple of these if we need to, however I don't think we're going to need to. I could be wrong. Let's go ahead and check this bad boy. Let's go ahead and turn this bad boy on. So we were at 779, so we're probably gonna do about 1,000,000-ish RF a tick to 1,000,000 RF a tick. That is incredibly fast. Actually, that's an insane amount of power. And what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're just gonna run a power cable outside the back of this. We're gonna run the ultimate cables or whatever. But yeah, that is insane that we're generating 1.3 or 1.4-ish million RF a tick in just this little footprint, right? And we could also do better, right? If we really wanted to, we probably could make the solar panels. I don't think we have the whatchamacallit infinity solar panels. It doesn't look like we do. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we get all the rest of Galactic Craft finished and we get to build this beautiful tier 10 rocket. Let's get into today's episode. In the last episode, we made this huge reactor, getting us a bunch of power. We're getting about 655,000 RF a tick right now. That is because this is literally filled with the cyanite, which is not good. So let's take that out and let's make sure that we put a trash can there, so that way we can go ahead and delete the cyanite and then we'll never have those issues again, which is pretty good. So let's get the trash can really quickly. That shouldn't be too bad. We are gonna need some item conduits for that, so let's go ahead and do that. I think the plan for today's episode is to literally get all of the galactic craft things finished. I think that is the plan. I want to get all the way to the tier 10 planet if we can, because that would be super nice. But yeah, we're generating about 1,000,000-ish RF a tick, which is not bad. But before we can do that, there's a couple of things I do want to check. The things that I want to check are, I want to make a wireless booster card. I think I have one already. I do not, but I'm pretty sure the way that you're meant to get these booster cards is by killing the wither. Not these ones specifically, but the infinite booster ones, I believe we can get by killing the wither. So yeah, these guys right here, the infinity booster cards is what I'm looking for. And I do want one of these. I do want a wireless terminal if I can, which is going to require me to make the energy cell. Yeah, let's go ahead and make some of these guys. Yeah, we're going to need this for doing galactic craft stuff. I can hop from planet to planet, which would be super nice. But there we go. We should go ahead and make this guy now. And that's now done. The only thing is I'm going to need some way to charge this thing. Also, I'm going to need, you guessed it, a security terminal, which I think I already have one of those somewhere, which, you know, hopefully we do. I'm pretty sure we should have one. And if we don't, that's not a problem because we can probably make one. Yep, we do have one. Perfect. Take that and I guess shove that here. I don't think that takes a channel at all, which is nice that it doesn't take a channel. Beautiful. That's at 95% charge. All right, here is the plan. I'm gonna fight a bunch of withers here on top of the nether, and I'm hoping that I can go ahead and get the infinity booster card. By the way, I can pretty much one-shot the wither, I'm pretty sure, so we should be okay, right? Like that, like literally just one-shotted him, and I already got one. Perfect. Lovely jubbly. Didn't have to fight too many of them. Love to see it. Alrighty, so now that we've done that, all I gotta do is take that with a wireless doodad, one of these bad boys, I believe, right? And then let me make sure that this doesn't need to get upgraded. It does need to get upgraded to the wireless access point, like so. And then I believe I need to put in some booster cards. That might be the case. I'm gonna need ender pearl dust here, and I'm not really sure how I'm meant to get it for the booster cards. I can sack about some ender pearls. That shouldn't be that bad at all. And just like that, we now have the booster cards, and all I gotta do realistically now is link this together. Also, let me just quickly just grab myself a drawer with a creative vending upgrade, and I'm gonna put these booster cards in there, and I'm gonna creative them, and I'm gonna throw these in here like so. And then all I gotta do is open this guy up and put this in this slot to link it to our ME system, and then do this. And how does this get put into here? How do I use this? Allows a linked AE2 wireless crafting terminal to be used at any distance and across dimensions. Only works when in wireless crafting terminal slots. And I'm not sure. You know what? I might need to upgrade this. You know what? That would probably do it. If I had to guess, I made the wrong one. Yeah, I think it's this one that we want. Oh my god, that is expensive. Wow, that is a doozer of a thing. Let's craft two of those things together, and then some of these. What am I missing for these? I am missing a wireless charger, another one of these. You know what? Let's just make a bunch of these real quick, and then we are gonna need some more of these. Let's make a few of them, at least two, right? And then the wireless charger. Oh my god, that is not cheap at all. Okay, so we need this, which is gonna need electrical steel, wireless modem. This is one expensive doodad, dear god. Okay, so I need two wireless modems, and then once we do that, let's make the wireless modems. So two of those, and then those are gonna get put into a booster, octadic, and electrical steel. So electrical steel, right? So four of those, and a booster card, and then a octadic capacitor. I believe that was ×2, right? Yep, four of those, and then an ender resonator in the middle. So ender resonator in the middle. And then that's going to go into our QED, hopefully. So if I come up here and we are trying to make this guy. So, yep, it's going to be one of these plus one of these, the ender resonator, the 4 electrical steel, and the 2 wireless modems to make the wireless charger, which is actually nice because the wireless charger is going to be quite useful in our base, actually. So we might as well grab that. I'm going to just grab one of these and then a set of drawers. I know I keep putting them away, but it's fine. So let's go ahead and put this in here, the wireless charger. And then now that we've got the wireless charger, we should now be able to make the wireless crafting thingy that we need. This guy here, yeah, 2 of these like so, and then make this guy the wireless dongle dude, which is gonna need another one of these, which is fine. And then boom, the wireless dongle dude. And then let's make sure that we link that together, and then we take this and put this in here, and now we should have access to our ME system anywhere in any dimension, wherever we want, whenever we want, as long as we can supply enough power, which hopefully we can now do. I don't know the range on this guy. Oh my god, that charged it instantly. That was insane. Let's do number of items, toggle. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. That is beautiful. Unfortunately, we do not have the tier 5 schematic, so that means I gotta go back to Jupiter and I've got to go find the tier 5 schematic, which is not gonna be fun because this planet is like so freaking loud, and I have to try and find the hole to go down and fight the Jupiter boss. And at least I have creative mode flying, so it won't be too bad now, but like, dear god, this is gonna be fun. After 8 million hours of searching, I finally found a dungeon. Thank freaking god. Let's go and kill this dungeon boss, and hopefully we get the rocket schematic that we need. All right guys, we have made it to the boss here, and the boss is going to be a one-shot. Wait, what? Hello? It's dead. It was that easy. Big Bat Boy is now destroyed. Can I please get your key? Thank you very much. Did we get the rocket schematic that we needed? Please, for the love of god, did we get the rocket schematic? We did. Perfect. The tier 5 rocket schematic. Lovely jovely. I'll take the name tag though. That's a pretty good thing. Ooh, a portal gun is also a good find too. Now that we have the tier 5 rocket schematic, we can start building up the tier 5 rocket, which honestly, hopefully isn't gonna be too bad to make. Now, I hate doing galactic craft stuff because sometimes it's really hard to find the stuff that we need. We need heavy duty plating tier 5, which is gonna require compressed palladium, which is gonna require a heavy duty plate tier 4, but also these palladium ingots. I believe we've already gotten the palladium ore, if I'm not mistaken, because we needed it for something else early on. Yeah, we already got the palladium, thankfully. So all I gotta do is throw it into our compressor, which is nowhere to be found. Now we take the compressed palladium like so, with the heavy duty plating tier 4, which we already have, thankfully, and we compress those two together, and then that should give us the plating tier 5, and then I'm pretty sure we're pretty much ready to go and go ahead and start building everything that we need for the tier 5 rocket. So things like the boosters, the fins, and the tier 5 rocket engines as well. There we go. There is our heavy duty plating tier 5. Beautiful. Which now we should be able to go ahead and start building out our tier 5 rocket, which is going to allow us to go to the next planet and fight the next boss, which is super exciting. So let's go ahead and look at the tier 5 rocket boy, and we're gonna need the rocket fins, which I don't know why. Oh no, is it being buggy again? Tier 5 plating. The ME system is not able to see our plating for some reason. That's really strange because there's a drawer controller right there. Ah, I see. I need to put another drawer controller down with another one of those storage buttons in the back of it. Also, I don't know if I want to do that though, to be honest, because that's already like pushing the limits to being up here. Attempt number 2 for making the rocket booster here. So let's go ahead and do that. Beautiful, lovely jovely. We have the booster. We're just gonna need the heavy duty plating now, and we have the rocket fins. We have the booster. I don't think, oh right, we need one more thing. How can I forget the nose cone? The beautiful little nose cone. There we go. And I believe we now have everything to make our next rocket. So let's come over here to the NASA workbench and then go right over to the tier 5 like so. Put the rocket booster in with all the heavy duty palladium plates like so. Go ahead and put the 2 boosters in, the 4 rocket fins like so, and of course we cannot forget the nose cone. And then there we go, boom, beautiful. We now have the tier 5 rocket. Our next planet that we're heading off to is going to be Saturn. Let's go. So let's go ahead and build our rocket pad like so. It is a 5x5 like so, and let's go ahead and put our rocket down and let's head on over to Saturn. And I just realized now that we're up here, I don't check to see if we need padding for this. Well, when in Rome, let's drop down to Saturn and hope that we don't get destroyed, but it's fine. We've got plenty enough rockets. It's not that bad. Look how beautiful Saturn is. It's so beautiful down here. Wait, is that grass? Wait, what? Well, you guys know the deal. I've got to go and find the dungeon because that's going to take me like 5 million years. Unless if there's one right here. Imagine if there was one right there. That would have been so sick. Yeah, let me go find the dungeon real fast. We finally found a dungeon after looking for half an hour. At least I hope this is a dungeon. It does look like one. Maybe not. Oh, dude, do not wait, I hear zombies. I definitely hear zombies. So this is definitely a dungeon for sure. Except, where is my pickaxe? Oh, it's in my crafting thing. Oh god, I can't see anything. It's not a dungeon. No way, it's not a dungeon. Did I just get baited? I think I just got baited. No. Oh my god. I got baited by that first hole. And now I found an actual dungeon after looking for half an hour. Oh my god. Really, game? I was about to say, did I already find the dungeon chest? But no. Here we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the Saturn dungeon. Hopefully, where we get the tier 6 rocket schematic. Because if we don't, I'm gonna rip my hair out. Because if I have to find another one of these bloody dungeons again, I swear to god, I'm gonna rip something off because this took way too long to find. Alrighty, let's go ahead and smash this boss. It's a big old gas boy. Let's see, do I have to like hit his face with his own fireballs or can I just smack him? I guess I can just smack him in the face and he'll die. There we go. Perfect. Please, for the love of Lord, give me the tier 6 rocket schematic, please. Okay, beautiful. Awesome. I am very mad right now because I just spent half an hour looking for a dungeon and there was one 2 feet from my spawn point. How did I miss this? 2 feet. Oh yeah. Anyways, I'm back on Saturn because I need to go find magnesium to go ahead and start making everything that we need for the next tier plating, which is going to be these guys here. And it needs compressed magnesium, which needs magnesium ingots, which means I have to go find Saturn magnesium ore. I'm gonna go dig down here and hopefully find some. With the magnesium obtained, what we're gonna go ahead and do is throw it in a drawer like so, grab it so that way we can go ahead and compress it down into its compressed variant like so, and then we're gonna go ahead and compress that into, I believe, the tier 5 heavy duty plating, I believe. Yeah, perfect. And then once we do that, we should in theory be good to go ahead and start building out the next set of the rockets, which is gonna be the tier 6 rocket, which means I believe we're going to Uranus next. Yeah, we're going to Uranus next. And just like that, by the way, we can now make the tier 6 rocket. It's, you know, the same thing as usual. You know, you take your heavy duty plates, then you take your nose cone, your fins, your engine, and then your boosters. You put it all together and boom, we now have a tier 6 rocket that we can now go ahead and take to Uranus. Before we head to the next planet, I am going to go ahead and need to upgrade our padding here. Now, I believe we already got the carbon stuff. Yeah, we do. So let's upgrade our padding because I'm not really sure what tiers we're gonna need here. So let's go ahead and do the tier 4 cloth here. So to make the tier 4 cloth, we just need tier 3 cloth plus some carbon compressed plates. So let's go ahead and do that. Do I have to really do that? I don't think I have to. Yeah, perfect. And then I believe we are going to need to upgrade to the tier 5, which needs the tier 5 thermal cloth, which luckily we already got the tier 4 thermal cloth. So we can go ahead and upgrade that to the tier 5, and that's going to be the final tier cloth. So that way we don't have to actually worry about, you know, whether or not we're going to have the stuff to go to the next planet or not. So that's actually really good here. So let's go ahead and make the next padding tier here. So tier 5 helmet should be relatively simple. The tier 5 breastplate like so, the pantalones like so, and then the thermal boots like so. And now we don't ever have to worry about padding ever again. So we can go ahead and take off our tier 3 padding and put on our tier 5 padding. You know what, while I'm here, I might as well swap out our oxygen tanks so that way we have plenty of oxygen when we head to Uranus. Off to Uranus we go. Once our rocket fills up here, we should be pretty much good to go. Oh my god, that is a huge fuel tank. We're gonna be here a while. Here we go, gamers. We are dropping down to Uranus. Now I'm hoping that this is gonna be easy to find the next dungeon, because I do not want to spend another half an hour trying to find a dungeon. Is there any close by that we can see before I land? I don't see any. We have finally found the Uranus dungeon. Beautiful, which means we get to destroy Elsa's face. Okay, I'm hoping that this is going to be easy enough and it's not going to be like some crazy boss fight. I mean, Galacticraft isn't that crazy. Oh, it's a white slime. Get destroyed. Come right in here in the thingy-mabobber and put it in here. And please, dear Lord, give me the right schematic. Beautiful. I know that we're not done here though, because I'm pretty sure we need to grab a specific ore from here. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, like white gems and crystal stone for sure is needed. Same stuff as usual. Take the palladium crystal ingots or whatever, put it in the compressor, and then make the plate, and then take the plates, creative them. Oh, it's just the same thing over and over and over again. Like, there's nothing different about Galacticraft, I feel, which is kind of like bleh. It's just like, well, like whatever. And then we got to take the heavy duty tier 6s. I believe they're the tier 6s. Wait, do I not have the plates or whatever? Wait a minute. There they are. They're being silly. And then what we do is take this, shove it in the compressor. Same old, same old. So I'm a little dense. It is a little different because now I gotta take the crystal plate and reinforce them with the compressor. And just like that, I have everything that we need to go ahead and build the tier 7 rocket. Just like that. Boom, boom, and boom. There is our tier 7 rocket. Lovely jubbly. And I believe our next planet that we're going to is the planet that we've been needing to get to, which is Neptune, which is indeed tier 7, which is beautiful. Now, I actually do have a question here. When do I need to make the launch pad for tier 3? That's actually a really good question. Used to launch tier 9 and 10 rocket. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that for another 2 rockets. Okay, fair enough. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and head on over to Neptune. Let's go ahead and drop down onto Neptune. All right, I believe this is also an icy planet, I believe. If I remember correctly, I believe it should be a icy. Really? You're gonna do me like this? Are you actually kidding me right now? The game just did me so dirty. It literally put me in the middle of an ocean. Why? Okay, so the plan here is to hopefully find a dungeon and then do our business. We have found a dungeon in the middle of this ocean lake of error, which is pretty cool. So we're gonna go ahead and drop down into here and make our way to the boss. Alrighty, we're at the boss. Let's see what we're gonna have to fight. Oh, we're fighting Olaf. Olaf is now dead. Get wrecked, Olaf. Olaf got destroyed by my insane sword that does like 1 billion X damage. It does like 520,000 hearts or something like that. Insane amount of damage. And let's go ahead. Wait, which way is the dungeon room? I think it's this way, right? If we come down this little hallway. I swear to God, I was about to say, did it not generate a room? I was gonna be so upset. Like, literally so upset. And that's all we gotta do. Actually, wait, before we do that though, let me go and set a spawn point for this because I haven't done that yet. So it turns out that the tier 8 rocket is literally just made out of zinc, which I already had zinc from sifting. So all I gotta do is just do this. And now I have the tier 8 plates, which I can then, you know, turn into the tier 8 heavy plates and then, you know, build the rocket. And yeah, we're gonna have some fun with that, I guess, right? And then we can head on over to the next planet. And just like that, we now have the tier 8 rocket ready to go ahead and take us right on over to Pluto. And off to Pluto we go. Boys, let's get ready to go ahead and drop down onto Pluto. Oh yeah, another icy planet. Perfect. Where is my rocket? There it is. Beautiful. Let's make sure that we grab that bad boy. And I guess I can go down faster by doing this. I don't think so. And I don't see any dungeons nearby. And of course, I'm getting like destroyed by a bunch of mobs right now. Where did my thing land? Oh, it hasn't landed yet. Okay. Y'all need to chill. Give me this, please. And same thing as always, we gotta go find the dungeon. Oh my god, I finally found one. Oh, y'all, dude, these are getting terrible to find. I swear, they shouldn't be this rare to find these stupid dungeons. Let me go ahead and top off my oxygen. That's how long I've been looking, by the way. By the way, this was also full, and we're down to 900,000 energy. That's how long I've been looking for this dungeon, by the way. Let's get to this boss, and let's get the next rocket schematic. So unfortunately, we got shafted and this dungeon is bugged. There was no boss fight in this one. So now I've got to go find another one. Oh, now the game wants to be nice to me? Really? Really, game? After an hour of searching for a Pluto dungeon, you can give me 2? All right, let's get to the boss. Oh my god. Thank god it has a freaking... Okay. All right. You guys want to all mess around? Sure. All right. Beautiful. It's one of these bosses again. I don't like this boss because I've got to do the whole like TNT thing. I can't just whack it with my sword, unfortunately. So I have to sit here and throw these TNTs at it for a bit. And boom and boom. And this should be relatively simple, actually. If I can actually hit them, that would be really nice. Yeah. Oh yeah. Easy. All right. That is another planet down, which means I should have access now to the tier 9 rocket schematic, assuming that it generates the dungeon chest. I swear to god, we are very much good. Okay, why are you mad at me? I wasn't even looking at you, buddy. What are you doing? You silly. There we go. Schematic tier 9 workbench. We can actually go home now. Actually, you know what? Actually, before I do that, let me go back to spawn here and let me fix up this locator here. So for the heavy duty plating tier 9, it says we need tungsten. I already have tungsten, so I'm wondering if I could just use my tungsten to make this, right? So if I do this plus this, will that work? It will work. Beautiful. And of course, we got to teach this to the NASA workbench, of course. Hopefully we don't crash my game. Please don't crash my game. Okay, beautiful. And it is on to making the tier 9 rocket. And boom, just like that, we now have the tier 9 rocket. However, we're not quite done yet because we need the next launch pad, because we're gonna need the tier 3 one instead of the tier 2 one, right? So there we go. Let's make sure that we have tungsten blocks. Ooh, are tungsten blocks gonna be easy to craft? I don't think so. It looks like I have to cast the tungsten in the smeltery and then into a basin to get the block. That's fair. And off to Eris we go.
Eris drop initiated. Here we go, boys and girls. We are going to Eris. Let's go. The final planet that we need to go ahead and grab, which it looks like it's a snowy planet. Now, I don't know if do I really go to Kepler 22b. I know that we're gonna need it, so we probably should honestly go to Kepler 22b. Why is every Enderman mad at me? I don't understand why every Enderman's mad at me. On to finding the next dungeon. It's beautiful. It only took me 5 minutes to find this thing. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. You're beautiful. Let's go. I'm stuck in a cobweb. All right, let me see if I can fly through this quickly. Let's go to the boss. Alrighty. Oh my god, it's another one of these. Are you kidding me? Why? All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and destroy this guy's face then, I guess. I missed. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. And I missed again. There we go. Perfect. Boom and boom. All right, come on. Let's get this done. Let's go. I want to be done with this. Beautiful. Watch there not be a tier 10 rocket schematic in here. Watch it be like a tier 10 moon rover or something in this freaking bloody freaking chest back here. Oh my god. There we go. And it is a tier 10 rocket schematic. Beautiful. Do I need anything for the tier 10 plate? I don't really know. The tier 10 plates need dark iron, which I assume you get from Eris. So yes, we've got to go find dark iron. I'm just gonna dig the floor down here and just see if we can get lucky and maybe find some dark iron relatively quickly, like that. Easy. We can take our dark iron like so, and then we're gonna go ahead and compress that down in the compressor. And then once we do that, all we're gonna go ahead and do is make sure that we take our tier 10 rocket schematic, teach it to the table like so, and then once we do that, we should be able to grab this guy, and this guy is then going to go into, you guessed it, this guy, which is the tier 9 boys, like so. And then this is going to go into that to make the tier 10, and then the tier 10 will take us to the Kepler 22b. And just like that, we should now be able to come over here and do the tier 10 rocket like so. Boom. And would you look at that? And then of course, let's grab our tier 3 launch pads, and let's go ahead and head on over to the Kepler belt, which is gonna be so much fun. We're gonna go ahead and take off to Kepler 22b. All right, we should be able to head over to the Kuiper belt, hopefully. And then we go head on over to the Kepler 22b. That's one of these guys over here, right? So 47b, 47C, the 69B, 69C. There we go. 22B right here. Let's go ahead and launch down to Kepler 22B. I believe this planet is pretty much like good. Like we don't need like any air or anything over here, which is pretty nice. Now there is some things that we are going to need here. For example, the Kepler gems are needed, I believe, in this pack. So we are going to have to grab those at some point. Wow. The Kepler 22b looks so different in Ozone 3. It is way more vibrant than this. Whoa, that's so weird. Nice. Let's go ahead and make sure that I get myself nice and set up with the dislocator, right? So we can come back here if we need to. Now, I don't really think we need to be like getting the gems right this second, but I will come back and get the gems that we need. I almost blew up my freaking tier 10 rocket. Dear Lord. But yeah, let's go ahead and go home. We really don't have to worry about Kepler 22b right now, so we're just gonna head on home. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we make the Direwolf Extreme Crafting Table and start to go ahead and craft the Neutronium Collector. With that being said, let's get into today's episode. In the last episode, we did a bunch of galactic craft stuff. We fought all the bosses and we made the tier 10 rocket and went to Kappa Mode 22B. And in today's episode, I kind of want to do Draconic Evolution because we're gonna need it, right? So one of the hard things about Draconic Evolution is getting the awakened draconium, right? So we have to go to the end to go ahead and fight the end dragon. We need this end cake, which looks relatively simple. We just need some cakes and some golden apples, which honestly is gonna be as easy? I don't think so. Do we even have any normal cows? That's a really good question because we have a bunch of fluid cows but not a bunch of normal cows, right? Like you can see these guys over here. Actually, you know what, this is a fluid cow of biodiesel. Yeah, it looks like we only really have like fluid cows, which is not ideal because I don't think they give you milk. I think they give you the fluid that they represent, which not ideal in the slightest. So I have to figure out how I'm meant to get a normal cow. I went to check my ME system and I found out that I have a spawn cow, a spawn sheep, a spawn pig, and a spawn wolf, and spawn ocelot egg inside of my system. So you know what? I'll take that as a win because that way I don't have to worry about, you know, trying to find out how I'm gonna get myself a cow. I was thinking I could get it from Botania potentially with the cocoon, if that's a thing in 1.7, which I don't know if it is. But however, we have a spawn cow egg, so that's gonna make it easy for us. Plop that bad boy down like so, and then we get our 3 buckets of milk. Lovely. Okay, so we can go ahead and make our end cake, which by the way is pretty cool. Boom, there is our end cake. Let's go ahead and slap this guy down like so. And looks like we need Eyes of Ender to go ahead and fill that guy. So Eye of Enders, there we go. And we take these bad boys and we toss them in here like so. And I think, well, it doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and just eat the cake and let's just go fight the dragon. Honestly, this is probably gonna be a one-shot sweep because I've got like the best sword in the game. That was literally a one-shot, not surprised. And these Endermen are pissed off at me, so they want to mess around. They're gonna find out. You want to mess around? I guess you'll find out, right? And it made a end thing right here. Beautiful. But now we have the dragon heart. It did give us some draconium, but we already have draconium, so it doesn't really matter. I guess I'll take the free levels. Might as well, right? As we're sitting here waiting for the dragon heart to teleport to our inventory. There we go. Let's go ahead and plop these stuff into our ME system. Come on, dragon heart. Let's go. I don't got all day. Now that we have the dragon heart, let's go ahead and slap that bad boy in here like so, and then do that. Now we are gonna need a block of draconium. There's a few things that we're gonna need to do. So we're gonna need the charged draconium. So draconium, I believe, can I make this without compressing it? How do I make draconium blocks? I have to pour it. Oh no, this is bad because, oh, I have 21 ingots. Oh, thank God. Oh God, thank God. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the draconium. Okay, which means now I've got to break this because bad me. There we go. Pour that into a block. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Dude, smelting awakened draconium with lava takes forever. Now that we have the draconium block, what we can go ahead and do is I'm going to create this bad boy before I even do anything with this because I do not want to mess around with this. What I'm supposed to do is take this draconium and I believe put it into this charger, and then that's going to make the charged draconium. And let's go ahead and put this in a drawer because I don't want to deal with that anymore. Perfect. And I believe what we got to do is like take our draconium, place it down, throw a dragon heart on top of it and explode it. I have somehow managed to bug my game out somehow. This is like saying it's pulling in 2 million and pulling out 2 million RF a tick. I'm a bit confused why it's pulling that much power. So turns out relogging fixed the issue. Don't know why, but it is what it is. I guess so, maybe. But let's go ahead and grab a dragon heart like so, and then grab these guys, maybe some TNT, and maybe try and blow these up. Thankfully, I googled this because yeah, I would have been very much in trouble here because yeah, we're missing a step here. We need a draconic core. Now, to make draconic cores, we're gonna need these blue gems, which we've already gotten, thankfully, but glowing mag alloy, which is gonna be Zephyr Arothium, and this guy, which is gonna be rich alloy, steel ingot. I believe we have all this except for the fact that we don't have rich slag, which we can get from the induction smelter with processing any ore with sand. Now, is there any other way? A clock and sand will give you gold back and a 10% chance. That's not bad. So if I take a clock, I can actually create of that. That's not bad. And we take some sand. Do I already have a alloy smelter, or am I gonna have to make one? I think I'm gonna have to make one, unfortunately. Can I make one really quickly? The induction boy. How bad is this gonna be? It's going to be not bad. I just gotta take some invar and make some gears. Now that we have the rich slag boy, I believe we take the rich slag to make this guy, and then we're gonna need to figure out how to make Zephyr Arothium. That is a big question. You know what? I have a feeling I can get that from the fluid cows somehow. I'm not seeing it. You know what? It might be under Arothium dust. Yeah, Arothium dust. That's actually relatively cheap. I just need blizz powder and make this guy. I didn't expect it to be that easy. I take this and this, of course, and we throw this in the magma crucible. Make sure it outputs to the right, make sure that you're accepting, and then you fluid transpose that bad boy for me. Is that correct now, right? For the draconic core? You know what? It might not be, because I think I need to take, no, that's correct. It just takes, wow, that's slow. And it also takes a lot of it as well, which is insane, right? How many buckets does it take to make glowing? It takes a full 8 bucket. Oh no, it takes about 4 buckets, which is actually insane to think about. Wow. There we go. Take this, and now we have the things to make the draconic cores, which means we have the things now to make the awakened draconium, which is not too bad, I don't think. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and try to make ourselves the draconic core. God, I wish I would keep my search. There we go. The draconic core. Beautiful. Now we have this, and because we're trying to do 4 awakened draconium blocks, because we can do 4 at a time, essentially, I'm gonna need 16 of these cores. So I'm gonna take 16 of these cores with the 4 charged draconium, the TNT, and the dragon heart. So what I've got to do is I've got to basically put down the TNT. You know, I forgot to grab flint and steel here. So we're gonna throw this dragon heart on the ground. We're gonna light this. That's gonna explode that, and then once this explodes, right, what we're gonna go ahead and do is throw down the draconic cores and then place down the 4 draconic. Oh, I picked the hearts up. You gotta be kidding me. So you can't pick the hearts up. So what I'm probably gonna end up doing, well, how do I do this without picking the hearts up and or exploding the awakened draconium? That's a really good question. I'm not sure how I'm meant to do that, but let's go ahead and put the 4 oh wait, it's rising up. Okay, cool. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is place this down like so, and then throw the 16 awakened draconium down, and hopefully that's gonna do its job and sprinkle the awakeness onto the charged draconium. And it did do it. Perfect. It exploded it, and now we have the awakened draconium blocks. Okay. All right. I literally just vein mined the obsidian. Dude, I broke it so fast
fast that I also vein mine the obsidian box as well. Hiya, this pickaxe is too dangerous. This pickaxe is like literally the god pickaxe. Like, it is insane how fast this pickaxe mines. I kind of made a mistake by making it, but whatever. Take this, throw that in there. Now we've got awakened draconium, which means we can do pretty much everything that we need in draconic evolution. So we can actually even make the energy ball, but I am not making the energy ball. I'm gonna be honest, the energy ball in this version is good for power storage, but it's also extremely annoying to make. This is the version that doesn't have the auto builder, and yeah, it is extremely annoying to build. I'm happy with my capacitor bank. I will stick with that, for example, right? Now that we have that, we actually probably can even upgrade our stuff, right? So if I wanted the capacitor, for example, right, these guys here, I can probably make this now. I just need to make a wyvern core, which is easy enough. Just 4 draconium cores, another star. Not terrible, I guess. So let's go ahead and toss that in there. Now we have the wyvern cores, which we should be able to go ahead and make the awakened draconium cores now as well, which I believe is relatively simple. Again, 4 wyvern cores, awakened draconium, and some nether stars. Very simple stuff here. There we go. Let's go ahead and put that back just in case. I might even be able to upgrade my magnet as well. The item dislocator. We can probably upgrade to the awakened version now. It is going to need some charged draconium, which we already have. So the awakened magnet, this is actually a really OP version of this one. It reaches 32 blocks, which is insane, by the way. I would actually really like to make the enhanced dislocator charm. This thing is really goated. I miss using it for traveling around. I did also want to make the armor, but I think we're gonna have to wait on that. But the reason why I wanted to get draconic evolution actually is so we can actually start getting into the extreme crafting stuff, right? So the dire crafting table, which is going to require a crystal matrix ingot, some double compressed crafting tables, 4 awakened draconium cores, and an ME controller. I believe we pretty much have all that stuff now, minus the crystal matrix ingot, which requires the diamond lattices, which honestly isn't terrible. Am I gonna need that for something? The diamond lattices, is that the only thing I need it for? No, we need it for other stuff. So let's go ahead and make that a creative item as well. And I think in between episodes, what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to set up my dislocator with all the planets and stuff. So that way I can have it. So the way that this thing works is, let me grab some of the ender pearls really quickly. And what you do is you take this, you open up the GUI, and let's say we want to add a new destination. We hit add new, and then we're going to name this one home, for example. We're going to lock it so that way we don't overwrite it. And what we're going to go ahead and do is add fuel to this, right? And now basically every time I want to teleport home, I can say, like, let's say for example, I go to one of the planets. Let's go here, for example. I go to the moon. What I can go ahead and do is set this now to the moon. So we commit that, we lock it. But I can now use 1 fuel to go ahead and teleport home, which is, oh dude, it's so goated. I miss this so much, dude. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and make the double compressed crafting table. So the double compressed crafting table is interesting. So double compressed crafting table is this guy here. We're gonna need at least a couple stacks of crafting tables. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves some oak wood and make ourselves like a couple of stacks of crafting tables. I think that should be enough, right? And then we do this, and we make these, and then we do this. And then that makes our double compressed crafting table, which I am going to creative, which I don't really think I need to, but I'm going to anyway. So let's go ahead and grab that. And then what do we need for the dire wolf table is going to require 8 of the crystal matrix ingots. So let's grab those, and then we're gonna need a ME controller, which I believe is also on this side, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's right here, the ME controller. And then we need 4 awakened draconium
cores. I didn't creative. Did I throw them in here? I did creative them. I just can't find them because I'm blind. And we're going to take this guy right on up to the laser table up here, toss these guys in here, and boom. This actually might take a while. I think this is going to take a while because how much power does this thing even need? I didn't even check that. This thing's going to need a crap ton of power. Let's see. 8 million RF. Dear God. And that's doing it at 10,000 RF a tick. Oh, that's going to be a while. And just like that, we now have the dire crafting table, which I don't really know if I need to creative, to be honest, just because we're having fun. I'm gonna go ahead and creative it anyways, because why not? Creative everything. And so now that we have this opens up the end game by quite a bit, actually. So we are gonna first start by making the neutronium compressor, because neutronium compressor, actually, do we want to make this first? We probably should make this one first, huh? Actually, can we make this one first? Neutronium large plate. I can't really see what that is. We can't make it, so we need the neutron collector first. Okay. Vibranium ingot, crystallized redstone. We're gonna need conductive iron blocks. That's easy. Crystal flux blocks, large signalum plutonium. Oh boy, this is a pretty big craft. I guess the first question is, if I put in items, do they stay? The main question I have, will that stay? That will stay. Okay, cool. I did need to make sure that that was gonna stay. But now that we know that that's gonna stay, let's go ahead and make the neutron collector. So I'm gonna need compressed dark iron plates. Okay, so 4 of those in the corners. So like so. We are gonna need dark iron plates, which I believe we already have. Compressed dark iron plates. Now that might be a little bit different. Actually, no, that's totally the legit thing here. And then, okay, got it. So let's go ahead and grab 2 of these. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then I believe 2 crystal matrix on the bottom, like so. And then we're gonna need dark cloud. I'm not really sure how to get that. We're gonna have to like Google that, I guess. The hop graphite needs immersive engineering. The diamond etched computational matrix, I believe we have that. The diamond etched computational, we do not. Okay, that's interesting. That is gonna require, it looked relatively simple. So these guys, I believe they're not too bad. They do need a computer, which isn't too bad. So let's go ahead and grab that. That's going to be relatively simple. I think I need 4 of those potentially. And then once we do that, dude, some of this stuff is going to get a little bit challenging, I'm going to be honest. So 4 of these, and where do those go? Those go in the 4 corners. Got it. So the 4 corners, like so. And then hold on, we're gonna need more of these, except on the top layer we don't do it. And then I believe it goes crystal matrix ingots on either side of these, like so. And then we need plutonium, which I don't think we have. I thought I could, but I guess I can't. So plutonium we do not have, which is not ideal. So the way that we're supposed to get plutonium, I believe, is through lutecrite blocks, if I'm not mistaken. So if I look, the assembly table, extreme crafting table, no, I am not really seeing a way to make this. So we don't get it from lutecrite, because lutecrite actually does need plutonium. However, to get plutonium, we need the cyanide reprocessor with some water. So the cyanide reprocessor, is this a multi-block or is it a single block? So it looks like it is a single block. I assume it requires power. Let's just slap this right here. Yeah, and then give it some agua. And then once we do that, I
think we just take some of our cyanite and we just toss it in there, which we don't have creative at the moment. Let's grab a bucket of water and put this on top of here. I assume it, accepts water on the top. Didn't really check that, but it's fine. Go ahead and plop this here. Make sure that we have that nice and creative. Not that it's a problem because we just go up there and get some, and grab some of this water really quickly and put it in here. Do I have my crescent hammer on me? I do not. So let me just make one of those quickly and teach you how to export like so. And that doesn't accept interest. Okay, no, it does accept on the top. Beautiful. And then that's going to make us our plutonium, which is great. So now that we have plutonium, we're going to need oh God, we are going to need those there. I need to figure out how I am going to handle getting the dark clouds from the Chera, because that does seem like a thing that we are going to need here, and quite a bit of it as well. So dark clouds from the Chera, what are you exactly? So the way that we're supposed to get dark clouds is we got to go to the end, and about Y level 200-ish, or down here I guess, is these dark clouds. We need to go ahead and mine these guys. Oh, you can't stand on them? That's interesting. We're gonna take these and we're gonna vein mine them and go ahead and get ourselves the dark clouds, and that is how we get the dark clouds from Natura, which is actually relatively simple. Also, let's go ahead and make sure that we set a endpoint so that way we can go ahead and teleport here. So we're just going to name this one end, commit, and then lock that bad boy, and then we can just go home now. So for the neutron collector, we're gonna need a few things. This vibrantium ingot is quite difficult. We're gonna need these enticing crystals, which requires a villager, which I don't think we have an easy way to get a villager. Oh, you know what? We already have one. I didn't even realize that we already had one. I was gonna say, we're gonna have to go to like the last millennia or something to go ahead and get the villager that we need, but turns out we don't even have to do that because we already had a villager. So I guess it wasn't that hard after all. Nonetheless, we're still gonna need to convince ourselves to make this. We need a soul binder, which I believe we already have. So a villager plus an emerald should give us the enticing crystals. Then we're just gonna need vibrantium, and then we're just gonna need the vibrant alloy and the solarium. So that's actually not even that terrible, I feel. I believe over here we do indeed have the soul binder. So let's go ahead and take the emerald like so, and take a villager and throw it in there. And then we might as well, while we're at it, just grab the other stuff to make the thing. So the vibrant alloy and the solarium as well is needed here inside of this guy to go ahead and make that vibranium ingot. Oh my God, I was looking at the recipe for crystallized redstone. It is 10 million RF. Oh my God, that is so much power. Oh my God, what? So we're gonna set this up right now because that's gonna take a hot minute to finish. Dear Lord. So the next probably big thing that we're gonna need to make here, honestly, I don't even know what the next big thing is that we're gonna need to make here, because oh boy. So the conductive iron block, that's easy enough. The flux crystal block might be easy. I'm not sure if I've made a flux crystal yet. I believe I haven't. So if I'm understanding this correctly, a flux crystal should realistically only be a diamond with some redstone, which honestly isn't that bad. So I guess I don't need this anymore. So we can go ahead and break this down. So magma crucible and the fluid transposer. Let's go ahead and grab some redstone blocks and then toss those in there with a diamond, and that should be relatively simple now. So that's gonna make the flux crystals like so, and then we can just take those and make a block out of them, and that's gonna be relatively simple as well. So there you go, and then that is gonna be able to make a block. So let's do that now. So flux crystal in here, make one of those. You know, I can just make a whole stack of them. I just totally forgot. Creative mode. Duh. I don't even have to worry about that. And then the conductive iron, I believe we already have. Oh, dude, that's so beautiful that we already have that. Boom. Stack of conductive iron blocks. That's relatively easy and simple. Let's go ahead and toss that in here. So let me grab this. I hate that the freaking search doesn't stay. It's driving me crazy. Okay, so it's going to be conductive iron on the 4 corners. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then where else is the conductive iron? Is that really it for the conductive iron? And then on the outside of that is going to be your flux crystal blocks, and our plutonium has got to be done by now, right? Oh my god, 32 of them already. Perfect. I kind of just let that go, honestly. And there we go. There's our plutonium, like so. So reprocess cyanite, and then those are going to go in the 2 corners, like so and so. Now, one of the harder things to make here is probably going to be, if I had to guess, the solar neutron activator from Mechanism. We are just missing HDEP sheet. Oh, you mother trucker. Oh, you are a mother trucker. If I'm understanding this correctly, I might be able to get away with this if I'm lucky. So for HDEP, what do I need for this? To be exact, I need oxygen, which we have, and then liquid ethylene in a PRC, which liquid ethylene requires hydrogen in a PRC with water. That should be easy, assuming I can make the pressurized reaction chamber. Nope, that's a pressurized interface. Where is the pressurized reaction chamber? Oh god, this is gonna be a mess. And make one of these. I'm just missing an enrichment chamber. Ha ha ha. He he he. What am I missing? These advanced circuits, which require an item fabricator with a blank circuit, majestic quartz. Oh, here we go. And then, so I need an item fabricator. Why didn't we go down this chain before? I honestly don't even remember why. Right, we are missing this amplification. Oh boy. Here we go. Iron casings. I don't have any of this stuff. Dark stone, which requires this. I thought we already had this stuff. I guess we don't. Okay, I'm pretty much ready to go ahead and make this. Oh god, this is slow as donkey balls. So currently I'm trying to make some silica, and once I make the silica, I should be able to take the silica plus some paper to hopefully make myself some of that beautiful good so that way we can go ahead and start making all the other stuff for the PRC, which we're gonna need here to make the other stuff. So that's not what I wanted to put there. Oh my god, my game baited me so hard. Where did my silica go? Am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy. I am so going crazy. The game is gaslighting the hell out of me right now. There we go. There's the silica, and then silica plus paper should indeed make the basic circuit boards. And then once we make that, why did we need that again? For the pressurized reaction chamber, right? Right, because we wanted to make the enrichment chamber, right? So if we look at the enrichment chamber, that requires these advanced circuits, which requires these magical quartz, which requires titanium and nether quartz. We are using this item fabricator quite a bit, actually. Once this finishes, please give me the silica, please. Can you behave yourself? And just like that, we now have the advanced circuit board. Dear god, thank god that we're done with that. Okay, now that that's done, perfect. And I guess back to what we were doing originally, which is the pressurized reaction chamber. And I guess we can do the enrichment chamber, right? So the enrichment chamber is this guy here. Beautiful. I'm gonna go ahead and start creativing these mechanism machines because they are getting a little out of hand here. And then that enrichment chamber should be used to make the next machine, which is the pressurized reaction chamber. And now that we've got those 2 machines, in theory, I should be ready to put together what we need. Yeah, so I guess that's gonna go there, and you on the back side are gonna poop out the stuff, and then on the gases you're gonna input on the right, output to the left, and then on top we will get a mechanical pipe to get the water in, and then we will basically power it from the bottom. So if I do this and this, and then we are gonna need a configurator like so. So let's go ahead and tell you to, you're gonna misbehave, aren't you? Yeah, you really don't like the fact that you're not pulling from the bottom. I don't like that. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So that means I'm probably gonna have to make another creative tank with water, which is not terrible, right? So if we grab another one of these creative tanks like so with a bucket of water, that shouldn't be terrible. So you with the water, and then you're gonna be output, and then hopefully you're gonna be on the top accept fluids like so, and then you need a way to accept biofuel. I didn't really think about that one per se. I suppose nothing is coming out of the back of this, so that should be fine. I can put like a thing of biofuel down here, and there's like logistical transporter pipe it into it. Now, have we needed biofuel before? I don't think I have needed biofuel before. We do have some, so let's go ahead and put it in here and creative it, and then let's get some logistics pipes like so, the ultimate logistical pipes, and then you're gonna pop into there. You're not gonna do anything on this side, please, and you on the back side. So let's go here, items. Backside is gonna be input, energy is gonna be bottom like always, and then that should be everything that we need, and then the HTEP should come out on the left side, and you're getting power. You're not receiving items yet for whatever reason. You are not configured. There we go. And then you're gonna need your speed and energy upgrades, of course. Ooh, wait a minute. This might, I guess we could do the front, right? To go ahead and export the substrates. Yeah, I totally forgot this is also gonna produce substrates, which is not ideal, but we'll make it work here. So let's go ahead and give you speed upgrades like so, and energy upgrades. Yeah, you're gonna produce substrates, which is not ideal. So on the front side of this block, items are gonna output. I'm gonna give you a trash can, and you're just gonna auto poop out your items into a trash can. And I think that should be fine, right? Like, we don't really need substrates at the moment, at least. So this guy is gonna go here, and you're gonna, poop that out. I don't think the substrates are using, you are needed. That's fine. We're okay. We've got creative of them, so it's fine. So we're gonna need another pressurized reaction chamber here. So pressurized reaction chamber on the right side here, you're gonna accept a gas. So input gas. I don't think this is gonna output anything, is it? So you need oxygen, which means I'm gonna have to run a pressurized tube with oxygen. So you're gonna get oxygen on the back side of you. So gas, the back side is gonna be that. Can I actually tell you what colors you are? No, you do not like the fact that I'm telling you what colors you are. Yeah, I didn't think so. So you're gonna auto eject into here. Beautiful. And then you, my friend, on the back side, you are going to auto eject gas into this like so. You're not accepting gas. Why are you not accepting gas? You really should be accepting gas right now into the back of you. Ethylene. Don't tell me it's liquid oxygen, because I'm going to be very upset if it's liquid oxygen, which I don't think it is, right? So HDPE is the liquid ethylene and oxygen. I'm literally giving you oxygen and you're not accepting it. So hello? What I might have to do, if I'm understanding this correctly, then is what I'm gonna do is put another one of those rotary condensators down, and hopefully this time, so I want you to do this, right? Other way, maybe? No, I think I have to face you the other way around. So this way, and hopefully, oh my god, this is so difficult. This is why I hate mechanism. Yeah, now you're gonna output there, which means I put the rotary condensator here. Actually, no, you're gonna go facing this way, and then liquid oxygen goes in here, but you're not now you're not outputting this. So I assume, if I'm understanding this correctly, then I'm gonna move this forward one more block. So you gotta go here now, and then since you're a liquid, you're gonna come here and you're gonna pull that out and put it into here, correct? Yes. For some reason that works. So now we have even more jank setup than we had before. And then we put this up here with the substrates like so, and we give that bad boy a creative vending upgrade, and we get the logistical pipes wherever those are. Those are somewhere in my inventory. There they are. And you're gonna put this here, and you're gonna suck that out. And oh god, I just broke it. Dear lord. And then you're going to go ahead and you're gonna need power, so let's go ahead and get that going first. And then you're gonna need a few extras, so let me get this out of here. We do not have the pick block in this game, unfortunate. You're gonna need speed upgrades, and then you're gonna need some way to trash this extra oxygen. The plan is, I guess, to put an ultimate chemical tank that's gonna allow me to just dump it if I need to. So this is gonna go here, and your job is to that and export it, the extra oxygen, and literally just dump it. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. And then I guess the front of this can just, oh well, after I grab this out of here, you can just dump the rest of it into the trash can. Like, we don't need the extras or whatever, so you can just take this and then you can just dump the items into the trash can because we don't need it, right? And all I have to do if I want cheat is take this enrichment chamber. Let's go ahead and plop in the speed upgrades and energy upgrades, and then throw these in here, and boom, there is our sheet now done. All right, dude, that took way more than I ever wanted it to do, but we should now be able to say, hey, I want to make the damn solar neutron activator. Thank you. Oh my god, all of that was for the solar neutron freaking activator. Let me go ahead and put this in here now, and we got to make elven quartz or something, right? So back to the whole thing that we're trying to craft, which is the neutron collector. We are going to need the blocks of elven quartz. Elven quartz is going to be quartz thrown into a elven portal, which we don't even have activated anymore, right? Because the creeper blew it up or whatever. It is indeed over here, and to do that, all I gotta really do is just grab some blacker lotuses and my wand of the forest. Dude, I haven't done Botania in a minute, and I'm kind of excited for this. So all I gotta do is take some of these now and throw them in here like so and like so, and that should be relatively simple. All I gotta do is activate it like so, toss this in here, and that should in theory make it. There we go, elven quartz, beautiful. Now that we have the elven quartz, all we gotta do is put it in the drawer and toss it in here like so, and then make the blocks out of it, which I assume is like normal nether quartz like so, beautiful. And then take that, and then I don't really know how we're supposed to make pillars. So are the pillars the same like sort of recipe where you do like this or this, and that is going to give me the pillar blocks? Perfect. So all I have to do now is, if we look at the neutron collector, it should just be one of those and 4 of these at the top, and we're pretty much almost done. By the way, I totally forgot to check up on this. Oh, don't tell me it finished and I never picked it up. Oh no. Oh no, I made a royal mistake. Oh, that's awful. Well, guess we're making another one. There was no way I was gonna let it despawn this time. I was literally standing right on top of it. I was like, this is not gonna despawn on me this time. So let's go ahead and grab that. We should be able to take this now and make the blocks. Oh no, wait, we don't need to make blocks, right? All we gotta do is put them in here now, and then okay, so all we gotta do is put this in here like so, beautiful. And I wasn't gonna let it despawn this time because I literally stood right on top of it. So yeah, I think the next thing that we're gonna need to make is, let's find out what's left of this neutron collector here. Right, the large signalum plates, which is just going to require signalum to be melted in the smeltery up here, and then the large plate to be put onto the casting table and for us to make it. So do I have one of those large plate casts? I do not. So to make that, I just take a obsidian large plate that we already have conveniently, and then we take some gold and then we melt some gold down to pour it on top of, and then we just melt down some signalum. We need like 24, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for 3 of them. So let's just throw that all in here and just, oh wait, we already have 4 ingots of gold in there. Perfect. I don't even have to worry about that. Nice. Take this, pour it into that. Is that not how you do this? All right, there's your gold, like so. And then that's gonna make the large plate. And then once this melts down, we should, in theory, be able to go ahead and pour that onto there. Okay, so this is gonna be, hopefully, you know what? I'm just gonna creative mode this. That sounds crazy. Oh, dude, I don't want to really have to pour out 4 of these. Is that all we need? Is that the last item? That is indeed not the last item. We're missing whatever's here, which I think is just more plutonium, right? No, it's the hop graphite. Oh, that's gonna be immersive engineering. And then what else are we missing? And then I guess we're missing 2 more dark clouds next to the pillars, so that should be relatively simple. So they're in there, and we're gonna need more of these. I might as well just pour them all out. You know, I don't think we're gonna be able to complete the thing today. I think we're gonna run out of time. I think we're about at that time to wrap up today's episode, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to make the hop graphite, because yeah, I don't think there's an easy way to do this. It's a lot of immersive engineering, which we already have the coke, so realistically all I gotta do is make the crusher and the squeezer. Actually, do I need to make the crusher? I do, because there's no other way to crush it. You can't use a pulverizer. I guess the pulverizer is too weak to crush the coke dust. And then we're gonna need to make an industrial squeezer to make the hop graphite. And then the hop graphite, unfortunately, if I had the philosopher's stone, we could technically make that. Dark balls, thorium rods, vibranium, that's easy. Energetic alloy blocks. The spirit binder is actually not even that bad. You know, the philosopher's stone doesn't even look that bad, actually. Oh, but I need the soul crystal. The soul crystal requires me to go fight the antlion overlord, I believe. So that's another boss fight that we are gonna have to deal with, but that's actually relatively simpler than, actually, I feel like we should just wait till next episode to just work on that, because like realistically it's not that bad to do a little bit of immersive engineering. And I mean, to be fair, we are going to need to make the philosopher's stone for other things, I believe, moving forward, right? It goes into several extreme crafting recipes, I believe, which, yeah, maybe not actually. You would think it would go into like an extreme crafting recipe. That's interesting. I guess not, maybe. That is quite despair, I guess. And then, yep, just 1 more of those. But unfortunately, I think that is going to be it for today, because there's no way to, you know, do that other thing quick, which is the hop graphite down here. But we got literally like a majority of it done, which is not that crazy, honestly. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we get a new snazzy set of upgraded armor. With that being said, let's get into today's episode. Ooh, I look so snazzy. Last episode, we built the tire crafting table and we started working on the neutronium collector, and we got basically 99.9 of the way there, but we're missing 1, which is the hop graphite that belongs right here. And today, that is my plan to go ahead and start to make that. So for the hop graphite, we're gonna need a bunch of stuff, and we're gonna need a crusher from immersive engineering. We're gonna need a industrial squeezer from immersive engineering, and I believe that's basically it, right? And those 2 multi-blocks are going to be found here in the heavy machinery book here, and we want the crusher. So we want 10 steel scaffolding and 10 light engineering. So light engineering blocks, we should have these. Yeah, no wait, we have the heavy ones. Why don't we have the light ones? So light engineering blocks should be simple, assuming that we have the iron mechanic pipes for that. that. There we go. And then I guess we're gonna have to creative this, aren't we? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And I think I already have pretty much everything else that we need for that. So let's grab the 10 engineering that we need here. So 10 of these bad boys. And then we're gonna need hoppers. So let's grab those. I don't have hoppers, really? I think we need 9 hoppers. And then we're gonna need the light scaffolding. So steel scaffolding. We need some of those. And what else are we gonna need for this? So if we look in the book here, it's gonna tell us that we also need steel fences, and that's it. 8 steel fences. That's relatively cheap. So steel fence. Wow, we already have a steel fence. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna creative that bad boy, because making steel fences, not my forte. There we go. 8 of those. Let's go ahead and I guess shove it over here. That should be fine, right? So we're gonna need to go ahead. Oh God, how does this work? So if I understand correctly, can I make this? So yeah, perfect. Well, I want you to stop playing, and then I want you to break down. Yeah, perfect. So light, and then scaffolding, and then light. Okay, that's very simple. So let's take our 10 scaffolding, 1 2 3, like that, and then this, and then we're gonna need the thingies here, this guys, the scaffolding. Sorry, these were the light engineering blocks. The one in the middle, and then this doesn't have a redstone thingy in it. That's surprising, actually. And am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy because it said 10. Oh wait, is there not one in the? No, there is one in the middle. There's 2 in the middle, but I can go ahead and grab another one. There we go, another one of these, and then I should be able to take the hoppers, and then throw them on top like this, and you should be good now, right? To go ahead and, you know, make that a thing. I'm gonna need a hammer. Yes, this guy here, the engineer's hammer. Boom, there is our crusher. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and run some power to that. So that's gonna mean I'm gonna need some universal cables, and I believe all I gotta do is throw in some coke dust, and we should be good to go. So let me also just quickly take the coke out of here and put down a chest in front of the output, and then I'm going to run some power to this, and it should be good to go. With the coke dust, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and creative mode this guy, and what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to basically make the industrial squeezer. But here's the problem. I do not see where the industrial squeezer is in the book. So I found this basically telling me in the industrial squeezer. Is this the industrial squeezer? I don't know, but I'm gonna try it, honestly, because I did see that in the JEIs here. I did see that there was the industrial squeezer blocks, these guys here, but I wasn't too sure if that was the thing that we needed per se. So I'm just gonna give it a try here. So if I grab like a bunch of these, that shouldn't be that bad, right? And then what we're gonna need is some light engineering blocks, and I think that's all we need, right? So it did say quest update squeezer, so I'm assuming this is what I need here to build the industrial squeezer, which honestly is a bit confusing. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do this and then that, and this is how the quest book said to build it. So boom. This is not what I thought the squeezer would look like. This is very different from the 1.12 version of the squeezer. Okay, so you take the coke dust and it squeezes it, which is interesting. Now, is all 4 sides of these outputs? I'm not even sure. Like, how do you output your stuff? It doesn't seem to output automatically. I don't know, but we have what we need, so that's all that matters, honestly. That was some strange, weird thing that I've never seen before. Like, honestly, it's been a really long time since I've played this mod pack, so maybe I'm just misremembering because it's been like literally like 7 years since I played this mod pack last. So I could be wrong here. I only had it in alloys only mode. Okay, fair enough. Okay, with the hop graphite now done, we can go ahead and make the neutron collector, which is going to be needed, honestly. There we go. Let's go ahead and put this here and boom, beautiful. Actually, we only need one of these, right? And hopefully, if we did everything right last episode, this should make the neutron collector beautiful. The neutron collector has been crafted. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and get more drawers, and I guess I can just do this, right? And let's go ahead and get some more drawers out. All right, so I'm gonna creative these. You know what? I don't need to creative it, honestly. I am just gonna put this guy down. This is gonna be good enough because we'll just creative the pile, and then whatever we'll be done with it or whatever. So it's not too bad. So I guess the rest of this episode, I do want to work on making the rest of the armors that we need to go ahead and get the infinity stuff. So to do that, upgrading our armor is going to be a little bit of an interesting one. So I can go ahead and upgrade this, I believe, with dark steel. No, that is not how that works. I thought I could. So it might be because it's damaged. Yeah, it's probably because it's damaged, right? So, but for this one, it's going to be a pain in the butt because we got to make the dark solarium jet plate. Remember that thing that I was like, oh, I'm going to need to make eventually? Yeah, it's finally caught up to us. We're gonna have to make this, and I am not looking forward to that because this is a very expensive item, and we need the chest plate. We need these reinforced wings, which needs this dark solarium ingot, which is just dark steel, solarium, and pulsating crystals. I didn't even think that would be that bad. So dark steel, and then the solarium ingot, right? And then it wants a pulsating crystal, which is relatively cheap. So if I take this and we come up here to our alloy smelter, this should indeed make it now, right? Beautiful. And then now that we have that, let's check on the other stuff. Some of the stuff that I really don't want to deal with right now is having to craft these capacitors. These capacitor packs are really just annoying to craft, but like, what am I gonna do? You know, I have to craft them. Unfortunately, this doesn't really have what I want here, which is bookmarking. So that really does kind of stink a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. Let's pulverize this coal or whatever so we can get the pulverized coal to go ahead and start this whole adventure, if you will, with the capacitors. Boom, beautiful. Oh, it's charging because of my inventory. It should be fine. I think it shouldn't be too bad of a problem, I hope. And pulsating crystal, what are we missing in the middle of this guy here? Oh, the capacitor banks. No. Oh, wait. Didn't we creative these? We did. Wait, which one is it? It's this one, right? Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute. I know we creative these. There's no way that we didn't creative these. There we go. That was actually relatively simple. I didn't think that this was going to be that simple. We already crafted it. Nice. And this holds 80 million RF. Wow. That's a lot of RF. Just dump it in there. That doesn't charge it that fast. I thought that would charge it a lot faster than that. It's fine. I don't think we really realistically need to charge it all the way. So I'm just going to plop it in a drawer here and call it a day. And that's now done. So that's part of the jet plate at least done. So for the thrusters, right? These are the kind of thing that I'm a little bit worried about. These thrusters here, they require the vibrant thrusters, which honestly aren't too bad to make. It is this flight control unit, which requires a bat, and I believe this, which honestly, that's not even that bad actually. So at least we do have the vibrant thrusters already, which is not terrible. I thought we hadn't made those yet. There we go. One of the hardest things to get though right now is probably, if I had to guess, is going to be the bat that we need, right? And I assume we don't have a soul vial of a bat. I didn't think so. That would have been really cool if we did, but we don't. So I need to figure out how I am going to get a bat to spawn for me. So I got a bat, and the way that I got a bat is I opened a bunch of chance cubes, and then I ended up getting one that had bat Bad Plus Magma Cream, which, yeah, was the one that I was looking for. And I guess that's one way to get a bat. How is there a cow on top of my... I don't question it. I guess he found his way all the way over here, I guess. But yeah, we have our bat now, which means that we can actually make our flight control units, which is really sick, by the way. So yeah, let me go ahead and make sure that we get that bad boy nice and set up like so. And so the bat, and then that's gonna go into the guy over here, the soul binder, so that way we can go ahead and make the flight control unit with 8 XP. Now that we've got the flight control unit, I believe all we gotta do is hopefully get the rest of the other stuff, which honestly hopefully isn't too bad. The flight control unit and the thruster was pretty bad one, to be honest. Everything will get easier from here. So for the jet plate, oh my god, can you not? So for the jet plate, we need, I think we have pretty much everything. Well, I love how I jinxed that, right? There we go. There is the thruster boy. So now that we have the thruster boy, we should be able to go ahead and make some other stuff here that's going to be easier. So now that we've got that, let's get the jet plate put into JEI. I wish this would keep my search. I'm sure there's a way to get it to keep my search. There we go. The 2 reinforced gliders like so. And we are just missing the dark plate, which is going to require the Zavisio armor piece here. There we go. And we should now be good to go. The only thing is that we got to get the jetpack in. So we have to do this, and then we have to do the bottom bit, which is the capacitant. Did I creative that? Yes, I did. Perfect. But there is our jet plate, the dark solarium jet plate that we needed to upgrade the armor, and we'll creative that bad boy. And I guess the rest of it is really simple now, because all we gotta do is, I believe it's called like battle suit. No, it's called dark armor, right? Something like that, right? Not dark matter. I guess I'm gonna have to do it this way, like this. So there we go. There is our helmet, and then we need our pantalones, and we need our booties as well, right? So these guys as well. And we have our jet plate, right? So we need to make these battle suit plates or whatever, which I believe we can almost make, which is interesting. We need a couple of things, which I think we can get relatively simply. These energized crystals, which are looking quite complicated. We need these PRC LX 500s, which we just need for that. We need a 300, which can we make the 300? We can make the 300. I assume that's from the quantum flux mod, which, you know, we've been doing over here. So yeah, let's go ahead and creative that. And then we're going to take that, and then we're going to upgrade that to the 500, I assume. And then, you know, upgrade that even further, right? So the PRC 500, which looks like the max tier one, which is good. And now we take that and we put it into the battle suit. I wonder if that's like an armor from Quantum Flux. I bet it is, if I had to guess, right? So the battle suit plating. So the battle suit plating is going to need these energized crystals, which we have. The only thing that we don't have at the moment is these ender crystals, which is just going to be ender pearls and a redstone in the item fabricator. Boom. There we go. We now have the energized crystals, which means I should be able to take these guys, right, and make the battle suit plating. Yeah, battle suit plating on the way. Now that we've got that, all we gotta do is put that in here, of course, and we need to upgrade our armor, which is going to be interesting. So you know what, this is now full. Oh, okay, all right, I'm gonna do a bad. I'm gonna take up another drawer space with the full one, because I really can't be bothered to wait for it to fill, to be honest. But not that I'm probably gonna ever wear it, honestly. Why not, right? So let's go ahead and upgrade these stuff. So there we go. There is our battle suit armor, which honestly takes power, which is very interesting. I wonder if I can fly with this. There we go. And let's get the boots as well. So why did that not work? Oh, you know what, my bad, I forgot. We got a shift click. Where did my boots go? Can I have my boots back, please? Thank you. Wait, no. Yes, there we go. There it is, you silly little goose. And then that needs to get upgraded with upgrade tokens from Quantum Flux. So if I look at this again, so the upgrade token needs ZBQ-7. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and creative that, because that seems like a resource that we're gonna need plenty of. So let's go ahead and put that in there. And I was gonna put one for the upgrade token, but then I realized if if I do that and I click out of this, it's going to put stuff in the drawer and that's not going to be fun, right? So that is then going to go into making this the upgrade token. Beautiful. And then that upgrade token is hopefully going to go into making what we need, which is going to be the armor stuff, right? So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and try and upgrade some of our battle suit stuff, right? And this is upgraded battle suit now. Perfect. Feather falling. There we go. Lapis. And of course, the redstone for this guy. And the next one is going to be wyvern gear. What am I missing for the wyvern gear? You are missing the wyvern energy, which I assume is just going to be simple enough. And we're probably also going to want to make draconic energy as well. And I'm assuming based on that the thing should be relatively simple to make, right? For the draconic energy, but I could be wrong. There is no fusion crafting in this. Also, I love the way that this armor looks in the little GUI here. But if I want to upgrade this, okay, it isn't simple. I need neutronium and I need the draconic energies, which does look simple enough to make. We love that. We're gonna need some neutronium for this. And I assume after this upgrade for the awakened draconium, I assume that the next thing is going to be infinity armor. Is that correct? Infinity armor requires the draconic armor. However, we can't do that because we're going to need some of this. And let's look away from that because that's very expensive. However, this has been running for a while, so we should have piles of neutrons. Beautiful. Which that means I can now take this, creative mode that, and if I'm not mistaken, the piles of neutrons, hopefully, if Cazador hasn't made this awful, which it looks like he hasn't made this awful, thankfully, we can now quickly and hastily make ourselves the neutronium. So let me grab this and let's grab this again. We need more neutronium, please. Neutronium. There we go. The neutronium nuggets now is going to make the neutronium ingies, which means okay, I totally did that on accident. There we go. And make sure that you're creative. Beautiful. So now we have that. And all we need for the draconic armor, if we look at it really quickly, so this guy here is, we're just gonna need the energy cores and the ingots. And okay, that's actually relatively simple, assuming I don't have anything in here, which I don't. Can I shift click on this? I cannot. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it Control O? It's Control O, right? If I press U on the boots, I can't shift click in this. Oh, you are some kind of evil. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down goes the helmet from the middle. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the helmet goes there, and then the core goes there. This is gonna be awful. And then it's gonna be 2 rows of neutronium, and then so 2 rows of neutronium, like so, right? You want this to be the thing, and then you're gonna go there, correct? And then you're gonna surround the outside with awakened draconium, which I didn't grab, because of course I didn't. So where is the awakened draconium? The awakened draconium, I'm gonna need more ingots than that. So you're gonna surround the outside like so, and it's gonna go up. Okay, perfect. I see how it works now. So up 1, I don't think it goes that high, does it? This is awful. It does go this high. And then you're gonna do this, and then across there like that. And then you're gonna get the awakened draconium cores. Doesn't look like I grabbed. So the awakened draconium cores, and then those are gonna go where? Those are gonna go beside the doodad here. And then you, my friend, are gonna go here, and then that is how you make the draconic helmet. Oh yeah, if that's how you make the helmet, oh god, I'm afraid to even like do this. This is gonna be awful. Okay, I really wish I can shift click in this. You can probably shift click in the other variant of it if I had to guess. Unfortunately, a skill issue. Okay, so that makes sense. So it's gonna be this, and then this, correct? On both sides? Yes. So this, both sides. So like that. And then you're gonna go all the way down but one. So all the way down but one on both sides. And then the two corners will have awakened draconium like so. And then that is gonna be then filled with more awakened draconium like so. Does it go all the way across? I think it does go all the way across. It does go all the way across. And then you're gonna do yourself a favor, and everything else except for this guy here is gonna go, so it's gonna go here, I believe, right? Everything else is gonna be neutronium ingots all the way around like so. Oh, that's so beautiful. That is beautiful. And is the pantalones any better? Not really. So I'm gonna need a lot more awakened draconium, dude. We are running low. So looking at the pantalones, we need, so it's gonna go awakened draconium, and then your pants go down here with the two cores like so. And then that is then gonna be, oh no, wait, your pants is, yes, your pants go there. And then so the way it's gonna work is you're gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this for now, and I think that's how that works, correct? Yes. So it's gonna go 1 2 3 4 5 of these, so 3 4 5 like so on both sides. This is in the way like that. Beautiful. And then it's gonna go your energy like so and so. And then I assume we're gonna take this guy and go all the way down but one like so. And then that's gonna go all the way around like this. And I believe that is your pantalones. Beautiful. And I assume the boots are the same sort of way. So we're gonna put the boots, and then it's gonna go down. So it's gonna go, okay, hold on, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So it's gonna go down 6, right? So 3 6 like that. And then from there you're gonna do the corner and the corner like so. Can we get a like so counter in the comments? How many times am I gonna say that in this end bit? And we're gonna need, okay, so it's gonna be the energy cores on the second one. So on the second one like so, there's like so again. And we're gonna need the neutronium down to 1 2. That's wrong. Did I mess up somehow? I feel like I messed up somehow, because it's down 2 and then the thing, I see, because I believe it wraps around like so. Does it go to the edge? I think it does go to the edge, doesn't it? It does go to the edge. And then you're gonna put that there and that there, and then that should in theory just wrap around like a glove. That's why I didn't put the 2 neutronium there. Beautiful. Look at that. We now have a full set of draconic armor. Wow, that was a struggle to get that. Holy gosh darn heck. That was yeah, not being able to shift click that in was not fun at all. And let's go ahead and, you know, make sure that we put this up here. I really do like the way that this armor looks, and we're actually gonna put this on now. I really want to put this on. I kind of also want to make the draconic flux capacitor if I can, right? So the capacitor is probably going to be a little expensive. It does look, you know what, it's not that bad. And then once we get this bad boy filled, which it holds 250 million, use modifiers to boost these stats. Wait, what? How do I use modifiers? Wait, how does the modifier system work in this version of Draconic Evolution? Modifier system. What is the modifier system? I did find a upgrade modifier table, so I'm gonna grab that. But I was trying to find a thing called a charger. I know that there's a charger somewhere in here in this mod. I know I've seen it before, but I'm not sure what it's called in this version. You know, it's weird because I feel like I would have seen it by now if there was. Oh, I seen it. I just seen it as it was going away. Where did it go? This guy here, the infuser. This guy. That's what I want. The infuser. I need an enchanting table. I don't even have a book. What is going on? Book, please. How do I not have a book? Like, I'm this far in the game and I don't have a darn gosh book or whatever. Let's go ahead and make the enchanting table. Please, for the love of God, make this charge things super fast. I doubt this thing is gonna charge things that fast, but it is worth a shot here. So if I put this on here and we put the thing in here, oh dude, that charges way more faster. Beautiful. We now have a full capacitor with 250 million. happen, but I really want to know how this upgrade table works, because if we can get more charge in it, that would be amazing if we can get more charge in it. So if I put this in here, installed upgrades, value 0.1. So wait, if I put awakened cores in there, is that correct? Will it like give me upgrade points? I guess. Oh my god, capacity 2 billion or 2.1 billion. That is a lot of RF. I don't know why I need that much RF. I mean, I guess to charge my thingy here, this guy. Oh my god, look at the amount of RF that thing stores. That is insanity. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we build a compression singularity system. With that being said, let's get into today's episode. In the last episode, we built this snazzy looking armor, aka the draconic armor, and I am feeling pretty good. Now, this armor was the pain in the butt to craft. Today, I think my plan is to go ahead and get all of these singularities, including the eternal singularity, which is basically all of them combined together. And to do that, we are going to need the neutronium compressor with all of these materials, every single one of these materials inside of it. Well, 44,000, and I think some of them are different, right? Like 49,626, all like different variants of numbers, but I'm pretty sure we have every single one of these. We just got to put them in block form, and then we got to compress them. So the plan is, well, first of all, we got to start by making the neutronium compressor, right? That's going to be the big thing that we have to do today, and it's a pretty big craft actually to make. Once we do this, everything else should be relatively simple. Honestly, I think the best route for this is not to use our main system, but to shift it into another system up there or something, right? So to get started, we are gonna need a few of these neutronium large plates, which honestly, I'm not entirely sure if we can make them, because I'm not sure what the melting point of neutronium is. We actually might need to upgrade our smeltery with like gasoline or something to kind of like make it smelt faster. Yeah, it does look like this is gonna smelt, but it's gonna take a long time, right? Because you can see that bar is barely moving up. So I think what we can do is we can break this down, right? And let's break this down as well, and let's swap out the lava for gasoline. I wonder if we have the gasoline made. I don't think we do, because we do not have the pneumatic refinery, rather, and I think we can make that really quickly. I'm not sure how easy the refinery is to make, but it should be relatively simple. So these refineries hopefully can be made. Yeah, we just need 4 of them, and what we got to do is we got to hook this up to pressure. So we're gonna go ahead and put this, I guess, like here. This should be fine. And what we have to do is we need to get the vortex tubes, right? So these guys right here, and we need to put the hot side, yes, like this. So the cold side is going to be venting into this, which is then going to turn into the hot side. We're also going to make sure that we, keep the temperature high. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and block up all but one side of this, right? So there we go. And I guess we can block these off, and then we got to basically item pipe out of these on this side. So that should be okay. And then we're going to pump in oil onto this bottom side of this. So what we're also do is we're going to need to pressurize this vortex tubes. So we're going to need, I guess we could use advanced pressure tubes. I don't think we've made those yet. So this is going to be more than fine for the application that we're using it for. So if we do this and we pump in, oh, you know what? This might be sided. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So we got to basically pump it on this side. So that's now hooked up. Now that that's hooked up, that should start to go ahead and put heat into these vortex tubes, and that should start to go ahead and heat up this refinery. Perfect. That's exactly what we want to see. And also, we're going to want some heat sinks as well. So we're going to take the heat sinks and we're going to put it on the cool side of this. That's not the side that I want it to be on. I want it to be facing this way. Yeah, beautiful. And then let's also, take some blocks here and cover this up to kind of help with retaining the heat. And as you can see, we are maxing out the temperature. Here's the better question. Do we have a simple way to make oil? That is the bigger question, because if we don't have a simple way to make oil, we're kind of in trouble. So I couldn't find a way to make oil, but I want to try one thing before I resort to looking online, and that is the Amazon tablet. I think I might be able to buy it. Now, that's a huge if, but I'm willing to try it here. So we're gonna need the GPS, which is gonna need red plastic, which we can totally get, which we have plastic over here, and we can make it over here. So red plastic, need 4 of them. Right. I'm hoping that the Amazon tablet will allow us to buy some oil, because then I can create of it. I am not thinking this is like PO3, because I know in PO3 you can totally buy oil, but I don't know about it here. So selling 5 buckets of oil will give you 1 emerald, but it doesn't look like I can buy oil. Let's give this a try. I don't have a charger. That's fine. You can go ahead and make one. So something that I failed to realize is the Amazon tablet comes pre-filled with air, which is very nice of them, actually. Not gonna lie, that's actually really cool that, you know, it comes pre-charged or whatever. So I'm just gonna quickly, you know, take that and throw that in there, and, you know, boom, we have infinite of it. But I'm gonna take my Amazon and I'm gonna grab a gold chest, and I'm gonna try and link it to this guy. So the way this works is we put this guy down, and we you know, link it to this, and I basically say, hey, let's, you know, get a couple of emeralds and throw it in here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna get a tank as well. This is gonna be very important. I don't think I have a normal one of these tanks, do I? I do not. Where is portable tank? Is that not what it's called? I'm pretty sure that's what it is called. Oh my god, this is so expensive. Why is this so expensive? I'm gonna just try to put it into a creative tank. I don't think this is gonna work this way, but I'm gonna give it a try. So if I link this to this and I tell it, hey, I want to buy some oil, it doesn't look like I can buy it. It says buy 5 buckets of oil, but it doesn't look like it's working. You know what? I can probably use the mechanism tank, right? The basic fluid tank. I bet I can use it then to, you know, maybe get it. So if I put, wait, what the hell? That's full of what? How did that get any sort of fluid? I am so confused. How did that get fluid? I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how that got fluid. Add more fluid to bound tank or bind a bigger tank. So I guess I can't buy oil then? Maybe I can. Let's try this. Let's place this order and see what happens for 2 emeralds. Oh wait, I think it's happening. Oh my god, it's happening. Beautiful. They only robbed me basically because I had to reorder more. Okay, perfect. Now I can take this, shove this back in here, and grab a bucket out and swap it out for something else. Okay, so that's how you get oil. So you're supposed to order it from the Amazon tablet. So portable tank, let me get a creative tank here, and what we're gonna go ahead and do is put this portable tank here, put the oil inside of it like so, and then we're gonna get some fluid conduits, right? I guess it doesn't matter what fluid conduits we really use here. We could use the mechanical pipes or whatever, these guys here, if we really wanted to. And I'm just gonna need the configurator for this, and I put this here, and we're gonna tell it to extract only. Oh right, I forgot. This is we gotta make sure that the fluid pipe is on the bottom of this thing, so that way it can pull the fluids out. I forgot about that. That's my bad. Now that's doing that, that should start to go ahead and process all of that stuff into diesel, kerosene, gasoline, and LPG, which is what we exactly want. So we do gotta be careful. So the way that we're gonna do this is we're gonna get a bunch of portable tanks, and I think what I'm gonna do actually for this one, I'm actually gonna use ender fluid conduits, because ender fluid conduits are way easier to work with, especially when, oh, you know what? Yeah, I don't really like that feature of this. Okay, so I guess the way to do this then is not going to be that way. So the best way to do this is we're going to have to cascade the pipes. So this is going to go out, it's going to go here, and the next one's going to go here, and then the top one's going to go here. Oh, but that makes it tricky for how we're going to basically do this. I could also potentially use fluid filters that might maybe work. Do we have fluid filters? smelters? We don't. Oh, that's really annoying because we can't cascade it, right? Because if we cascade it, like I'm gonna like basically do this, right? And then that's gonna go, I guess, there, and then that's gonna go there. I guess that works, right? Because that's gonna go there. You're not gonna connect there. That's gonna be, oh god, you're not gonna connect there. You're not gonna touch this guy. You're not gonna touch this guy, and then that's gonna go here, and then you're not gonna touch this guy either. Dude, this is so jank, right? And you're gonna go here. This is so jank. And then so that's that, and then that's taking care of that, and then you're gonna take care of this one, and you, my friend, are not gonna touch here. That should be everything routed perfectly. Always active, and then you're gonna be always active, and then you're gonna be always active here, and then you're gonna be always active here. So that's LPG, gasoline, kerosene, and diesel. And we want the gasoline, right? So we're gonna take the gasoline and we're gonna take it upstairs, which I believe we even have gasoline. If I'm not mistaken, don't we have gasoline over here? I'm pretty sure this is gasoline. I'm pretty sure this is, and I can't really see what's in here. It is. I'm silly. I totally forgot that we had all of Galactic Craft done, and that's, you know, using gasoline. And what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna grab another seared tank, and then we're gonna fill this one up with gasoline. Now I am gonna do a old trick. If I remember correctly, I can basically import the gasoline from the bottom of the smeltery here, and I can totally put a door surrounding both sides of the smeltery here, and that should also help retain the heat of the smeltery, making it much hotter. So if I put this here, and what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna grab a wooden door. I know this sounds really silly. If we grab a wooden door and we basically use it to close the smeltery off, it should, in theory, keep all the heat in. So if I do this, you gotta place it in the right direction. It's weird how you're meant to do this, but I think if I place it this way, right, like facing in towards itself like this, that should in theory help keep the heat. So we can go ahead and do this. So there you go, and perfect. Dude, even with gasoline or fuel, dude, this actually just might take a long time. Does it make any progress? I'm gonna sit here for like 5 minutes and see if it's made any progress. So I was doing a little bit of research, and apparently this is supposed to insta melt. However, I did notice this is not moving, so I don't think I can smelt this in the smeltery. However, I want to test to see if this is one of those materials that can be done in the part builder, and turns out we can do it in the part builder. So that's how you get that. However, that makes me wonder, because I believe we also need rods for the neutronium compressor, correct? I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah, we need the tough rods. I assume that is how we do it as well, because that doesn't really make sense because it's not melting in the smeltery. So I would assume that that is how we're meant to do this in a way. So let's make this tough tool rod real quick and toss it in here and see what happens. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought would be the case. Okay, so now we've got those two parts. How do you make neutronium blocks? Is it just really simple? Is it just like a crafting recipe? It is just a crafting recipe. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. We can actually just close this to make sure we keep the heat. Don't tell anybody. So that's how you do that. Okay, so that's good. We've got that done, and I'm pretty sure we basically have everything else minus this like hopper thing, which looks really expensive, which not ideal, but we will make it work here. So let's get these two things inside of here first. So the tough tool rod and the large plate, where did that go? Did I put it in here? Really? Did it just like vanish from my inventory? Okay, so to make the thingy-mabobber, the impulse hopper, we are gonna need to make a few things. We're gonna need to make the Z-Logic controller for one, and I think I need another axe here. Can I just use like a simple iron axe? I don't know if this is gonna work that way. If so, that's gonna be really annoying because it has only one durability, and that's like the one thing I don't like about Kappa mode is these tools only have one durability, and like trying to do this really does stink. I don't know if this applies to this, but I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah, it does. It only has one durability. So I'm gonna take the Z-Logic logic controller, and we're gonna combine it with the soul vial of a zombie, and that should give me the Franken zombie that we need for the impulse hopper. So that plus 10 levels should give me the Franken zombie, which we need for the impulse hopper. Perfect. Good. We are making strides. So for the impulse hopper, for the neutronium compressor, there we go. The impulse hopper is going to need this controller, which is going to require some, I believe, normal hoppers, which for some reason I do not have. I thought I created these bad boys like a while ago, but I guess I didn't. There we go. And we can make the neutronium compressor now relatively simply. So now we're pretty much ready to go ahead and build out everything that we need for this, right? So if we want this, we're gonna need the neutronium stuff, large rods and plates. We're gonna need the flux blocks, so flux crystal blocks. There we go, the flux crystal blocks. The crystal matrices, those are definitely going to be needed. There we go. We have some. Perfect. And then we need, what else do we need for this? And then a block of neutronium in the middle. Oh, and the hoppers, the impulse hoppers or whatever. And then let's get the neutronium, and that's going to go right here in the center like so. And then we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these like that. And then let's go ahead and put the crystal matrices in the corner like it axes. Okay. And then this is interesting. Oh, you know what? We don't have everything. We need the compressed iron stuff. So compressed dark iron. And then let's also make sure that we, put neutronium back on our source. And then it's going to go that, and then, okay, so perfect. Let's grab this and then this. And I believe in the middle goes these guys. So let's just follow this pattern. And the crystal matrix ingots go here and here, assuming everything is symmetrical. And it does look like everything is indeed symmetrical. I think what we can do is assume this is going to be the case. I put that in the wrong spot. That's my bad. That's also in the wrong spot. What goes in the bottom middle? More crystal matrix ingots. And then we're going to take the neutronium heavy duty plating and make a line with them. And then that is connected with those tough rods. Where are the tough rods connecting it? So that means I definitely did something wrong. It would help if you, put that there. Whoops, my bad. There we go. The neutronium compressor is done. Beautiful. Now we're gonna need a bunch of these. So I am going to create of this. So let's go ahead and dump that in here. Now I am going to need to test a few things. I think this can be automated. I think if we just put it into the top, it should be okay. And if we export it from the bottom, maybe that's how that works potentially. Now it becomes the game of, well, we got to get literally every single block in the entire game. Unfortunately, I mistaked the flux crystals for fluxed electrum. We don't have fluxed electrum yet. So to make this is a very interesting. We can take electrum, redstone, and pyrotheum and make it in the alloy smelter. I didn't even think that recipe existed. I'm very happy it does exist because, dear God, this one can be a bit of a pain in the butt to make, to be honest. And I'm kind of excited that that recipe does exist, but that's assuming we have pyrotheum, which we do. We can go ahead and take this and put this in our alloy smelter to make the fluxed electrum. So I figured out a new way of doing the compressed automation here, and I'm gonna take the drawers and the compressors, right, and we're gonna use translocators for this. It is incredibly fast. So if all I gotta do is make some translocators, and honestly, it's not that bad. I looked at the recipe and I'm pretty sure we have basically everything but these redstone chips, which require a comparator and a redstone upstairs in the laser doodad. So if we grab a comparator with a thingy of redstone and we come up here, this should in theory make what we need for the translocators like so. With the translocators crafted, let's go ahead and take our gold chest and go upstairs with the neutronium collectors. And what we're going to go ahead and do is place down a row of 33 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 32, and 33, like so. With these, now what we're going to go ahead and do is place down a bunch of translocators, like so. And then once we do that, we're going to go ahead and place down our neutronium compressor on top of that, like so. And then on top of that, we're going to place down another translocator with another drawer. What we'll do is place a translocator there, and then that's going to be the setup for this. Now that this is all built, all we gotta do is come here and activate it like so, and then all of these singularities should be made. Now the only tricky part is we have to do this manually, right? So if we want to make the eternal singularity, we got to take all of these singularities out and then also put them into the crafting table, right? Which is kind of annoying, but at the same time I understand why is that one not compressing. Blocks of titanium is broken. That's not ideal. Hopefully that's the only one that's broken here, but for the rest of these, it looks like they are going strong. Now, I'm a bit concerned that this is not... Okay, no, wait. We got to set this up. Perfect. So they do extract from the bottom. Beautiful. That's what we want to see. Now that this is done, let's go ahead and take all of these. We are going to have to figure out why titanium isn't working, though, which is going to be interesting. I think I just made it with the wrong titanium, which honestly kind of sucks, but it is what it is. We'll have to figure out why in a second here, but there we go. We have all the singularities except for titanium. So titanium is a problem. So eternal singularity, and titanium is right here. It requires titanium blocks from the quantum flux one, which is it just not an ore dict? Oh, this is not an ore dictionary. So let's see. We have to figure out where we're going to find this nether titanium ore. I guess I'm going to go to the nether real quick and see if I can find some titanium ore. So it turns out I missed a thing. I can take normal titanium and put it in the compressor and it will turn it into the right titanium blocks. So that's kind of my fault. But you know what? We got the right blocks now. So all we got to do is take our axe and break down this guy right here, and that should, in theory, that should give us everything that we need now. So as long as I do this and we creative that bad boy, we should be good to go for titanium. Now the only bad part about this is that titanium is now going to be well behind all the other guys because these guys have been running for quite a while now, and as you can see, we've already got 25 singularities. The last thing that we have to go ahead and do is take our drawer controller and hook it up to this guy, right? So there's 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are going to need 2 of them because it is 33 blocks long, unfortunately. And I did also put the creative upgrades in all of these. The last thing that we have to do, though, is take all of these singularities and toss it into a direwolf table, right? And that's going to get us the eternal singularity, which is what we need to go ahead and start getting into the end game stuff. So let me grab a diamond chest really quickly so that way I can go ahead and plop this guy down like so, and then drop all of my inventory in there minus my crafting terminal really quickly. And we're gonna go ahead and grab ourselves a direwolf crafting table like so. And based on the way that I've put these singularities together, I basically put it in the exact order that they should be in the crafting table. So it should, in theory, if I just do all of the... Oh my god, I cannot shift click this in here. This is going to be really, really annoying. Oh my god, dude, this is like awful. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and grab... Okay, so there's the silver one, and then let's grab all the nickel ones and the copper and all that fun stuff. and diamond and charcoal. This is actually pretty simple actually. So all we gotta do is this, and then once we do that, that should be the eternal singularity. And just like that, we now have the eternal singularity. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and take all of our stuff back, and let's go put this down in our ME system over here. This is actually really nice that we actually got this today. So now we can actually start the end game, which is gonna be a lot of fun. So Perfectorino, hi Cal, how you doing? Let's go ahead and get this guy creative ASAP. Boom. Beautiful. We have now done the eternal singularity, and I feel real good about it. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we make the Philosopher's Stone, and we also make the cosmic meatballs. Look at those beautiful balls. In the last episode, we built the singularity farm and made the eternal singularities, and today my plan is to get into Project E so we can get the Philosopher's Stone, because we need the Philosopher's Stone to go ahead and make the infinity ingots, because in the infinity catalyst we need the dark matter blocks. So that's my plan today, is to hopefully get into Project E and maybe, just maybe, tackle a bit of this large infinity catalyst craft, because there is a lot to tackle. The first thing that I want to tackle in the Philosopher's Stone is this middle piece here, the soul crystal from Erebus. The soul crystal from Erebus is going to require us to go find the antlion overlord inside of the Erebus dimension. So we have to go in there and find the desert pyramid that he happens to spawn in. Alrighty guys, we found the pyramid that we were looking for. Now I think we can just break into this. Actually, we cannot break into this. It's unbreakable. However, if I remember correctly, if we use like a teleportation wand or something, we could go in there without needing the things. I think I can use ender pearls maybe. I think that's the case here. I'm not sure. I remember being able to kind of cheese this before, but usually what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go to the corners of this area and you're supposed to find the guy. So the best course of action is to go through the maze and try and find the doodad. This is one of the guys that you're looking for down here. So let's go ahead and murder his face, and then we're gonna need to find the other dudes through the rest of this maze. With them all defeated, what you're gonna go ahead and do is put these guys in here like so, matching the colors, and boom, there we go. We're now inside of this bad boy. Also, I just noticed something. There is a brood mother around here somewhere, because I keep seeing her name pop up. Where is she? Because that is also another boss that we do have to fight. Enough distractions. Let's go ahead and come in here and start doing these things. So for this puzzle, what we're gonna have to do is put all the jade inside of here like so, and it's gonna go ahead and open the next tier like so, and we need exoskeletons for this, so let's go ahead and put those guys in like so, and then that should open up the next tier like so, and then we're gonna need magma cream for the next tier, which I think we have. So if I grab some magma cream, if not, we can probably make some. It's not that difficult, just some slime balls. And you know what, we're out of slime balls. That's not really ideal, but guess what, we do have the creative boy right here. So let's go ahead and do that and that, and now we've got infinite magma creams. So let's go ahead and put these guys in here like so, and then go to the next tier, which is going to be the magma crawler eyes, which I happen to go ahead and actually grab right before we came in here. So let's go ahead and creative those guys as well, and then let's go ahead and toss them in here like so. And after that, this should in theory break. Actually no, wait, we have one more, and that does look like some string. Now that does look like some string, so let's go ahead and put that in here, and this should be the final tier like so. Boom, beautiful. Now we're ready to go ahead and fight the antlion overlord. So to do that, all we gotta do is jump through this hole like so, and then let's go ahead and give this guy a little boop of the sword, and he's gonna be instantly dead. After you kill him, him, you will go ahead and get a few things from him. You'll get the soul crystal, you'll get the quake hammer, also happen to get the antlion overlord egg as well. And then you can go ahead and hop right on out of here like so. But since I have the dislocator, we can go ahead and teleport out of here. I think I found the brood mother tree right over here. I'm just gonna go give her a little bit of a boop and see what happens. Boop. Oh, I gotta do ranged first for this guy. So let me get my throwing knives. So will this work? I don't know if my throwing knives are gonna work with this girl or not. I don't think they are. So I think I didn't mean to do that. Take 2 of this boss. I'm hoping I can hit them with this throwing knife, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I can, and I literally just destroyed her with 2 hits, just like that. That was insanely lucky. Let's go ahead, throw these in here so I have some inventory room, and just like that, we now have the broodmother trophy, and we also have the tarantula egg. Yeah, and I believe that is all the bosses for Erebus. Now that we're back from the Erebus, I was looking at the philosopher's stone recipe, and I noticed something that's going to be quite a bit of a problem for us, and that is going to be the thorium rods, because we need thorium dust. Thorium dust comes from the thorium ore, which doesn't really have a way to make it, right? However, I did some research, and it turns out that we have to go to the mining dimension, which is what I kind of suspected. We have to get a special quest from the antlion overlord, which we just defeated a couple of minutes ago. However, we didn't have the quest unlocked. Quite nervous that we're gonna have to go and fight another one because these quests weren't unlocked. And thankfully, it does look like we don't have to fight another one. And perfect, we get the mining multi-tool, which is going to be the mining tool to go ahead and go to the mining dimension. So to go to the mining dimension, what we gotta do is we gotta take the mining multi-tool, and we also need to combine it with some stone bricks to go ahead and make the Aurora's mining dimension portal frames. And we need 14 of these bad boys. It's just like a normal nether portal, but it is a special custom one with this mining tool that we're gonna go ahead and need to use. So let's go ahead and go over to where our portals are and build this portal. Once you have the portal built, all you gotta do is right click with the mining tool like so, and then shift right click into it, and it should take you right on down to the mining dimension. Look at how beautiful the mining dimension is. It's literally just a permanent day flat land, and you get all the ores in the world. And also, I feel like we got really lucky because our portal spawned right next to a AE2 meteor. Not that we need it or anything, but like that's actually pretty cool. But anyways, back to the goal, which is going to get thorium. Aha, I have found you, you little goose. Come here, give me that please. Okay, so with the thorium ore, all we gotta do is take this ore and take it up to the pulverizer that is upstairs and get it nice and pulverized for us, so that way we can go ahead and get the thorium dust. You know what, it does not go in there. That's very interesting. So we might have to use the engineer's hammer. That's fine. Engineer's hammer, I believe we have one of those. We do. Take this bad boy and I guess smash the ore like so, and now we have the thorium dust that we can go ahead and craft the thorium rods with. Alrighty, I think we're pretty much almost ready to go ahead and start building out the philosopher's stone. However, we are going to need a couple of more things like these spirit binders, which are relatively simple to craft, which is wonderful, just requiring some Gaia spirits, ectoplasm, and nether stars, which is not too bad. There we go, we've got those bad boys now, and I started grabbing all the things that we're going to need to go ahead and craft the philosopher's stone. And the last few things that we're going to need are these thorium rods, and of course these steel balls, which are not that bad. So dark steel balls, those should be relatively simple to make. And then we're also gonna need molecular assemblers, which shouldn't be too bad to make. Beautiful. We only need 4 of those bad boys, so it's not too bad of a recipe. There we go. Let's make sure that we throw these in here to get them infinite. And then once we do that, we're just down to the thorium rods and the orange plastic, I believe, which is not too bad. So the thorium rods are going to be hopefully interesting to make. Now, there is 2 different types of thorium rods here, which has me a bit concerned
concerned, let's make sure that we make the right one. It's the 17 one. Okay, perfect. We're just gonna need some of these tungsten heat coils like so, and then we're just going to take those and combine them together with some lead plates and the thorium dust and call it good. Perfect. Now that we've got that, that's now out of the way, and I'm trying to figure out where I'm gonna put this stuff. I think I'm running out of space over here. Take this, do that, grab some of those bad boys. Now we already have vibrantium ingots, and then the orange plastic is literally not even that bad. All we gotta do is come over to our plastic mixer, which is just behind here, and go ahead and tell it to lock onto the orange plastic, and that's gonna make us a quick stack of orange plastic, and then we can unlock it, and there we go. We now have orange plastic, which means we can now go ahead and start to make the philosopher's stone, which is really nice because, I mean, getting into Project E is gonna be I mean, it's not really useful in this run, but it is pretty cool though still. So you, and you in the corners, the molecular assemblers, and then I guess surrounding that is going to be all of your dark steel balls like so. And then once we do that, it's going to be 2 vibrantium and then the thorium rods in the corners of these guys like so. I guess it's 2 on each side of those. Okay, perfect. So 2 on each side of these guys. So 1, 2, 1, 2, like that. And then in the middle of that will go your advanced PCBs. However, is it the same on the other side? It is not. And then the enchanted gravitite ore is going to go like that and that. And then now that we've got that, let's put the advanced PCBs in like so. And then once we do that, we're going to go ahead and in the middle, go across with 3 soul binders. So across like this and across like that, put the soul crystal right in the middle. And above the second soul binder is going to go all of our plastic. Okay, so it's going to go plastic boys like so all the way around. And then in the 4 corners is going to go these guys. And then in the thing underneath the soul crystals, we'll go 2 of the demon steel to the 8th degrees. And boom, there is our philosopher's stone. Beautiful. It is so beautiful. Now that we've got the philosopher's stone, let's go ahead and make a quick pivot to go ahead and start working on some of the stuff that is going to be required to go ahead and make the infinity catalyst, which is going to be needed to make the infinity ingots. Now we can make the dark matter now because we have the ability to make the eternalist fuel, which seems just to be very default recipes, which is kind of weird. Honestly, making dark matter isn't because this is usually a diamond block, but however, it's plutonium now. So we can make dark matter now, which is really cool. So if we take my philosopher's stone and we throw it here like so, and we grab some coal and we do something like that, we should be able to go ahead and creative mode that bad boy and so on and so forth and make all of the fuels for the freaking dark matter. So let's do that. Honestly, I am dreading the day that I have to make the ultimate stew. The ultimate stew is not a fun recipe in the slightest, not at least in this version of Project Ozone. I would rather just, you know, save that till the last second kind of thing because I do not want to deal with that. So now that we've got this eternalist fuel, what we can go ahead and do is take this eternalist fuel and put it in here with plutonium, which we already have. Now, how do I deal with this? Do I just do this? I do. Okay. I was thinking that like, I was gonna have to like do something like crazy to like process it into a block, but no, you don't have to worry about that. Dark matter. All right, that is that step done. Now we can go ahead and probably work on the next step, which is going to be the cosmic meatball, which just requires a few things. It's not like the ultimate stew, but it's, you know, got some stuff to it like raw fish and all that fun stuff like chicken, pork, imp hide. So if I just type in raw really quickly, we have the raw beef, we have the raw fish, we have the raw chicken, and we just now need the raw mutton, which I don't think we have. Nope, we do not have raw mutton, but I think we can get sheep. Yeah, we do have sheep spawn eggs. So let's go ahead and, you know, give them a smack. So place down the sheep and I'm sorry, buddy, but I need your meat. There we go. And he gave me 1 meat. That means I'm going to need some more sheeps. I think we're pretty much ready to go for this for the most part. Okay, so sheep. There we go. Did he not give me a raw mutton that time? Do they only have a % chance to drop mutton? That's weird. There we go. Now we've gotten some more mutton. And then the cosmic meatball is going to need imp hide, which imp hide is interesting. It is
is, oh, we already have some. Perfect. Okay. So the cosmic meatball is what exactly? So beef, chicken, the pork. Oh, do we have pork? We do not have pork, but do we have spawn pigs? We do have spawn pigs. So that's relatively neat, I guess. So if I come over here and place this down, and we're going to do this guy, and of course, make sure that we have infinite spawn eggs of pigs, like so. And then let's go ahead and kill a couple of pigs to get the raw pork chop, like so. Did he give me 2? He gave me 3. What else do we need for the cosmic meatball? So we have the mutton, raw meat ingot. Oh, how do I get raw meat ingots? Oh no, the meat packager. Oh boy, raw meat nuggets. Okay, so we got to get the meat packager, which requires, I assume, MFR. So the meat packager is this guy right here. I think we can make this. So let's take a deep dive here. So meat packager is going to be this guy. And can I make it? I cannot. I just need bricks, which I do not have bricks. Okay, so unfortunately, to make the meat packager, I am going to need the bucket of fire water, which is sugar and seeds in a vat with some water. And then of course, we're going to need some blaze powder and some redstone to make fire water in the vat. Is this vat busy? I think this vat is very much busy. So I'm going to need to go ahead and make another set of vats here. Now that we have the meat packager, there's one more block that we need called the slaughterhouse. I know. It sounds awful. It probably is awful, but you know what? We got to make things, right? So can I make this? Okay, this is being a pain in my butt. Okay, give me like a bunch of sticks, please. Like literally just give me like all the sticks that you can give me because I'm tired of having to make sticks. There we go. The 2 axes that we need. And we are going to need the ender sword, which luckily is super easy to make. And boom, bam, boom. We now have the slaughterhouse. Now I'm going to go ahead and build a little glass building around this thing. So that way we don't kill all of our cows because that would be not that great. Okay, let's go ahead and put down our slaughterhouse like so. And we are going to need to give it some power. Well, luckily for us, we do have the ultimate universal cable right here from our reactor, which is really nice. So let's go ahead and grab some of those. And I guess we can probably put this like here as well. I don't see why not. So we're just going to literally get a little bit of the pink slime stuff that we need, which is going to be relatively simple. And let's go ahead and grab this and drag this over here. And I guess over to here as well. Now, I don't really know how this works. So I assume, I don't even know the working range of this. Does this tell me what the working range is? I don't think so. So let's just grab, I guess, a bunch of eggs. So for example, like sheep, let's go ahead and do that. And hopefully he's just gonna, hey, no, don't you, no, okay, he got out. That's not right. Let's go ahead and do this and this. You got power, so I don't know why you're not working. You should be working. Workload 0, idle timer, that many ticks. I see. So we're just gonna have to kill a bunch of sheep and hope for the best. Now that this has been running for a couple of minutes, as you can see, we now have liquid meat and we also have liquid pink slime. We don't have that much pink slime, but we do have at least 4 buckets of this stuff, which is really nice. I assume to make the meat ingot, we're gonna need the meat instead of the pink slime. Yeah, so let's go ahead and grab ourselves a bucket from our system, and let's go ahead and grab the meat from in here, and I guess put it into the top of this guy with a creative tank, and then from there we should get all the things that we need from this. So let's go ahead and drop this like here, for example, and do this and do this, and that should be receiving meat. And I don't know how we are meant to get the items out. It doesn't look like it has an inventory, so I'm wondering if I just like pipe out items or something. Is that how this works? Because I have literally no idea. So if I do something like this, and then I guess pop this like here, for example, and then you're just gonna extract always active and then insert. So are you? Yes, you are literally making raw meat ingot. Perfect. And then all I gotta do is, if I want more of this stuff, I guess I could grab more. I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and smack it right here like so, and give it a creative drawer. And And this should be the last thing that we need for the cosmic meatball, which hopefully it is. Bam, bam, boom, and boom. There is our cosmic meatballs. Would you look at that? That is some beautiful meatballs. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we go ahead and start to work on the Infinity Catalyst. With that being said, let's get into today's episode and let's start the grind. In the last episode, we made the Philosopher's Stone and we got the cosmic meatballs. In between episodes, I started to go ahead and work on the ultimate stew when I realized how much of a pain in the absolute backside that was going to be, and it was going to take way too much time. I also started making progress over here and adding another drawer section for us. Unfortunately, I'm going to put the ultimate stew on hold for now, but I wanted to continue with recording episodes, so I decided that we're going to start to work on some of the other things like the Endless Pearl and a few of the other things that might be a little bit more challenging. For example, this unstable ingot block, which unstable ingots are not so easy, unfortunately, because we got to get a division sigil that is activated, and that is a bit of a challenge in itself. So what we have to do for that is we need to go ahead and grab a sundial, which I went ahead and crafted in between episodes like so. It is really simple. It is just a dragon egg and an enchanting table with some awakened draconium cores and stuff. So this allows us to shift the sun to wherever we want. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna grab ourselves some grass. Also want to go ahead and grab ourselves some redstone. I actually don't think this actually matters actually. So if I grab some redstone, we are gonna need some sheep eggs. You know what? I just realized I have the terminal, which is not bad at all. I need to figure out which one of these goes to my other grassland area. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is place down a enchanting table like so, and we're gonna go ahead and surround it with a circle of redstone. So let's grab our redstone like so, and I believe we just do a circle around it like so, and then let's go ahead and right click this, shift right click. Altar has a redstone circle, altar and circle placed on dirt. Altar can see the moon. Altar has sufficient natural earth. Altar must not be lit. And then once it hits midnight, we put the sacrifice on the altar, we kill them, and it should hopefully activate the ritual that we need to go ahead and activate the division sigil. Okay, let's go ahead and start this, and then let's go ahead and do this, this, and this, and then that's gonna get us a bunch of cursed earth, and I'm just gonna try to quickly break this cursed earth and hopefully for the best. And oh, I lost all of it because I didn't have my stupid thing. I can't believe I got some of the cursed earth. I saved it. Thank God we saved it. Now that we did that, we have a activated division sigil, which is exactly what I need for the unstable stable ingots. Okay, so we want to make the unstable ingots. Now this is gonna be a problem, so I'm gonna try and make another obsidian box, because if you don't know, when making unstable ingots, if things go wrong, you kind of explode, and it's not really fun, to be honest. And also, you can't make it in the AE system, I'm pretty sure. You have to make it in a normal crafting table. Kind of a weird one, I'm gonna be honest. So the way this works is we take a normal crafting table and we grab ourselves a activated division sigil, and it doesn't look like it's showing up, unfortunately, which is not ideal. Let me go down here and check to make sure that this is working. This should be working. Maybe this isn't working, not sure though. And what we got to do is we got to place down our crafting table like so, and now this guy can be used with a iron and a diamond to make a unstable ingot, also a semi-stable ingot nugget. So I'm wondering, can I use that to make our block so that way we don't have to worry about things blowing up in our face? Because if that's the case, that would be really incredible, because I don't want to deal with the stress of having to deal with unstable ingots. I've never liked that mechanic mechanic in the first place. But if this can work, I will be more than happy to use this instead of having to actually make the unstable ingots, because those are not that great. So I'm hoping that this will work the way that I think it will work. So semi-stable unstable nuggets, like so. Make a semi-unstable ingot. Is this gonna blow up on me? It shouldn't. Okay, it doesn't look like it's gonna explode. And the way that you can tell is this will start ticking a red and orange color. That way you know that it's unstable. And then this should in theory work like that. Now that we've got the unstable blocks, let's go ahead and look at the next item that I want to work on today, which is going to be the Endus Pearl. The Endus Pearl is actually not even that bad. It is literally just Ender Pearls, Neutronium, Nether Stars, and Stone. That is literally it. That's actually relatively cheap. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves some Neutronium. This should be relatively simple, like so. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is grab some Ender Pearls, like so, and a Nether Star. I don't think a stack of Ender Pearls is actually going to be enough here. So let's go ahead and do another stack of those. And then we're going to need a stack of End Stone. Weirdly enough, we don't have End Stone. So it turns out we do have End Stone, and I'm just freaking blind as heck. So let's put our Nether Star here in the middle, like so. And then I believe it is going to be surrounded by the Neutronium, like so. And then what else do we need? So we're working on the Endus Pearl. I need to figure out exactly how much of this is going to be Ender Pearls. It is 2, and then that's simple. So it's going to be 2 on every side, like so. And then we're going to do 2 diagonally, like so, on all the corners. And then from there, we're going to do the rest is just that. And then on the outsides of these guys is going to be this, and then this, and then this. Okay, this is actually relatively simple. I thought this was going to be a little bit more harder than that, but there we go. And then literally the rest of this is just filling this in with Ender Pearls, and then that should be the Endus Pearl done. Beautiful. You're gonna be very careful with this Ender Pearl, because if we throw it, it is going to cause a black hole that is going to suck everything into it and then explode. So be very careful when handling the Endus Pearl, especially near your AE system or anywhere generally in your base. Okay, let's go ahead and give this another shot here, and hopefully this works. It does. Okay, let's go Gaia number 2. Now the reason why I'm doing this fight is because the Gaia number 2 drops the runes that we need to go ahead and freaking craft the catalyst, right? I don't think they drop the tier 3 runes, but they drop the tier 2 runes for sure. So I'm really hoping that we can get some like runes of winter and stuff from this. But yeah, this is actually a really difficult fight if you don't have draconic armor. But since I have draconic armor, this fight is actually relatively trivial. All right, the fight is coming to a close now, thankfully. Where is this guy? All right, come here, you big booty cheeker. I want to fight you. There we go. Oh wait, no, he's not dead. He's not dead. Oh god, not a good time to do a backup game. Not a real good time. There we go. Destroy his face. Where'd he go? And this should be the final hit. Boom. Perfect. Okay, so let's see what we got for goodies. Let's see. We got a bunch of stuff. Gaia Spirit. We got a Dust of Fate. We got the Blacker Lotus, Mana Steel, Mana Pearls, a bunch of mana stuff, Rune of Envy, and that's it. Really? Only 1 rune for that entire fight. I gave up on the idea of fighting Gaia 2, so I ended up caving to... Oh my god, I forgot. You can't do this with your thing on your magnet, because it will literally just not let you put the items into the altar. So let's go ahead and turn off my magnet here, this guy right here, and then we're gonna drop in snow, cake, rune, and earth, like so. We are gonna need actually to get wool as well. Totally forgot that's an item that we need here. So white wool, and drop that in there, and then that's gonna make a rune of winter. We are gonna need our wand of the forest, of course, and we're also gonna need these living rocks, like so, and boom, there is our rune of winter. And then we also need, actually we get the runes back. So for the wraith rune, right, that's one that we're trying to make right now, requires earth and then 2 mana diamonds. Okay, that's actually relatively cheap, and that should be the rune of wraith relatively simply. So 2 of those, and then a earth and a winter, and then that's gonna give us the wraith rune, like so, as soon as we drop a living rock down, like so. And the last rune that we need for this, I believe, is the glut gluttony rune, which is going to be winter and fire. That's actually relatively simple then. So let's go ahead and grab that fire rune out of our system like so. And of course, we're going to need 2 more of those beautiful mana diamonds like so. And then that should give us the 2 runes that we need for the catalyst. Boom. There we go. The rune of gluttony and the rune of wraith, as well as a simple rune of the winters. I don't know if we're going to need all the other runes. I'm kind of hoping that we kind of do. I'm also kind of hoping that we don't need them. So we'll go ahead and drop that in there like so and so, as well as the rune of winter, as the rune of fire is trying to sneak its way into a drawer. And then let's go ahead and grab the wraith and the gluttony for the craft down here like so. And that is almost 1 row of the catalyst done. So one of the things in the catalyst is called a pink slime block or pink slime crystal. I'm not entirely sure how that's meant to work. I assume I just like place down the pink slime fluid and it like spawns a pink slime. I don't know if that's like what I'm supposed to do. I know that's how that works in PO3, but I'm not sure if that works here the same way. So let's go ahead and try it. Let's place this fluid down and it does. Okay, so this little guy, I'm sorry to this little guy, but I'm gonna have to slaughter your face just so I can get your pink slime from you. Beautiful. You are beautiful for that one. Thank you. And I'm gonna go ahead and take this guy, and apparently we turn this into a block and then we smelt it, and then that should in theory make our pink slime that we need for the pink slime crystal. Okay, I put the pink slime crystals inside of the table already, but I think the next thing that we're gonna have to work on next is going to be getting the refined obsidian ingot, which is going to require us to make a osmium compressor, which we already have one. Okay, perfect. So all I gotta do is grab some speed upgrades from mechanism and maybe some energy upgrades, and we're gonna toss in the refined obsidian dust with some osmium. And what we're gonna go ahead and do is place it over here on this long tube of power like so, and then we're gonna give this bad boy some energy upgrades and some speed upgrades, and we're gonna go ahead and put the osmium compressor like so, and we're gonna go ahead and do is put on refined obsidian side of there. That's how we do it. That's how we ended up making the refined glowstone. I remember now because we wanted refined glowstone for some reason. And let's go ahead and put down our refined obsidian like so. Now this is gonna need to be put into block form, of course, because that's what the recipe requires. So refined obsidian like so. Let's make a block of that stuff, and we don't have no inventory room. And the next thing I think is going to be the awakened draconium, which we can already grab of awakened draconium later, and we should be good to go ahead and dump these 2 things in here. Unfortunately, we can't shift click, unfortunate. And then the last thing that we're gonna need here is going to be singularities, which are gonna be interesting. So we need these guys, which requires the matter condenser, so one of these bad boys, and it's going to need some sort of like translocator or some way to transfer items extremely fast. And it doesn't really matter what items we use. Actually, you know what? I want to test something here. If I'm correct, we can use water to make singularities so freaking fast. I wonder if that's the case in this version as well, but I could be wrong. I know that in the later versions of Applied Energistics, you can use water for this. So if I put this down here and we put our liquid translocator on top like so, with a creative tank on the bottom like so and so, and then we do ourselves a favor and grab ourselves a water bucket of some kind, we should in theory be able to go ahead and make these singularities at a astounding pace. Now we are going to need a 64K drive, of course, because I believe that's how this works. So if I put this in here and we do that and we tell it to literally make these singularities like so, I should be able to dump the water in there. And of course it's not going fast enough. If we add a glowstone to it, it should really increase the speed, and that is not going as fast as I would love it to. Interesting. I'm wondering if it's limited. So if I grab a drawer really quickly, I wonder if items would be that much more faster, because I don't know, maybe items are just better in this version, but let's give it a try. So let's do that, and then a creative vending upgrade like so and like that. And that should be going relatively much more faster than the liquids. So that's actually interesting. So if I put a glowstone here, that should now be going up at a significantly more faster rate. While we're waiting for the singularity to happen, let's go ahead and finish out this row. So we need a chance icosahedron. We're going to need Gaia Spirit ingots. So that should be relatively easy. So chance cubes. We're going to need some of these. Let's go ahead and make sure that we throw these in a drawer or something. Make sure that we get that going as well. And I don't think we need anything else, right? So we should have the Gaia ingots for this. And we already have the stable blocks or whatever. And that should be good to go, right? So if we come over here and we come into this guy right here and put the chance cubes, the Gaia Spirit ingots, and the unstable ingot blocks, and then we grab, what else do we need for this? Oh, and enchanted gravitite. We should also already have that as well. So enchanted gravitite is now done, and we're literally just waiting for, we're waiting for another item that goes here. What goes there? I think it's the catalyst. Oh, it's a 16384K drive, and we should already also have that as well. And grab a stack of those and toss that bad boy right into there. Beautiful. Would you look at that? You have literally 2 rows almost done because we don't have the, whatchamacallit here, the ultimate stew, unfortunately. I mean, we're slowly working towards making these catalysts, and honestly, I think we can even probably do some of this as well. The blue gem we already have, that's done. We should already have a block of dash. That shouldn't be that hard. So dash ingots, that's just going to require me to go into a neutrium compressor and drop these in there. Boom. Would you look at that? Lovely jubbly. That's now done. I guess we're probably going to want to create that, I guess, because we don't have a lot of it. So let's go ahead and drop this in here, and that is now done. So dash is now done. What else do we need for this next one here? We're going to need jade blocks. That should be relatively simple-ish to get. So jade blocks, assuming that we have jade, which we should. Yes, we do. Jade blocks are just a crafting recipe. So that's now done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The next one is going to be vibrantium blocks. Again, relatively simple, just like that. That's now done. The ender diamonds, that should be done as well. That is relatively simple. The mangaloy ingots, we should already have. Beautiful. Is it just the ingot form, or does it want the block variant? That is actually a really good question. Does it want the block variant? It does not. Now, sponges are even simpler. I don't have enough wool. I do. Never mind. I lied. And then we're going to need these starry apples, which is just apples and nether stars, which is relatively simple as well. Dude, we're actually flying through this row right now, which is insane. There is your starry apples, and then you're going to need blocks of Constantan, which is not as simple. Okay, we do not have Constantan, which is weird because I thought we did. So that's not ideal. Let's check up on our singularities. How are we doing over here? You are indeed done. So that means we are almost close to being able to finish 3 rows already of the catalyst, which is not bad actually. Okay, so with the Constantan made, what I'm going to go ahead and do is quickly grab it and throw it into the neutronium compressor like so. However, there is a problem with this. It's full on dash. I can go ahead and break that down like so, and then put Constantan in there, and boom, that should make me Constantan now. And once I do that, I can go ahead and finish the 3rd freaking row of the catalyst, which makes me honestly more happy. Now that we've got the Constantan blocks, we can now finally finish off the 3rd row, or technically 2 rows, because this first row isn't finished because we don't have the ultimate stew. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we built a mob farm, and we also happen to go and move our base to the mining dimension. With that being said, let's get into today's episode. In the last episode, we started working on the Infinity Catalyst, getting ourselves about 2 rows completed, and we're still waiting for the ultimate stew, which I'm not ready to craft yet, by the way. But yeah, we still have about like 3 rows and like a quarter-ish for the Infinity Catalyst. However, you might be noticing something is missing, and yeah, I decided to tear down my entire ME system because today there's 2 things that we need. So for the Infinity Catalyst, we need the Nebulous Heart, which we need to make a mob farm for, and the other thing is I just want to move the ME system. So I plan to move my base into the mining dimension, which means I need to get power into here. So I've been, kind of like building this reactor, and it is a 21 by 21 by 21 reactor. It is quite large, which honestly, I might have made a mistake by building this. If I remember correctly, the bigger reactor is, the laggier your world gets. So this might be a problem, but that's for future me to handle. You can already see it's lagging. As you can see, I have 100 FPS here, but the moment I turn around, I drop down to like 45 FPS. That's awful, but we're now generating 5.2 million RF a tick. Now I went with the Resident Ender instead of the Cryothium because this flows, so we only need 1 bucket's worth. It's only a 1 or 2% difference, so it's honestly not even worth getting the however many Cryothium blocks I need to fill this thing. So my plan is to go ahead and build a ME system in the mining dimension, which is going to need a couple of things. One of those things being the quantum ring. Now the quantum ring is a really cool multi-block that allows us to go ahead and basically transfer channels between dimensions, which is really sick. Now I also want to happen to make the quantum entangle porter. Now I did set up the power over there, but I think I want to move quite a bit away from that area so that way we are not lagging throughout the rest of the series. The quantum ring is actually surprisingly cheap for what it does, but I really don't want to be crafting really complicated stuff right now because that ultimate still is on my mind constantly, and I'm like, I know I'm gonna have to eventually do it. But we've got the quantum ring, so that's step 1. Now the second step we're gonna need is the quantum entangle porter. I believe we can craft that now. We should be able to. The only thing that we're missing is a teleporter core, which isn't that expensive, and boom, we now have it. This allows us to do a lot of powerful things, including transferring a large amount of energy and also items, fluids, gases, chemicals, whatever you name it, this thing can do. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and set up a new ME system. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is do a, I believe, 7 by 7 here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna do a 7 by 7 square. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now this is gonna be basically our system here, and then we're also gonna do, I believe, 7 high as well. So this is gonna be a nice little 7 by 7 here, and this is basically the max ME controller that we can have as well. And before we do that, actually, I kind of want to set this up in a way where I have the energy acceptor in the middle of this, and we have the controllers kind of like connecting outwards like this. And I'm gonna finish building this, but before we do that, let's go ahead and get ourselves a quantum entangle porter, so that way we can go ahead and get this guy power. So the way this works is we go ahead and put the quantum entangle porter underneath the energy acceptor like so, and we're gonna go ahead and create a new channel called energy like so. Then that's gonna be set to that, and we're gonna make sure that this is also set to auto eject on all sides like so. And now that that's done, all I gotta do is quickly go back to the mining dim area and then come over to our reactor, which is causing us frame rate lag, and let's go ahead and pop down our quantum entangle porter and then set that to energy, and make sure that this one, however, is input on all sides. So that should be draining the power into here now. In theory, I'm gonna go ahead and put energy into our ME system. Beautiful. So to get the ME quantum ring going, all we gotta do, well, one is get ourselves some dense cable really quickly, and we're also gonna need the quantum ring and the link chambers as well. We're gonna go ahead and put a link chamber, and then a quantum ring, and then we're gonna go ahead and put a link chamber in the middle, followed by a ring with a few of the link chambers like so. And what we have to go ahead and do now is go ahead and take our singularity, and we need to throw in a ender pearl dust like so, and we need to blow it up with some tiny TNT. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a flint and steel, and let's go ahead and light this bad boy up, and then that should in theory entangle the singularities like so. So apparently I was correct. It is 1-to-1, but I don't know why it wasn't working for me. It's supposed to be ender dust, but I don't see ender dust in the JEI, but this is ender pearl dust, and it's supposed to stop the explosion, but this is not ideal because I don't think ender dust exists in this, unfortunately, because if I type in ender dust, it literally doesn't show up in JEI. I have figured it out. So it turns out there is a special type of pearl dust you need. You need the pearl dust from Ender.io to get this to work, unfortunately. So now we can do is take this over to our home area and we can put it into our quantum entangler over here. You know what? I totally built this wrong. So what you got to do is you got to take the link chamber like so, and then surround it by 8 rings like this, and then that should build the multi-block, and then put this in here like so, and we're gonna run some cables to this guy. So I believe we can use dense cable, I believe, for this, and then we're just gonna run this over here and to the middle of this like so, and then that should be good to go. It's getting power, lovely. And what we need to go ahead and do is build this exact same setup in the overworld. With everything set up at the other base, we now have access to most of our storage right now, which is really good. I just need a cardboard box. Actually, do we have the dolly system in this pack? There's definitely a way to move stuff, and I believe that is indeed the cardboard box. I don't think I can make this at the moment. We just need some of this sawdust, which comes from, I believe, sag milling some wood. So the way I want my ME system to work is I'm going to use subnet for infinite storage. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is bring this out a couple, and what I'm going to go ahead and do is basically place down a cable like so, and we're going to go up 4 blocks like this, and we're going to go ahead and place down at least a few of these. Now we're going to have to go up 1 more because we don't want that storage drive to touch the bottom of this dense cable. So it's going to go like this, and we're going to do freaking 6 of these, so 3 on each side. And now this is taking up, I believe, 6 channels, and what we have to do is take ourselves a storage bus and interface and set up a subnet. We're also gonna need a quartz fiber for this as well. So the way the subnet works is we're gonna take ourselves a storage bus and we're gonna place it up here. I guess I can, clean this up a little bit. So storage bus here with a ME interface on top of this like so. We need to get power to this network. So what we need to do is take ourselves a cable like so and connect it to this and this, but make sure that there's a quartz fiber on the end of this side, and then place the cable. So that way this now has a power network. It's using 1 channel, and we do the exact same thing again. So we're going to take ourselves some drives and place them down. Also do note that you can indeed use cable anchors, and you can basically stack these infinitely. So now you're going to take another storage bus and you're going to place it down, so on and so forth. And this can be infinitely stacked and tiled essentially for literally infinite storage. Now that we're back home here, I want to see something. Can I actually pick this up with a cardboard box? I can. This is going to make moving these a ton much easier. So we need to build a mob spawner again, another one that is, and I think to do that, I do want to use this overworld area for sure. Do I want to put that into my actual ME system, or do I want to make a separate ME system for this? I think we just put it into our ME system and call it a day. Do we have access to ender chests? We do. Okay, that's going to make this 10 times easier. For our mob farm, I think I'm going to go with a more basic one. So we're going to grab some cursed earth here, and we're going to grab some stone, and we're going to grab some fans from open blocks because I love these guys. These are like the best fans ever. Let's go and grab a few of these, and then now that we've got that, we're just gonna need some redstone for that. And then of course we are gonna need to make a way to kill them and collect their items. So I was thinking, well, we don't really have the mob masher. Well, we have diamond spikes, and I think that's gonna be as best as we can do for this actually. And these are kind of expensive. expensive. Oh boy, this is very expensive. And guess what? We don't have any freaking bookmarks. So this is going to take me a hot minute to craft. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put down our diamond spikes like so. Now, I don't know how many of these I want to do. I'm thinking 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Something like that maybe. And then we're going to have to obviously block this off. So you're going to go like there. And then we're going to put the cursed earth. So I'm thinking we could do like a stack of cursed earth. So that's going to be like a full like 64 or something. So something like this. That's a little too high. So if we do something like this, I mean, technically we got to build walls, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to do a little trick because in this version of the pack, cursed earth does indeed fact burn. So 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So we're going to want to go this high and we're going to want to put a roof over it. So when we go to go put the blocks down, they don't burn. All right. I am almost ready to go ahead and build out the rest of this farm. Now I did decide that I wanted to use some dark glass for our farm. So that way we can go ahead and look inside of the beautiful farm once it is up and running. So we're going to want some dark glass. I've already made some dark curtains, which is what's needed to make the dark glass. And we're going to just use our philosopher's stone to cook up some glass real quick and then do the dark tinted glass here. And I'm really hoping this blocks out light so that way we can see inside without ruining our cursed earth or whatever. Yeah, I'm hoping that's the case. Now I am going to put it here in front of this guy so that way we can actually see inside. So dark glass like so. Give me a bunch of it like so. And we're going to do something like this. And we will pull forward our stone like so. And then do something like this. And I'm really hoping that that will protect my cursed earth. And then the last thing that we have to do actually, weirdly enough, is put the fans down, which are going to go right here on the bottom layer. And no, we do not have vector plates, unfortunately, because, well, I don't think vector plates were in this version. But if we do this with the redstone blocks and we place down some fans, make sure that they're facing the right direction. So facing in towards the farm, we should start to go ahead and get pushed. Now, this is going to be annoying to do, unfortunately. So what I might actually do instead is I actually might do blocks first. Do these break? They do not break when you place them. Okay, fair enough. So what I'll do is just quickly build myself a little platform to put the fans on, and then we will go ahead and put the redstone blocks underneath. So it looks like it's working beautifully. Now it does look like some mobs are getting stuck. Don't worry, I do have a solution for that. However, we got to get these items collected really quickly. So I am going to try to use the item collector from the random things mod. And obviously we kind of have some very good and some very bad history with this item, unfortunately. No, I don't think this is the same mod that has that duplication glitch, but it is, you know, a thing that is there. But if I put this here, that should pick up all of the items. It does seem like this is the same mod. Now, unfortunately, we don't have an easy way to pick up experience unless if we use the XP vacuum. So the XP vacuum, I don't know if I've gotten that yet. So let's see, the XP vacuum is interesting. Oh, that's not in here. Vacuum hopper picks up items, but it also, I believe, does pick up experience. So if I put this, let's say like right here, that should indeed also pick up the experience. It doesn't look like it picks it up through blocks, unfortunately, which is kind of annoying. And it also doesn't look like it's picking up XP either. Why? While I try to figure out the XP collection, we do need to set up the collection of our items. Do we have import buses? That's a really good question. Import buses, we do have. Okay, fair enough. We don't have a lot of them. I'll quickly put down a creative drawer to put that in there so we can get more of them, of course. And then for right now, I think one is going to be more than enough. So ender chest. Let me get one of those bad boys over here. So a ender chest, and I guess I'll plop that, I guess, over here on this network, since this is going to be our item network here and whatnot. So if I just pop that like right here with a cable, it shouldn't be too bad. And I believe we already have the acceleration cards ready to go. We do. There we go. Let's get ourselves some cable. Now, covered cables are the best cables because when you have channels enabled, these channel lights here will cause lag, but I'm just going to use normal cables. I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem. So that should turn on any second now and start to go ahead and import all the items into our ME system. And it does look like that is not linked up to the right chest. I mean, I guess I could also link it up to the system over there, unless if it's already emptied, which would be insanely fast. Also, I don't know if this is being chunk loaded, but yeah, it seems like that chest is now empty, which is good. Let's also try and make the obelisk. I believe it's called the enticing obelisk. So if I make this guy, it should in theory pull the mobs to it as soon as we give it some power. So let me quickly do that. As you can kind of see, they're kind of like staying at the edge there, which is not really ideal for us. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a quantum entangle reporter and then give this guy some power like so. And let's make sure that this is set to eject on every side, and that guy should start to go ahead and pull in the monsters. Show range. Yes, this is perfect. They should start walking towards this obelisk, hopefully, and they're gonna end up on the spikes. They're gonna end up dying, and that is now a basic mob farm. I just had to try it, and unfortunately the dupe bug does not work in this version of random things, so it must be a 1.12 thing only. I have figured out how to fix the XP problem. So what we had to do was basically put the absorption hopper in the glass like so, and then I'm just trashing the XP in a fluid trash can because we really don't need it, I don't think. So there's that. That's now done. We now have a mob farm up and going, so we gotta basically get a bunch of endermen killed, so that way we can go ahead and get the heart that we need. This guy right here, that's all I needed it for, by the way, was this nebulous heart, because we need it for the catalyst. I believe that is the last hardest item in the game for right now. I don't think any of these are typically too hard. The essences are going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt, but I feel like everything else minus the ultimate stew is relatively easily obtainable. Actually, it's not even that hard at all. Alrighty, let's go ahead and start working on some more of the catalyst stuff. So the catalyst is going to require me to make some lava crystals. Lava crystals look relatively cheap to make, so let's go ahead and make those really quickly. So lava crystals. One thing that I'm finding annoying is my keyboard is not working sometimes when I search for certain things, which is really annoying. I need a lava bucket. What is the best way to get a lava bucket? Dude, I gotta go back to my house, and boom, just like that, we now have the lava crystal. Beautiful. I think we're able to just quickly make a bunch of this stuff. So lava crystal is one of them. Let's take a look at the catalyst again. I think we have a lot of this stuff already. The weather crystal is an interesting one. I am just missing a little bit of cryothium, I believe that was at the top there. So the weather crystal, oh no, petrothium is what I'm missing. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Is this about to be a really difficult one? So petrothium requires blizz powder, and blizz powder is just obsidian and redstone. Okay, which means I need the magma crucible, which I believe we have over here. Do we not? I might have used it for other things in the past here. Yeah, we have it right here. So all we got to do is get ourselves some obsidian. That's refined obsidian. So pulverized obsidian. I got to come up here and crush it first. Boom. There is our petrothium dust. And then all we need to do is quickly craft a weather crystal like so. And boom, that's now done. Perfect. And I think everything else from this point on is easy. Ludicrous blocks is interesting. So ludicrous blocks we do not have, interestingly enough, but we can totally make it. We just need some emeralds. Okay, that's fair. So we grab some emeralds. I guess if we grab 63, that's technically enough to make 7 blocks in the compressor down here. So let's go ahead and throw that there. And that's full of Constantan again. And let's go ahead and put that back down really quickly. And also, it's kind of been rough recording this episode, guys, because every time I teleport back to the mining dim, like my game crashes for some reason. So I've had to like reload like 9 different times, which is like really kind of not ideal. I don't know why it's crashing. I can't seem to find out why it's crashing, but it's really annoying that I have to keep reloading the pack every single time. And it's just like, can you not crash? That would be wonderful. But there we go. We got that. And I believe, oh wait, I think we're doing stacks at a time, aren't we? That might be the case. Let me just quickly teach all these things to this so that way I can just stack them out at a time. And that way, you know, we're good to go here. So lava crystals are a go. Okay, so what else is needed for this guy? The crystallized redstone. I believe we have that already because we needed it for some recipe. We do. Beautiful. God, I wish JEI would just keep what I'm looking for. That would be amazing. Infused diamonds are not that hard to make unless if you don't have dimensional shards. We have to make RF tool dims. We actually have to use RF tool dims. We have no other way to get this other than making a RF tool dim to find these ores in the dim. There's no other way to get these. So that's definitely not possible to finish right now, unfortunately, but that's fine. We can definitely come back to that. That's not going to be that hard, I hope. And then the nebulous heart. So a nebulous heart like so. And then what else do we need for that one row? Let's see, what else do we need? Blocks of compressed iron. I'm sure we've got that. That's easy enough, right? Do we not have compressed iron taught to the system? I could have sworn. I was about to say, I was like, I know we have compressed iron taught to the system. There's no way that we don't. And then the catalyst, the hardwall from module turrets, tier 5. Ooh, these might be, I mean, they look relatively simple. So there's your tier 1. Your tier 1 then gonna get upgraded to a tier 2. Your tier 2 is then gonna get upgraded to a tier 3. And then hold on, your tier 3 needs bricks. So we need to do this. So bricks, perfect. I needed that. So tier 3, right, is what we're trying to make for the turret walls. Yeah, the turret walls, tier 3s. And then these get upgraded to the tier 5s with some obsidian. So that's relatively simple and cheap. Okay, that's good to know. There we go. Let's go ahead and get that creative, and that's gonna go there. The next one is going to be, what else do we need here? Red gem blocks. Okay, red gems are relatively simple. We already have some, by the way, because I grabbed them from the Erebus when we were doing the bosses like a bajillion episodes ago. So there we go. And that's now done. The only one that we don't have is the infused diamonds, which kind of makes sense, honestly. Let's go ahead and teleport home really quickly and put this in the table. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we make the infinity ingot. And more importantly, guys, unfortunately, that means we're getting pretty close to the end of the series, but fear no more. We still got quite a ways to go. With that being said, let's get into today's episode, as it is an interesting one. In the last stream / episode, we moved to the mining dimension and we got pretty much all set up over here. And we also happened to stream and get the ultimate stew done. Yes, I know it took us 3 hours to get from blackberry to parsnip, which is insane, by the way. And now that we've got this top row done, we still have got a lot to do for the infinity catalyst, unfortunately. One of those things being that we need to get into RF tool dimensions to find dimensional shards. Now, however, one thing that I haven't checked is this mining dimension for dimensional shards. I should really check to see if I can get them here, because if I can avoid making RF tool dims, that would be amazing. After mining a bit in the mining dimension, no such luck, I think we're gonna have to build the RF tool dims. Now, I did search on the interwebs, and on Reddit they did say that we can try the laser drill from Mine Factory Reloaded. Now, if we can make these, I wouldn't mind giving them a try, honestly, because you never know, it actually might work and it might save us quite a bit amount of time. So I actually might consider these. So we just need a laser base, and then we need 4 of these beautiful little little laser pre-chargers, which are easy enough to make. Now we do need pink slime crystals. Now I did have some of those inside of this. Let me just borrow at least like 4 of them for now. We can replace them later. It's not that big of a deal. So let's go ahead and do this and make 4 of these pre-chargers and give this a shot. So I assume I place down the laser drill like so, and with a 1 block gap, go ahead and place down the pre-chargers. Now they're not facing the right direction, unfortunately. I see. Okay, so they placed the direction that you are looking. Okay, fair enough. So I assume the way that this works is these guys need energy. So let's just get, I guess, quantum entangle porters, because that's just going to be the easiest way to do this. So let me get 4 of these quantum entangle porters, and then we're going to put this on top like so. And hopefully this is going to be enough. And honestly, do not step in the lasers because they do damage you. So let me make sure that these are also on auto eject on all sides like so, and we should be good to go. Second thought, I don't think this is going to work because I just read what subreddit that was on, and that was Project Ozone 3, not 2. Whoops. So it does look like we're going to be going to the RF tool dimensions, unfortunately. So to get to the RF tools dimensions, we're going to have to make a few things. That includes making the dimension inscriber and a few other things like the dimension builder and the tablets. But the dimension tablets are relatively cheap to make, just some paper and some redstone, which is actually not terrible at all, actually. So I'm actually really happy about that. And some of the other stuff is going to be a little bit more tricky though. For example, the inscriber is going to be a little bit more tricky. So I'm going to make the dimension builder first, which is actually relatively cheap actually, and it just needs a player core. I swear to God, if this thing moves one more time, I'm gonna like kick it. There we go, player core. And let's go ahead and do the dimension builder like so. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now for the dimension inscriber, this one's gonna be a little bit more tricky. So the dimension inscriber is gonna need this technicolor, which is a seed, and we need to make the dye seeds, and I assume we're gonna need to do like these guys. So I'm wondering, do I have to follow this color pattern, or can I just do all of them? Is it like shapeless? I don't know. We need Minitio seeds, and Minitio seeds is just taking some seeds and tossing it into a mana pool like so, assuming that I don't have my bloody magnet on. And there we go. Let's toss that in there, and there is our Minitio seeds. With our Minitio seeds, what we're gonna go ahead and do is toss it into the runic altar like so, and I'm gonna go ahead and buy myself a bunch of dyes. So I believe we just need like white, orange, yellow, and like maybe a gray dye of some kind. I'm not really sure. How do I get myself some gray dye? I don't really see a good way of making gray dye. I wonder if it's like any color. So if I can do like something like this, like green, white, yellow, orange, and then maybe we are gonna need some acacio seeds, some acacio essence like so. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And yes, it is indeed shapeless, which is really nice. And all we gotta do is grab ourselves some living rock like so, and then our living wand, which God knows where that is because I haven't seen that thing in forever. I have found my wand of the forest, and all I gotta do is drop this on here like that, and then boom. Okay, so how the hell does this work? I assume I'm gonna have to put it onto a crop stick. So if I put this here, can I do myself a favor and can I bone meal this, or does it have to grow naturally? Now I did make the upgraded watering can in the stream that I did the other night, but I'm not really sure if that's gonna work. I guess it's worth a shot here. So the watering can, the upgraded version of it from Extra Utilities, this actually does work. Nice. So now that we've got this, and of course we're gonna go ahead and creative this because I don't want to sit here and click this forever. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves. Actually, we don't even have to grab ourselves anything. We just toss it in here, and as well as with all the other RF tool stuff that we're currently making right now, like the tablet and the dimension inscriber, and we're going to give them a nice little trip to heaven, and we're going to have infinite of them. Beautiful. So now that we've got that, we should now be able to go ahead and make the dimension inscriber. It should be relatively simple to make, assuming that we have paper stacks, which paper stacks, I don't know know what paper stacks are. That's actually a really good question. It's just paper stacked together, I guess. Okay, fair enough. So the paper stack like so, and now we have the dimension inscriber. Now, however, we're not quite done yet. There's a few more things that I just remembered that we're gonna need, which more stuff to make. So that thing that we're gonna have to make is the dialing device and the matter transmitter, I believe is what we need here. So the dialing device is relatively cheap, and the matter transmitter, I think that's what they're called, the matter transmitter, is the green one. These are actually easy enough to make, thankfully. And let's go back to our hometown or our home base here. Now that we're back home, this actually is relatively easy to set up, by the way. So the way that this works is we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves another quantum entangle porter. This is gonna need power, so we're gonna go ahead and put the entangle porter like so, and we're gonna give it the energies. And what we're gonna go ahead and do is place the dialing device on top, and then we're also gonna put the dimension inscriber right next to it. So one of these guys like so. That's the builder, but sure enough, fair enough. And this is also need power, but I guess what I could do is we're going to move this guy anyway. We're going to put him back. Actually, no, we're going to put him right here in the front. There you go. He's now getting power, and he should be good to go. Now we are going to need the inscriber. I don't know where my inscriber went. I swear I had it. Let's place down the inscriber like so. Put our tablet in there like so. Go ahead and name it dimlit1 and hit store. It's going to create a random dimension, which, yes, creation cost is 11,000 RF a tick. That's not too bad, but 100 RF a tick to maintain. Toss it in here. That's going to go ahead and charge up that dim. Once it's fully capacity charged, we're going to go ahead and run it, and we're going to teleport ourselves to this dimension. We're going to hit dial, and once we go through this, it should take us to the dimension. All right, we're in this dimension, and look at how pretty it is. It's got like sky islands, which I don't really know how useful this is going to be for me and trying to find the dimensional shard ore that we need. Hopefully that we can find some in this bad boy. Also, something to note that it is very important that you keep your dimension charged, because if you don't, well, very bad things can happen and you might implode. Also, something to note about RF Tools dims is these buildings are really important. So make sure that if you see any, you go in and you take all of the loot that's inside of them, because they have some really cool stuff that you can grab, like tungsten ore dust, a bunch of stuff for your dimension creation journey, right? Which is super important. Now, do note that if you want to make a new dimension, you're gonna have to change something up about your tablet. So what you can go ahead and do is get another tablet, craft another one if you need to, and you can make something called a digit dimlet. Now, digit dimlets are interesting because it allows you to go ahead and change your tablet by choosing a number. For example, let's say that I didn't put a digit in. So now I'm going to go ahead and put a digit 9 or a digit 0 into a empty tablet, and it's going to create a whole new dimension for me, which allows me to continuously be able to do that. And you can do that over and over and over and over again with multiple dimlets if you need to go ahead and keep changing up the types of dimensions that you need. Now, this is more like it. Now, I also should note that you can make your own dimlet parcels and all that fun stuff, but for this case, I don't think we really need to do that. We just need to get some dimensional shards. Now, that's kind of annoying. That is a big cavern hole. I cannot see a jack thing. Is this an ocean? I think this is indeed an ocean, and I'm about to die because I have no air. And I found what we're looking for. Boom. Dimensional shards have been gotten. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and just name this one Dimlet 2, and I'm just gonna keep it there just in case if we do need to go back and find more ores. But for right now, let's go back home. Actually, no, let's go back to the overworld actually, so I can go put these away. We can now make the infused diamonds that we need for the catalyst, which is so good. So infused diamonds are relatively easy to make now, just diamonds and some dimensional shards like so. We can go ahead and make a bunch of those and put it into our table like so. And oh my god, we are almost, I think, done with this, which is really good. So the next hard thing that I think we're gonna need here is going to be the Spectra iron. Now we actually might already have this, I think. Yeah, we already have the Spectra iron. Never mind. I thought we hadn't already made it, but looks like we have already done that. And the hop graphite, which we have already done, thankfully. And dude, I wish I could bookmark this recipe so bad, but I can't. And we need darkstone from the quantum flux mod, which I believe we already have from like a bajillion episodes ago. Yeah, we totally have that already. Beautiful. Go ahead and get rid of that door. I don't know what that door is doing there, but catalyst. And we're gonna need flame string. So flame string we have 25 of. Okay, that's gonna need a intervention right now because we're definitely not gonna want to use all of it. Okay, what else do we need for this beautiful catalyst? So we need imp hide, which is interesting. So imp leather we have also already gotten, thankfully. Perfect. We'd have to go kill some imps in the nether for that, but thankfully we've already got that. Beautiful. Thought ahead apparently. And let's go ahead and grab ourselves the next set of things. MSG pills, which are actually not even that bad. So MSG pills are this. Thankfully, we can make those. I think we're pretty much going to get the catalyst today. No ifs, ands, or buts, I think, which is really just like, dude, I've been dreading this craft for a while now. So copper canisters, I think we have, at least we should. Copper canisters. We don't have it, but we can make it. So let's go ahead and make those bad boys. And am I lagging? Or yeah, just a little bit of lag there. There we go. Catalyst. And we are going to need silky jewels and carbide blocks. So silky jewels we can make because we just need the silk. I think I need like 4 stacks of that. Actually, you know what? No, I'm standing right here. I'm just gonna, creative that bad boy and call it a day. And I guess we'll throw that here. That's fine. Go ahead and grab a stack of that bad boy. And we're gonna need the carbide blocks, which I believe we can make. This should be relatively simple. Carbide blocks are now done. Let's go back to our home. Now that I've kind of realized how annoying this is, I wish I didn't move, but it is what it is. I decided to move and I'm gonna take the punishment for that. So there we go. Dude, one more row of this is now done. We're pretty close to it, I think. I think we have like, what, 2 more rows or something left for the catalyst, and then we're actually done with it. No, we only have like 1 more row and a quarter. I just tried to bookmark everything. Whoops. Block of sunny quartz. I don't think I've made sunny quartz yet. Yeah, blocks of sunny quartz. Sunny quartz is just quartz and sunflowers. That's actually not even that bad. And I think we can just do like this and like make a bunch of it and then call it a day. Beautiful. And then we take these and basically turn them into a block like so. Beautiful. Sunny quartz is now done. So now that we've got the sunny quartz, I think we're about to go through all the quartzes now. The elven quartz, I believe we have that now. Yeah, we do have elven quartz blocks. Easy. That's done. Let's see. Next one on the list is going to be red quartz, which I assume is just quartz and redstone, which is not a bad recipe at all. And then let's do this and toss those in like so. And boom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then the next one is going to be the lavender quartz, which lavender quartz is interesting. I don't have anything that I can make this with, but I can make it if I make the thingies, which I believe I can use the sunflower seeds for if I go back and do the whole alchemy catalyst thing. Just like that, we have the lavender quartz, and then the last one is going to be mana quartz. Now, do I have mana quartz? I do not. Thankfully, I didn't leave, so mana quartz is going to be a interesting one. Quartz in the mana boy. So let's grab some normal quartz like so and toss it into the mana pool like so. And then we just got to go downstairs and give that a new little home to go ahead and spend its entire life in by shoving it into a drawer. Perfect. And then that's going to allow me to take the mana quartz and then make the mana quartz blocks like so, like we need for the catalyst recipe. And let's see what is next on the list of things to get. The block of smoky quartz. Smoky quartz should be relatively simple to make, just requires some coal and some nether quartz. Nothing too fancy schmancy. There we go. Smoky black quartz, just like so. And then what else is next? Infused redstone sticks. I think I have those, weirdly enough. I do. I don't know why I have these, but I have them, so they're getting put in there. So there we go. And then now that we've got that, what is next on the to-do list of this over here? Oh boy, the fluid and gas components of applied energistics. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna have to sit here and craft this, aren't I? Alrighty, we have one of the last rows here. There we go. Let's put all this stuff inside of here. Oh, wait, don't get these mixed up. So the gas one's gotta go first. Okay, make sure that they're not mixed up or anything. Now, unfortunately, we're not quite done yet. We still gotta make a few more things, which I am not really too excited about. And I have to craft these essences, which requires all of these seeds. So the water seed, the fire seed, the earth seed, the air seed, all these got to be crafted. And they're all kind of the same sort of like recipe, needing the acacio, the minicio seeds, and whatever element they are. For example, earth would be dirt, water would be water buckets, fire would be lava buckets, and air would be empty glass bottles. And just like that, we have the water essence, we have the earth essence, we have the fire essence, and we have the air essence. And I don't know what's going on here. It seems like I am missing something. That's not ideal. What is wrong? Uh-oh. I have found the culprit. It is these hard walls tier 4s. It's supposed to be hard walls tiers 5. Did I not make the right one? I only made tier 4. I don't think there is a tier 5, is there? Tier 5. There is a tier 5. What the heck? I just got scammed. That's why it wasn't working. I was so confused. I was like, I pretty much have everything here and it's not working. So there it is. I just had the wrong block. Let's try this again. So let me replace the pink slime that I took out of here like so. And let's swap these out for the tier 5s. And beautiful. The infinity catalyst has been crafted. Lovely jovely. Bob's your Uncle Fanny your aunt. This is awesome. You know what else we can do since we've got the catalyst now? I believe we can actually make the infinity ingots. So if I grab some neutronium quickly, I can never spell neutronium right. We can also grab crystal matrix ingots. So a few stacks of these, and we can actually make our very first set of infinity ingots. So infinity ingots are as such. So we're gonna go ahead and do a nice loop of neutronium. So it's gonna be 5 down. So 5 down, and then we do a loop. So 3, 4, 5, and then we do a little loop like so. And we go ahead and put the crystal matrix ingots in the corners. And then I believe it's the catalyst in an H-like shape. Okay, that's simple enough. So an H-like shape like so on both sides like this, one in the middle, of course, and then we have the rest being catalysts. Bam, 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 boom. And there it is, our very first infinity ingot. Would you look at that? That is one beautiful looking ingot in my hand right now. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we make the most overpowered armor in the game. We become immortal. We kill the hardest boss in the entire game, and we get one step closer to the final item craft. With that being said, let's get into today's episode. In the last episode, we got to make the infinity catalyst, and we also happen to make the infinity ingot, which is super poggers. Now, the thing that I want to work on today is I want to make myself the world breaker, which needs a chaotic core, but more importantly, I want to also upgrade our armor because we actually do have to fight the Chaos Guardian, which is going to be, yeah, a not so fun fight. And I think the best way to handle the Chaos Guardian is to use the infinity armor, which looks relatively simple-ish to make. So I think I want to quickly make this and hope for the best. I don't think there's anything here that's too crazy, but yeah, I think it's time that we upgrade from our, you know, draconic armor to the best armor in the game, which allows us to become immortal. And just like that, we now have the best armor in the entire game. We are now literally unkillable, not even by the /kill command, which is insane. Ouch, that looked like it hurt. That is insane that we can survive console commands. So we are gonna have to go to the end dimension, and we're gonna have to fly like 20,000 blocks in a random given direction. I'm almost wondering, I don't think I can bypass this because I'm gonna need the chaos shards. So I have to kill the dragon at least once. Unfortunately, we are pretty well equipped for this fight actually, since we literally cannot die. I believe the way that the infinity armor works is it takes away our hitbox. So I think it's time that we go fight the Chaos Guardian. So I didn't have to fly out as far as I thought I did. I thought it was 20,000 by 20,000, and turns out it's not, which is interesting. I think what I can do is I can just pop this, right? Yeah, this is not like the newer versions of the Chaos Guardian fight. I can just like whack this a few times. Why is this not dying? So turns out it's really difficult to do this fight, especially when he's flying around trying to beat up your butt over here. Can you not? That would be great. I would greatly appreciate it. You're so loud, my guy. There we go. All right, we gotta destroy all his little crystal dude thingies. All right, there we go. That's destroyed. I love how he's just trying to kill me. This guy literally can't even kill me. He is trying his best to kill me right now. God damn it, stupid crystal. All right, where is he? Come here, big boy. Oh my god, he's so fast, and he's dead. Literally dead. Yeah, my sword is the best sword in the game. That's right. Get destroyed, Chaos Guardian. What you gonna do about it? I think if I do this, right, can I pick this up? Or yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, give me all the chaos shards, please. I have to sit here for a minute because what's gonna happen is the island's gonna destroy itself, and yeah, you can see this like little white hole here. It's gonna like blow up the entire island. So now that we've fought the Chaos Guardian and destroyed his face, we can now start doing the Chaos Ingot and the Chaos Catalyst, which is basically the end game of this mod pack, right? So the Chaos Catalyst is this beautiful recipe right here. And oh boy, there's a lot of stuff here that's already done. We're good there. But one of the things that we have to make is this Infinity Star, which is going to require a neutronium compressor with 40,000 nether stars. Yes, I know. That's crazy amounts of nether stars, but I think we can do it. So all we got to do to set this up is get ourselves a neutronium compressor like so, and get ourselves a drawer. Let's make sure that we have the creative upgrades on us, and then we're going to need some nether stars. Also going to need one of those translocators like so. Also going to need the glowstone, I think. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to place this down like so. I'm going to place the translocator on top, the drawer on top of that, and then this like so on that drawer. Let me go ahead and put the nether stars in with the creative vending upgrade, and then we're just going to tell it to go, and that should in theory start to go ahead and fill that bad boy up. And I think I can make it go even faster if I tell it, hey, you can extract stacks at a time from this beautiful translocator like so, and then that should start to go ahead and pull out a lot faster than it would have done previously. Beautiful. And just like that, we should now have the Infinity Star. So let's go ahead and get that bad boy, and I think that is pretty much all we need to like worry about at this very given moment is the Infinity Star, which is now done. Okay, now that we're home, let's go ahead and pick a crafting table for which one we're going to be using for the Chaos Catalyst. So we need a Infinity Catalyst. Wait, we already have some. Perfect. And then we're going to need the Infinity Star like so, and then I believe the next one was Draconic cores. There's like a lot of cores in there, so like the Draconic core, the Wyvern core, the Draconic core, and we are going to need the Chaotic core, which luckily for us there is no infusion crafting in this version, so we can just make the Chaotic core relatively simply. Actually, I really like this version. So to continue with the Chaos Catalyst, we're going to need Eternal Singularities, Neutronium blocks, and Crystal Matrix blocks. Okay, Crystal Matrix blocks are easy enough, and then the Eternal Singularity we already have, so let's go ahead and make that a thing. I am gonna have to make the other thing. Actually, I can probably just make a stack of chaotic cores relatively simply actually, so I don't have to worry about that too much. Where is the stack? There it is. It's a little bit laggy sometimes, and we'll put that in the system for when we want to create it later. Beautiful. So it's gonna go Infinity Catalyst, Infinity Star, all the cores. I hate that I can't shift click into there. So Draconic, Wyvern, Awakened, and Chaotic, and then where you need the Eternal Singularity singularity. So let me grab that. And we're also going to need a set of neutronium blocks, which is relatively simple. And then we're just going to need the eternal singularity, a stack of those bad boys like so. Beautiful. And then that's going to go there and there. Also, I want to see, is this recipe shapeless or is it not like the infinity catalyst? Because if it's not like the infinity catalyst, it's, yeah, it is shapeless. Cool. So it doesn't matter what order these items go in, but I like to, you know, keep them in order. So ultimate stew, we have the ultimate stew is so annoying to make. The ultimate stew, there we go. And then it wants cosmic meatballs, which we have, or at least we should have cosmic meatballs. And I already forgot the rest of the things that I need. Endus pearls. Ooh, I don't like handling Endus pearls, especially near my ME system, because yeah, things can go wrong relatively quickly. Let's see, what else do we need for the chaos catalyst here? So the chaos catalyst is going to require us to make the ultimate control circuits and the atomic alloy. I don't think I have the ultimate control circuits. I do. And then it wants us to get the atomic alloy like so. Beautiful. We are going through this relatively quickly, guys. All of the wafers from Galacticraft. So basic, advanced, carbon, titanium, and we don't have diamond wafers yet. Do we need it? We do need diamond wafers for this. And it does look like I need red gem wafers, and I don't have any of the other gem wafers. Okay, that means we're gonna have to go back over to our other base here to go ahead and prepare for these wafers. So the diamond wafer is done, thankfully. However, we're gonna need all the other gem wafers. So yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go. So I didn't really put this on a thing. So I'm just gonna like do this for now and like hope that that's the right order, which I don't think it is. So we need the red gem wafer. So it's repeater, and okay, so that's all we need to really worry about is, okay, that's fair enough. Now, do we have that down already? We do not. Okay, so the circuit fabricator is what we're gonna need here. So the circuit fabricator, which we have, beautiful, and that's gonna need some power. So that's gonna mean we're gonna need a quantum entangle porter. So let me grab one of those guys, and then I think it's this side that requires the energy. I don't remember because it's been quite a while since I've actually used this bad boy. Nope, it is the other side. Yeah, which side is it? Or did I not set the network? I didn't set the network. I'm silly. So that was the correct side. So we need, you guessed it, some repeaters. We need the silicon. So 2 stacks of those bad boys. We're gonna need all the gems from the planets. So blue, white, and red for this. So there we go. We're gonna put this in here with this as well, with the repeaters, and we're gonna do one of each wafer type. Alrighty, we have everything that we need here. So we have the ultimate control circuits, we have the atomic control circuits, we have the diamond wafers, we have the carbon wafers, we have the titanium wafers, we have the red gem wafers, we have the blue gem, the white gem, the basic, and the advanced wafers. Now we are gonna need a few more things for this row, like for example the advanced circuit, which I think we have, and the octadic, the crystallized redstone, and a few of these redstone chips. So unfortunately, some of the next few things that we have to make require this laser drill thing. So we're gonna need to make these chip sets. So we're gonna need to go ahead and power that guy. I think that's working. So if we look at this again, you can kind of see that we've got to make like the gold chip set, and we got to make the quartz chip set, and a few other of these chip sets. These chip sets are kind of really annoying to make, I'm gonna be honest. So I'm probably gonna be here for a couple of minutes just trying to make all these darn chip sets. Alrighty, so the next parts of this is gonna be a very fun part of this. So we need to make some of the casings, which funny enough, I think we already have a lot of these, but the advanced PCB, I believe we already have. Beautiful. We love to see it. I think a lot of this we've already crafted beforehand. So steel casings, I know for a fact we have steel casings because we have all the freaking mechanism machines in the world. There we go. The chaos catalyst, the iron casing from quantum flux. I don't know if I have that actually, but I'm gonna send it anyway. But there we go. We've got that. And look at that, dude. We're pretty much gonna finish this today, at least. At least I'm gonna try to finish this Chaos Catalyst today, because I mean, why wouldn't we be able to? I don't think there's anything that's gonna be like overwhelmingly stopping us from being able to make this right now, because I'm pretty sure we have like 90% of this stuff anyway. Like the machine frames from RF Tools, I'm pretty sure we have. Yep, we have those. Dude, I seriously wish I could bookmark stuff. Having to like retype things over and over and over again is such a annoying thing. So the machine base, I believe we also have as well. There we go. That's now done. And we're gonna need the wireless connector. I don't think I have that specifically, but it's not that difficult to make. So we're gonna go ahead and make that. And I've been debating whether or not if I want to potentially add a drawer system on this side of the ME network, so that way I'm not constantly going back and forth between the mining dimension and the overworld. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna end up doing it here. Honestly, I should just stay here right for now until we get this finished. So machine fame basic. Now a lot of this is going to be basically coming down to making the other stuff. So we have all that stuff. I grabbed them all because I don't want to be messing around with the search. They're all in the same row, which is really nice. So it goes basic, reinforced, hardened. Wait, does reinforced go before hardened? I believe so. No, it goes after hardened. Cool. So that's done. We're going to need the factory machine block, which I know I don't have. So I'm just going to quickly grab that and make that up here. At least I don't think I have it. So factory machine block, I don't think I have. Oh no, we do have it. Never mind. I thought we didn't have it, but I guess we do have it. So Chaos Catalyst is almost there. We need the machine chassis, which I believe we also have. We do. Alrighty, let's go ahead and make the final set of stuff we need to make. Actually, you know what? While I'm here, I might as well creative the Chaos Catalyst, because we're gonna need those bad boys. And so the Chaos Catalyst, there we go. And let's go ahead and make this guy. That should be relatively simple and easy to do. The turret base tier 5. I heard that this turret mod is really good actually, so I should check it out at some point, but I never have time to check out any new cool mods, honestly. There we go. So Chaos Catalyst. We're gonna need the thorium rod. I know we have, because we used it in another recipe for some other thing that I don't remember what we needed it for. Probably the Philosopher's Stone, if I had to guess. We're gonna make all the blocks of the essences. That's evil. Can I just do like magical crops or something? Yeah, that's probably gonna be the better way to do this, honestly, is just to do it that way. So Acacio, I'm not really sure which one's next, but the Imperial. The fun fact that magical crops is mystical agriculture now in the modern day versions of the Minecrafts. But yeah, I mean, I kind of miss this. And then it wants us to make Zavicio. I'm pretty sure it also wants temporal blocks too, right? If I'm not mistaken. So it wants the Minicio, Acacio, Crucio, Imperial, Zavicio, mass Zavicio blocks, and temporal essence blocks. Okay, so it wants all of them. So what is mass Zavicio blocks? Oh, is that weird? Okay, that's that one. Let's just toss this in here. Should I? You know what? I should put them all in here, honestly. Why the hell not? I don't see why not. There we go. Let's grab them all and creative them and grab them in their order. So that one, Acacio, Crucio, this guy, and this guy. So I'm going to grab them all in their order here. Now we are going to need the mass Zavicio block, which is just going to be 9 of the Zavicio boys. So this guy here in the crafting table like so. And that's going to give us the mass Zavicio blocks. There we go. And hopefully it doesn't do that. That's exactly not what I want it to do. I don't like that it does that. And then the last one there looks to be interesting. Oh, it's the temporal blocks. Right. Now that I don't know how we're supposed to do, but temporal essence, I assume is what we need to turn into a block form here. Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do here. And I wonder what the last set of items are going to be. Is it going to be anything like crazy that I'm going to have to like worry about? Weatherproof glass, weatherproof block, reinforced obsidian, draconium infused. Oh, that's easy. The sexy block is a really cool block. It's basically smelting compressed cobblestone, but I'm pretty sure I thought you could chisel this, but I might be wrong on that. But that's honestly not that bad. Like compressed cobblestone shouldn't be too hard to get our hands on. We should just be able to do that relatively quickly. And we also have a really the OP furnace that I have no idea where I put right over here. This guy right here, the ultimate furnace, is a very ultimate furnace. The sexy is now done, and let's start doing this, I guess, right? Because why not? Like, we might as well just finish it, right? So the chaos catalyst is going to need uranium rods. That might be one that we don't have. So uranium rods we do not have, unfortunately. How do I get my hands on uranium rods? Is it going to be as simple as the other ones? Yeah, apparently it is going to be as simple. That's actually really good. Put the thorium rods back, please. There we go. And now we have a stack of uranium rods, and I think everything else is relatively simple to make here. So the draconic infused obsidian, I might already have that. Yeah, draconic infused obsidian we already have. Beautiful. Would you look at that? Let's grab a stack of that bad boy. And then I believe, what is the next step here? So that is going to be a reinforced obsidian block. I think I also have that as well. I don't have that, surprisingly. Like, I thought I would have had that by now, but I don't. Dark steel blocks are relatively cheap to make. This lag is kind of annoying, but it kind of makes sense, to be honest. There we go. The reinforced obsidian block is now done. We'll put that up there with the draconic blocks, because why not? We're gonna need a couple more of those witherproof blocks, and then we're done with the chaos catalyst. So we just need this witherproof block, which looks to be needing a special item in the middle. It needs wither essence. Okay, so wither skeleton skulls, temporal essence, skeleton seeds are as followed. Okay, we're gonna have to make that one in a second, so we'll skip that one for now. And what is the other witherproof block? Does it also need it? It does. Okay, so we'll have to come back to that one. Gamers, we are on the final stretch to making the chaos catalyst. All we gotta do is put in these final rows of items: Minicio, Acacio, Cretio, Imperials, Vicio, Massivicio, temporal blocks, the sexy blocks, the uranium rods, draconic infused obsidian, reinforced obsidian, witherproof, and boom, there is a stack of chaos catalyst. Beautiful. Woo! That was a lot of work, but it was well worth it. In today's episode of Project Ozone 2 Kappa Mode Creative, we beat the pack. We make things like creative energy cells, creative everything, essentially. With that being said, let's get into today's episode. In the last episode, we made the chaos catalyst, which is this guy right here. Look at this bad boy. This is a pretty expensive recipe, and I think today we're gonna go ahead and use that to go ahead and make the chaos ingot, because the chaos ingot is used in quite a few recipes. So it is used in the creative energy cell. It is used in the whichever one this is. I believe that's the creative something or another. And then it's used in the Sword of the Cosmos, and it's also used in the creative portable tank, and it's also used in the, I believe, creative compressor. Yes, the creative compressor is also needing the chaos ingots. The chaos ingots are going to be very expensive. They're going to require these palladium crystals, which I went ahead and cleared out all of my things over here because we're going to need them to use the palladium crystals. So what we need to go ahead and do is take ourselves some palladium ore from Jupiter, like so, and toss it into this guy, like so. And then that's going to make this, which is going to allow us to make the crystals. Beautiful. Now I don't need too many of those, so let's not go too crazy, right? And I believe that's good to go, and I hope that we're able to, you know, get this done. I guess we could always just clear it out with a dropper of some kind. So yeah, let's go ahead and take this and shove it into our drawer system. Now that we've got that done, all we gotta do is make the chaos cores, which honestly we might already have. Yeah, we already have the chaos cores. Perfect. Let's go ahead and grab some of those bad boys. Let's go ahead and grab some more of those little palladium crystal things here. And then the last thing that we need here is going to be the chaos catalysts and some infinity ingots. Now I really hate the fact that I can't like shift click into this thing because it is really annoying to draw these things. So infinity ingots, which we should have. Beautiful. Let's grab 2 stacks of those. And where is my table? Is it over here? Are you full? You are kind of full, but we'll take you out. And let's go ahead and get the chaos ingot, and it's gonna be across across and down. Okay, cool. So it's gonna be across and down like so, and then the palladium crystals are gonna wrap around inside like so, and then we're gonna do the weird little pattern thingy mabobber. So it's gonna go, so is it just, okay, that's interesting. So if we look at this, it's gonna be 1 2 3 4 5, and then 1 2 3. Is that correct? I believe it is. So if we put all these in here like so, boom, it is our chaos ingot like so. Beautiful. Now that we've got the chaos ingot, now the chaos actually begins, right? So we gotta start making the creative items. So the creative infinite steam. Also, I thought I clicked on that item. Where is it? The turbine creative steam generator. I definitely don't have that on my list, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and sneakily add that. Okay, so we need alternators, which needs these, which needs hemp sticks, which we don't even have hemp. What the heck is going on here? So hemp is interesting. How do I not have any hemp? Okay, that's just despair. And I guess put it in here. I can't plant it without crop sticks, right? Because Project Ozone 2 Kappa mode. You down, you, and then give me some bone meal, please. Bone meal. And this, and that. Give me that. Okay, so hemp sticks is here. Boom, 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 boom. Do I want to create that? Probably not. I'm gonna be honest. Creative infinite steam. We're gonna need this guy, these guys, this guy. Perfect. And you know what? I decided right this second, we're doing it. Creative everything. There we go. We're gonna go ahead and do this and make one of these. Boom. Pop that in there like so and so. And that's good to go. So now we need the alternator or whatever it's called, infinite steam, and that's going to be this guy. Boom, we got an alternator. Lovely. There we go. And boom, bam, boom. And let's go ahead and grab ourselves the infinite steam. We're trying to make the thermal pile, which we are just missing whatever that is at the top. The LUV. What are we missing here now? Oh my god, we are missing the terracotta. So clay, come right over here to our mystical agriculture ultimate furnace, drop that in there. Boom, we've got some hardened clay, which that's what we needed for the LV wire connectors. So let's go ahead and drop that in here like so, and boom. And let's get the LV wire connectors. So these guys right here, boom, beautiful. Toss those in there. We don't need the creative, those bad boys. Infinite steam, and we're gonna go ahead and drop that in there. Boom, perfect. That's now done. That's one of many things that we need to craft. So we now need the ultimate thermal pipingies. Yeah, these guys here. Let's do that. So this guy, drop that in there, and then do advanced next, and then do elite, and then do ultimate like so. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That one was relatively easy and cheap. So let's go ahead and drop that in there, and boom and boom. We are just missing infinite water. We're missing the steam engine, which requires electric motors, iron pipes. Let's make that. So the machine housing is going to be interesting. So machine housing, or sorry, steam engine like so. We are just missing basically everything. There we go. Make some of these pipes, and electric motors are relatively cheap. Okay, we need iron mechanical pipes. Those are easy. Let's go ahead and drop that in there like so and so. And let's go ahead and do something like steam engine like so, and grab the motor like so. And we are trying to make the steam engine. So steam engines are relatively easy now. Perfect. Now we've got the steam engine. What else are we missing from this bad boy right here? So infinite steam. We are now missing this, which this should be relatively easy. We are missing the gas exporter. That's going to be easy. And then we are missing the boiler valve, which is not easy apparently. We need boiler casings. Easy. Should I creative that? I think I should creative that actually. Actually, it does not really matter, but I'm going to anyway, just for safety. And then let's go ahead and do that and that. God damn it, you don't belong there. You are gonna go ahead and do this and this. So this and this. Perfect. Boom, boom, boom. And then we're gonna want infinite steam. We're gonna want the boiler valves, and we're gonna want the infinite water for magnetic craft. We got that now. Perfect. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Boom, boom. Get out of there. Boom and boom. And let's go ahead and put this and this together like so. And then we need, what are we missing now? So for infinite steam. We need these pressurized fluid tanks, which I believe we already have. And I think that's literally it. Okay, let's go ahead and start making the steam boiler like so. And then let's go ahead and grab all this. And this is actually going to be relatively simple-ish to make. So let me just pull this up really quickly. So infinite steam power. That's not how you spell infinite. There we go. It would help if you would spell it right. So infinite steam like so. Let's go ahead and put that here. So we're going to need gas, and then we're going to go ahead and put this and this like so. And I believe it's the same on all three sides or all four sides. Am I not correct there? Yes, it's almost the same. Okay, so the infinity ingots are going to go in the middle of these guys. So here and here. And then those are going to be followed by gas exporters like so, and so. And then here's going to be 3 gas exporters like so. We're going to go ahead and do steam generators on either side of the infinity catalyst like so and so. And then from there, it's going to be 2 catalysts and then a thermal thingy-mabobber in the middle like so. And then following that is going to be the steam engine again. And then let's see, so steam engine here and here. Underneath that will be catalyst. Across from that will be thermal and thermal. And then in between that will be a boiler valve, and that's going to be 2 thermal piles. So 2 thermal piles like so. And then what is on the outer edge of that? That's going to be your basically cables like so. And then the next row underneath that is going to be 2 more thermal piles like so, U and U. And then we're going to go ahead and put down a superconductor under that. So superheating element like so and so. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. It's supposed to be there and there, I believe, right? Yes, because then in between that will go your pressurized tank, and then in the middle will go your chaos catalyst. So these guys, I forgot to grab them. So in the middle will go your chaos catalyst like so, and we're gonna go ahead and need to put that back into infinite steam. We're gonna need, okay, so underneath these will go this, and this, and then I believe it's gonna go the superheating elements on the outer corners like so. On the middle one will go boiler valves, so U and U, and then go ahead and get boiler valves in place like so. Under the boiler valves will go some more thermopedias. So there we go, and there we go. Let's go also get the freaking heat ducts inside like so, followed by the catalysts like so. And underneath those catalysts will go steam engines. We'll go here and here like so. Perfect. And then in between those guys are going to go the same thing. So boiler valve in the middle with these guys like so. And underneath the boiler valve should be a infinite water like so. And between those two things should be a catalyst. And that should be pretty much everything, except what am I missing? Aha! I spotted the mistake. This is not a thermal pipe. That is a pressure tube. Silly me. There we go. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a ultimate pressure tube like so. And that should now be the recipe. Yeah, beautiful. Creative infinite steam. Let's go. That's our very first creative item that we've crafted. Let's go. That's so hype. Okay, so now that that's done, let's go ahead and work on the creative, or no, it's called the turbine creative something or another. This guy here. Okay, so we need 4 of those. Okay, wait, let's go ahead and clear our inventory. And actually, you know what? I'm probably gonna gather all the items first and then come back once we have all the items. Go ahead and craft this. Actually, it shouldn't really be that bad, I don't think. So turbine. Why does my T not work if I'm not hovering over the stupid bar? That's so weird. So turbine creative is gonna need turbine housings, which I know we don't have. There we go. So the turbine housings is now done. And once we do that, I think we pretty much have everything else. So turbine housings, we need the transistors. It's gonna need ludicrite blocks. So let me actually grab this in a copy paste. So it's gonna need ludicrite, which I believe we do have. So the ludicrite we do have. I know for a fact we have transistors. So transistors, what else are we missing here? We are missing, we have those. We might not have printed circuit boards. We actually might have printed circuit boards. So printed circuit circuit boards. We do we have air canisters? We do have air canisters. So air canisters. Ooh, those don't stack. I don't know how many of those we need. Let's just take a guess here. We need 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. Okay, so let's go ahead and get a bunch of these air canisters then. So air canisters are going to be annoying to deal with. So I believe that is 8. And then we need the chaos ingot, the infinity star. Do we have that? Infinity star we do have. And I believe that's all we need, minus the chaos ingots and the chaos catalysts. I'm pretty sure that's all we need now. So if we come over here, so we're going to need the 4 infinite boys of these, like so. And I believe those go in the middle like this. And then from there, it's just going to be surrounded by transistors. So if I grab my transistors really quickly and we just do a loop like so, very simple recipe this is. And we're going to go ahead and do a weird like H shape around the whole bottom here. So like something like this. I believe it's on both sides. It is on both sides. And then in the middle of that is going to go our ludicrite blocks like so. And then we're going to go ahead and put down our PCBs on these guys. So like so and so and so. And then I believe the rest of it minus the middle is going to be what we need here. So we need the chaos ingot, 5 of them like so, surrounded by the infinity star like so. And then the rest is air canisters, which is, oh my God, I can't even shift click them in. Oh my God, this is annoying. Let's go ahead and put these in now, I guess. And then that should be the creative turbine something or another that I'm trying to make. The turbine creative steam generator. Boom. Beautiful. I assume that one's for bigger reactors, I assume. Yeah, it is. Beautiful. The next one on the list is, so the infinite steam generator is done. The turbine generator is done. Infinite energy, creative energy. And I did these basically in order. So if I type in creative here, it is in this order. So this guy and now this guy. Dear Lord. So quantum entangle porters, we have, you know what? To be honest, we have most of this. The most annoying part is going to be, ooh, I might need to disable my wireless charger at some point because I don't know if this is going to be like one of those weird ones that requires like exact ones. Okay, so there's a few things that we have to make here, like this guy here. What is we missing for that? We's missing the reactor stabilizer in a rotor. Okay, that's easy. I think I need 4 of those if I'm not mistaken. And I believe, hold on, let's make sure that these are, yeah, perfect. I just want to make sure that they're all the same. So the energy injector for this guy, beautiful, for draconic evolution. And that's now done. Okay, beautiful. And the last thing that I think we need is this laser focus matrix. And oh wait, also we're probably gonna also need another bigger reactor controller. Actually, we might not even need that because I'm pretty sure we already have that. So we just need to make the reactor glass from mechanism, which is being quite a bit of a pain in the butt, which needs reactor frames from mechanism. Can we not be so annoying? That would be great. Thank you. And boom and boom to the reactor matrices. Perfect. Let's go ahead and shove this in here and grab a stack of it. Beautiful. And I think we're pretty much good to go. The only thing that we don't really have at the moment is our quantum entangle porters. And dude, all this is so annoying because these freaking energy tablets don't stack and it's so annoying. So let's go ahead and put all the things that we might need here. So there we go. And let's go ahead and drop this in here. So infinite energy, beautiful. And then it's going to go the draconic energy things. So actually, hold on. Is this just going to be in the middle? Yeah, this is just going to be in the middle. So I can just do something like this and then that's going to be fine. So let me just get the last quantum entangle porter and then we're going to need a chaos core like so. And let's go ahead and drop that in there and there. So that's now done. So we don't have to worry about that, which is good. And now we can start working on the other stuff. So I also need infinity catalyst too. And let's go ahead and grab ourselves this again. Perfect. These are going to go in the corners. So you. And I do need a reactor controller. This guy, we already have them. Beautiful. Don't have to make it. And then we can start going ahead and putting in all the bloody energy freaking tablets. Now, is it gonna be the outer ring? It is gonna be the outer ring. Perfect. And we need stabilizers. So let's get the stabilizers. So I believe believe stabilizers are going to go in the middle of this, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Okay. And then now we can start going ahead and putting in the rest of these bloody energy tablets that don't stack. I mean, I get why they don't stack because they have MBT data and all that fun stuff, but like, it's so annoying to deal with this, especially in recipes like this, where it's just like you need all the inventory space. That is then going to be followed by draconic evolutions thingies here. So the matrices are going to go right in front of the stabilizers like so. On top, we missed a stabilizer, I believe, right here. And then the rest should be infinity catalyst. Boom. Infinite energy. Now done. Lovely. Next, we have the creative compressor. So let's go ahead and actually, hold on. Let me finish spelling it so I can just copy and paste that in. But let's go ahead and grab everything that we're going to need for this bad boy. Hopefully it's not too crazy. So for this, we're going to need, oh boy, we're going to need crystals. Crystal crystals are crystal slurry, crystal stone from extra planets. Crystal stone from extra planets. We're going to have to go grab that. Unless if we already have it. We already have it. Oh my God. Freaking lifesaver right there, man. Lifesaver. So we're kind of in trouble here, actually, because let me tell you why. We need an advanced air compressor, and the advanced air compressor requires these advanced pressure tubes, which requires me to make the assembly controller. Oh, and I can't bookmark the stuff. I'm gonna lose my mind. So I guess we're gonna be making the assembly controller now. So the assembly controller is gonna be interesting. We need these pneumatic piston things. So why can I not get that? So assembly table mabobber thing. So this guy is easy. The controller is easy, but getting the other parts for this is going to be a pain in the booty. Okay, so the way that the assembly table works, all we got to do is place down the assembly table like so, and then we're gonna go ahead and put down our platform like so, and then this guy and this guy. Now I believe we are gonna need to program these somehow, but if I go ahead and put down a chest in the corner like so, doesn't matter what chest it is, I believe, do we need a in and out for this? I don't know if I do. Assembly unit in and out. I think I do need that, actually, now that I think about it, because it needs to be able to pull the items on and off the assembly thingy from the chest as well. So I assume if I just put, actually, hold on, no, this is gonna go, what we'll do is this guy, and I believe this guy, and then the laser, and then the drill here, and we need the pneumatic wrench. So pneumatic wrench, we have plenty enough of those, and I believe I can like turn this to that, and then that should be fine. Now the question is, where do I have pressure? I think I gotta do it here. So let me also get myself some security upgrades, because I don't want to blow this up, because this is a very annoying block to make. There we go. So you've got now pressure, and we need a program for this. So to get the program, the way it works is we need to give the Amadron tablet some emeralds. So Amadron tablet like so, and go ahead and link that to this chest, I guess, and we should be good to go. So if I look in the Amadron tablet, we should be able to buy the laser and drill for 14 emeralds order, and that's going to take the emeralds out of here and give us the thing that we need for this. And then all we got to do, I believe, is put in 20 pressure walls, I believe, and that should make us the advanced tubing that we need. So if I do something like this and put this in here, and I tell it, hey, you need the laser drill, it did take my emeralds. You better give me my thing, game. You better not rob me like you did the last time. We don't have enough pressure, so I have to take some lubricant and make some speed upgrades, and we're gonna like literally like pump the gas on this thing and like make it go like a bajillion pressure so we can have enough pressure. I'm gonna grab like 3 stacks of speed upgrades, and I'm gonna like literally dump them into these air compressors, and hopefully that's gonna be enough to pressurize everything. We're definitely max pressurizing now, and we're burning so much coal So why are we on? Okay, we're on standby mode. Why aren't we crafting? I made a mistake. It is not walls, it's valves that I need. Whoopsie. Let's go ahead and take this and put this in here, I guess, and then see if it crafts it. It says it's running. I don't know what it's running at the moment. It shouldn't really be running. I finally got the stinking freaking air tubes that we need. Oh my god, there we go. Perfect. Drop those in there and there. Perfect. Let's go ahead and make the advanced air compressor. Advanced air compressor, which we're gonna need here for the creative compressor. Boom. I just realized for the creative compressor, we need the creative tank. So it looks like we're gonna go make the creative tank first, which is hilarious. Okay, even though we already have it, I'm not gonna use it until I craft it. I gotta be fair here. So super laminar ducts is done. Let's go ahead and I guess get the creative portable tank, and then I guess, yeah, this is pretty good. So let's go ahead and grab this, and I guess I might as well just like copy and paste this. This is gonna be the next one that we're gonna be working on. So fluid storage bus, I believe I already have, and then the fluid interface we already have. So we can go ahead and get those guys down really quickly and creative, and then we can go ahead and pop those in our little thing so we can have them. There we go, and there we go. Perfect, and that's now done. So we need a bedrockium drum, which requires a cauldron, which is funny. We can't afford a cauldron. And let's go ahead and make the bedrockium drum. We're gonna need a weighted plate like so. So 2 of those bad boys with a cauldron. There we go. The bedrockium drum is done. And I guess we might as well creative this as well. Not that we're gonna need it, but why the hell not, right? We're gonna need infinity ingots. Oh, we're also gonna need these portable tanks, which are not fun to make. So we're gonna make the buildcraft tanks. So let's go ahead and make those. We're also gonna need the laser dudes. So let's see, where are we making this guy? And then we're gonna need, so these guys, the portable tanks from this guy. And we're gonna need, I believe that was Invar and something else. So 2 of these, 8 bronze, and a fluid tank from whatever mod that is. Alrighty guys, I'm pretty sure I have everything that we need for the creative tank here, and I'm really hoping that we do, because oh boy, this was a lot to make. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some infinity ingots on the outer ring like so, and then the inner ring of that is going to be our chaos ingots, which I didn't grab. That's fine. So chaos ingots like so, and let's go ahead and get those guys in like so. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then on top of that, we're gonna go ahead and need a few ender tanks, which I didn't grab, but ender tanks are relatively cheap to make, and we already have some. So that means we can go ahead and take that and shove it in there, and boom, we now have ender tanks. And I believe those are going to go on the top and bottom of this. So like this and this. Perfect. And then we're gonna go ahead and do a strip of the resident portable tanks like this and this, and then it's gonna go super laminar on those guys. So super laminar there and there, and I believe a silo tank in the middle of that like so, and then underneath that will go our 46.9 fluid storage like so, and then our 2 fluid interfaces like so, and then from there it's just going to be super laminar times 3 like so on both sides, and then in the middle of that will go the bedrockium drum with the 2 fluid storage buses like so, and then underneath that fluid storage bus will go another one of these 4096s, and then 2 more fluid interfaces like so, and then underneath that will go the super laminar again and again with another silo tank like so. Why are we not working? I see where I made a mistake. These are not chaos ingots. These are neutronium ingots. They look very much the same. Okay, and then let's go ahead and fill the gap like this with neutronium like so. Yeah, perfect. The creative tank is now crafted. We can actually work on the creative compressor. Alrighty, we're ready to go ahead and make the creative compressor. Let's go ahead and put the creative tank in the middle, because I'm pretty sure that's where that goes. So the creative compressor compressor. Oh my god, I didn't mean to hit that button. Every time I open my terminal, it resets the setting here. So compress iron in the middle of each one of these. So here, 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 and here, like so. And then that's going to be followed by the chaos ingots in the corners of this guy, like so. Beautiful. And now that that's done, we're going to need black plastic following these guys. I believe on both the top and bottom here. Don't know about the sides. So the sides is going to be our crystals that we made earlier. And boom, bam, boom. That's now done. That's now done. And then we're going to need to follow. So it's going to be 6 advanced PCBs like so on both the top and bottom. So I believe that is going to be that. We don't need the PCBs anymore. And then we're going to do 8 things around this like so. That's now done. And then we're going to go ahead and set up the transistors, which that's going to be easy. So it's going to connect up to this like so, to the PCBs on both sides. And then of course the final item being the air compressors. Boom. And now we have the creative compressor. Alrighty guys, so we're ready to go ahead and start the next creative item here, the creative energy cell from Applied Energistics. You know what, I forgot to grab refined glowstone blocks, but I think that should be okay ish to make. So refined glowstone blocks are here. All they need is refined glowstone, and we can easily make that. That's not really a problem. So let's go ahead and now look at the creative energy cell from Applied Energistics, which is going to require a red gem in the corners like so, and then it's going to need a infinity ingot on the inners like so, and then I believe 2 of the thingies and then 1 in the middle here. Perfect. So the red gem is now done. We're going to need to go ahead and put these in here like so, and I believe the refined glowstone is now done. Beautiful. And then underneath the infinity ingots will go dense cells times 3, and then it's going to be in an L shape. So dense cells times 3 in a L shape like so, and I believe there's 1 on this corner as well. Beautiful. And that's going to be on both sides, I believe, like so, and then that's perfect. And then above that will go the solar panels. Now I didn't make the reactor controller. Ooh, that's going to be a problem, but let's go ahead and put these here like so and so. And then on the inner side of that, that's going to be, I believe, a infinite energy creative. Yes, we already have that. So let's grab a infinite energy like so. So infinite energy. Perfect. And then that's going to go there and there. Now, how bad is the reactor controller from the mechanism mod? Oh, relatively simple. Just need some more of these reactor casings. That's not a problem. And it looks like some sort of chemical tank. So gas tank. We have ultimate gas tanks, but I don't think that's going to work because it's calling for a basic one as well. So reactor machine controller, this guy right here. And I might as well creative this. Not going to use it though, but might as well, right? So put that in there, grab one of these. So that's now done. Now that that's done, let's go back to the creative energy cell from Applied Energistics, and underneath that will go your ME interface like so, and a cryostabilized flux duct like so. Perfect. So it's gonna go infinity block, white gem in the middle. So let's get the white gem in the middle like so, and then it's gonna go 2 infinity ingots and then a block of infinity like so. And I assume it's the same way on the other side like so, this time with the blue wafers instead, and that's going to be something like that, and of course infinity block like so. Okay, and I assume it's the same on the other side. Okay, so it's just mirrored, so something like this, and then this and this, and then this and this. The middle here is going to be all redstone singularities like so, and I believe it's 3 per row, right? Yes, it's 3 per row, so 1 2 3, and then the middle of that will be a ME controller, so this guy right here, and then the rest of this is going to be dense ME cells like so. Okay, I made a mistake somewhere. That's not ideal. And you know what's really annoying is I don't have the plus to see where I made the mistake, and it's so hard to find. This time I found it instantly, this and this, and boom, there is our creative ME energy cell. Perfect. Now let me go ahead and plop this here and here like so. And guess what? We can go plop this on our ME system really quickly back in the other world here. And we should be able to basically take off our controller thingy here. And I just basically break this and this down, this like so. And actually this has to kind of stay actually, funny enough, because of the fact that my wireless charger is there. Fear no more. We can go ahead and plop our creative ME cell right up here like so, and that's gonna give this basically infinite power essentially. Okay, so let's go ahead and put this together. So infinity blocks in the corner like so, and then of course we made a mistake already. Boom, get rid of that, and let's do this like so. And we're gonna need, okay, so all the lumium singularities go on the outside, so 3 3 3, I think it's 3 all the way around like so. And then you're gonna have the plastic sticks in the middle like so. And then of course we're gonna need to do this, so solar generators across the front here. So solar generators, which I didn't grab, solar generators like so, and it's gonna go across the top, one every other, correct, I believe. So if we look at this again, yes, it's one every other, and it's gonna redstone in between, redstone redstone redstone, and then redstone redstone right on the outer corners, and then it's gonna go electrotine electrotine redstone redstone, and then from there it's gonna go redstone electrotine redstone electrotine. So it's gonna end on electrotine here. It's gonna go redstone redstone electrotine electrotine like so. Perfect. And then across the bottom is gonna go with the heated redstone generators with, I believe, electrotine in the center of those, and the heated redstone like so. And then that's gonna be surrounded by chaos ingots, which is good. So chaos ingots like so. And in the center of that will go a phoenix down like so with nether star generators, and then that is going to be surrounded by creative ME cells, which I didn't grab, but thankfully we have those already. If I can freaking stop doing that. There we go. It's a bit tricky to type in the AE system, I swear. And boom, the creative energy cell is now done. We are on the final item of the mod pack, the creative dimension builder. I'm so excited. We are going to need to put some infused diamonds here in the corners like so. I believe it's on all 4 sides like so. And then it's going to go ahead and be the infinity stars times 2. So 1 2 and 1 2, and then that's going to be followed by, I think, how many? 1 2 3 4 of each of the unknown dimlets. So 1 2 3 and 4, 1 2 3 and 4 on all these sides like so. The creative dimension builder in the center like so, and then on the outside of that will go the chaos catalyst like so, so, and so. And then on top of that, we're gonna go ahead and put down the 6 infinity ingots on either side. So 1 2 3 1 2 3 like so. And then on top of those guys will go our demon steel to the 11th magnitude like so and so. We're gonna go ahead and need some draconium shards on the top like so, also on the bottom of that as well, so and so. And this bottom corner will also need those infinity stars. Boom. And it looks like I have grabbed the wrong item. Whoops, that's the inscriber. That's definitely not what we want here. We want dimension builder. Where is it? There it is, right there. That's still not correct, so something's got to be wrong here. So I figured out what was wrong. It was my bad. I didn't see that this was draconium shards, not crystals. No, we have to make hydrogen chloride. So hydrogen plus chlorine makes hydrogen chloride, and there's no other way to get this. I assume we need to do brine. Setting up brine isn't too bad, actually. You know what? We're actually gonna need 1 more of these, I believe. Let's get a couple more of these. So setting up brine is relatively simple. It is a little multi-block. You're gonna go ahead and do a 2x2. It's gonna be this. this. So the 2x2, it's 2x2 internal, right? So I assume you can skip the corners actually. So it's something like this. And then what you do is you place down your controller like so, and then you have all of your inputs and outputs. So like so, and then you do this and this. And then all you gotta do is build this up a little bit. And honestly, we're gonna probably use the resistive heater actually, because we can get away with some really cool stuff, right? So this should be formed now, perfect. And then all I gotta do is get a creative tank with some water, and then that is gonna push into here. I need a resistive heater. So this guy here should allow me to go ahead and push heat into this at a astounding rate. And I believe we can do like creative energy to this as well. I'm not sure which one of these does RF. I'm going to assume this one does RF. Unfortunately, this guy can only do so much power. It is actually, that's, what is that? 1 million RF a tick, which is 1 followed by 6 zeros like so. And that should really start to go ahead and heat up now. So using 2.5 million RF a tick, which is fine, beautiful. Like I said, all we got to do is get ourselves some water. So let me get a quick little bucket and let me get some water. Do I have any water nearby? I do. Grab it and put it into here like so. And you're going to dump that into here, assuming you're good to go. Why are you not accepting water? I'm very silly. It requires the corners. There we go. And look at how much brine we have. Dude, that's so much brine. Is brine a liquid? I actually don't know if it's a liquid. Let's find out. So the creative tank, will this give me brine? I hope it does, but I'm also not banking on it. Is it a gas? It's not a gas. Okay, so it is indeed a liquid. That's really good to know. So if I take this and now pump this out, we now have infinite brine. Let's go ahead and get a electrolytic separator. So we're gonna make another one of those. Where is that? So electrolytic separator. Honestly, what I could do if I wanted to is we could technically move that guy now, and we can pick him up and we can put him right here instead. And you're gonna output like so, and you're gonna give me the speed upgrades and the energy upgrades. We're gonna want the chemical injection chamber next. That's not what I wanted to do. And let's go ahead and put the energy upgrades in like so. And you need energy, so let me get another one of those creative boys, creative energy cells like so. This does about 1 million RF a tick, so that should be good enough. Chemical tanks. So chemical tanks, they're not called chemical tanks, they're called gas tanks. So if I do this and this, that should now be outputting the brine into this like so. Beautiful. So we have sodium and chlorine. We got to take the chlorine and we got to mix it with hydrogen. So let me get another one of these ultimate tanks. So ultimate gas tanks. Wait, we have those already. Never mind. I'm silly. 2 ultimate gas tanks, and I'm gonna need another electrolytic separator. I know, crazy. So I'm gonna put the chemical infuser. So this is gonna output to the front here, and you're gonna output your gas into here. And you know what? We'll just do this, and then I will get this guy to run his water this way, around back, up around this torch, over here to here, and then I will just dump oxygen like that. No, I want you to just dump all together, and then you're going to do something like, right, you can't do that because you're silly, so I can just do this, right? And then that should, in theory, fill this now. You're gonna then output into here. Ooh, are you not gonna output to the back? That's interesting. Okay, so that means I gotta move you to here, and then I gotta move this like that. So now you're doing that, and then you're gonna be dumping oxygen all together, and you're now mixing into hydrogen chloride. Perfect. And then we don't need this to be super fast, so it's fine. You're gonna do that and that. So you've got power now, and you've got hydrogen chloride. The hydrogen chloride is then gonna go into a chemical injection chamber, So chemical injection chamber. So one of these guys. I'm just missing a purification chamber, which is requiring a enrichment chamber. So enrichment chamber goes into purification chamber, then goes into chemical injection chamber. So purification chamber, like so. And you are gonna go here, receiving the hydrogen chloride, and then you're gonna get these guys right here. And just like that, we now have draconium cells. That was relatively simple and a little bit chaotic as well. We love that for the end of the series, right? And let's go ahead and grab that, and then grab a stack of those, and bam, bam, boom, Bob's your Uncle Fanny Aunt. We should now have the final creative item, the creative dimension builder. Boom. Unfortunately, guys, it is the wrapping up point of the series. This was indeed the final episode, unfortunate, but I hope you guys enjoyed the series because it was a lot of fun to film it. As always, guys, thank you guys so much for watching. I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna leave you. Till next time, who knows? We might be playing something really fun like Mechanical Mastery Plus. With that being said, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna leave you. Till next time. Bye-bye.